Chapter 1. The Grand Feast. The rhythmic pounding of her heart echoed in her ears as Hao Tian gasped for breath, heedless of the pain caused by the branches that had scratched her. Her sole focus was on fleeing forward. This continent was teeming with beast men, and the trees towered over 100 meters high. Even the smallest among them reached heights of 80 or 90 meters, forming an unspoiled forest. The indigenous inhabitants remained uncivilized, living in a state reminiscent of humanity's primitive era. However, there was a fascinating distinction from historical primitive societies. The beast men here possessed the ability to shapeshift. In contemporary terms, they resembled mythical creatures. Yet in this world, they were the original inhabitants. Hao Tian was a reclusive girl, leading a life confined to the school-home route or the office-home route, with her sole interests lying in reading novels and comics. Time travel narratives were her favorite genre, but indulging too much in such tales often led one to daydream about their own adventures in different eras. Thus, while browsing an online marketplace, she would occasionally spot trinkets and entertain whimsical thoughts about how they might cause a stir in ancient times, akin to possessing a golden finger that could manipulate historical events. She often found herself purchasing these items, convinced that they might prove useful should she ever find herself transported to another time. Similarly, she would save various life hacks encountered on social media, believing they would come in handy one day. Hao Tian was well aware that these were mere flights of fancy, yet she could never have anticipated that such daydreams would materialize. By a stroke of serendipity, while preparing supplies for an outdoor survival camp, everything fell into place, and she found herself in this continent. However, fortune seemed to abandon her. As a solitary female referred to as female in this land, she soon encountered a group of ferocious beastmen and was swiftly captured. These beastmen belonged to the Wolf clan, a band of young and vigorous warriors transporting their hunting spoils alongside a dozen females, journeying through the Amar's forest to Salt City for trade, primarily to procure salt. The females, delicate and frail in nature, were a rare commodity. Most tribes refrained from trading their females, yet exceptions existed, particularly for those not belonging to their tribe. Once reduced to mere goods, they became among the most prized possessions. Thus, the cohesion and unity within each tribe were remarkably strong. Having been captured for several days, an opportune moment finally presented itself, and without hesitation, Hao Tian made her escape. Being sold off as a female was a perilous fate, with outcomes dependent on individual fortune. Despite their value, once sold, they were merely good slaves, commodities labels that, once affixed, were exceedingly difficult to shed. Among the captives, the females destined for sale, though they faced grim circumstances, often exchanged words. One among them revealed, through their conversation, that this was her third time being sold. As for Hao Tian, her peculiar attire made her an outlier, and few approached her for conversation. "I see her. That female is just ahead. How audacious to escape, she seeks her own demise." Hao Tian's heart raced faster at the sound of voices behind her, urging her to run even harder, feeling as though her heart might leap from her throat. Had she maintained such speed during physical education classes at school, she might have had Olympic aspirations. "Stop running. If you continue, he'll slaughter you and feast on your flesh." The menacing voice pursued her closely. Without time to glance back, a large brown wolf landed in her path, forcing Hao Tian to halt abruptly. The sudden stop, after sprinting at full speed, caused her to tumble to the ground. Rushing to her feet, she attempted to flee in another direction, only to find several more wolves closing in from all sides, their fierce eyes and sharp fangs mocking her as they advanced. Trembling, Hao Tian sank to the ground, her legs too weak to support her. The nerves that had sustained her escape finally snapped, and despair engulfed her in an instant. In a moment of madness, she flailed her arms, alternating between crying, cursing, and screaming, resembling a frenzied creature. "Enough!" A deep, authoritative roar interrupted her cries. Startled, Hao Tian looked up to see a lean figure before her, bearing a muscular chest and draped in a piece of animal hide, exuding an air of icy severity. Was it the forest's natural aura? The figure stood bathed in a shaft of sunlight, his long black hair cascading down to his waist, and his sharp, slanted brows conveying a sense of fierce charisma. His elongated, phoenix-like eyes mirrored the captivating protagonist from online illustrations, exuding an allure that was both striking and chilling. The members of the Wolf clan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with trepidation. The beast man before them had yet to transform, but even in his humanoid form, his mere presence sent an instinctual warning to flee coursing through their veins. The primal urge to escape overwhelmed them, leading them to abandon their prized possession and retreat in haste. Hao Tian remained transfixed, gazing at the figure who had intervened. It wasn't until a gust of wind tousled his dark hair, revealing a glimpse of his strong physique, that she snapped back to reality. Regaining her composure, she realized the immediate danger had passed. The tension in her body finally relaxed, and tears streamed silently down her face. By the time her cries became audible, she was already a mess of snot and tears, transforming her once fair complexion into a disheveled visage that bore no resemblance to beauty. Yin observed the female seated on the ground, clad in peculiar attire, and suspected she belonged to the Camel Beast clan, known for their hunchback stature. This clan resided in the southern desert regions, a journey of over a month through the forest to reach this point, and their females were traditionally valued less than those from other tribes. Had this Camel Beast female truly been traded so far from her homeland? Regardless, she was no longer in danger, and it was time for him to return. With that, he turned to leave. Despite still sobbing, Hao Tian could not tear her gaze away from him. She yearned to follow the divine being. Noticing Yan's graceful departure, his long strides unyielding, Hao Tian wiped her tears and, with trembling legs, began to pursue him. After a short distance, Yin frowned and turned to cast a cold glare at her, his message unmistakable: do not follow. Hao Tian glanced up, her heart fluttering at the sight of his golden, slit-like pupils, cold yet beautiful. She quickly lowered her head, remaining silent. Regardless, she was determined to follow him. Yin furrowed his brow and resumed walking, but as he took his first step, she hurriedly matched his pace. His frown deepened, and he broke into a run, vanishing from sight in an instant. Hao Tian, attempting to pursue him, found herself lost, the divine being's speed leaving her no chance to catch up. Surrounded by towering trees in the primitive forest, she was left in solitude, having just escaped the den of wolves, yet now without a place to belong. A single tear fell from her eye, landing on the grass at her feet. Hidden among the branches, Yin watched her from above, noticing her lowered head, motionless stance, and the salty scent of her tears, a testament to her sorrow. Hao Tian felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and sadness. She had believed the divine being had rescued her. As a female in this land, her rarity led her to hope that he would take her back to his tribe. Even if it meant becoming a slave, she would willingly serve him. In that fleeting moment of their encounter, she had succumbed to the notion of love at first sight. Carefully, she attempted to follow him, but he was already gone. The more she thought about it, the more her heart ached, until finally she sank to the ground, wrapping her arms around herself as she wept, her sobs growing more profound. When will you cease your crying? We must reach our resting place before nightfall. Her shuddering body froze mid-sob, and Hao Tian, with swollen eyes, looked up in astonishment and joy at the figure standing before her. Tears continued to flow, but they were no longer those of sorrow, they glistened with delight. With a forceful inhale, she stifled her sniffles, hastily wiping her tear-streaked face, and as she beheld the tall, handsome figure of the divine being, she unveiled her first genuine smile since arriving in this land. She was overjoyed, filled with emotion that he had returned and would take her with him. This unexpected smile caught Yin off guard, prompting him to avert his gaze. This female was surprisingly endearing. Let us go. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, Yin, mindful of Hao Tian's pace, did not lead her to the cave he had initially discovered. However, fortune smiled upon them as they stumbled upon the den of a black bear. After dispatching the creature, they secured both dinner and shelter. The black bears of this continent dwarfed their Earth counterparts, exceeding their size by more than threefold, and their strength was formidable. A single swipe from one could render her unable to open her eyes, and the noise was deafening. Outside the cave, Yin unsheathed a bone knife, preparing to skin the bear. Hao Tian observed the thin, small blade, noting its sharpness, but the gruesome sight quickly turned her stomach. Instead, she wandered nearby in search of twigs to gather for a fire, intending to roast the meat. Yin, casting a glance at Hao Tian to ensure she remained within sight, said nothing further. The sun would soon set, and he needed to finish skinning the bear, eat, and rest. After a long day of travel, he could endure the fatigue, but the frail female could not. As they planned for the journey ahead, he wondered if he should hand over the camel beast female at the nearby tribe, which tribes were known for their harmonious coexistence. Contemplating this, Yin paused, realizing that the acceptance of outsider beast men among various tribes was limited. Even female beast men faced significant challenges in being accepted by other tribes. The skin bear hide lay at the cave's entrance, and with the evening breeze, a waft of bloodiness permeated the interior. After several days, Hao Tian had grown accustomed to the living conditions of this era, which were far from those of the 21st century. However, in this moment, one must understand the principle of survival of the fittest in this realm. Moreover, she had read numerous novels about traversing animal worlds, so she was not entirely in the dark. Yin divided the meat and handed a piece to Hao Tian. Hao Tian gazed at a hand, the epitome of a male deity, holding a bloody piece of raw meat, feeling a tinge of regret the era had marred the aesthetic appeal. Wait a moment. Hao Tian assumed that the celestial being wanted her to roast the meat. She unzipped her jacket, unclasped her climbing backpack, removed it, unzipped it, and took out a survival matchstick bought from an online store. Shaped like a metallic bullet, she twisted it open, slid it against the friction pad, and with a swift motion, a tiny flame illuminated the dim cave. Yin observed the female curiously as she removed a peculiar animal hide from her body. The hide was indeed strange. It split open with a swift motion, revealing that it was not the hide of a pack animal. The female extracted an odd object from a pouch made of the hide, and, with a flick, ignited a fire. Yin never anticipated that this peculiar object would serve as a fire source. His golden pupils constricted rapidly, the vertical slits narrowing into a line before returning to normal. As he saw Hao Tian ignite the gathered twigs, he intended to extinguish the flame by covering it, but was promptly halted. Do not extinguish it. Hao Tian, perplexed, inquired why. The fire source is precious and should be preserved with care. He scrutinized Hao Tian closely, pondering her identity, for how could a mere female possess such a treasured fire source? Only great tribes could own such a rarity, and those entrusted with its care were individuals of significant stature. Are you a priestess? No. Considering the common themes in the novels she had read, a priestess should wield power akin to that of a tribal leader. After a moment's thought, she replied, "Look." Hao Tian covered the opening, then reopened it, sliding the matchstick once more to ignite the flame. This is called a match. It can be extinguished and reignited countless times, approximately 10,000. If it goes out, it's no cause for concern. Such a marvel. If other tribes were to learn of it, conflict might ensue, perhaps even annihilation. From now on, do not use it in front of others. As for her being a priestess, he was equally astonished, his mind muddled. She bore no totemic power. How could she possibly be a priestess? The tribe leader would never appoint such a foolish female. Which tribe do you belong to? I have no tribe. Hao Tian decided to be forthright. Yin glanced at her again, confirming that she indeed lacked the spiritual power of a totem. No tribe? Yin frowned. This female was truly peculiar. After a moment's hesitation, spurred by their earlier exchange, Hao Tian finally summoned the courage to ask, "My name is Hao Tian. What is yours?" "Yin," he replied readily. "Yin? Yin?" She was uncertain which it was. Yin wrote Yin in the dirt with a twig, and Hao Tian followed suit, scribbling her name. Struggling to swallow a piece of roasted meat, she inquired, "Yin, what kind of beast man are you?" Yin turned his head, his slit pupils fixed on her as he answered coolly, "Snake beast." "Oh, a snake. Tomorrow, if you encounter a benevolent tribe, you should stay there to live." Hao Tian felt a pang of anxiety. "No, I want to stay with you. I am a snake beast." What of being a snake beast? Was there an issue with that? She had read in novels that snake beasts were solitary and deemed malevolent, hibernating in winter. "I'm not afraid. You saved me. I only wish to follow you. Please do not abandon me to another tribe. I will not go." After saying this, a wave of loneliness washed over her. She added, "If you leave first, I will wait here for you indefinitely. If you give me to another tribe, I will cry endlessly." Yin looked at her, momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, they ate and slept. Chapter 2. The Future Home. As they journeyed, Yin led Hao Tian over mountains and through valleys, passing by several tribes. Whenever Yin showed any inclination to leave Hao Tian at a tribe, she would either remain steadfastly in place or begin to cry for him to see. Yin could only frown and turn back with her. Hao Tian clung to him, yet as a snake beast, any approach led the tribes to adopt a defensive stance. Although Yin maintained a calm facade, internally he felt restless, his brow furrowing as he resolved to have a serious talk with Hao Tian. At noon, Hao Tian sprinkled the roasted meat with the salt Yin had traded for yellow salt with a peculiar taste, but it was still an improvement over meat without any seasoning. "Tian, you cannot follow me." Hao Tian shook her head, gazing intently at Yin. "I simply wish to accompany you." Perhaps due to Yin's resolute demeanor, Hao Tian decided to take a bold step. "I believe I am quite attractive. I want to follow you, to be your mate, and bear your children." Upon uttering this, she felt her cheeks and ears flush with heat. Having never been in a romantic relationship or confessed her feelings before, she felt utterly mortified for suggesting such a thing to a man. Yet, seeing Yan's indifference beside her, she felt disheartened. She had uttered such an embarrassing declaration. Why did he not react at all? Did he perhaps already have someone else in his heart? "Why can't I follow you? I like you. It's my first time liking someone. And I even dared to say something so shameful," Hao Tian lamented, fidgeting with her fingers as she cautiously asked, "Do you perhaps have a female you like?" The last few words were barely audible, but the keen-eared snake beast, seated nearby, caught them. Yin was taken aback, but did not show it. Over the years, he had matured and was no longer the reckless and arrogant youth he once was. He had learned to think critically and temper his emotions. The territory he had claimed made surrounding tribes wary. He was the feared snake beast that inspired dread among them. His mate would be one he captured during mating season, bearing many offspring until she perished, after which he would capture another. This was what the tribes warned their females about, advising them to steer clear of him. Though he had never behaved in such a manner still, his reputation preceded him. "Do you understand what you are saying?" Yan's mind was in disarray. This female was stunning. Yet she was so foolish. To be a snake beast mate, you truly have the audacity to say that. "Do you not have a female you like?" Hao Tian gazed at Yin, her voice ringing with unexpected delight. Indeed, she was foolish. He was discussing the matter of being a snake beast mate, yet she was questioning whether he had a favorite female. Considering Hao Tian's lack of a tribe, perhaps she was unaware of the nature of snake beasts. Yin resolved to give her a serious and in-depth education. Hao Tian, oblivious to Yan's thoughts of her foolishness, was solely focused on transforming their relationship into a mutual one. Disregarding everything else, she was willing to embrace the honor of being his mate. "Tian, I do not know if your elders have educated you about snake beasts, but I must inform you that mates are taken by force. Affection is not a prerequisite. Please do not take me by force. I want to live with you." Was it really so casual to seize a mate? If that were the case, would she not be a willing participant? Yin was interrupted, observing the gleam in Hao Tian's eyes, realizing he had not conveyed enough. "Once captured, you bear offspring. If not, you will be beaten until you do." Yin fixed his gaze on Hao Tian, knowing that all females were pampered. They would be coerced into breeding through threats of violence. Surely, she must be frightened. Hao Tian blinked. "There is no need for beating. I will bear the offspring willingly." "Fine," I misspoke. "It's not just about having one litter. You must keep breeding as long as you are in heat." She recalled reading in her traversing novels that being in heat was akin to having her period, which occurred 12 times a year. This meant she would be expected to produce 12 litters. The thought made her recoil. "No, that is too many. I cannot produce enough milk." Yan's expression tightened, and he turned his gaze toward Hao Tian, realizing he had not intended to discuss this. Annoyed, he stood up and paced a few steps before glancing at the sun, then turned back to her, solemnly stating, "Do you know why no females wish to be a snake beast mate? Because they die quickly. It is currently the rainy season, with sweltering temperatures, yet we are past the halfway mark. During the dry season, snake beasts remain awake, but come winter, they hibernate. Those females that are captured either starve or freeze to death. And those who survive may not live to see the snake beast awaken in spring, perishing instead at the claws of wild beasts seeking food after a long winter. Yin turned to face Hao Tian once more. I only accept one mate, and that is myself. Yan's expression was grave, and his tone was serious. So that was why he was reluctant to accept her as his mate? She was unaware of how cold the winter season could be here, but after all these days, she had come to realize the dangers posed by the wild beasts. She had indeed forgotten that snakes hibernated, and upon reflection, it seemed she truly could not follow him. It would be wiser to seek refuge within a tribe, to band together for survival. Having arrived in this place, was she not already considered a missing person back home? In moments devoid of yin, she would wonder if she could ever return, even if the hope seemed faint. Yet since escaping from the wolf den and encountering yin, she had ceased pondering such distant thoughts. What occupied her mind now was her desire to accompany yin and live a good life, just as she had read in the novels about traversing animal worlds, living a vibrant and fulfilling existence. You speak of such difficulties that I have yet to experience. How can I know I will not survive if I have not faced it? Let us wait until I have perished to discuss it further. I refuse to heed your words. After all these days, I have neither been beaten nor mistreated. If you dare to scowl at me, I shall weep before you. Yin was taken aback by her words, his pupils nearly dilating in disbelief. Frowning, he realized she was speaking the truth. Why would she not listen? Determined to show her a stern face, he prepared to scold her. Hao Tian seized the moment, resolutely forcing out 2 tears, her face a picture of grievance. In this poignant scene, Yin managed to endure for 3 seconds before returning to his previous spot to resume eating meat. The tactic was effective truly. I am clever, having swiftly discovered how to deal with Yin. As Hao Tian savored the roasted meat, a triumphant smile graced her face as she glanced at Yin, who appeared quite handsome. Her appetite surged indeed. He was a feast for the eyes. Yin was aware that Hao Tian was observing him. She always seemed to take pleasure in watching him. Yet, he was in no mood to acknowledge her. How could she be so naive? Let us wait until I have perished to discuss it. Reflecting on her words, he felt an unsettling breathlessness. Finish your meal promptly, so we may return sooner, allowing more time to gather edible provisions in preparation for the snow season. Indeed. It is time to prepare. How could I have overlooked this in the previous days? We currently possess 1 bear pelt, 2 deer hides, 4 rabbit skins, and a bag of salt, Hao Tian calculated. In light of this, we appear quite affluent, do we not, Yin? With her eyes sparkling, she hastened her eating pace. The roasted meat was rather unpalatable, and upon returning home, she intended to enhance their meals. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. On their journey home, Yin quickened his pace alongside Hao Tian. No longer was she solely fixated on him, for she needed to prepare for the snow season, observing her surroundings as they walked. However, in their haste, there was little time to examine the details, and luck was not always on their side. Survival was paramount. Yin, what is our home like? Yin glanced at her, hesitating momentarily. It is within a cave. Upon our return, I will make it larger. Yin, I am so happy. You are no longer solely intent on abandoning me. Is it truly so wonderful to follow him? Yin remained silent. Her unwavering determination to accompany him brought him a peculiar sense of joy. Perhaps it was worth a try. His gaze shifted to Hao Tian at his side. She was fairer and more beautiful than any female he had encountered before. Her petite frame was particularly endearing, and her cleanliness was remarkable. Such a delicate female was a rarity to behold. He genuinely feared she might not survive the snow season. Climb on, I shall carry you swiftly back. Hao Tian clambered onto Yan's back. Despite his lean appearance, his back was broad, and the muscles were firm, exuding strength. As Yin sprinted, Hao Tian felt the rush of wind at her ears, as if she were riding in a vehicle. Were all beastmen this swift? It was no wonder she had been caught so quickly before. With Yin hastening back, time passed swiftly, and days later, Hao Tian finally returned to her long-anticipated new home. A cave adorned with lush greenery covered the walls, elevated about 2 stories off the ground. Navigating the stone steps, They reached a platform at the entrance, allowing for convenient access. The cave was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the light streaming in from the entrance. They arrived just in time for midday. The sunlight revealed a modest cave containing only a stone bed covered with dried grass indeed. It was a home with bare essentials. "My home is so impoverished," she lamented. Yin tossed the pelts he had collected during the hunt into a corner. "I will go hunt. Do not wander too far. May I explore the vicinity? I want stray far." "Very well, but do not venture too far." Yin turned back at the cave entrance to reiterate, "Only nearby." "Understood." With her response, Yin swiftly departed, leaving Hao Tian to explore the area. He was concerned, yet he needed to hunt. What if the fragile female fell ill from hunger? What Yin did not realize was that the delicate female, having consumed roasted meat for days, was now suffering from indigestion and constipation. She sought vegetables nearby to supplement her fiber intake. Opening her backpack, Hao Tian retrieved a roll of garbage bags and a spring knife, preparing to step outside. She had brought the garbage bags specifically for this purpose. Leave no trace, but footprints. Take nothing but memories. It is everyone's responsibility to care for the environment. How is it that such a good person like me has never received a good student award? Descending the steps, she ventured about 50 meters to a flowing river and decided to investigate this water source first. The riverbank was overgrown with tall grass, nearly reaching her height. Hao Tian picked up a stick and began to swat at the grass, searching for edible plants. Surely there must be water celery nearby. Might there be some reed shoots? As she approached, she spotted a verdant patch of water celery by the river, thriving like weeds. Rushing over, she suddenly heard a crunch beneath her feet. Looking down, she was astonished to see an egg, one that was nearly the size of 2 or 3 fists. What sort of egg is this? So large. Can it be eaten? Surely it can? Hao Tian picked up one egg, inspecting it closely but failing to identify its species. She placed the remaining dozen or so into the garbage bag, filling it to the brim. Glancing at the water celery, she thought it would not escape, so she decided to transport the eggs back first. The weight of the eggs was considerable, but thankfully, the garbage bag was reinforced. After securing the mysterious eggs, Hao Tian hurried back to gather a handful of celery, washing it and placing it in the garbage bag. This was likely for her consumption. Yin might not eat it, but a handful would suffice. Celery and eggs, how delicious could it be? Oh, can I also make stir-fried celery with shredded meat? I need to find a thinner stone slab. After searching the riverbank, she found nothing suitable and moved to the foot of the mountain. After a lengthy search, she discovered stones aplenty, but none that met her satisfaction. Hao Tian glanced at the sky. Time had surely passed. Yin would likely return soon, so she decided to venture a bit further. If nothing else was found, there was little to be done. Continuing forward, she noticed an abundance of green edibles along the mountainside, far more than near the cave entrance, perhaps due to Yin having cleared the area. While walking along the mountainside, she dared not stray too far, eventually uncovering a stone slab that met her criteria. Though not particularly thin, it was about an inch thick and larger than a basketball. The surface was concave, not entirely flat, but the indentation would serve her purpose. Regardless of what Yin brought back, there would be meat to cook. Heating the stone slab would allow her to fry the meat, and the rendered fat could be used for stir-fried celery. If only the indentation were deeper, perhaps she could make an egg soup. 1, 2, 3. Ha! The stone slab would not budge. Didn't I say not to wander far? Yan's voice resounded beside her. Hao Tian turned, grateful for his timely arrival. Yin, I cannot move the stone slab. Without questioning her reasoning, Yin bent down and effortlessly lifted the slab. Do not venture so far, it is dangerous. Hao Tian glanced at the distance, approximately 50 meters. Yet, she felt a warmth in her heart. Yin was concerned for her. I found a large egg by the river. I do not know what type it is. That is a duck egg. It is not very palatable and hardly filling. Yin replied nonchalantly. Oh, so it is a duck egg. Duck eggs are certainly edible. Did you eat it raw? Yes, raw. It cannot be cooked over fire. Cooked over fire? Ha ha. Does he think roasting meat is the only way to prepare food? Hao Tian's eyes widened, and a smile broke across her face as she gazed at Yin, who appeared entirely unfazed. How could one eat cooked food without roasting it? Hao Tian reveled in her delight. It seemed her moment to shine had arrived. Previously, she had showcased her talents on their journey. Now she had a chance to impress Yin. Upon washing the stone slab and returning to the cave, she was greeted by a mountain of game at the entrancia, familiar hoofprint, a plump rear. Upon closer inspection, she discovered they had indeed caught a wild boar. Hao Tian was ecstatic, though they had been feasting daily. She had never had the pleasure of tasting pork. How she longed for it. She had to correct herself. It was not Yin who was fortunate, but they both were today. Yin, you are incredible. You actually hunted a wild boar. Pleased by her praise, Yin glanced at the beaming Hao Tian, turning his face away slightly, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he replied in a deep voice. Then he hoisted the wild boar and headed to the lake to process it. So she truly cherished wild boar meat. Chapter 3. The first step in life, taking advantage of the feast. Hao Tian set about processing the wild boar. She hurriedly gathered some branches, running back and forth while also moving a few stones. Akin to running stairs with a heavy load, truly exhausting her. Yet, she could not afford to pause on the platform. She arranged several stones in a circle, placing some branches in the center. She then retrieved a bullet-shaped matchbox and struck it with a satisfying crack. She had grown fond of that sound. Gradually igniting a branch, she placed it atop the pile, nurturing a fire that would burn steadily. She hoped it would not extinguish before the stones were heated thoroughly. She must remember to bring a thick garbage bag. Thus, Hao Tian dashed off in a flurry once more. Yin had finished preparing the wild boar and, on his way back, noticed smoke rising from the entrance of their cave. It reminded him of the times when he was a mere cub and his mother would roast meat at home. Having lived in this cave for several years, he felt, for the first time, a semblance of home. Ascending the platform, he found Hao Tian pushing aside some branches and a heap of leaves, fanning herself with a folding fan, her cheeks flushed, clearly feeling the heat. Yin, are you hot? Let me fan you too. The folding fan was something Yin had seen Hao Tian use before, pulled from her backpack, which was said to be a mountaineering bag, filled with wondrous and precious items. No need, you fan yourself. I'll take care of the roasting. Wait, about the roasting. Didn't I say I'd show off my skills today? Yin, first place this stone slab on the stones to heat it up. Today, I'll cook eggs for you. Eggs? Though puzzled, Yin obediently set the slab atop the stones, as flames licked at its underside, gradually warming it. Yin could not understand why they needed to heat the stone slab. It was not edible, yet he remained silent, waiting for Hao Tian to showcase her culinary prowess. Feeling it was nearly time, Hao Tian selected a fatty piece of meat, slicing it off with a spring knife, and then cutting it into small chunks. The metallic blade glinted in the light, momentarily reflecting in Yan's narrow eyes, revealing a glimpse of danger. This knife is truly sharp. Indeed, it's steel, harder and sharper than your bone knife. Yin remained silent, observing the industrious Hao Tian. He found himself increasingly curious about her living conditions. Every item she possessed seemed to be a treasure. Yet, how could such a frail female wield such precious items? Did her parents truly not care for her? Were they so heartless as to abandon her? The thought startled Yin. How cruel could they be? He had not anticipated that Tian was not only foolish but also so pitiable. He wondered how she had grown so strong, having lived a life devoid of parental protection. His heart ached for her, resolving to be more supportive of her henceforth. Hao Tian placed the small chunks of fatty meat onto the preheated stone slab. The sizzling sound resonating delightfully, and soon, translucent grease began to bubble forth, filling the air with an enticing aroma. This was the first time Yin had encountered such a fragrance, awakening his appetite. Initially, he had thought that cutting the meat into such small pieces would hinder the roasting process. But to his surprise, it smelled divine. What is this? Even the usually taciturn Yin could not help but inquire. Hao Tian beamed with pride. Hee, this is called rendered fat. After frying it, sprinkle a bit of salt, and it's incredibly delicious. Yin longed to taste it, yet felt too proud to ask outright, so he merely gazed intently at Hao Tian. Hao Tian chuckled. Are you being shy and trying to beg for food? Wow, even while begging, you are remarkably handsome. Here you go. I've washed these beforehand. Chopsticks. Hao Tian handed him a pair of clean, folded twig chopsticks, finally grasping Yin's hand to teach him how to use them. Though initially awkward, Yin quickly mastered the technique in no time. The rendered fat was ready. and how Tian deftly picked it up and placed it upon a large, clean leaf, sprinkling a pinch of yellow salt over it before handing it to Yin. Be careful, it's hot. Without hesitation, Yin picked up a piece and popped it into his mouth, instantly burning his tongue. He blew on it a couple of times, chewing thoughtfully. The flavor was savory and slightly oily, and he was instantly captivated by it. It was the best thing he had tasted in many years. Before long, he had devoured most of what remained on the leaf, saving only a small portion. Noticing how much he enjoyed it, how Tian was puzzled as to why he hadn't finished it all. Don't you like it? Why not eat it all? Tian, it's delicious. You should have the rest. This small gesture was akin to a gentle spring breeze brushing against willows, leaving ripples across a tranquil lake. For Yin, having never tasted rendered fat before, it was clear how much he relished it. Yet he restrained himself, leaving a portion for Hao Tian. This small act touched her deeply. He is truly kind. All right, let us try some eggs next. She cracked a large duck egg against the edge of the stone slab, a small fissure appearing on the shell. Using her thumbs, she squeezed it open, letting the contents spill onto the slab, then took her chopsticks to stir it vigorously. Soon, the egg whites and yolk blended together, releasing a delightful aroma. Hao Tian added some salt, thinking to herself how wonderful it would be to have some scallions. Still, this was quite satisfactory. Yin, you must try this. Eggs are delightful. Yin, entranced by the golden hue of the eggs and their enticing scent, could not help but swallow hard. It must be delicious. He picked up a piece and tasted it, finding it tender with just a hint of saltiness, aromatic and truly delectable, a distinct flavor unlike that of the rendered fat. Tian, this is truly delicious. I have never tasted anything so good. He could not resist taking another piece, ultimately leaving the remaining portion for Hao Tian. The grease in the stone's depression had been consumed by the large duck egg, prompting Hao Tian to slice more fatty meat, cutting it into strips. She then fried the meat strips in the remaining grease before adding some water, celery, and salt. With such minimal seasoning, just salt, Hao Tian, though inexperienced in cooking, felt confident that her dish would surpass merely roasting meat. Yin watched as she added the greens, his heart aching for her. Was she worried there wouldn't be enough meat? Tian, before dinner, I can still go hunting. You always eat so little. There is no need to worry about not being full. I am quite skilled at hunting. Do not eat grass. Looking at the celery, Hao Tian laughed, amused by his perspective. Not all that is non-meat is grass. This is a vegetable called water celery. You cannot live on meat alone. It's not good for your health. Yin, you should eat some too. Yin gazed at the water celery in the stone slab, contemplating that perhaps, after experiencing Hao Tian's culinary skills, it too might become as delightful as the eggs. Once the celery stir-fry with meat strips was ready, encouraged by Hao Tian, Yin took a bite. He still preferred the meat strips, yet seeing Hao Tian's satisfied smile, he forced some celery into his mouth. Tian, we have so many supplies at home. Look, we don't even have a container to store water. When thirsty, we must run down to drink from the stream. Besides, the salt you brought will only last until next spring. Once we have processed the black bear skin, it could be used to make a quilt, but there is still so much we lack for our daily lives. Yin frowned. In the past, he had only needed to care for himself. After hibernating through the snowy season, a pack of salt would suffice until spring. Now, with Tian around, everything felt insufficient. As a female, she was so fragile, and even to drink water she had to make arduous trips. Yet, clay pots were luxuries only the larger tribes possessed. Tian, I will hunt more and trade with nearby tribes for some salt and other supplies. However, clay pots are exclusive to large tribes, and even if neighboring tribes had them, they would not trade. Yin felt despondent. He wished to be brave alongside his female, even daring enough to confront solitary female beasts, yet he could not provide her with a stable life. Clay pots must be exceedingly valuable in this era. How many prey would it take to exchange for even a single pot? The thought of such extravagance weighed heavily on him. Tian, we do not necessarily need clay pots. Have you ever seen a tall, green plant with straight stalks, each divided into many segments? Yin pondered for a long while, unable to recall anything resembling her description. Hao Tian considered that perhaps her verbal description was inadequate. It would be clearer to illustrate it. She picked up a branch and sketched a rough bamboo shape on the platform. Look, like this. Have you seen anything like it? Upon seeing her drawing, Yan's eyes sparkled. I have seen something similar. Much thicker than your drawing that I wonder if it is the plant you are describing. How Tian beamed with excitement. It must be. Let us quickly finish eating and clean up. Yin, take me to see it. All right, Dad, I will fry a few more eggs for you. Since you don't care for celery, I'll handle that. And I'll roast some meat so we can fill our stomachs before working in the afternoon. Is it that obvious? Of course, he said, chewing on the celery, his brows furrowing together. Do not worry. I want to tease you. Looked as he spoke. How Tian scrunched her brows together in solidarity. I see that how I look when I'm eating roasted meat. Yin observed her and realized it was indeed true. Nodding with a smile, How Tian exclaimed with delight. Yin, you smiled. I haven't seen you smile all day. Hee. You look even better when you smile. Feeling a bit shy, Yin turned his head away and replied, Let us eat. After the meal, and once everything was cleaned up, Yin carried Hao Tian on his back and made his way to the nearby bamboo grove, which was not too far from their cave. At Yan's energetic pace, it took roughly 20 minutes to arrive. Upon reaching their destination, it became clear what Yin meant by sturdy. The bamboo that Hao Tian had previously encountered was only thick enough to be encircled by 2 or 3 hands. But here, the bamboo was so robust that it required 2 or 3 people to embrace it. One could easily carve it into a water tank. How remarkable! Truly, we must express our gratitude for nature's generous gifts. With this bamboo, we could chop a few pieces to take back, using the thick ones for a water tank and a bathing tub, while the thinner, pointed ones could be fashioned into water bottles or jars for various small items. Yin, with these few pieces of bamboo, our lives will become significantly more convenient. Hao Tian was so elated that she almost leaped with joy. It was indeed a testament to how harsh their living conditions were. Just one piece of bamboo could bring about such transformational change. Yin gazed in wonder, realizing that this was called bamboo and that it could hold water. He had lived here for several years without ever noticing this. Although Tian was somewhat naive at this moment, Yin recognized that she possessed a wealth of knowledge. Tian, you are quite learned. Knowledge is an invaluable treasure, and the larger the tribe, the more they value it, as it represents their heritage, much like totems. Hao Tian blushed at the compliment, shaking her hands in denial. No. I merely know a few things that you do not. That I am hardly deserving of being called learned. If she were to be labeled as such, it would be a great insult to those who were truly erudite. Let us quickly chop the bamboo and return, she suggested. All right. The bamboo was remarkably resilient. Yin found a relatively sharp stone and began to chop, managing to bring back 2 pieces, at the base of the cave. They split the bamboo at the joints. Yin, use this spring knife, she instructed. Yin took the spring knife that Hao Tian handed him, weighing it in his hand. It was quite light and easy to wield. With a decisive swing, he struck the bamboo at one of its nodes, slicing halfway through. This is truly sharp. He examined a segment of bamboo, noting that both ends were sealed. But how can it hold water? Hao Tian suggested removing one of the sealed ends. The bamboo is hollow inside. For the thicker pieces, if you remove one end, for the thinner pointed ones, split them in half and create an arc leading to a small opening at the sealed end. Then we can carve a piece of bamboo to plug that hole. And when we go out, we can use this as a water bottle. Although she had a thermos in her backpack, adapting to this era seemed quite fitting. Yin was impressed. That's a brilliant idea. If we cannot find a water source, this will prevent us from suffering from thirst. Indeed, Tian was a knowledgeable female, capable of devising such intricate solutions. Of course, I have many more ideas. This is just the beginning. Yin, I entrust these bamboo pieces to you. Give me the bone knife. I will go cut the grass in front of our home. If it grows this tall and lush, it will attract many mosquitoes. Once cut, we can dry it to use for firewood. How did I not think of that? I will finish with the bamboo and then cut the grass. You can rest in the cave. Hao Tian shook her head. I want to work alongside you to improve our lives. Merely directing without having toiled herself, how could she claim to share in the hardships? Seeing Hao Tian's determination, Yin handed her the bone knife and focused on processing the bamboo, eager to finish so they could tackle the grass together. True to his nature, Yin wielded his tools adeptly. He took the 2 thick bamboo segments and, using the height of 3 nodes, hollowed out 2 segments to create large water tanks. He then crafted a bathing tub of the same height, placing a stopper at the bottom, and created another empty container of the same height without a hole. Setting aside the remaining pieces to make basins or large bowls, while the thinner ends were fashioned into canisters. After a long while of cutting grass, Hao Tian, exhausted, noticed that Yin had completed his work and approached for a break. This is too much. The cave is too small to contain it all, Yin. We need to enlarge our cave. Feeling both weary and thirsty, she sat down, fanning herself with her hands, her jeans already a mess from the work. She had only brought 2 changes of clothes, still pondering the summer camp survival nights spent outdoors, wearing long sleeves and pants, along with a windbreaker for the night. In truth, she had overthought it. The camp was anything but formal, and her supplies had gone unused, making them seem precious in their new context. Yes, we do need to make it larger. I will go fetch water. You can rest here. With that, he took the freshly made bamboo water container to gather water. Chapter 4. Expanding the cave. The weather during the rainy season was stiflingly hot, yet Hao Tian, clad in long sleeves and pants, managed to work without succumbing to heat stroke, likely due to her good physical condition. Surrounded by a plethora of bamboo furniture, Hao Tian felt a sense of accomplishment. Achieving so much on the first day promised even better days ahead. Keep it up. So sweet. Yin returned with a bamboo container filled with river water. Hao Tian eagerly gulped down a few mouthfuls and then passed it to Yin, who took a few sips as well. This bamboo container is indeed practical. When we go out hunting, if we take 2 of them, it will suffice for a day without fear of thirst. However, drinking raw water is unsanitary in the future. We must boil it. We should stock up on branches and dry grass. It would be wonderful to have a pot. What is a pot like? A pot is what we used for lunch. A stone slab with a deeper indentation in the center. If the indentation were larger and the surface smooth, it would be a stone pot. Yan's eyes lit up with understanding. Oh, that's what a pot is. I will grind that slab to match your description. Hao Tian was overjoyed. Really? That would be fantastic. Yin, you can also craft stone tools. You are truly impressive. Crafting stone tools was a skill every male of the beast tribe possessed. But receiving such praise made Yan's ears flush, even as he accepted the compliment. After dinner tonight, we will grind it. For now, let's cut the leaves and grass. We might not finish today. All right. Yin worked swiftly, and with the spring knife in hand, the 2 of them finished clearing the wild grass at the base of the cave by the afternoon, while the surrounding area remained lush and green. Awaiting their efforts, for dinner, they had scrambled eggs, roasted meat, and water celery stir-fried with shredded pork, along with some crispy fried oil, which Yin particularly relished. After finishing their meal, Hao Tian fried the remaining fatty meat to make crispy oil. Scooping the oil out of the stone slab into a large bowl until it was nearly full. Once the oil had cooled slightly, she added some salt, mixed it well, and then covered the bowl tightly with a clean garbage bag. Sealing it with a string, they would soak it in cold water overnight, ensuring that even if it didn't solidify by morning, it would last at least a month without spoiling. Tian, what is this for? Hao Tian smiled mischievously. Wasn't today's scrambled eggs and shredded pork delicious? Yin couldn't help but reminisce. Yes, it was a flavor I have never tasted before. These require oil for cooking, which I have fried and sealed for preservation. It will last at least a month, so long as you do not tire of it. You can enjoy scrambled pork and eggs every meal. Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, I will never tire of it. Tomorrow morning, we shall have scrambled eggs again. Great. Yin, we need to fill 2 bamboo containers with water tonight. One for use in the morning and one for soaking the pig fat. Yin stepped down from the platform. I will do it. What a hard-working and capable man he was. After leaving the cut grass outside to dry for a couple of days, they would stack it on the platform, which would soon hold the stone pot, along with the firewood and stove they were about to have. Their ingredients included duck eggs, pig fat, celery, and the remaining pork, which could either be salted or discarded. Salt was far too precious to waste, so it was better to throw it away than to waste it. In any case, they could manage food for the time being. They had a black bear hide, 2 deer hides, and 4 rabbit hides. The large bear hide could be used for bedding, the deer hide for skirts, and the rabbit hides for bustiers. Alas, wearing leather in the sweltering summer felt even hotter than my long sleeves and pants. Hao Tian felt a bit of a headache. The bustier and short skirt were far too revealing, and she still needed to prepare some underwear. Tian, the water is here. Yan's strong arms carried a large bamboo container filled with water as he climbed step by step up to the platform. Where should I put it? Let's place it here for now. Hao Tian pointed to a convenient spot on the stone slab, as the dried grass was still in the process of being prepared and had not yet been positioned. Yin set down the bamboo water container, and Hao Tian placed stones at the bottom of the container, setting the bowl filled with pig fat on the stones so it could soak in the water. Meanwhile, Yin had already descended to fetch another bamboo container filled with water. "This one can go inside the cave," he said, following her instructions. "Tian, should we process the animal hides we saved along the way?" Hao Tian was unfamiliar with this task, but seeing the animal hide skirt Yin wore, she knew he certainly could. "Yes, I will take care of it." Yin took out the animal hide, spread it open, and swiftly scraped off the fat and other substances with a spring knife. Afterward, he brought it to the riverbank, securing one end with stones while letting the rest soak in the water. Discarding the remaining pork as he returned. Upon reaching the cave, he retrieved a set of tools from a dark corner and began to polish the stone slab on the platform with great diligence in preparation for tomorrow's delicacies. Hao Tian, having nothing to do for the moment, seized the chance to rest, sitting down, propping her chin on her hand as she watched Yin work intently. It is often said that a man who is earnest in his endeavors is the most handsome. Added to the fact that the sky had darkened, leaving only the moonlight to illuminate the scene. Fortunately, the moon was bright, casting clarity over everything on the platform. Each of Yan's movements, bathed in the silvery light, was infused with strength and beauty, his bronzed skin appearing to be draped in a layer of white gauze. Subtly glowing, a drop of sweat slid from his forehead down his cheek, pausing briefly at his chin before falling to the ground, adding a touch of ethereal beauty to the moment. Hao Tian found herself captivated, but as time passed, Yin began to feel the pressure, his ears growing warm and unable to distract himself from his work. The moon rose high in the sky, and at last, a stone pot that met Hao Tian's expectations was completed. Yin felt a surge of satisfaction and anticipation for the next day, as it would allow him to fry more eggs. "Yin, let us go take a bath. We haven't bathed since we returned, and with all this sweating, I feel quite unpleasant." "You go ahead, I still need to finish refining this stone pot," he replied, focusing on his task. Hao Tian pouted in displeasure, casting a glance at the already completed pot. "It's clearly done. You are being foolish, turning down an invitation from such a beautiful girl. What a missed opportunity. We can wash together. And as long as we sleep back to back, you won't even have to turn around. Really, there are still details to perfect, Tian. You should go first," Yin insisted once more. "Humph, do you think I'm easy to dismiss? I've been contemplating this ever since I watched you polish that stone. After all the mental preparation I went through, the pot is finally ready, and yet you hesitate," she huffed, feeling frustrated. "Once this chance passes, it may never return." With that, she turned and went inside to grab her clean clothes, angrily heading off to bathe alone. "What village? What shop?" Yin pondered, confused by her words. The bed was spacious, but Hao Tian lay upon it, feeling discomfort from the hard surface. Tossing and turning, her mind wandered to the seductive antics of the enchanting characters from the dramas, plotting how to entice Yin and resolutely deny him when his desires flared. Hoping to teach him a lesson, lost in thought, she eventually fell asleep before Yin returned. Upon his arrival, seeing Hao Tian sprawled out in an exaggerated manner, he chuckled and shook his head, leaning against the stone bed and drifting off to sleep. Just before succumbing to dreams, he mused on how adorable her sleeping posture was. Early in the morning, Hao Tian awoke, her body aching. Something felt amiss. What was she holding? Something cool and soft. Why did it feel like something was poking her in an awkward position? Lifting her head, she was met with Yan's face, flushed with embarrassment. In a fluster, she quickly released him and sat up, stammering, I'll go boil water and prepare for washing." With that, she dashed out. Yin sat up, his face still tinged with red, but he felt better as his emotions stabilized. After a moment, he stepped out of the cave. Hao Tian was busy heating water, her snake-like body perpetually cool, and in the humid rainy season, she found comfort in wrapping around him in her sleep. Embracing him was not a crime. After all, she had committed to being his partner. What was there to be embarrassed about? It was merely an early exercise of their rightful privileges, nothing too significant. Calm down. When he emerged, he found Hao Tian still engaged in self-reassurance. Observing her, she stood up and entered the cave, grabbing a large bowl to fetch water, using a willow branch to rinse her mouth and wash her face. After splashing cold water on her face, she finally began to regain her composure. After polishing the stone pot, its bottom had thinned considerably, improving its heat conduction. However, it was still empty. Hao Tian filled another bowl with water and began instructing Yin on how to brush his teeth. Once both had completed their washing, the water was nearly ready. Hao Tian carefully poured the boiling water into a bamboo tube, filling one tube with the pot's contents and leaving some water behind. She added some cold water to continue heating. Eating fried eggs for breakfast is too greasy. Let us make steamed eggs instead. They're delicious and nutritious. Tian, aren't we having fried eggs? Yin inquired. Still yearning for them, I'm making steamed eggs, which are also delicious and nutritious. The broth can be consumed too. Could you fetch a few more large bowls from below? I'll cook 2 for you. Will that suffice? Yin gazed at the single egg in his hand. At least 4. With that, he headed downstairs to fetch the bowls. Fine. I realized from our first meeting that you have quite the appetite. Cooking only 4 would undoubtedly fall short for you. I miscalculated. Once the water boiled, she cracked 8 duck eggs into the stone pot, filling it with glistening protein. Steamed eggs cook quickly, and Yin was quick to serve himself. Ladling 6 eggs into a large bowl along with the broth, seasoning with salt, while another bowl held 2 eggs, also seasoned. Hao Tian blew on the broth, taking a sip of the slightly salty liquid before biting into an egg. The tender steamed eggs were a delightful contrast to the fried variety, and in the morning light, they left her feeling thoroughly satisfied. Yin had already devoured his share, enjoying the steamed eggs immensely, finishing one in just 2 bites. Hao Tian had thought she could manage 2, but it soon proved that one was ample. The remaining egg, without question, found its way into Yin's stomach, leaving him energized and ready for the day. Tian, how do you envision excavating the cave? Hao Tian, feeling invigorated after a hearty meal, replied, I have a thought. Let us create an entrance within this cave, leading to a corridor where we can build 2 rooms. We can make one room against the rock wall, and on this side, we can carve a window. The window should be a bit larger, with the top and bottom edges protruding slightly from the stone. I'll use an animal hide as a curtain. We can weigh it down with stones on the upper edge to keep it secure. During the rainy season and daylight, we can draw it back for light and ventilation. And in the snowy season at night, we can lower it to shield against the wind and rain. Yin, what do you think? Yin observed the cave, noting its lack of light and ventilation. Good. We will excavate as you suggest. What about the other room? The other room will lack sufficient light and ventilation, Hao Tian pondered. For now, let us store some items there, placing our bathing tub in that room. With the tub, we can have hot showers without wasting water and firewood. During the rainy season, bathing in the river is manageable, but when the dry season arrives, I want to be able to wash in the river without risking illness. Upon hearing the word illness, Yin's expression turned serious. Illness was a grave matter, and even with a shaman, not everyone could endure it, especially given their lack of a shaman. Once the cave is excavated, Tian, you will have your hot shower. I will gather more firewood and fill the water tank. At that time, they would place the firewood and dry grass in the outer room to protect it from the rain. Ideally, they would set up another stone pot near the entrance since it was cumbersome to move. In case of rain, they would need to perform their rituals indoors. 2 stone pots would expedite the heating of water considerably. Yin nodded, realizing he could polish another stone pot. However, the pressing matter was to enlarge the cave. We should start excavating today. It often rains during the rainy season, and we have been fortunate not to encounter any rain thus far. Who knows when it might come? Indeed, we need to hurry. Yin, how long until the rainy season ends? Yin looked at the sky, gauging the temperature. Soon, we must also begin stockpiling food. With that in mind, they felt the urgency of time. There was much to prepare. Yet little had been done. Yin, I'll leave the cave excavation to you. I'll go gather grass and search for duck eggs. How many days do you think it will take to excavate a room? At least 2 days. 2 days seemed swift, but with Yin working alone, she couldn't lag behind. She had insisted on following him. Thus, she needed to be capable of caring for herself. Yin, you know the area well? Just point me in a direction, and I'll search for food, something storable and usable to bring back. No. You are female, and it's too dangerous for you to venture out alone. Yin, you hibernated during the snowy season. Leaving me alone, I must learn to care for myself. I cannot always rely on your protection. I want to venture into perilous areas. Just follow the direction you give me. Didn't you say I was knowledgeable? Who knows what treasures I might discover? Perhaps bamboo. You shouldn't have insisted on following me from the start, Yin thought, wanting to voice his concerns, but the words stuck in his throat, his heart unwilling to let her go. Yin remained silent for a long time, and Hao Tian ceased her attempts to persuade him. Following the river upstream, they approached the bamboo grove from last time, realizing there was little left to discover. And it was time to return. Finally, Yin provided her with directions. Chapter 5. A solo expedition. All right, the sky is still early, and the sun isn't too fierce. I'll go see what I can find. With that, she returned to the cave, slung her backpack over her shoulders, and set off. Truly, the environment shapes the person. Once, she would never sit when she could lie down, nor would she sit when she could recline. Now, for the sake of survival, despite her aching body, she set out early, driven by the pursuit of prosperity. I'm off. Yin watched her small figure grow distant, his heart fluttering with unease, yearning to follow her. Yet knowing the cave needed his attention, striving to balance both sides, ultimately, he found himself unable to satisfy either. Past experiences informed him that a decision must be made. Yin stood upon the platform, gazing at the path. The small female figure had vanished from sight, yet the morning breeze, still cool, carried her sweet scent. He knew she was advancing in the direction he had indicated. Clenching his teeth with a cold visage, Yin retrieved a set of tools for crafting stone implements from the cave, selecting several pieces in silence, and began to excavate the mountain. Hao Tian followed Yan's instructions, walking along the riverbank where the weeds grew waist-high. With an electric baton in one hand and a branch in the other, she traversed the lush grass, which only reached her ankles. The air was fresh, filled with the fragrance of blossoms. What edibles might the great forest hold? Bamboo groves offered winter and spring bamboo shoots. The woods resembled fruit trees. Mushrooms? No, no, no. Hao Tian quickly shook her head. She could not discern poisonous mushrooms. She would search further. After all, it was said that those who rely on the mountains eat from the mountains, and those who depend on water feast upon its bounty. Surely, something could be found. Oh, 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 That voice sounded so familiar. Hao Tian followed the sound and, indeed, discovered a chicken. An enormous one, 3 times the size of an ordinary fowl. This chicken pecked at a patch of verdant greens, which turned out to be an abundance of leafy vegetables. The chicken monopolized the area, pecking left and right, taking a step or two in between. How could it ruin such fine greens? That wretched chicken. The pecking chicken raised its head and tilted it, unaware of any other chickens nearby, before returning to its assertive pecking. Hidden behind a large tree trunk, Hao Tian pressed her hand to her chest, feeling a pang of sympathy. She activated her electric baton, steeling her resolve. Such a large target was sure to fall. You wretched chicken! Stop that! She shouted, charging forward. Hao Tian thought the chicken would flee upon seeing her, but its feathers bristled, and it charged at her with a fierce cluck. Startled, she turned and ran, her bravado evaporating in an instant. The formidable chicken pursued her, and she fled around trees, her heart racing. After a prolonged chase, Hao Tian's energy waned, and the chicken managed to peck at her a few times. Brother chicken, I was wrong. Please, stop. My head hurts, it hurts. Brother chicken would not relent against this sudden intruder into its territory. The vegetable patch was its domain. Despite being just a chicken, it understood that this thief was after its greens. Oh, I'll peck you to death. You vegetable thief! The cacophony of clucks jolted Hao Tian into realization. Why was she running from a mere chicken? She turned to confront it. Caught off guard, Brother Chicken flapped its wings and took a few steps back. Eyeing the little thief warily, panting heavily, Hao Tian faced the great chicken. The winds of the rainy season began to stir, warming slightly, tousling her disheveled hair, signaling the commencement of this unexpected showdown. Suddenly, Hao Tian lunged at Brother Chicken. Sensing her movement, the chicken swiftly turned and fled. Truly a cunning chicken. Hao Tian felt indignation swell within her. How could she be bested by a mere fowl? Today, she would feast upon it and snatch its vegetables. Perhaps even find its eggs. Yet the chicken was remarkably swift, and despite her best efforts, she could not catch it in a moment of inspiration. She cranked the electric baton to maximum power, preparing to hurl it at the chicken. Indeed, the chicken's ample size made it an easy target. The electric baton struck its rear, eliciting a high-pitched squawk as it stiffened and collapsed. Just shy of catastrophic failure, it suffered significant magical damage. Hao Tian approached, beaming with pride as she looked at Brother Chicken. Run now, will you? You thought you could escape my grasp? Brother Chicken's eyes, filled with indignation, fixed upon the repugnant little thief before it. How could it, a proud fowl, meet its demise at the hands of such a treacherous creature? With a final roll of its eyes, it succumbed. How Tion switched off the electric baton, mindful of conserving its power. Today, she intended to savor chicken soup. The exquisite taste of wild chicken broth required no seasoning to achieve perfection. Another delightful day lay ahead. Setting aside the large chicken, she took a garbage bag and harvested a substantial amount of greens. Returning to the fallen chicken's side, she weighed the bag, saying, "You see, wasting food is shameful. It invites retribution. From now on, this vegetable patch is under my care." Tying the bag securely, she placed it in her backpack. Holding the chicken by its feet as she contemplated her next move. The day was still young, and she yearned to explore further, particularly in search of the chicken's nest. Despite brother chicken's crowing, it was a hen, and its eggs would surely be more delicate than those of ducks. Yin would undoubtedly appreciate them. After a thorough search, she found nothing. How Tion mused that perhaps the nest lay farther away and resolved to seek it out another time. Continuing onward, she headed towards the bamboo grove, which, according to Yan's pace, was not far, though it felt distant to her. She merely aimed to move in that direction, not as a destination. After walking for a while, thirst struck her, and she craved water. Though her dismay, of all the bamboo tubes she had crafted, she had only filled one. Why hadn't she brought more? Tears of frustration welled up. She could have drunk warm water. But now she was left with the prospect of consuming raw water, fraught with the risk of parasites. Imagining parasites writhing within her body made her stomach churn. She thought to herself, if it becomes unbearable, I will return. At least I have already reaped some rewards. A pot of chicken soup, perhaps sautéed celery and duck eggs. Lunch would surely be no trouble. Unable to drink, she decided to rest. How Tion found a smooth stone to sit upon, facing the river, with the mountains rising high behind her. A majestic sight indeed. Yan's ability to carve steps and excavate caves was quite impressive. The mountainside was adorned with the same verdant plants that grew near the cave, unknown to her. Beyond these green plants, there were also many grasses, creating a vibrant sea of greenery, full of life and vitality. After a brief respite, she rose once more and continued her journey, surrounded by trees, grass, and wildflowers, yet finding nothing further. The sun climbed higher, intensifying the heat, prompting her to consider returning. A gust of wind swept through the mountainside, rustling the green leaves with a gentle whoosh, and how Tion marveled at the beauty of the lush expanse. With a sigh, she remarked, even the wind feels warm. Suddenly, a flash of white caught her eye among the greenery. Just as she was about to investigate, Yan's voice interrupted her. Tion, it's time to return. Despite his cold demeanor as he toiled on the cave, as time passed, his worry for her grew. Finally, he followed the direction of the wind, tracking her scent until he found her, his anxious heart finally at ease upon seeing she was unharmed. He approached her, asking, "What happened to your hair? Did you encounter danger?" His concern palpable, he grasped her shoulders with both hands. Though Yan's hands were handsome, they bore the roughness of labor, marks of his diligence. How Tion shook her head. "I'm fine. I was just startled." His earnest inquiry made her heart swell, a hint of tears pricking her eyes. Though she wished to dismiss the incident, the warmth of his concern made her want to cry. Born in the affluent Jiangnan region, she had never faced hardship, let alone been bullied by a chicken. However, she could not confess this. As a young woman, fighting a chicken was hardly a tale of valor. It was too embarrassing to share, and she would not cry. Tears were a sign of weakness. She aspired to be a fierce mate to the serpent beast. How could she not be formidable? At that moment, Yin noticed the chicken on the ground and the disheveled How Tion, realization dawning upon him. He was astonished. This female had quite the audacity to capture such a large fowl. How Tion, sensing his gaze, quickly took his hand. "It's getting late. I would have returned even if you hadn't come. Let us hurry home to prepare dinner. Are you hungry? You must be starving after excavating all morning." "All right," he replied, bending to grasp the large chicken as they made their way back. Upon reaching the cave, How Tion fetched 2 bamboo bowls, urging Yin to accompany her to the river to wash the chicken. "Ton, you rest first. I'll clean the large fowl. We should go together. I need to gather some celery, and we must wash the greens in my bag. Also, when we kill the chicken, we should collect its blood in one bowl and let it sit in water overnight to see if it coagulates. So we can add it to the chicken soup." Can chicken blood be consumed this way? Yin queried, as he was accustomed to drinking it straight. Yes, once cooked. It will be clean and sanitary. The bowl filled with chicken blood sat beside another containing the washed greens and celery. Yin, still holding the unplucked chicken, looked somewhat bewildered, but it hasn't even plucked yet. I'll boil some hot water and pour it over the chicken. That will make the feathers easier to remove. Previously, while consuming rabbit, the skin was directly stripped away, resulting in the roasted rabbit being devoid of its skin. This time, however, the chicken must not be skinned before cooking. After returning, Hao Yin prepared hot water to scald the large chicken, readying it for plucking. Realizing that there were hardly any eggs left from yesterday's find, she turned to Yin and said, "The eggs are almost gone. I will pluck the feathers and make chicken soup for us today. You go and gather some eggs." She stood up and handed Yin a trash bag, saying, "You can fit a lot of eggs in this bag for an easy haul." Almost out of eggs? That's unacceptable. Since Yin had tried scrambled eggs and poached eggs, he had developed a fondness for them, a stark contrast to his previous habit of crushing them underfoot. With the bag in hand, he eagerly set off, knowing where to find duck eggs. Hao Yin chuckled, contemplating weaving a basket from some vines. In her childhood, a tenant next door, a young lady from Sichuan, had been adept at crocheting clothes, knitting with long needles and crafting bags from colorful ribbons. She had also made shuttlecocks from plastic ropes and round copper pieces with holes. Such talent, inspired, Hao Yin thought it would be no trouble to weave a basket from vines. Without scallions, ginger, or yellow wine to eliminate the chicken's gamey flavor, she could only boil the chicken in hot water a couple of times, hoping not to lose all its freshness in the process. By the time Yin returned, Hao Yin had nearly finished cooking the chicken in the stone pot and was about to add the vegetables when Yin finally emerged, carefully carrying a trash bag filled with duck eggs. Hao Yin mused that he must have taken quite some time to gather them. After meticulously placing the bag of duck eggs aside, Yin descended again, returning with yet another bag of duck eggs. This back and forth continued for over a dozen trips, until he finally sat down to enjoy the meal. Hao Yin glanced at the pile of duck eggs, her lips twitching. Had Yin pillaged every duck egg in the vicinity? Looking at Yin, who sat upright with a content expression, she asked, "Yin, shall we have scrambled eggs today?" "Absolutely," Yin replied. Despite the large chicken being 3 times the size of a regular chicken, she feared it might still not suffice. Especially with the afternoon's plans to dig a cave. Even if they skipped lunch, dinner would still be necessary. She worried about the cholesterol if they consumed too many eggs. Yin's lips curled into a subtle smile. Good. The chicken soup in the stone pot was nearing completion. Hao Yin transferred the chicken into a large bowl, followed by the soup and vegetables. After cleaning the stone pot, she retrieved the lard she had soaked in water yesterday. Upon opening the trash bag, she found that, due to the warm rainy season, the lard had not fully solidified, but with the addition of salt, 2/3 had coagulated, leaving a white layer at the bottom. Discarding the liquid lard for safety, she scooped a solid portion into the stone pot, melting it before cracking an egg into it, releasing a delightful aroma. "Would you like to drink some soup first?" Hao Yin hesitated, realizing they had no spoon. "How can we drink the soup without a spoon? Let's eat the chicken first, and we can share the soup afterward." However, the spoon situation was pressing. Hao Yin fetched a bowl for Yin, filling it with a generous portion of chicken before pouring the soup into the bowl. She did the same for herself, though her bowl had more vegetables and soup, with each receiving a chicken leg. She lifted her bowl, noticing the steam was not as pronounced, yet it was still hot. Blowing on the surface to cool it down, she found the taste slightly bland due to the low salt content. But the wild chicken boasted a unique flavor distinct from ordinary salty dishes, prompting her to take another sip. Yin observed her and imitated her actions, savoring the delicate taste. It did not captivate him like scrambled eggs. Yet once swallowed, it lingered pleasantly, prompting him to take another sip, leaving him yearning for more. Chapter 6. Returning triumphant after another bite of chicken, Yin found it somewhat tough, yet paired with the soup, it was quite enjoyable. Hao Yin took a bite as well, noting that it hadn't yet become tender. It would be even better once it was thoroughly cooked. She offered Yin some eggs, wondering if he might develop a slight fondness for the chicken today. "In the afternoon, you should stay nearby to cut grass while I go hunting. I'll return as soon as I can." "Yin, while hunting, keep an eye out for fruits, edible ones that grow on plants." "Understood." Yin recalled that females were fond of fruits and thought of several places nearby where they could be found. "Once we finish with the cave, I'll take you hunting next time. You can gather fruits while I hunt. There are many trees bearing fruit in a safe area. Really? I must quickly weave a basket so we can carry back plenty of things at once. Although my backpack is not small, it pales in comparison to a basket. I asked, the basket similar to your backpack? Yin had always admired Hao Yin's backpack for its practicality, desiring one for himself, yet knowing he couldn't ask her for it. Somewhat, but it's different. It can hold more than my backpack, she added. Perhaps we should weave several more and barter with nearby tribes for salt. I plan to cure meat before the dry season approaches the snowy season, so I can have it throughout winter. If we have enough salt, we could preserve it for an entire year. Yin was astonished. Sweet? Are you serious? Of course, if that is the case, as long as I can hunt enough food. Sweet? You want need to forage for food during the snowy season. And you want starve. If he could teach this method to his tribe, they too would not face hunger. Sweet, can you share your method with my tribe? Huh? Yin, aren't you a serpent beast? Isn't it said that serpent beasts are solitary and lack tribes? I am, but some matters cannot be explained in a few words. Besides, ignorance may be for the best, as the forgotten history of this continent has always served as their greatest shield. Hao Yin observed Yin's troubled expression but chose not to probe further. I'm not an altruistic person, but Yin, if you ask, I am willing. Yin gazed at Hao Yin for a long time. Sweet, thank you. After that, the entire meal was enveloped in silence. Hao Yin was uncertain of Yan's thoughts, yet he was not one to speak much. Despite several attempts to lighten the mood, seeing his serious demeanor and furrowed brow left her at a loss for words. Alas, she was not a humorous or talkative person. She hadn't realized it before, but now she yearned for that skill. After the meal, once the stone pot and dishes were cleaned, Yin prepared to go hunting. Before leaving, he turned his back to Hao Yin, his voice heavy with emotion. I've thought it over, sweet. Even if you survive the snowy season with me, it would be too difficult. You are too exceptional and deserve a life of ease and happiness, protected and cherished by many males. Once I learn the method of curing meat and teach it to my tribe, they will undoubtedly be grateful to you. As long as you need my serpent tribe, just say the word, and we will cater to your needs. I will find you a strong male with a sense of responsibility to protect you. With that, he departed, leaving Hao Yin in a whirlwind of confusion. What had she done to provoke such a reaction, making her feel as though she were being pushed away? Did she say something wrong? No. Those novels about traversing beast worlds had all claimed that females were rare and cherished everywhere. With male beastmen striving to showcase their worth, why was it different for her? It was all so unfair. She would not give up. She had grown fond of him. This was just the beginning. Her parents had always said that failure was the mother of success. As long as Yin remained without a female, she had a chance to rise. Her aspirations were strong, but the tears flowed unceasingly, painting a pitiful picture of her weeping under the sun while cutting grass, as if someone were brandishing a whip to compel her to work, denying even a moment to cry. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped her abdomen, and she felt a pressure in a flurry. Hao Yin scavenged for large leaves to clean herself, then dashed off. Finding a suitable spot, she sighed, finally red-faced as she finished her business, using the leaves to wipe herself. The conditions were far from ideal. At last, she had concluded a significant chapter of her life. If this continued, she might end up with hemorrhoids. Fortunately, the negative emotions she had been harboring had dissipated along with this life event, and she resolved to roll up her sleeves and work hard. Meanwhile, as Hao Yin regained her composure, Yin remained engulfed in silence. His words had wounded not only Hao Yin but also himself, a female as knowledgeable and beautiful as Hao Yin, with such a wonderful character, would undoubtedly be the first choice among all the males in the tribe. Unlike him, who would hibernate during the snowy season, unable to protect her, let alone care for her. Boom! A tree, large enough for a person to embrace, crashed to the ground, startling a flock of birds into flight. Yan's heart was a maelstrom of anger, helplessness, and self-reproach, and he could only vent his frustrations with his bare hands. He longed for Sweet to remain by his side. He desired to enjoy scrambled eggs daily, to savor the meal she prepared, to spend every moment with her. Yet, the stark reality was that he could not provide her with a comfortable and secure life. A resounding roar from the tiger reverberated through the mountain forest, causing all surrounding creatures to vanish in an instant. Only a magnificent spotted tiger and a frail figure named Yin remained. Yin gazed at the tiger without a hint of fear, gripping a spring knife tightly, His eyes narrowed and his posture lowered, ready to strike. What a fine specimen! Flesh to consume and a sharp set of teeth. Truly remarkable. Alas, there is too little salt. Otherwise, such a large tiger could sustain one for 3 days. The man and the tiger stood in a tense standoff. The spotted tiger seemed to notice Yan's distraction and lunged swiftly towards him. Yan snapped back to reality, rolling to the side to evade the attack, rising effortlessly to his feet. The tiger's growl echoed in his ears as it launched a second assault. However, Yan did not retreat. Instead, he seized the opportunity, sliding low towards the tiger's abdomen and, using the force of his forward momentum, plunged the spring knife deep into its belly, slicing open a gash from which blood flowed freely. Along with a portion of its intestines, the tiger howled in pain and turned, swiping its paw at Yin, who had anticipated the move and rolled out of the way. Nonetheless, he still received a deep scratch on his shoulder. Leaving behind a mark from its claws, the spotted tiger, filled with rage and anguish, had come seeking a feast, only to find itself at the mercy of this diminutive beastman, its fierce eyes fixated on the blood-stained spring knife in Yan's hand. A mix of fear and hesitation in its gaze as it staggered, leaving a trail of blood and entrails, ultimately collapsing and gasping for breath, awaiting its demise. Yin glanced at his shoulder, noting that the scratch was superficial and would heal within a day or two. He picked up the spring knife, surveying his surroundings, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Had it been a bone knife, it would not have so easily pierced the tiger's hide. What a splendid blade indeed! Yin awaited the tiger's final breath, intent on perfectly skinning it to craft a warm winter garment for Tian. Meanwhile, Hao Tian was busy gathering grass when she boiled a pot of water, filling a bamboo tube with the remnants of her morning drink. This bamboo tube, once Yin returned, would be ready for consumption. She prepared another tube, which should suffice for the day's needs, contemplating that in the future she should prepare 3 tubes daily. Hao Tian stood upright, admiring the view from the platform, where wild grass had been cut, feeling that life had become significantly more beautiful. Living in a scenic area meant stepping outside to be greeted by nature's splendor. Yet there was still much to be done. She needed to tidy up not only the front but also the surrounding area, drying and storing everything for winter's firewood. Yin. Hao Tian spotted Yan's silhouette and called out from the platform. Waving at him, showing no signs of the previous turmoil, Yin, with the spotted tiger slung over his back, looked up to see Hao Tian's radiant smile and waved back, returning her grin, before she departed. He would treat her well. Hao Tian, from a distance, was astonished to see Yin carrying a tiger several times his size, marveling at his strength. More importantly, Yin had hunted a tiger, a creature she had only ever seen in a zoo. Never touched. As she approached for a closer look, her awe deepened. Yin, you are truly incredible. First a bear, now a tiger. Surely, you are the mightiest beastman, she exclaimed, eager to touch the magnificent creature, but Yin, with the spotted tiger on his back, evaded her reach. Wait, it's dirty. Once I prepare its hide, I'll make you a coat to wear. No. You don't like it? Of course, I do. I love it. Hao Tian's eyes sparkled. I want to roll on it in bed. We can't cut it up for clothes. That would be such a waste. Yin, observing Hao Tian's joy, felt happiness swell within him. All right, I will do as you wish. I will take care of it. He began to walk away. Wait, have some water first. It's hot outside, so you need to hydrate. I'll grab the clothes I changed out of. Let us go together. Very well, be by the riverside. Hao Tian washed her clothes, glancing at Yin from time to time, relishing her affection for the tiger hide and wondering when she would be able to roll on it. Yin carefully peeled off the entire hide, scraping away the fat and soaking it in the river. Just as he had done with the previous hide, he retrieved the earlier skin, took a sturdy branch, and began to beat the hides until they softened completely, then soaked them in water again. Hao Tian, not comprehending the intricacies of the process, eagerly awaited her tiger skin bedsheets and black bearskin blanket. She hung her freshly washed clothes on a branch. During the rainy season, they would dry in an afternoon. With so much tiger meat, discarding it felt like a waste, yet their salt supply was limited. Let us follow your suggestion and cure it. I'll take the bamboo tubes to nearby tribes to trade. They are quite useful and should yield some salt in return. Indeed, acquiring more salt would be beneficial. However, the high temperatures are not ideal for curing meat. I recall another method. Are there alternative methods for preserving meat aside from curing? We could make jerky. If only we had honey. We could brush a layer on the jerky for added flavor. Honey? Yin questioned, as he was unfamiliar with much of what Tian spoke of. It's a substance from insects with stingers. Getting stung results in welts. How Tian noticed Yan's expression darkening. Oh, Yin? You wouldn't have been stung before, would you? Her words struck a nerve. Yin turned his head away. As a child, he had once been curious about a swarm of flying insects and ended up being chased and stung multiple times, suffering for 3 days. Since then, he had always avoided those creatures. The pain of being stung must haunt you, right? If you apply honey to the welts, they will heal. Honey is truly a marvelous substance. Do we have any? We could steal some. Surely, there's more than one hive. Yin shot a glance at the mischievous Hao Tian, turning away in silence. That memory of his childhood was one he wished to forget. Ah, Yin, you should glance at me from the corner of your eye, then adopt a stern expression and coldly huff. Do you know how handsome that would look? The essence of a cool, domineering seal. Yin did not comprehend her words. Hao Tian giggled, realizing he likely did not understand, speaking merely for her own amusement. Very well, we shall skip the honey for now. Let us soak the tiger meat in water, and I'll gather all the bowls. The soaking must last 4 hours, and I need to change the water multiple times. Once Yin returns, I'll begin digging the cave again, so I must manage the water changes myself. In the meantime, I gathered some branches. When the soaking is nearly complete, night will have fallen, and I will blanch the tiger meat, removing the connective tissue from its surface. It has already been a laborious task. Yin has thrown countless stones away during this process. Each time he passes, I can't help but chuckle to myself, wondering if he is waiting for dinner. Haha, considering how angry he was with me during the day. I must prepare a small punishment. For tonight's dinner, I shall only make boiled eggs, ensuring that Yin will find them utterly bland. Indeed, when Yin finally settled down, he inquired, Tian, when do we begin our meal? Feigning surprise, she replied, I was just thinking about making jerky quickly and forgot. With a tiger this size, I plan to make jerky, so I'll likely be busy until late. Yin, would you like to help? All right, what should I do? Are we making all the jerky? That sounds good. Given your appetite, we should have enough food for the winter. I will need a lot of firewood to cook the meat. Yin stood up and descended from the platform to gather firewood. Hao Tian sliced the tiger meat into strips, each 2 fingers wide and 1 finger long, placing them in a pot over low heat. She then spread them on large leaves, allowing the night breeze to dry them. With so much meat, the leaves and platform were insufficient, so she continued laying strips down the steps, covering the ground densely. When Yin returned, he nearly had no place to step. Seeing him, Hao Tian offered him a bowl of boiled eggs, perfectly peeled and soft. Yin looked at them, feeling they would taste delightful, and eagerly took a bite, only to find them bland and unseasoned. Did you forget to add salt? This is boiled egg, that's how it is. No seasoning. You've been digging all day. You need proper nutrition, and this is the most nutritious food. Hao Tian replied, taking a bite herself and nodding in satisfaction. This is the flavor. Yin frowned, finding it utterly tasteless. Chapter 7. Salt and frost. The jerky lacked modern technological advancements. Instead, it relied on natural air drying. However, the rainy season brought cool nights with high humidity, and with the elevated temperatures, the next day Hao Tian assessed the drying progress and decided to fry the jerky in a stone pot until both sides were slightly charred before continuing the air drying process in the shade, ensuring it would last longer. Bear hides for blankets, tiger hides for bedspreads, deer hides for curtains, rabbit hides for collars, clothing, and vests. They could even make shoes without soles. Super soft footwear, as long as the newly dug cave was windproof and cozy. They could endure the winter provided they had ample food. For heating, they could not burn fire directly within their living space, for the smoke would suffocate them. Yet, the stone bed, even with a tiger hide, was not warm. Hao Tian pondered for a moment before a brilliant idea struck her. How could she have forgotten about the advanced concept of a heated bed? While she couldn't replicate it entirely, the essence involved heating beneath the bed for warmth above. Yin, I've thought of something. Come here. As Yin stepped outside, curiosity piqued. He wondered what delightful creations Tian had imagined. With a branch in hand, Hao Tian began to sketch on the platform. The cave we are currently excavating consists of 2 adjoining chambers. Thus, we can position the stone bed in our chamber against the wall that separates it from the next. We shall refer to this chamber as the bedroom. Now, aligned with the stone bed in the bedroom, we can start digging into the stone bed from the wall of the adjacent cave, hollowing out the interior. When the snow season arrives, I will light a fire here, and gradually, the stone bed will become warm. What do you think, Yin? Is this feasible? Upon hearing this, Yan's golden vertical pupils sparkled with intensity, reminding him of a stone pot. Just as a stone pot's temperature rises when continuously heated, it can cook food. Similarly, if the stone bed warms up, a person resting upon it will naturally feel cozy. However, he pondered, if a fire burns beneath the stone bed, would a person sleeping atop it not be akin to the food being cooked? How Tian chuckled. Fear not, that won't happen. Food is cooked because it is kept over the fire continuously. When the snow season arrives, we will first heat the stone bed, and once the fire is extinguished, the residual warmth will merely ensure we sleep comfortably, not that we will be cooked ourselves. That is reassuring. Tian, you truly are quite knowledgeable, even possessing a method to warm the stone bed. Will this not increase your workload? This is nothing. It merely involves hollowing out the stone bed beneath it. The area for the fire can be centered right on the stone bed. Excellent. Today, we can excavate the stone bed in the bedroom and prepare the chamber as well. Tomorrow, we shall begin digging into the adjacent cave. The term bedroom felt somewhat unfamiliar to Yin as he uttered it for the first time. Soon, we will be able to enjoy warm baths. How splendid! This is all thanks to you, Yin. Yin turned back as he entered the cave, remarking, it wouldn't do without you, Tian. Indeed. A collaboration between a man and a woman lightens the load. Our partnership is truly a match made in heaven. Such a splendid idea, however, requires a considerable amount of firewood. It seems the wild grasses in front have flourished. We can begin harvesting the surrounding wild grasses. There aren't many branches to gather, and surprisingly, the wild grasses have become our trump card. The first batch of cut wild grasses should have dried by now, bundled neatly and stored in the cave where we currently reside. We cannot overlook the branches, as they burn well. From now on, we must save them for the snow season. Speaking of which, what shall we have for lunch today? Alas, despite having hunted a tiger yesterday, I find myself fretting over food? No need to worry. Today's meal will consist of dried tiger meat. We are racing against the weather, with many tasks to complete before the rain arrives. Dried meat, duck eggs, and celery shall suffice for today. Let us proceed. Hao Tian picked up her bone knife and continued to cut grass. Having finished the patch in front, she made her way towards the bamboo forest, where the wild grasses towered above her waist. Cutting them down as she went as she busily harvested, she stumbled upon many wildflowers resembling sunflowers, though they were not quite the same, causing her to feel somewhat skeptical. With her bone knife, she severed the stems of the wildflowers and, upon peeling them open, discovered objects that looked strikingly similar to ginger. Wow! It's Jerusalem artichoke, a delightful find. Although Hao Tian had never tasted it nor knew how to prepare it, she recognized it as edible. She decided to harvest what she could, understanding that this particular item was not easy to preserve. It should be consumed promptly. Once she finished digging up the Jerusalem artichokes, time had nearly slipped away. Cradling a generous handful of Jerusalem artichoke stems, she returned to start a fire for cooking. While the stone pot was preheating, she cleaned the Jerusalem artichokes, peeling off their skin and chopping them into pieces. She placed some pig fat into the stone pot, added the Jerusalem artichokes, and then chopped some dried tiger meat into small strips, tossing it all together with chopsticks in a makeshift stir. Since they lacked a proper spatula, finally, she sprinkled a bit of salt, filling a bamboo bowl to the brim. Yin, laboring to excavate the stone wall inside, was drawn in by the enticing aroma wafting from outside. Tian must be preparing something delicious again, he thought. Setting down his tools, he instinctively took a seat to eat. Today, we have scrambled eggs, celery, and an unfamiliar food accompanied by dried meat. Tian, what is this? He had never encountered such a dish before. As he took a bite, he found it quite delectable. The dried meat was fragrant, and Tian had indeed prepared something delightful. His pace of eating quickened, particularly enjoying the scrambled eggs. Hao Tian beamed brightly. This is called Jerusalem artichoke. It's edible, though I've never tried it before. I simply threw in some dried meat to stir-fry it, making do with what I know how to prepare. It's delicious. Let's continue making it this way. You should eat as well. The combination of Jerusalem artichoke and dried meat was quite pleasing and filling. The two resumed their work, invigorated by the meal. Days passed swiftly, especially when one is occupied. Since arriving here, Hao Tian felt time was never sufficient. Fortunately, the bedroom was completed, complete with a grand stone bed, just awaiting her tiger skin bedspread and bear skin quilt. Although these would not be necessary until the rainy season. Dinner consisted once again of the stir-fried Jerusalem artichoke with meat, scrambled eggs, and celery, which Yin thoroughly enjoyed. He savored eggs in any form. As long as they weren't boiled, a corridor separated the bedroom from the external cave. A design established from the beginning. The bedroom door leaned against the mountain wall, while the entrance to the corridor from the external cave was situated within the cave itself, resulting in a spatial arrangement that allowed the smoke from the fire to flow from the interior to the exterior. A small window had been opened on the mountain wall side of the bedroom, through which the breeze now flowed, making the entire bedroom pleasantly cool and well ventilated, devoid of any stifling heat. The upper and lower edges of the small window were left open to accommodate stones, which could later be used to weigh down the ends of animal hides to block out light and wind. Hao Tian noted that during the snow season, the wind-blocking effect might not be sufficient, and she would need to devise a solution. To Yan's surprise, the upper edge of the bedroom door had also been left with stone. Seemingly inspired by the stone window, he is indeed a teachable child, she mused. The stone window directly faced the stone bed, leaning against the stone wall of the adjacent cave, perfectly aligning with Hao Tian's vision. The bedroom is quite nice, however, I need to come up with a solution for the stone window. It won't suffice to block the wind during the snow season. Once the snow season arrives, I will bring you animal hides to completely cover it, though that will darken the bedroom. Very well, let us proceed with that plan. We shall surely think of a good solution. Having just excavated the bedroom, it felt somewhat damp. They decided to spend one more night in the external cave before moving in the following day. All right. Upon returning to the external cave and lying upon the hard stone bed, Hao Tian declared, from now on, we shall refer to this space as the living room, while the chamber adjacent to the bedroom shall be the storage room. When the time comes, we can utilize the storage room for washing and storing food. As the sounds of the outside world faded and her breathing evened out, Yin gazed tenderly at the slumbering Hao Tian, never imagining that as a serpent beast, he would experience such a beautiful day. He turned and exited the cave, now aptly referred to as the living room. Taking out his tools, he selected a large stone and began to polish it, crafting a new stone pot by the light of the moon. He prepared the stones and set the new pot up in a corner where the wind would have difficulty reaching, to prevent cold drafts from disturbing Hao Tian while she cooked during the snow season. Next, he made his way to the riverbank, where the animal hides soaked in water underwent several rounds of pounding, then returned to soak again, repeating this process until the hides were tanned to perfection. He resolved to hunt more game, acquiring additional pelts for Tian, particularly those with long fur, as he noticed her preference for such hides over deer, bear, tiger, or rabbit skins. The next day, as dawn broke, Hao Tian's internal clock awakened her. After they enjoyed a breakfast of water-boiled eggs, Yin prepared to excavate the storage room but was halted by Hao Tian's voice. Yin, there is still a dry season before the snow season arrives. Our bedroom is now ready, and we can move in tonight. How about you take me hunting this morning? You can hunt while I gather fruits. Didn't you mention a place filled with fruit last time? I can collect some and also look for vines suitable for weaving baskets to bring back. You can then carry the woven baskets along with some bamboo tubes to trade for salt later. As for the storage room, why don't we have lunch first and then excavate? Sounds good. Thus, Yin led Hao Tian toward the bamboo forest, but midway, he changed direction, guiding her to a grove abundant with fruit. Here, to be honest, Hao Tian did not recognize any of the fruits. All the fruits here are edible. This round one is known as green fruit, very sweet and juicy, while that elongated one, similar in color to the green fruit, is called thin fruit, not sweet but also quite watery. Over there, the round red ones are sweet and delectable. Yet the darkest fruits deep within the grove are inedible, bitter to taste and causing stomach distress. They are toxic and should be avoided. Understood. I will remember all of that. Before departing, Hao Tian packed her backpack, equipped with a versatile garbage bag, capable of holding a substantial amount of fruit for the journey back, ensuring that their haul would last for a long time. Hao Tian gathered the ripe green and red fruits, leaving the thin fruits for later, filling 2 garbage bags to the brim. After scanning the surroundings and noting the absence of others, she placed the bags beneath a tree and sought out suitable vines for weaving. As she ventured deeper, She finally found the perfect vines growing beside a tree laden with the toxic black fruits. With her bone knife, she cut the vines and bundled them together for easy transport back home. Before leaving, she cast a final glance at the tree heavy with black fruits. A vast expanse lay before them, untouched and unobserved, with some fruits having fallen to the ground. Indeed, they were black fruits, round and the size of a fist, their surfaces dusted with a white frost. Hao Tian gazed at them, lamenting the fact that these fruits were inedible. She picked up one of the fallen fruits for inspection. Aside from the aforementioned characteristics, it revealed nothing further. When she squeezed it, it felt quite firm, and she casually tossed it aside. Her fingertips were now coated with the white frost. As she contemplated brushing it off, a sudden thought struck her, and she tentatively tasted the frost on her finger. The salty flavor traveled along her tongue to her nerves, reminiscent of the salt used in modern life. Far more akin to what she had encountered than the peculiar yellow salt she had been consuming lately. Though she could not discern much difference, the frost appeared finer and more powdery. She recalled having read in a novel about a type of tree abroad that bore fruits with a shell covered in salt frost, which could be utilized as a seasoning in daily life and also serve to replenish essential nutrients for the human body. Surely, this must be that kind of fruit, and perhaps this white frost possessed the same properties. If that were the case, it would be a stroke of good fortune. She would no longer have to endure that strange-tasting salt. Hao Tian tore open a trash bag and positioned it beneath a lower-hanging black fruit. Holding the bag in one hand, she gently tapped the fruit with a bone knife, watching as the white salt frost cascaded down. Before long, the frost from one fruit had nearly been collected, and she began to tap another. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before she realized it, her trash bag was accumulating a small mound of salt frost. Yet many more fruits remained unharvested. Yin had now arrived. Tian, the black fruits are inedible. Yin, the white frost on the black fruits is salt. If we knock off all the salt frost, we could collect quite a bit. Salt? Yin looked at the black fruit in astonishment. Tian, is that true? Yes, Yin, try it. Hao Tian offered him a handful of the collected salt frost, urging him to taste it. Yin pinched a bit between his fingers and placed it in his mouth. The salty flavor burst forth, more refined than the salt he had previously exchanged for. This is truly astonishing. When I bit into the black fruit before, I was overwhelmed by its bitterness, and soon after, my stomach would feel unsettled. But this time, consuming only the salt frost has left me without any discomfort. It is indeed salt. Pure, snow-white salt, crystalline and translucent, far superior to what I obtained from Salt City. I have never seen such pristine salt before. If we could gather all the salt frost from this patch of black fruits, we would acquire a substantial amount of salt. I'll collect the salt frost from above. Tian, what do you call this trash bag? He had never been informed of its name. All right, this is called a plastic bag. It would not do to refer to it as a trash bag. Hao Tian felt a moment of embarrassment as she prepared to hand the bag to Yin, but realizing he would need to climb the tree to gather the higher fruits, she instead passed him an intact bag. Collect the salt frost in this bag. Just hold it tightly while climbing, and it won't spill. Yin accepted the bag and swiftly ascended the tree, covering the black fruit with the bag's opening, giving it a gentle tap with his fingers before moving to the next one. He worked with remarkable efficiency, soon filling the bag with salt frost collected from the higher fruits. Meanwhile, Hao Tian busied herself beneath the tree, gathering the salt frost she could reach. The collection steadily grew, but the forest was vast, and it seemed unlikely they could finish in a single day. As time passed, the two decided it was nearly time to return to their cave to prepare lunch. Yin had hunted a deer that day, a spotted variety, along with 2 rabbits, ample provisions for their meals. Chapter 8. Rain for lunch, they feasted on venison, and after skinning the deer, Yin took the hide to Tan. He stir-fried the venison with yakon, creating a delightful soup. Hao Tian rendered some deer fat, sealing it in the trash bag and placing it in the outdoor bamboo water tank, intending to use it to prevent chapping during the snowy season. It was then that she discovered the blood she had previously stored had spoiled. A flush of shame crept over her. What a disgrace to waste food. Had she truly become so extravagant as to forget about it? Yin, however, was unfazed, casually discarding the spoiled blood, having dealt with much wasted food in the past, and even took care to wash the bamboo bowl before returning. After lunch, they returned to their respective tasks. Yin continued excavating the cave while Hao Tian resumed cutting grass. As the sun dipped below the horizon, She ceased her work, opting instead to bundle the initially cut grass that had dried in the sun, bringing it into the living room to stack, lest it be dampened by rain. It was then she noticed the newly fashioned stone pot in the corner of the living room. Yin, thank you for the stone pot in the living room. Now we can cook inside the cave even on rainy days. Yin glanced back at her, a rare smile gracing his features. You females are physically weaker and prone to illness. Getting caught in the rain can be detrimental. Besides, we agreed that once the storeroom is ready, you shall enjoy a hot bath. Yin dug in the cave. His body glistened with perspiration, his slender yet muscular frame radiating strength within the sealed, airless space, exuding a potent masculine aura. As he spoke such kind words, turning to smile at her, Hao Tian felt her heart flutter, her mind growing hazy. Before she succumbed to the dizziness, she turned to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Returning with a bamboo tube in hand, Yin, you need to stay hydrated. Drink plenty of water. Yin took the bamboo tube and tilted it back, drinking deeply, his Adam's apple bobbing in a rather appealing manner. Ive brought in the dried grass to prevent it from getting wet if it rains. Indeed, it won't rain for the next couple of days, so it's wise to bring the dried grass back for safety. Tian, you should take a break. You've been busy these past few days, don't overexert yourself. With that, he set down his tools, gathering the dried grass outside and bringing it into the living room in the manner she had arranged. Observing Yin's industriousness, Hao Tian paused, feeling the fatigue of the past few days wash over her. She sat on the stone bed in the living room, obediently resting. Though she had been sleeping soundly each night, the sudden intensity of labor had left her feeling exhausted as soon as she halted. Gradually, sitting turned into lying down, and by the time Yin returned with more dried grass, she had already drifted off to sleep on the stone bed. A gentle smile played at the corners of Yan's mouth. He had anticipated that Tian would need to rest. If she continued to push herself, she would inevitably fall ill. She was unlike any female he had ever known. Her petite frame, delicate skin, and intelligent mind setting her apart from those outside. Though she worked diligently each day, her spirit was not matched by her physical stamina. He could see that Hao Tian had not adequately rested. And a brief nap, even if only for a little while, would greatly benefit her. After half a day of digging in the storeroom, progress was satisfactory. Not wishing to disturb Hao Tian's slumber, Yin neatly stacked the dried grass before heading back outside to cut more. Preparing for the winter season's needs, which included cooking and heating the stone bed. Hao Tian awoke to find that night had fallen. She stretched her limbs, feeling considerably more refreshed. The living room was now filled with a substantial amount of dried grass. A corner still occupied by branches, and after moving the bamboo water tank inside, only a small area remained vacant alongside the walkway, with the stone bed also clear. Stepping outside the cave, she discovered Yin was already roasting a rabbit, the meat sizzling and dripping with juices as he sprinkled salt over it. This time, Hao Tian settled in to wait for the meal to be ready. The rabbits in this area were quite large, and a single rabbit leg would suffice for Hao Tian's appetite. Aware of her appetite, Yin consumed the remaining roasted rabbit himself. Tomorrow, we'll cut grass for the entire morning, allowing it to dry in the afternoon. We should avoid cutting in Lulin. Rain is expected in the next few days, and by then, the storeroom will likely be near completion, enabling us to store everything. How does Yin know it will rain? It is a talent of the snake species. I can sense moisture in the wind. It's likely that rain will arrive before long. Hao Tian was astonished. Snakes possessed such a gift. It was akin to having a weather forecast. Then let us cut grass for the morning and let it dry in the afternoon. In the afternoon, we can head to that grove. I'll gather some vines while you collect salt frost. Once it rains, I can stay home to weave baskets, and when the sun shines again, we can trade. Indeed. Life continued in its simple, unpretentious rhythm, and before they knew it, 2 days had passed, as Yin had predicted. Rain was imminent, the morning sky was overcast, the air heavy, leaving them feeling stifled and irritable. In contrast, Yin seemed more invigorated than usual, it's both muggy and hot. I feel lethargic, Hao Tian remarked, fanning herself. Remembering she had a fan, she retrieved it and sat to cool herself. Yes, we snakes thrive in damp conditions. Compared to dryness, humidity suits our existence far better. The moisture in the air has increased. It has been many days since it last rained, and this time it is likely to last for several days. Tian, do you know? If it doesn't rain for an extended period, the river will dwindle. and in severe cases, a lack of water could lead to death. Living in this forest is far preferable to existence in a drought-stricken land. Though Yin was in high spirits today, her voice bore an air of sorrow as she spoke. Humanity cannot contend against nature. When faced with natural disasters, one must strive to resist, yet also learn to prepare in advance. For instance, in the case of drought, if we were to store water ahead of time, say, in bamboo water tanks, even if some were to evaporate, it would still last longer than having no reserves at all. I believe the orcs inhabiting this continent possess their own wisdom. Yes, Tian, with your vast knowledge, you could lead a tribe to new heights. Your words abruptly ceased, and in an instant, Yan's momentary excitement was frozen, reverting her demeanor to its usual state. Tian, stay in the cave today and do not venture out. I will go hunting. The rain is likely to arrive soon. With that, she departed. There must be something unusual at play. Such behavior is uncharacteristic. Previously, it seemed she mentioned the tribe's people, and now she speaks of leading a tribe. Could it be related to Yan's own tribe? Should I inquire or remain silent? If Yan has a tribe, and if their lives are fraught with hardship, then perhaps I could seize the opportunity to assist her people. Surely, there would be no reason to refuse my companionship then. It could be a fortuitous turn of events. The impending rain truly seems to herald good fortune. Chapter 9. The Cad Yin had been gone for quite some time. Ordinarily, this would not raise concern. But the weather today was dismal. Just a short while ago, it was morning, and now the sky had darkened ominously. Glancing upwards, she saw thick clouds swirling, and fierce winds whipped through the trees as if they were dancing to a frenzied beat. This cloud creature wields considerable power. Hao Tian approached the cave entrance, her hair whipping about in the gale. She peered into the distance, but could see no sign of Yan's return. With such fierce winds, the rain would surely be torrential shortly. Who knows when Yin would come back? Had she known, she would have refrained from hunting. The tiger meat was plentiful enough to last a couple of days. But what if Yin returned, drenched from the rain? Unbeknownst to her, Hao Tian had developed the habit of talking to herself. But I have some essential medicines and a raincoat in my backpack. Turning back into the cave, she noticed that they had already excavated a bedroom, which they had furnished with care. Initially, the room contained only a stone bed, bare and desolate. However, Hao Tian and Yin had subsequently harvested a batch of bamboo. Not whole stalks, but rather bamboo branches. These branches were not as thick as bamboo poles, being more akin to the modern variety in thickness. They fashioned a bamboo storage rack by creating grooves in the appropriate places along the cylindrical bamboo, then inserting split bamboo pieces to connect the 4 supporting pillars. Each pair of pillars was joined by a bamboo piece, forming a cubic structure with 2 layers, each layer featuring bamboo pieces inserted into corresponding grooves. Hao Tian dubbed this creation a bamboo storage rack. 2 such racks adorn the bedroom, with 2 more in the storage area in the bedroom. They had also placed a large stone, which Yin had crafted into a table. Following Hao Tian's suggestion, although shaping the stone into a circle proved challenging, they settled for a square table, positioned near the stone window. Upon it rested a small bamboo tube crafted from bamboo branches, containing water to nurture a cluster of Jerusalem artichokes, thus brightening the otherwise austere room. On the way back, the furs and the tiger's skin they had skinned during the hunt were already tanned. 2 deer skins were fashioned into a curtain for the bedroom door, with the remainder serving as curtains for the windows and a shower curtain. Using a bone needle and strips of beast skin for thread, they sewed one end shut, leaving an opening, through which they threaded a bamboo piece, utilizing the bamboo's resilience to insert both ends into a newly carved groove in a corner of the storage area. This created a makeshift changing space akin to modern fitting rooms, where a piece of fabric hung from a rope, providing a private area to change clothes. This shower curtain could be drawn to conceal a bamboo bathing tub, offering sufficient privacy while also providing some insulation against the winter chill. The bear and rabbit pelts were rolled up and placed on the bamboo storage rack in the bedroom, awaiting further treatment in due time. Alongside them lay Hao Tian's hiking backpack and a windbreaker. Seeing the windbreaker, Hao Tian felt a surge of gratitude for her impulsive decision to bring it along during summer, rather than a sun protection outfit. Fortunately, the folly of her choice had proven beneficial, as this windbreaker would serve remarkably well in the dry season. She retrieved her backpack, pulling out a folded, pink, one-piece raincoat, and placed it on the table. Next, she filled a stone pot in the living area with water, igniting a fire to bring it to a boil while awaiting Yan's return. Yet, as the water reached a boil, there was still no sign of him. And outside, the rain poured down in torrents, obscuring visibility. In such conditions, if a beast were to attack, how Tion's anxiety mounted, leading her thoughts to spiral. The longer she waited, the more restless she became, ultimately deciding to don her raincoat and search nearby. She remembered that Yin had headed directly towards the cave's entrance, so she followed that path. Yin, are you back? The howling wind and relentless rain drowned out her voice, leaving her calls swallowed by the tempest. Resigned, she ceased her shouting and focused on her search. As she wandered, how Tian realized she had lost her way. Having intended to offer assistance, she had inadvertently complicated matters. It was no wonder Yin had yet to accept her. They had been alone together for a month, yet there remained no clarity between them. Oh, how foolish of me. It's no wonder Yin would refuse me. I am simply too clumsy, dragging him down. What if he returns to find me missing? And grows anxious searching for me? What if he considers me a burden during his search? The thought sent her heart racing. Suddenly, a hand grasped her arm, and Hao Tian looked up in surprise. Yin. She immediately threw herself into his embrace, relief washing over her. Inside the cave, the two shared a cup of warm water to ward off the chill in the quiet stillness of the cave. Hao Tian broke the silence. Yin, I'm sorry for causing you trouble again. I acted thoughtlessly, running about in unfamiliar territory under such conditions. I truly shouldn't have in retrospect, even if I had known the way. Encountering a beast in such a scenario would have left me awaiting my own demise, perhaps even to become fertilizer for nature. The thought of becoming fertilizer jolted her awake. That was hardly a fitting end for her. Noticing her shiver, Yin took her hand and asked, Are you cold? Her hands felt warm enough. Hao Tian looked up at Yin and replied, Not cold. Next time, don't come looking for me. It's dangerous. Just wait in the cave. I will definitely return. So don't worry, Yin stated earnestly. Hao Tian lowered her gaze, feeling like a child who had misbehaved. I understand. Tian, I am quite pleased, Yin observed, noticing that she still seemed troubled by recent events. No female would concern herself with the fate of a serpent beast. You are the first and most unique female I have encountered. Knowledgeable, talented, a skilled cook, kind-hearted, good-tempered, and beautiful. His words filled Hao Tian with warmth. As if she had soared from a valley to a peak, her spirits lifting in an instant. I'm so wonderful, Yin. Let us be partners. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, the previous look of despair vanishing like a fleeting shadow. If it weren't for Yin's certainty that he was awake, she might have thought she was hallucinating. Why, then, must she persistently pursue a serpent beast? Yin found himself puzzled, gazing into Hao Tian's bright, starry eyes, filled with fervor for him. He felt an urge to relent. Not yet. Once the weather clears, I will take you to visit the nearby goat tribe, so you can meet more males. I don't want to. A bunch of softies that eat grass, Hao Tian retorted, puffing up in annoyance, pushing him away. Who would have thought that such a handsome savior would turn out to be like this? What a scoundrel. Furious, she stormed into the bedroom and lay down. Chapter 10. Meatballs. After lying on the stone bed in a huff for a while, she got up and walked to the living area, only to discover Yin had once again gone out, and the game they had previously set aside was nowhere to be seen. He must have gone to clean the catch. Spotting the pink raincoat nearby, she thought, what a fool. He didn't wear the raincoat. Though it was a women's design, it was quite loose. Though Yin was taller, he was not particularly bulky, so he should fit into it, albeit the pink color might be a bit garish on a handsome man. In the storage area, some Jerusalem artichokes they had dug up the previous night lay waiting. Yin had mentioned it would rain today, so they had prepared in advance. After letting them sit overnight, they were still in good condition. For lunch today, they would have Jerusalem artichokes with sliced meat, along with some fried meatballs, and perhaps a bowl of pine flower soup. Yin had returned with a wild boar, providing enough meat for the day. She had yet to let him try meatballs. Today would be the perfect opportunity. Upon Yin's return, Hao Tian took a wild boar's leg and asked him to chop it into small pieces, working tirelessly until it was reduced to a fine paste. Meanwhile, the stone pot was filled with pig fat rendered from the fatty meat, and she scooped out the cracklings, placing them in a bowl and sprinkling them with salt. Yin handed her the finely chopped meat paste, delighting in the cracklings. Tian, let us fry some eggs for lunch. As he savored the crispy remnants of fried food, he was transported back to the first time he had tasted scrambled eggs, a memory that remained vivid and delightful. Since being enchanted by scrambled eggs, he had never allowed his stock to dwindle. If he went just a few days without indulging, he would yearn for them, often expressing his cravings to Hao Tian. With a sense of helplessness, Hao Tian would acquiesce. All right, let us add some scrambled eggs. The wild ducks by the river must surely despise Yin by now, as they could hardly keep pace with his voracious appetite. After receiving the minced meat, he sprinkled it with salt and mixed it thoroughly, then formed it into a fistful, allowing a meatball to emerge from the top of his hand before placing it into the stone pot to fry. One by one, the meatballs sizzled, filling the entire living room with an enticing aroma, causing even Yin, who was happily feasting, to glance toward the stone pot. "What is this?" he inquired. "A carnivorous feast," came the reply, accompanied by a roll of the eyes directed at Yin. "I am quite adept at preparing meals for carnivorous beasts, but for herbivores," I faltered. Yin's gaze momentarily diverted, still simmering with annoyance over previous matters. Even as they dined, he thought perhaps he could take Tian to the tiger tribe for a stroll. The males there were robust. Besides, just because the goat tribe grazed did not imply that beastmen abstained from meat. Yet, he would never voice these thoughts. Knowing Hao Tian's earnest intentions, he nonetheless repeatedly rebuffed her, an affront to her genuine feelings. Yin, despite his towering stature compared to Hao Tian, exuded a cold demeanor that somehow made him feel smaller in her presence. Ultimately, as he relished the meatballs, he thought, delicious. Barbecue and scrambled eggs pale in comparison. Surely, nothing could surpass this delectable feast. After the meal, Hao Tian began weaving back baskets and containers. Before the rain set in, Yin gathered salt frost while she collected an abundance of vines, contemplating the impending rainy days when they would be unable to venture outside. She aimed to weave as many baskets and containers as possible, knowing that once they were exchanged, it wouldn't be long before other beastmen could replicate them. Beastmen were not unintelligent. They merely lacked exposure in the afternoon, with the storeroom excavated and the rain pouring heavily. It was inconvenient to hunt. With nothing pressing to attend to, Yin joined Hao Tian in learning the art of weaving. He picked it up swiftly, having observed her once. Sitting on the storeroom floor, he worked alongside her. While Hao Tian was engrossed in weaving a basket, a thought struck her. "Yin, we need to dig a trench. From the bamboo bath barrels plug in the storeroom all the way outside to the living room." "A trench?" "Yes, about a finger wide, starting shallow at the barrel-less plug and gradually deepening to lead outside. This way, after my bath, I can pull out the bamboo plug, and the water will drain through this trench. Otherwise, cleaning the bathwater takes ages." "All right." Yin set down the vines, grabbed the tools, and began digging the drainage trench without a second thought. Hao Tian considered the layout and proposed a route. "We'll dig straight to the wall, then extend along the wall to the outside corridor, turning to the left as we reach the door. We'll follow along the wall's edge, creating a platform's perimeter. This way, it won't seem too conspicuous, and it will be more discreet along the base of the wall." Yin observed the pathway Hao Tian indicated, acknowledging her plan was sound. After all, it was merely a trench, and they could complete it today. The two collaborated, and everything was improving. With a bedroom, a storeroom, furs, and shelves established, now they simply needed to store enough food and firewood. Aside from fetching water from the river, Hao Tian could comfortably spend her days on the warm stone bed. That evening, after Yin completed the trench, Hao Tian set down her vines. Throughout the afternoon, Hao Tian had woven 6 baskets, while Yin had crafted 2. "If it continues to rain this heavily tomorrow, you can weave baskets with me. I'll weave back baskets, and with the vines we have left, we can create plenty of baskets and back baskets, which should yield a good exchange." After enjoying the fried meatballs Yin requested for dinner, they began boiling water. The stone pot from the outdoor platform had long been moved indoors, and both Yin and Hao Tian set about boiling water. 2 pots, nearly half a bamboo bath barrel's worth, with some cold water added, sufficient for bathing. After a comfortable soak in the hot water, Hao Tian started boiling more water, encouraging Yin to enjoy a hot bath as well. With their water usage increasing, they would need to prepare another bamboo water tank. Otherwise, after both had bathed, they would nearly exhaust the 2 tanks of water. On the stone bed in the bedroom, Yin skillfully and swiftly cut a fine strip of rabbit hide with a spring knife, while Hao Tian threaded it into a bone needle, measuring it before instructing Yin to cut the rabbit hide. Hao Tian was still wearing the 2 garments she had originally brought, and she needed to be frugal. The pressing concern was her impending menstruation. She had to prepare reusable sanitary pads, which meant she would have to sacrifice some of her clothing. In truth, she had a pack of sanitary pads in her backpack, but it was only one, kept as a precaution. Thus, she needed to create some bandeaus, fur skirts, and other winter attire. This winter, she intended to wear nothing but fur. Stitching with a bone needle was not precise. And to ensure the garments were wearable and easy to remove, the waistbands were not fitted snugly, making the female bandeaus resemble loose tank tops. Hao Tian made some modifications, transforming the loose tank top into a proper bandeau, which should have been worn like a bodice. However, this rabbit hide bandeau was akin to a long mask, with long strips left at the back to tie together. The fur skirt was cut in an A-line shape, with the seams stitched only 2/3, leaving symmetrical holes along the edges to lace through the fur strips. When worn, it could be securely tied, ensuring it wouldn't fall off while jumping. When removed, it could simply be untied for easy removal. She made similar adjustments to Yan's fur skirt, ensuring the hem was securely stitched, so the wind wouldn't expose them to others. Chapter 11. The city and the prophet. Having adjusted Yan's fur skirt, Hao Tian and Yin lay on the stone bed, listening to the rain pattering outside. The deer hide curtains, secured by stones against the mountainside, billowed slightly with the wind, yet ultimately held firm against the gusts. This arrangement would not suffice for the winter. A solution was needed, or else the biting cold winds would render their bare fur blankets useless. What could be done? Yin pondered. If they carved grooves symmetrically into the rock faces, threading bamboo strips through to secure the deer hides, exposing the ends of the grooves, they could fasten the fur strips longer around the stone, securing them tightly. Tian, do you think this will work? Hao Tian turned over, quite surprised. Yin, that's a brilliant idea. By placing 3 bamboo strips, left, middle, and right, we can secure them completely. Yin, you're truly clever. In the darkness, Yin smiled with satisfaction, his lips curving upward. I just thought of the bamboo storage rack, and it sparked the idea. Indeed, Yin, you are astute, as expected. It's quite late. We should sleep. Yin turned over, unable to hide his joyful demeanor, careful not to face Hao Tian directly in the dimly lit bedroom. Their faces remained indistinct. Hao Tian yawned sweetly and drifted off to sleep. The next day, the rain continued to pour, and the sky remained overcast. Yin had initially planned to hunt but was stopped by Hao Tian. With rain this heavy, even if it's not dangerous, you could easily fall ill. We still have plenty of duck eggs and tiger jerky. If the rain lightens up, we can wear raincoats and gather some yam to stir-fry with the jerky. But we shouldn't go hunting. I'm fine. Let the tiger jerky last through the winter. There will be sunny days ahead. Falling ill over a little jerky would be a poor trade-off. Besides, the jerky we made initially lacked salt and didn't taste great. Now that we have enough salt, when the sun shines, we can trade with other tribes. These jerky pieces are not worth sacrificing your health for. I cannot agree. Seeing Hao Tian's resolute stance, Yin acknowledged her reasoning. If he fell ill, who would care for and protect Hao Tian in the days ahead? All right. Turning back, he recalled the window windproofing issue they discussed last night. Without hesitation, he decided to tackle it now, as the heavy wind and rain outside would allow them to see the immediate results and assess its effectiveness. Carving grooves was a meticulous task, but the volume of work was manageable. By splitting the bamboo into strips, they completed the task effortlessly by midday. Tian, come take a look. Hao Tian set aside her work and entered the bedroom. The deer hide on the window was secured by 3 bamboo strips, and despite the fierce wind outside, the hide remained undisturbed. Hao Tian gave Yin a thumbs up. Yin, you did an excellent job. Your ideas are brilliant. You are far superior to many delicate modern males. What is this? Hao Tian, with a beaming smile, explained. A thumbs up means you're amazing. I'm giving you a compliment. Yin, feeling a bit flustered, turned away. I'll go weave some baskets. Hao Tian's smile widened. She had long noticed that Yin could not handle compliments well. He would become bashful, which she found utterly endearing. In the afternoon, Hao Tian wove back baskets while Yin made baskets. Although he was a novice, his speed increased as he progressed, and since baskets were smaller than back baskets, he quickly crafted 6, while Hao Tian had completed only 2 to Yin. Which tribes are nearby? Hao Tian asked, intrigued by the rare chance to chat. The goat tribe, the tiger tribe, and the rabbit tribe. Further east, there is an eagle city, much smaller than Salt City, and to the west lies a free city. What is a city like? I've never seen one. If we have the chance, Yin, when can we go together to explore? If possible, it would be preferable to settle in the city. However, I am uncertain whether it is feasible to reside there. Moreover, I wonder if we would be unwelcome, considering the presence of many beast tribes in the city. As long as we obtain the approval of the tribe leader who governs the city, we may be allowed to live there. Yen's demeanor was rather indifferent. She did not seem particularly interested in living in the city. It is indeed an enticing thought, if she were interested. With the tribe leader's consent, she could settle down, yet she chooses to dwell in a cave instead. Looking at the quantity of vines, today should see the completion of the weaving. Yesterday, I crafted 8 baskets, and today I have already finished 6, along with 2 large carriers. Therefore, if I weave 3 more carriers, I estimate that I will have enough materials left for 1 basket. We shall keep 1 carrier and 1 basket for ourselves and exchange the rest nearby. Yen nodded. These baskets and carriers would undoubtedly be well received by the tribe in exchange for various goods. Baskets and carriers are indeed excellent tools. Tian, do you have anything in mind to exchange? Hao Tian pondered carefully. Initially, she wished to trade for salt, but after discovering the peculiar scented salt frost, she found it unappealing. The fruit grove is vast, and they have already collected 1/3 of a garbage bag filled with salt frost. Once the weather clears, they can collect more. However, when it comes to preservation, the more salt, the better. Aside from salt, there is certainly ginger, which can eliminate fishy odors, and can also be used to ward off the cold. Along with sugar, chili, and other seasonings. As for alternatives, I am unsure what other tribes might offer for exchange. Ginger is my first choice. Otherwise, I shall settle for salt. What does ginger look like? And what is sugar? I have never heard of it. Oh, Yen, you don't know sugar? Sugar is something sweet that brings energy and happiness when consumed. Ginger resembles a type of Jerusalem artichoke but has a spicy flavor. Tian, you are referring to flat yellow peaches. I know where to find them. Once the rain stops, I shall go and dig them up. As for the sugar you mentioned, is it truly as wonderful as you say? I have never heard of it. I have tasted sweetness before. Some fruits are quite sweet, but this is the first time I have heard of sugar. If it is as Tian describes, it must be as precious as a ceramic jar. Are flat yellow peaches equivalent to ginger? Has ginger become a type of peach here? Perhaps the terminology differs. If it resembles Jerusalem artichoke and has a spicy taste, it must indeed be the ginger I speak of. With ginger on hand, I can brew a cup of ginger tea when I return from the rain, warming myself against the chill and preventing a cold. Yen was taken aback. Tian, are you a shaman? Do shamans heal the sick? Well, Hao Tian chuckled nervously. I am not. I cannot heal, but I possess some basic knowledge, which does not qualify me as a shaman. I am a tribe. The leader, the priest, and the shaman are all cherished by the tribe members. Only those endowed with great wisdom can hold such positions. Besides these 3, there is another individual of high standing, revered by all tribe members, favored by the beast god, who conveys the will of the beast god and guides the lost tribe members, the prophet. As she spoke, Yen's golden vertical pupils fixated intensely on Hao Tian, causing her hair to stand on end, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of pressure. Yen, please do not look at me like that. I am not such an illustrious figure, a prophet. Such a grand title could never be associated with an ordinary girl like me. Chapter 12. Affection. Yen averted her gaze and returned to weaving, choosing not to speak further. Hao Tian thought she might have displeased Yen with her denial. Perhaps her demeanor had led Yen to misunderstand her, making her denial seem like a lie born from distrust. Hao Tian felt stifled. She was not such an extraordinary person. Yen reflected on the moment she encountered Hao Tian, realizing that she possessed a portable and reusable source of fire, tools sharper than bone knives, and a raincoat that kept her dry even in downpours, items he had never seen before, likely non-existent on this continent. Thus, there was only one explanation. These were gifts from the beast god. The beast god is omnipotent. Only he could bestow such wondrous items. Moreover, Hao Tian had invented bamboo tools, bamboo bowls, bamboo water jars, portable bamboo buckets, and bamboo bathing tubs that could remain clean without maintenance. She had also created bamboo shelves and a fire stone bed for warmth during the snowy season. These inventions alone illustrated her cleverness, not to mention her brilliance in digging trenches to divert wastewater from the cave. Although she had not showcased her intellect, Yen held immense admiration for her wisdom. Furthermore, Hao Tian demonstrated knowledge of various items, such as duck eggs, the method of making oil residue, the edibility of Jerusalem artichokes, and the discovery of salt frost on black fruits for preserving food through curing. Such proficiency could only belong to a well-educated individual. Could it be that Hao Tian is truly not a prophet? Perhaps she herself remains unaware. She had mentioned lacking a tribe, and therein lies the issue. Only through the baptism of totems can one establish a connection with the beast god. Thus, at this moment, Hao Tian likely does not comprehend the value of her identity. A homeless prophet, should the beastmen discover her, would undoubtedly incite war. How could he protect her? How could he find a male who would treat her well, safeguard her, and care for her? He never anticipated matters would develop to this extent. Suddenly, Yin spoke. I will protect you. With all my strength, I will ensure your safety. Why this sudden declaration? Has something occurred that she is unaware of? Leading Yin to make such a significant decision? This reminded her of the moment Yin promised to find a reliable male for her, instantly recalling that memory of liberation. Yan's current words felt like a leap toward their goal. Just one word away from fulfillment. Oh, when will you become my partner? I said I would protect you. Not that I would be your partner. Protecting me implies you must be my partner. How can you protect me well if you are not my partner? Why persistently cling to this? You stubborn man. You insufferable scoundrel. Yan's expression twisted in conflict. If they were to become partners, it would be a tremendous blessing for him. However, as a serpent beast, he could not accept harboring impure intentions toward a partner, especially since he was not the ideal match for Tian. In any case, I will ensure your safety. After that, he fell silent. Hao Tian felt a tumult of emotions. Yin always behaved this way. While it is true that no one is perfect and one must accept both the strengths and weaknesses of someone they like, Yan's flaw was causing her great anxiety. Yin, do you have some reservations? Speak up, and we can discuss and resolve them together. You see, if you do so, your wishes will be fulfilled. Why be so conflicted? A good girl like me is rare. If you miss this opportunity, it may never come again. Yin, please do not remain silent. Expressing yourself is essential for finding a way forward. It is all too easy to become trapped in a dead end when one works in isolation. Share your thoughts with me, and I shall share mine with you. Once our goals align, the problems will naturally resolve themselves. Hao Tian persistently coaxed him, believing that if only Yin would speak a few words, they could negotiate. Yet all she received in response were the sounds of wind and rain outside, along with her own feelings of frustration. As a man, one should not speak too much, lest it tarnish the image of an exalted figure. Yet one should not become a silent enigma, either. Over time, such behavior may lead to isolation. Hao Tian continued weaving the carrier, feeling downcast for quite some time. Ultimately, she concluded that life must rely on performance. Life is but a play, and the play reflects life. Suddenly, the half-finished carrier fell to the ground, and Hao Tian's expression darkened with pain. She clutched her chest, her breathing growing rapid, her voice strained and weak as she cried out, Yin? It feels as though we are on the brink of parting ways. Such exaggerated theatrics and an unexpected bout of faux illness only served to convince the simple-minded Yin. He immediately dropped the vine he was holding and rushed to Hao Tian's side, his face etched with concern, unsure of what had transpired. Tan, what is wrong? I will take you to the free city to see a shaman. With that, he scooped Hao Tian into his arms and was ready to depart. Fortunately, Hao Tian quickly grasped the doorframe of the storage room. It is raining. Yin, momentarily stunned, could not comprehend how the ailing Hao Tian could muster such strength to hold the doorframe. Yes? I need a raincoat. No, I know what illness I have. It is called lovesickness, also known as the malady of unfulfilled desires. What illness? Yin, if I go out in the rain, I might fall ill, and there may not be enough time. Listen to me. All right, Tian, speak. My illness stems from my heart. When it strikes, it causes me great pain. Oh, it hurts so much. What should I do? Please tell me, and I shall do everything to remedy it. Now, there is someone who stirs my heart standing before me. I cannot afford to take them for granted. Otherwise, when you lose me, you will regret it endlessly. This is a heart ailment, and it requires a remedy for the heart as long as the person who occupies my heart kisses me. It will alleviate my suffering. Saying this, she pouted. Here, kiss me here. Am I not being deceived? Surely I am not. Yet why does it feel as though I cannot comprehend Tian's words? Why is it that she does not cherish this? And I am the one who feels regret. Why has she not kissed me yet? Hao Tian rolled her eyes and began wailing. Oh, my heart aches so much. If you do not kiss me, I shall surely die. As a great shaman once told me, oh, it hurts. Yan's heart raced with confusion. He did not wish for Tian to suffer or be harmed. He remembered the sparkle in her eyes when she asked him to take her back. And he cared deeply about her every discontent. He wanted to give her what she desired, loving her yet fearing to embrace such feelings. Thus, he never uttered a word of agreement to her. Was she truly in distress, or was Yin merely caught in a conflict of celestial proportions? How Tian, however, began to feign pain, and seeing her suffering, Yin leaned in to kiss her, fulfilling her desires, and she acquiesced to him. It was but a fleeting kiss, like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. How Tian could not contain her delight, and upon receiving the kiss, she broke into a triumphant smile. Yin, observing her, found nothing left to misunderstand. Then, he hastily turned and exited the cave, rushing into the downpour. How Tian, reveling in her moment of victory, was soon left standing in shock, tears streaming silently down her face, truly heartbroken to the point where she couldn't even muster the strength to sob. Chapter 13. Vows. Did he truly leave her without so much as a word? Even a scathing rebuke would have sufficed. She felt as though she had toyed with him, prompting his anger and disdain for her to the extent that he couldn't even spare her a glance. Not even amidst the pouring rain. How Tian was unprecedentedly heartbroken, and more so, disheartened. She realized her antics were inappropriate, yet the situation made it clear that Yin could not accept her at all. His continuous rejections were not due to malice but rather a testament to his noble character. Yet, she had mistaken his kindness for hope, resulting in her utter defeat. Surveying her surroundings, the once bare cave had transformed into a cozy abode through her efforts and Yan's labor. After today, even if she were to summon all her courage, she would feel an undeniable awkwardness in staying here. Must she leave? She felt an immense reluctance, having crafted this home and with a man she had set her sights on. The thought of parting felt akin to having a knife twisted in her flesh. She wondered when Yin would return. With the rain falling outside, her heart was heavy with worry. But how was she to face him upon his return? His rejection was so bluntly expressed that it felt like a slap to her face, leaving her in a state of embarrassment. She tried to pretend it had never happened, to greet him with a smile. Yet even her practiced expressions faltered, and her tears continued to flow stubbornly. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps entered, bringing with them a gust of moisture. Yin had dashed back in. How Tian's face turned pale. Her mind blank, unsure of what to say. Yin then carefully tucked a small blue flower into her hair, gently wiping the tears from her face. I am a member of the Yin-Shi clan. In our tribe, when we bind ourselves to our partners, we adorn them with blue flowers, symbolizing purity and innocence. I cherish you deeply, Tian. I have feared that my identity as a serpent beast might bring you harm, which is why I have continuously rejected you. I am truly sorry, but since we have kissed, I will take responsibility. How Tian gazed at Yin in a daze, realizing that her previous assumptions were misguided. Yin did not despise her for running away. He had merely gone to retrieve the blue flower meant for their partnership. All her prior tears seemed to have been shed in vain, and she should have rejoiced. However, her emotions suddenly erupted, and she cried even more passionately. I thought I had played with your feelings, that you were angry with me, that you despised me and didn't want to share the same space. I was heartbroken, but now, I am so happy. I don't know why, but the tears won't stop. Hearing her heartfelt outburst, Yin smiled gently, raising his hand to caress How Tian's head, reminiscent of how his mother used to comfort him. Wow, a head pat. Her tears indeed ceased. What does the flower you brought me look like? I haven't seen it, yet you placed it on me without my knowledge. That I wonder if it is as beautiful as I am. What a remarkable turn of events. She never expected her playful schemes would lead to such a genuine outcome. Although she had cried in vain, she ultimately achieved her desire. She reached up to remove the flower to take a look, but Yin stopped her. Do not take it off. It must not fall before the day is through, or it will bring bad luck. This is a tradition of our Yin-Shi clan. Though remove it symbolizes that we cannot walk together to the end in this lifetime. How Tian immediately released her grasp, no longer wanting to see it. She wished to be with Yin for eternity. Finally, Yin had consented. Tian, I will ask you one last time. Do you truly wish to spend your life with me? A serpent beast? How Tian nodded vigorously. Very well. From this day forth, Tian, you are my partner. As long as I, Yin, draw breath, I will protect you. Ensuring you are never harmed, I will care for you. and from now on, my heart and eyes shall hold only you. Should I ever go against the vows made today, I shall endure the eternal flames of the Yin-Shi clan." How Tian stared at Yin, whose expression was serious and sincere. Receiving such earnest treatment from him, she too spoke her vows with sincerity. "I, How Tian, shall have only Yin as my partner. Wherever Yin goes, I shall follow, bound to him for eternity. As long as Yin does not abandon me, I shall never part from him." Yin raised his eyes to the blue flower in her hair, and just as Hao Tian finished her heartfelt vow, an unnamed fire ignited upon the blue flower, quickly incinerating it to ashes, yet it did not ignite Hao Tian's dark locks. The ashes fell and gradually dispersed, not landing on the ground but enveloping Hao Tian in a protective blue, translucent shield that concealed her from view. Unaware of this transformation, Hao Tian believed that this continent was merely a remnant of ancient human civilization, oblivious to the true essence of this land, which was far different from her understanding. The blue flower had been imbued with Yan's blood, and the sincere vows exchanged between them served as its fuel, burning until nothing remained. The ashes that lingered in this world would protect the one who bore them. In times of peril, the concealed barrier would shield her from danger. As long as Yin lived, the protective essence would endure, and the vows would remain unbroken. This was the means by which every male member of the Yin-Shi clan safeguarded their females. "Yin, why blue flowers?" she inquired, reaching out to touch them, but finding nothing. The ground was strewn with red and yellow flowers. Why had he sought out such a rare blue one? Yin smiled. "Blue, the most beautiful flower in the world. A color as pure as the sky. It is the hue we, the Yin-Shi clan, most yearn for. Oh, where did you find this blue flower? You returned so quickly. Wait, Yin-Shi clan. Aren't serpent beasts solitary creatures?" Yan's expression flickered with a hint of discomfort. "Most serpent beasts are indeed solitary. I was cast out from my tribe due to a mistake I made. However, if I can bring back a prophet, I will become a hero. Though I do not intend to pursue that path, I will protect you to the best of my ability, Tian." So not all serpent beasts are solitary. But what grave error had Yin committed to warrant such expulsion? Did he wish to return? She recalled him mentioning wanting to learn the methods of pickling to teach the tribe. It seemed Yin longed for a return. "Is your tribe far away? We could go back. I know how to pickle and preserve food, and with these baskets, we can bring back much convenience for the tribe. If we work hard, they will surely accept you." As she spoke, Hao Tian felt her idea was plausible. Contributing to collective living would likely lead to acceptance. "No, we shall not return." Yin shook his head resolutely. "If we go back, you will be under the protection of the entire tribe, but that also means you will have to contribute to their needs. I do not wish for you to suffer that way. Here, I can protect you and ensure you live without worry." Chapter 14. Clan members. Yin doesn't wish to return. She had assumed he wanted to go back. Considering the passion in his tone that day, what could have led him to choose to remain? "Tian, do not overthink it. I find life here quite pleasant, and besides, my tribe is far away, and the environment there is not as favorable as here." Without the totem mark, to outsiders, Tian appeared merely as an intelligent female, and he would stand guard to ensure their peaceful existence continued. "Very well, I trust your judgment." Since Yin had his reasons for remaining silent, she would accept his choice. Now, she belonged to him and must embody the virtues of a devoted partner. "Tonight, let us celebrate. We shall dig some Jerusalem artichokes and stir-fry with jerky. Oh, and we cannot let such a fine day slip by without some entertainment. I have a deck of cards in my backpack. Two can play with one deck." She produced a deck of cards, beckoning Yin to join her at the stone table, placing some jerky on the table as well. "Yin, come, let us take a break today. I will teach you how to play cards." The cards were dealt into 3 stacks, one covered, and the first to empty their hand would win. Hao Tian plotted a little trick. Agreeing with Yin that the winner could kiss the other, the game commenced, and Hao Tian won effortlessly, showering kisses upon him with unabashed delight. Yan's handsome face was so close, and the taste of victory was sweet. Since defining their relationship, Yin had become much more composed and relaxed. Yet every time he was kissed, a warm flush would spread through his ears. Even when he was at a disadvantage, his gaze remained gentle, and he did not shy away. Until once again, she lost a round, and as she leaned in to kiss him, Yin looked at her with soft eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Just before their lips met, he leaned in, capturing her lips with his, as she playfully teased him as they kissed. The temperature in the cave began to rise, and the Jerusalem artichokes on the table contributed their own touch of romance to the moment. Gradually, the two individuals found themselves upon the stone bed, the beast skirt of Yin lying on the ground as they prepared to proceed to the next step. However, Hao Tian felt an overwhelming surge beneath her. A familiar sensation in such a delightful atmosphere. Everything seemed to flow naturally, yet a relative unexpectedly threw a tantrum, causing Hao Tian to internally halt her desires. Yin, perplexed, noted that the beast skirt had already been removed. Yet she called for a stop. Something was amiss. Why was there a scent of blood? Suddenly realizing something, Yan's pupils constricted. Tian, are you in heat? Hao Tian buried her face in Yan's chest, her cheeks ablaze, and softly replied, yes. Yin felt an indescribable mix of emotions. A partner's heat was a good sign, suggesting the possibility of welcoming the next generation. Yet, it was unfortunate that this occurrence came at such an inopportune moment. Yin donned the beast skin skirt, putting on Hao Tian's raincoat, which fit reasonably well, albeit a tad short. What he initially thought would be an unsightly sight turned out to enhance his appearance, reminding Hao Tian of videos showcasing men adorned with flowers, unexpectedly charming rather than effeminate. Yin truly looked splendid. He could carry both light and heavy makeup with grace, as Yin ventured outside to forage for Jerusalem artichokes. Hao Tian awkwardly changed into a fresh pair of underwear, also applying a sanitary pad. Glancing at the discarded clothing, she contemplated cutting it up for menstrual use. She neatly stowed away surplus fabric and another set of clothing. Knowing she would soon wear the beast skin bandeau and skirt, there would inevitably be a need for the fabric. The white rabbit fur bandeau paired with the matching skirt was indeed quite appealing. Though slightly revealing, however, considering the modern swimsuits that were far more daring, she felt less concerned. Before Yin returned, she hastily washed her soiled pants. There was no laundry detergent here, so she needed to act quickly, as stains would linger if left too long. Fortunately, Hao Tian never experienced menstrual cramps, and after a diligent wash, she hung the items on the storage room shelf. Given the weather, they could only air dry. Yin had been away for some time without returning, and just as Hao Tian hesitated to brave the rain in search of him, he finally appeared, accompanied by two strangers. One was a middle-aged man, the other a youthful lad, the former possessing a composed demeanor while the latter wore an expression of curiosity. As Hao Tian scrutinized the two, they too were observing her. Snow-white skin, delicate features, and a petite, fragile form that surpassed the beauty of females from their tribe. Moreover, the scent wafting in the breeze confirmed that this female was in heat. How stunning she was! But who was she? Why was she not? The middle-aged man interrupted the youth's thoughts. Come inside. Don't stand in the rain, or you'll catch a cold. He then motioned for Yin to enter first. Uncle Da, you go ahead. I will follow. The man addressed as Uncle Da did not hesitate. Stepping into the living room. Inside, two stone pots were set atop a pile of dry grass and branches, with even the stone bed cluttered, leaving little room to stand. Hao Tian hurriedly led everyone to the bedroom, which was better lit due to the window, unlike the dim storage room. Upon entering, Uncle Da and the young man were taken aback, marveling at the storage shelf, the woven baskets, and even the stone table, as they had never encountered such items before. Yin, what is this? Made from rattan? What purpose does it serve? The young man, full of life, approached the stone table, sitting on the stone stool with a pleased expression. What is this? It feels quite comfortable. He patted the stone table. This is made of stone, right? Yin, your stonework is impressive, but it seems somewhat impractical. Oh, and what's this? It looks like a hollowed-out piece of wood, just for holding flowers? The young man was lively, and his presence brought an air of excitement to the otherwise quiet cave, which had been subdued. Without waiting for Yan's response, he moved to the storage shelf. This too is made of wood. This is nice. It keeps things organized. I'll make one for my mother when I return. She won't complain about the mess anymore. Bubbling with enthusiasm, he approached Yin, playfully slapping him on the shoulder. Look at you. Yin, living well on your own? I thought you were all alone and struggling out here. Knowing you're doing well puts my mind at ease. Was Yin truly content living alone outside? Uncle Da interjected. However, I am indeed quite curious about these items. They are unlike anything I have seen before. His voice was steady, filled with curiosity but tempered by a sense of maturity. Yin did not address Uncle Da's inquiries immediately. Instead, he introduced Hao Tian. Uncle Da, this is my partner, Hao Tian. Then he turned to Hao Tian, saying, Tian, this is Uncle Da, an elder of the Yin Shi tribe, and this is my childhood friend Lei Lei, with an impulsive nature. Immediately inquired, when did you two become partners? Before we left, the tribe confirmed you were still single, and this Hao Tian is to the water smoke that tricked you. So how did you end up together? You know the tribe's rules. Since you are no longer with that water smoke, why choose an outsider? Do you realize how much trouble it took for the matriarch to convince the chief and elders to allow your return? You have essentially disregarded her goodwill. You've made her wait for so long, and you have let her down. What was happening? This was a lot to take in. Yin had previously run off with a female, was subsequently exiled, and now the tribe had arranged for him to have another partner. He had never liked Xiang, nor did he appreciate being assigned a partner by the tribe. He had found his own, and it was Tian. She was his chosen partner. Yin furrowed his brow. He had always made it clear he did not want the tribe's arrangements. Those stubborn old fools would not dictate his life. Yin, you? Lei exclaimed in frustration. What is wrong with Xiang? She is the most beautiful snake woman in the tribe. Are you determined never to return? Yes, it must be this female who has ensnared you. You must have used some trickery to convince Yin to bond with you. Release him from this partnership at once, you vile female. With that, he charged toward Hao Tian, pointing an accusatory finger at her. His expression twisted with disdain as he angrily denounced her. Hao Tian glared at the dirty finger pointing at her nose, its nails caked with grime, and promptly slapped it away. What vile female? What trickery? You are the vile male. It is clear that Yin is infatuated with me, pursuing me relentlessly. Look at how beautiful I am. I am the epitome of virtue and grace. How could I not attract attention? Yin insisted on being with me, despite my repeated refusals. It was his persistence that led to this. Do you comprehend? You are all talk. I can hold my own, she retorted, her voice laced with indignation. I have become fierce to be a suitable partner for a snake beast, and you dare to accuse me. You point your finger at me again, and I swear I will bite you. Today's events had taken an unexpected turn, and this vile male dared to intrude. How am I a vile male? What is this virtue and grace you speak of? I do not understand. Lei, unable to contain his frustration, turned to Uncle Da. Father, please talk some sense into Yin. At that moment, Yin stepped protectively beside Hao Tian, shielding her from Lei's ire. Uncle Da watched the unfolding scene. Recalling how years ago, Yin had protected Shui Yin in a similar manner, though they were not yet partners at that time. Hao Tian, however, was indeed his partner. He wondered if Qi Yin Lan still existed. Yin, where is your Qi Yin Lan? Already burned, Yin replied. Uncle Da frowned at this revelation while Lei erupted. What? You burned Qi Yin Lan? What shall we do now, father? All Uncle Da could do was sigh and shake his head at Lei. It is too late now. We must report back to the tribe and see what they decide. It seemed Yin might not return to the tribe after all. Lei's heart raced with anxiety and fear, and all his frustrations turned towards Hao Tian, who received a fierce glare. Humph, I should have given her a taste of her own medicine before she got so bold. After stepping out behind Yin, he flicked his hair, feeling rather smug. Who says I am not good-looking? Is Xiang really so much prettier? Anyone with eyes can see who to choose. Who claimed Xiang was unattractive? She is indeed the most beautiful of our Yin Shi tribe, Lei argued. Yin should have become her partner. Is she more beautiful than me? Lei, not only lively and impulsive but also blunt and incapable of deceit, admitted. Xiang's chest is larger than yours. Yin could only offer an internal apology to Lei, who had grown up alongside him. Yes, Tian is indeed virtuous and graceful, unlike Xiang. Lei, you will understand when you encounter a truly virtuous female. What does the term virtuous and gentle mean? He does not understand. And it seems Lei is equally perplexed by why saying this. He must believe that Lei comprehends. Having grown up together, he has always felt the need to secretly learn what Lei knows, never admitting his own ignorance. Indeed, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Well, since you have said so, I shall hold my tongue. So, what exactly is virtuous and gentle, which is absent from Xiang? What does it truly entail? He is destined to seek a female who embodies such virtues in the future. Lei furrowed his brow, his expression one of distress, and fell silent, needing to contemplate what Xiang lacks, that is, The essence of being virtuous and gentle. He must find a partner who meets that standard. Uncle De observed the banter among a few individuals, noting that, in comparison, Hao Tian appeared significantly improved from a few years ago. Although the clan may not accept it, he can understand that clan rules often lack compassion. The rule forbidding inter-clan unions applies solely to the chief's family, and young ones typically resent constraints. Yin made his choice long ago, and besides, a child who can stand up to Lei must possess a good heart. After all, Lei, while lively and straightforward, is known among the clan to be somewhat dim-witted. Since Yin cannot accompany us, we shall return first. Casting a glance at Yin and Tian, he added, now that you are a couple, make sure to cherish your life together. The rain continued to pour outside. Although they had braved the downpour to arrive, it would be quite unbecoming to let them leave without offering a meal. Even if he had a disagreement with that individual, they are still Yan's kin. Although Yin may not return to the clan, Hao Tian understands he still wishes to. Previously unaware, she now realizes it is likely because of her, because she is not from the Yinshi clan. He cannot bring her back. Given this, she must make an effort to present herself well, ensuring that Yan's kin do not speak ill of her upon their return. With the rain so heavy, not to mention the risk of falling ill, and with the day growing late, it would be wise to share a meal and spend the night here, departing in the morning. Perhaps the rain will have subsided by then, making travel easier. You may be unaware, but the rain will not cease tomorrow. The snake women of the Yinshi clan can predict the weather with remarkable accuracy. You are far behind in comparison to them. Lei's unappealing voice chimed in Hao Tian's ear. She rolled her eyes in response. Uncle De, you all settle here while I prepare the meal. Tian, I will help you, he offered, and no need. You should catch up with Uncle De and the others. It has been ages since you've seen each other, and surely there is much to discuss. I will call for you once the meal is ready. Lei, go lend a hand, Uncle De instructed. All right. Though he was displeased with Hao Tian, Lei was still eager to assist. He could not take advantage of their hospitality. Chapter 16. Farewell. While Hao Tian washed the yam at the cave's entrance, Yin and Uncle De ventured out. Upon their return, they brought back a pig, and Yin also had a bunch of celery, resulting in a quite sumptuous dinner. With many mouths to feed, there was ample food prepared. Yam stir-fried with tiger meat, fried meatballs, celery stir-fried with shredded meat, pine flower soup, and a small plate of snacks. Though not abundant, it was highly favored by the 3 male snake beast men, as the crispy bits were simply irresistible. The 2 stone stools in the bedroom could not accommodate all 4, so they moved the bamboo bowls of food to the stone bed in the living room, where they sat 2 on each side, feasting heartily. This crispy bit is delicious. When I return home, I want my mother to fry some too, and I can share it with the little ones in the tribe. They will surely flock to me for it. And this yam is so tasty when stir-fried with meat. Filling as well. I had no idea this buried treasure was so delectable. This sturdy wood can even be made into bowls. Tan, you are truly clever. No wonder Yin likes you. I like you too. Their previous indifference was swiftly forgotten over a meal. Uncle De smacked Lei on the back of his head, the sound echoing painfully. Yet, Lei, oblivious, merely rubbed his head and chuckled. What nonsense are you spouting, you rascal? Tian is Yan's partner. What gives you the right to express such sentiments? If you can't speak wisely, best to remain silent. Hee, that isn't what I meant. I meant I enjoy the food you make. Truly, it's the first time in my life I've tasted something so delightful. Smack. Another strike to the back of his head followed. Is your mother's cooking not good? Mind your words when you return home. Do not speak of this in front of your mother, or I will take you to task. Isn't that true, father? Do you not think this dish is delicious? Lei raised his hand to shield himself from Uncle Da's impending smack. If you hit me again, I might just lose my wits, Uncle De mused. Not hitting you won't improve your wit much. He then lowered his hand and finished the pine flower soup in his bowl. Yin leaned closer to Hao Tian and whispered, Lei's mother is quite timid. Any slight scare or hint of disapproval will send her into tears. If Lei were to speak to her like that, she would undoubtedly cry out, oh, so she's quite sensitive. Unable to bear even the slightest negation from others, it would feel like 1,000 blows to her heart. That sounds rather challenging. One must always tread carefully. Yet, judging by Uncle Da's reprimand of Lei, their relationship appears strong. It seems to be a case of different strokes for different folks. When one meets the right person, even flaws can become endearing. That night, Yin and Tian retired to the bedroom while Uncle De and Lei slept in the storage room. They marveled at the bathroom's tub and drainage system, praising it profusely. Uncle Da even resolved to replicate it for his partner upon returning home. They laid down on a bed of hay, deeming the bare skin too warm. The hay sufficed. The following day, the rain had indeed not ceased, and Hao Tian found herself quite impressed by the Yin Shi clan's weather predictions. Neither of them wished to linger longer, as Uncle Da's partner remained at home. Finding Yin had consumed considerable time, they were eager to return. Hao Tian took a wicker basket, wrapping a portion of tiger jerky in leaves. Placing 2 bamboo tubes of hot water, several empty bamboo tubes, and a few bamboo bowls inside, topped with a small basket, and handed it to Lei. If you do not wish to stay longer, I could teach you how to weave baskets and backpacks. These will be useful for your journey. You can eat the jerky along the way. The basket can be carried by hand, while the backpack can hold even more. Lei, filled with excitement, donned the backpack and expressed his gratitude. Tian, you are truly wonderful, thank you. Your cooking is delicious, and you possess so many skills. You are also so attractive and generous to gift me this. I apologize for my behavior yesterday. When I return to the tribe, I will surely speak of your merits to everyone. Uncle Da and Yin exchanged glances, their expressions twitching at Lei's words. If he truly proclaimed such things upon returning to the tribe, Tian would surely become a local celebrity. Tian, the items you gifted are invaluable. We cherish them greatly, Uncle Da noted, and if possible, I sincerely hope you can accompany Yin back to the tribe. We shall take our leave now. Yin, take good care of yourself and protect your partner. Snake-beast partners are exceedingly precious. Before departing, Uncle Da imparted a crucial warning to Hao Tian. If you encounter individuals from other tribes, it is best not to disclose that you are from the Yin Shi clan, nor should you mention that Yin is a beast man from a tribe. After saying this, he left with Lei. Uncle Da, travel safely, Yin called after them as he observed their figures fade into the rain. We are leaving now. Yin, Lei said cheerfully amidst the downpour, and soon the two vanished from sight. Yin and Hao Tian returned to the bedroom. Before Hao Tian could inquire, Yin began to explain. When outside, I always refer to myself as a beast man from the snake clan, never detailing my actual tribe. To outsiders, all snake beast men are considered from the same clan. Can you share the reason? It is not that I withhold the information. Rather, knowing the reason entails accepting responsibility. Tian, if that day ever comes, I will certainly clarify all that has transpired. I hope you can understand. If that day arrives, it will only signify my inadequacy in safeguarding my partner. It seemed she was not fierce enough. Indeed, being a partner to a snake beast man necessitated a commanding presence that could silence any room. Hao Tian silently clenched her fist. She must become formidable, ensuring that outsiders do not perceive snake beast partners as easy prey. She must also become someone who can reassure Yin. This winter, she would prove her worth. Now, let us discuss Shui Yin and that fragrance. Truly, she was discerning, recognizing such excellence in Yin at a glance. Yin's handsome face darkened, and he hesitated to speak. Shui Yin is the disgrace of my life. Back when I was sheltered within the tribe, surrounded by my parents' protection, I naively believed the world was either white or black. I thought that sincerity would always be reciprocated with sincerity, unaware of humanity's treachery. Those who appeared gentle and kind could harbor vile intentions. They can utter hurtful words sweetly and smile while wishing harm upon others. Hao Tian had speculated about the reasons for Yan's breakup with Shui Yin. Perhaps it was a clash of personalities, or his identity as a snake beast man led to disapproval from her parents, or perhaps Shui Yin was no longer alive. However, she had not anticipated that it would involve matters of life and death. Did she wish to kill you? Impossible. She still remembers how you scared off those wolves with just a shout when you rescued her. How could such a fierce Yin be threatened by Shui Yin? A mere female? Can a female beast man even transform? Even if she could, it would only grant her the strength and speed of a wild beast, superior to a human's physicality. Was her understanding flawed? How could a single female possibly threaten him? Chapter 17. The past of the banquet, the mere thought of water smoke filled Yin with a sense of revulsion. In their Yin Shi clan, each member is destined to have but one female companion in their lifetime, and within the clan, the Serpent women are each assigned but one male counterpart. Every male offspring born is accompanied by a blazing red flame, which they tenderly nurture with their essence from the moment they become aware of it. When the time for union arrives, the sincere vows exchanged between the two ignite this flame, which then transforms into ashes, safeguarding the female who is bonded with her male counterpart. Should the male betray his vow, He shall endure the torment of Yin Yin for all eternity. He will not perish but will suffer a lifetime of anguish. Tortured day and night. She truly lacks the ability to harm me, yet she possesses 10 male companions, each of whom faces perilous circumstances. I managed to escape to Freedom City, where I was rescued by a serpent beast. Had it not been for that rescue, I would have perished. 10 male companions, a polyandrous arrangement indeed. How could one possibly divide their affections, even if we consider each male companion capable of siring just one offspring? 10 would amount to 10 progenies. Does she consider herself a member of the pig clan? Heh, which clan's female is she, the pig clan? Ahem. How Tian was taken aback, choking on a mouthful of water. Coughing incessantly until her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, Yin hurriedly patted her back. Are you all right? What happened? Do you need some water? How Tian took the water, drank, adjusted herself, and finally regained her composure. Are the females of the pig clan truly beautiful? The females of the flower pig clan are petite, with delicate skin, quite endearing. Water Smoke is also rather attractive. She then shifted the topic. However, compared to you, she pales in comparison. Even her stature appears more robust next to yours, not to mention her looks. How Tian cast a satisfied glance at Yin, clearly someone with experience in such matters. Were Lei present, he would likely enumerate the traits of the flower pig clan females in meticulous detail. So, what exactly transpired? It is essential to investigate the matter concerning Yan's former partner. The world of martial arts may be vast or small, and there will inevitably come a day of reckoning. As the saying goes, those who tread the murky waters will one day have to pay their dues. I, in my youthful arrogance, dissatisfied with clan rules that confine me to breeding solely with our clan's serpent women, I sought to challenge the status quo and ventured out on my own. Yearning for adventure, it was in Iron Rhinoceros City that I encountered Water Smoke. The diminutive Water Smoke stood out among the imposing females of the Water Rhinoceros clan, easily spotted in a crowd. She always wore a gentle smile, spoke softly, and possessed a warm and gentle disposition, attracting the attention of all the single males of the Water Rhinoceros clan. I too was captivated by Water Smoke's gentle nature and stunning appearance. Naturally pursuing her, however, as a serpent beast, I faced unanimous rejection from the other males who forbade me from approaching Water Smoke. Even the females of the Water Rhinoceros clan refused to acknowledge my presence, all because I was a serpent beast. At this point, Yan's tone turned bitter, his heart filled with indignation. Slap. How Tian angrily struck the stone table. That's outrageous. Yin, you are undeniably exceptional, so handsome. Why would they look down on you? They are of the Water Rhinoceros clan, Tian. They do not possess such narrow-mindedness. Fortunately, How Tian managed to stifle her laughter. Continue. Despite being ostracized by everyone, Water Smoke remained by my side. I was not permitted to reside in Iron Rhinoceros City, but it was Water Smoke who pleaded with the clan leader on my behalf, allowing me to stay. I was profoundly grateful and believed it to be destiny that I encountered Water Smoke on my very first day in Iron Rhinoceros City, receiving her assistance to settle there. Oh, so just like that, you fell for her? It was that simple? Not quite. It was merely an initial fondness. As time passed, we interacted frequently. Whenever I returned injured from hunting, she would seek medicine from the shaman and tend to my wounds. During meals, we would often share a campfire. Although I had settled in Iron Rhinoceros City, the clan required me to provide double the game compared to other tribes as a token of gratitude for my residency. This was a daily obligation, or else I would have to leave the city. Thus, each day, I went hunting, returning with injuries due to my lack of current strength. The shaman of the Water Rhinoceros clan would not treat me, so the medicine brought by Water Smoke was akin to saving my life. Gradually, I developed feelings for her and wished to bond with her as a partner. On the day I proposed to Water Smoke, she rejected the clan's strongest and youngest male. I assumed she would refuse me as well, yet to my surprise, she accepted that I took her back to my clan. However, soon after, I was expelled from the clan for violating their rules, as I refused to part with Water Smoke. Are there many females in your clan, Yin? I recall you mentioning that the females of the serpent beasts are often taken from other tribes. The females of the Yin Shi clan are acquired from other cities, while the serpent women are the daughters born within our clan. Clan rules dictate that the successor to the clan leader must bond with a serpent woman, ensuring that the leadership position remains within our lineage. So, Yin, you could choose not to succeed the clan leader, thus rendering this rule obsolete. The reason the leadership position is inherited through our lineage is due to blood purity. Our bloodline remains untainted, while the bloodlines of other branches have intermingled with females from other clans. Therefore, unless our lineage is extinguished, we shall never select a successor from another clan. I see. And what happened next? After my expulsion, I followed Watersmoke to White Lion City. Before I even stepped through the city gates, I was met by 10 of Watersmoke's male companions, one of whom was the son of the clan leader of White Lion City. The most promising candidate for the next clan leader, that moment, I began to argue with Watersmoke. Although I was a serpent beast and had been banished from my clan, I still wished for my partner to have only one male companion. In the days that followed, we quarreled over this matter daily until one day, Watersmoke, with her gentle smile, remarked, "I can accept one serpent beast male, which shows my kindness and generosity. You have been banished. Why cling to the traditions of your clan? Of course, if you can succeed in becoming the clan leader like Kong, I might consider your opinion. Even if your clan members oppose it, those who dissent can be dealt with. If they refuse to listen, they need not remain, as long as you heed my wishes. I can have Kong lead the White Lion clan to help you conquer the Serpent clan and eliminate those who refuse to comply. Yin, if you were not so handsome and I had a serpent beast male partner, I would never entertain the thought of associating with a serpent beast. How disgusting. Let me reiterate, Yin, you must understand that I am your utmost priority, and you should always align with my preferences. Who knows, I might even bear you a clutch of little serpent offspring." Yin took a deep breath. Although he bore no resentment towards her for being banished due to clan rules, that was his choice. He could not accept her urging him to obliterate the Serpent clan and inciting him to kill his kin. Moreover, if she found serpent beasts so repugnant, why had she approached him in the first place and not rejected his advances? In the end, she had agreed to bond with him as a partner. It was nothing short of an affront. She toyed with his genuine feelings, showing no regard for his sentiments, while wearing a tender smile as she uttered the most hurtful words. At that moment, he was no longer saddened by her words. Rather, the flames of anger within him burned ever more fiercely. In that moment, I was like Lei, impulsive and furious. Not only had she insulted me, but she had also disrespected my kin. I, who had never raised a hand against a female, could not contain myself and struck Watersmoke across the face. Females are always to be cherished by males, especially one as beautiful as Watersmoke. She had never experienced such violence, and the one to inflict it was the very serpent beast she deemed filthy and beneath her. Enraged, she incited her companions to hunt me down, and it was only through a harrowing escape to Freedom City that I narrowly survived. Chapter 18. The transaction having failed to bond with her and subsequently being hunted, banished for love and humiliated, Yin transitioned from the sunlit innocence of youth into the shadows of adulthood. A sapling must endure storms to grow into a towering tree. In the journey ahead, every storm that Yin would face would be weathered with her by his side, through thick and thin, hand in hand. What about Xiang? Lei mentioned that she is the most beautiful serpent woman of your clan. Having grown up together, she not promised to you? Did you not feel even a flicker of affection? Hao Tian's tone was tinged with a hint of jealousy. She understood that if Xiang had captured Yan's heart, then Watersmoke would have been irrelevant. After all, the bonds formed in childhood often surpass those forged later in life. Yet, this was merely the instinctive teasing of a young girl. They were now partners, and the former lovers and childhood playmates were but remnants of the past. Yin saw clearly who stood before him. Xiang was merely a clanswoman, and he held no special feelings for her. That's correct. Good. The rain continued to pour. The vines were woven today, and if the sun did not shine tomorrow, Hao Tian and Yin would have to pass the time in their room, playing cards. That evening, amidst the sounds of the storm outside, only the rustling of Hao Tian's movements could be heard. Tian, unable to sleep? Hao Tian's voice was muffled as she turned over. What troubles you? Is something weighing on your mind? Yin, when you were to bond with Watersmoke, you did spend some time together in Iron Rhinoceros City. She pleaded for your stay and tended to your injuries. She invested in you. Yet, when I reflect on it, aside from clinging to you, I have done nothing for you. Why did you ultimately accept me? In comparison to Shui Yin, I find myself lacking. Hao Tian, filled with frustration, reflects that unlike Shui Yin, she has always benefited from Yan's aid, receiving his rescue and care, and even managing to coax kisses from him. She feels as if she is akin to a sticky candy. Or perhaps a despicable one at that. Yin gazes at Hao Tian, turning her petite form to face him directly. There is no need to compare yourself to Shui Yin. She approaches me merely due to the absence of a male companion from the Serpent tribe. Driven by fleeting whims, her intentions not entirely pure. Although our experiences together are limited and our interactions rather mundane, I understand that your heart holds a place for me. Likewise, I am quite fond of the way your eyes sparkle when they meet mine. I do not require you to do anything for me. Your affection alone suffices. Moreover, you have already done so much for me. Yin gently cradles Hao Tian's delicate form against his chest. The life we currently lead is a result of your efforts for me. Visible in our daily existence, filled with happiness and contentment. Being with you is akin to being enveloped in bliss. Comforted, Hao Tian acknowledges her role as Yan's companion. After all, their journey is still long, and enduring companionship is a form of love in itself. So, Yin, when you speak of being enveloped in happiness, are you referring to scrambled eggs, fried meatballs, and oil scraps? Can one say that Hao Tian is rather unromantic? Without you, where would these delights come from? Sleep now, for the rain shall lighten by morning, and soon it will cease entirely. Thankfully, on this rainy day, Hao Tian has not fallen ill during the rainy season. The greatest fear is for the females and their young to fall sick. Abundant food flows from the rains, yet it also takes with it some fragile lives. As the rain clears, everything unfolds as Yin predicted. The skies brighten, and Hao Tian has come to regard Yan's weather forecasts with unwavering trust. Over the past few days, they have woven 6 backpacks and 22 baskets, gifting Uncle to one of each. While retaining one of each for themselves, 0.4 backpacks are stacked together, with the excess bamboo tubes and the last remaining strip of tiger jerky placed atop the uppermost backpack. Subsequently, Yin slings the backpack across his chest, hoisting Hao Tian onto his back, as they each grasp a basket in their hands, setting forth towards the goat tribe to conduct some trade. They set off early in the morning, although the goat tribe is nearby. Given Hao Tian's pace, reaching it before sunset seems unlikely, thus compelling Yin to carry the burden forward. Upon arriving at the cave dwelling of the goat tribe, it is midday, and the young males of the tribe are out hunting. Leaving behind only the elderly males, younglings, and females that a female notices Yin and Hao Tian, taken aback by Yan's handsome appearance, and approaches them with curiosity. Which tribe do you belong to, and what brings you to our tribe? Hao Tian candidly replies, we are from the Serpent tribe. Before she can finish, upon hearing the name Serpent tribe, the goat tribe female's complexion pales, and she retreats several steps, urgently exclaiming, oh no! Serpent beast men have come to abduct females. Someone, help me! The serpent beasts are here to snatch our females. She bolts back as if being pursued by a relentless foe. Hao Tian's outstretched hand, meant to reassure, is too late to retract as the elderly males of the goat tribe brandish sharpened sticks. Surrounding her and Yan.it is Hao Tian's first encounter with the treatment directed towards serpent beasts, a stark manifestation of fear and malice. Despite having spent considerable time with Yin, she has never witnessed him engage in any sort of plundering, yet finds herself injured by the hostility, developing an unfavorable impression of the goat tribe, and her heart aches for Yin. Even as the goat tribe males surround them with weapons in hand, Yin remains unfazed. A cadre of frail and elderly cannot hope to detain him. Even with Hao Tian by his side, he is determined to come and go as he pleases. Bring forth your tribe leader to speak. He commands that as his words echo, a path opens in the encirclement, revealing an elderly male with a long beard, leaning on a gnarled staff, his back hunched. Despite his wrinkled visage, his eyes gleam with sharp intelligence. Our goat tribe has not encroached upon your territory. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? His keen eyes swiftly scan Hao Tian beside Yin, a flicker of interest crossing his gaze. Hao Tian immediately feels a sense of unease regarding the goat tribe leader, perhaps due to the malice she has faced upon arrival, or perhaps because of the discomfort invoked by his penetrating gaze. Hao Tian interjects before Yin can speak. We are merely here to trade. Rest assured, my serpent beast has discerning tastes. Only those who surpass my beauty would catch his eye. A hush falls over the gathering. Ah, so you come for trade. I wonder what our goat tribe might possess that could be of interest to you. The tribe leader remarks, eyeing the items Hao Tian and Yin have brought. Before suggesting, why not enter our tribe and discuss matters in detail? Leader, we must not allow the serpent beasts into our tribe. A voice protests. The elderly leader raises a hand to silence the dissent. Stepping aside to grant them passage, please. The old goat tribe leader exhibits a surprising level of decorum. Hao Tian turns to Yin, seeking his thoughts on whether to enter or not. Chapter 19. The second transaction since they have already arrived. They might as well engage in discussion. Even if the young males return, Yin is unperturbed by the potential disruption. Sweet, let us sit down and converse. Hao Tian follows Yin into the goat tribe settlement. Accompanied by a wary entourage of goat tribe members, they walk through the village. The females regard them with disdain, while the younglings peek from behind their guardians, their eyes filled with curiosity. Some even sporting fierce expressions. They arrive at a clearing, where remnants of a fire pit lie, a place where the goat tribe gathers to roast meat and dance during the evenings, tea present. Some females are cooking, while others enjoy their midday meal. In the distance, cliffs rise, revealing numerous caves from the base to halfway up the mountain, where the goat tribe resides. This is where our tribe gathers to eat and deliberate important matters. If you have items for trade, you may present them here. Should any tribesfolk find value in your offerings, they will surely be inclined to negotiate. Yin and Hao Tian set down their goods. Initially, it was Yan's intention to introduce their items, but Hao Tian takes the lead. We have brought some backpacks and baskets, useful for carrying and transporting goods. We seek salt or pottery in exchange. Nothing else. How preposterous. You think you can trade such worthless items for pottery? We won't even part with salt, a female retorts, dismissing their offer outright. Hao Tian, revealing her terms for trade, is disinclined to engage with the goat tribe. She had not anticipated such animosity towards serpent beasts on this continent, and her anger from earlier resurfaces. Yet, since they have proclaimed their intention to trade, she must maintain a facade of willingness. As is the nature of human interaction, often dictated by superficiality. Our goods are indeed rare treasures, and we come with sincere intentions to trade. I encourage you all to consider our offer. Hao Tian smiles, her demeanor noticeably softening, as if she had not been offended by the earlier insult. Yet, not a single basket is offered for inspection. Yin stands to the side, ever vigilant. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards Hao Tian, he will ensure they meet a swift end. Hey, female, my son, Shanbai, is a robust male, renowned amongst our tribe. Many females wish to bear his young. Why not come and give him offspring? We can reconsider your goods. A lean, sharp-eyed male beastman suggests, his tone laced with disrespect. The insinuation that Hao Tian should bear his son's offspring, without even mentioning partnership, blatantly undermines Yin, a direct affront to his dignity. Hao Tian rolls her eyes, refusing to engage, and instead addresses the elder leader. It seems the items we have brought are of little interest to your tribe, suggesting your people must be exceedingly wealthy, only desiring pottery. Thus, we shall take our leave. Hao Tian retrieves her belongings, preparing to depart with Yin to the next tribe, but they are obstructed. It's so easy to enter our tribe. I suspect you have stolen our belongings. Return what you have, a brash goat tribe male accuses, audaciously demanding they relinquish their goods, a masterful display of deception. With this outcry, the crowd that initially surrounded Hao Tian and Yin begins to close in once more. Forming a tighter circle, leader, do you share this belief? Yin addresses the elder leader, ignoring the other goat tribe beastmen. Should the elder leader dare to acknowledge such claims, Yin is prepared to show the goat tribe just how vibrant the color of blood can be. The elder goat's expression darkens, and he dismisses the crowd. A misunderstanding, merely a jest. Please do not take it to heart. Our goat tribe is known for its hospitality. We welcome you to return. Thus, under the elder leader's intervention, Hao Tian and Yin conclude this rather unpleasant transaction with the goat tribe and hasten towards the rabbit tribe. Within the goat tribe, one of those who had previously confronted Hao Tian and Yin remarks, "Are we just letting those serpent beasts walk away? Their goods appeared quite valuable for transporting items. Look at that serpent beast's backpack, it's filled with useful things. And that female is quite lovely. Why should the serpent beasts have all the benefits? Indeed, it is evident that his statements have garnered considerable agreement among many within the tribe. However, differing opinions persist. The notion that a creature of such striking beauty, a female, could be accompanying a serpent beast raises suspicions. She is likely barren and has been cast out by her tribe. The speaker is a female, fortuitously the one who discovered Hao Yin and Yin. And her reasoning holds merit. The tribe buzzes with various voices of agreement. Silence. That object appears to be woven from vines. Does anyone among you possess the skill to replicate it? The elder chief stepped forward to address the crowd. He was acutely aware of its value. Upon first sight, he understood its significance. Otherwise, why would he have allowed them entry? Surely not, someone retorted. If we could, we would have crafted it ourselves. Indeed, we should not have let them depart. We outnumber them. What does it matter if we seize the serpent beast's possessions? Isn't it true that the serpent beast is widely despised? Another voice chimed in. I refuse to believe that on our own territory we would allow that serpent beast to escape. Precisely, and let us not forget the female. The serpent beast must be cautious of her. How wasteful it is to let such a fine object slip away. What shall we do, Chief? Chief, what do you propose? The unified inquiry was directed at the elder chief, who maintained a calm demeanor. Do not fret, it will come to us in due time. The rabbit tribe, being in close proximity to the goat tribe, soon reached the outskirts of the rabbit tribe's territory. This time, the rabbit tribe members approached to inquire, and after a moment's hesitation, Haoyan decided to reveal her identity as a serpent beast. Although they were astonished by this revelation, they did not react as the goat tribe had. The chief of the rabbit tribe had gone hunting with the tribe's males, leaving behind only the elderly, weak and infirm. The one who came forward to engage was a female elder, a priestess of the rabbit tribe. Her gaze was kind, and her demeanor was fair as she led Haoyan and Yin into the heart of the tribe. They arrived at a clearing where the embers of a recently extinguished bonfire still smoldered. With the serpent beast now among them, the rabbit tribe members gathered in curiosity. The priestess stood at the center of the clearing and addressed her people. This serpent beast has brought goods to trade with us. There is no need for alarm. Those interested in their offerings may approach for an exchange. With a gesture, she indicated for Haoyan and Yin to present their items for the tribe to examine. The differing attitudes of the rabbit tribe and the goat tribe towards the serpent beast influenced Haoyan's own demeanor. She lifted a woven basket and said, "This is a back basket. It can hold various items. For instance, if we gather fruits or hunt small game, we can place them inside and carry them back on our backs. How do you usually transport your gathered fruits or food?" A bold female from the rabbit tribe replied. "We typically use animal hides to carry our items." Haoyan smiled sweetly. "Dear sister, take a look. This back basket can hold more than what you can carry in animal hides. The best part is, with the basket on your back, one female can carry a full load, while with hides, it would require several of you to haul them back together." She then removed the basket from her back and offered it for the female to inspect. Chapter 20. The exchange. The rabbit tribe female, emboldened, accepted the back basket that Haoyan had handed her, examining it closely before attempting to wear it on her back, with both hands gripping the shoulder straps. She beamed at her fellow tribespeople. "This is indeed convenient. I can carry items on my back while my hands remain free to gather more. Yes, I see that the basket has considerable space. It can hold quite a lot, if filled with fruits. A single basket could save us multiple trips. Is that so? Rabbit Gada, let me try carrying it too." As more females gathered around Rabbit Gada, eager to test the basket, Haoyan handed out several more baskets. "This is a hand basket. You can carry it by hand or sling it over your arm. Its use is similar to the animal hides you have used before. However, it allows one person to transport items back and forth with ease. Please, take a look." The females of the rabbit tribe examined the back baskets and hand baskets, with some scrutinizing them closely, likely pondering the weaving technique. The materials were evidently vines, which they could gather, yet they had never considered crafting such useful items. Haoyan returned to Yan's side and sat down with him, retrieving dried meat from the back basket to replenish her energy, and opened a bamboo tube to drink water. One observant male from the rabbit tribe noticed the bamboo tube they used for drinking and approached with curiosity. "Is this made from bang wood? What purpose does it serve?" "Indeed, this tube is for holding water, allowing us to carry it conveniently when we venture out. When thirsty, we can drink directly from it, which is quite convenient, especially if we find ourselves far from a water source." Haoyan explained, offering the bamboo tube for the male to examine. He observed it for a moment before returning it to her. "What can we offer in exchange for this?" Haoyan's face brightened with a smile. After a whole morning, at last, someone seemed interested in making a trade. "This is made from bang wood. If you can find it, you may craft your own. We are not placing demands on the water tubes we have brought. Let us see what you are willing to trade with us, and we shall find common ground." "Very well, I shall return with some items for you to consider," he replied, heading off to gather his offerings. Others who were interested also departed to fetch their goods for exchange. The earlier females, under Rabbit Gada's leadership, approached to inquire about exchanging the back baskets and hand baskets. We intend to trade the back baskets and hand baskets for salt, flat peaches, or other similarly unique items, they stated. Salt is precious. Trading it for baskets may not be the best deal. Although it is novel, if we manage to learn the weaving technique, it may not be worth it. Thankfully, we can still exchange for flat peaches or other goods. The group of females gathered around looked visibly more optimistic, as there was at least a possibility of a transaction. Before long, individuals began returning with items in hand to trade, most commonly bringing freshly gathered fruits. Hao Yin accepted a few trades, exchanging several bamboo water tubes, but then ceased to collect more. The females carried the flat peaches and other items Hao Yin had proposed. And upon inspection, she recognized not just ginger but also a cluster of peppercorn. This was indeed an unexpected boon. Where did you find this peppercorn? I would be willing to exchange one back basket for it. The rabbit tribe female who presented the peppercorn appeared shy. This is not just a weed, is it? Can it truly be eaten? All eyes in attendance turned towards the so-called weed, astonished that it could be exchanged for a back basket. It is edible indeed, though its flavor is rather unique, possessing a numbing sensation. Personally, I relish this taste. If you would be willing to share its location, coupled with these flat peaches, I would trade you 2 back baskets. Rabbit ya, do speak up. A mere handful of weeds can be exchanged for a back basket, urged her fellow females. It grows at the foot of the mountains adjacent to the tiger tribe. There's a large patch there, right by the river. I, along with Rabbit Gada, stumbled upon a nest of buzzing beasts while fleeing, and perhaps it clung to our animal hide skirts, which is how we brought it back. To think it could be traded for back baskets is truly wonderful. Both she and Rabbit Gada had lost their fathers to hunting accidents at a young age. Rabbit Gada's mother, beautiful and sought after by multiple partners, bore several offspring, 3 of whom were females. However, with Rabbit Gada's straightforward nature and lack of charm, she was gradually abandoned. Rabbit Ya's mother left with another beast tribe's male, showing little concern for her daughter's fate. Both girls grew up under the care of the entire tribe and held deep affection for it, especially Rabbit Ya. I have another nest of buzzing beasts. How many baskets can I trade for it? Rabbit Gada offered Hao Yin a honeycomb, swallowing hard. The honeycomb was delicious, but once consumed, it would be gone, and she could always steal another to trade for more baskets, significantly benefiting their tribe. Will you not trade for back baskets? Hao Yin inquired curiously. I see you value the flat peaches more than the peppercorn, but our tribe cannot offer more in exchange. We already possess 2 back baskets, and I find it more practical to trade for several hand baskets that can be distributed among more people. The value of back baskets outweighed that of hand baskets. However, even if they managed to acquire all the back baskets, not every female could receive one. It would be better to obtain several hand baskets, thus allowing for a broader distribution. Hao Yin felt quite favorable towards Rabbit Gada and the shy Rabbit Ya, and she longed for honey. Since arriving here, she had not had a single sweet treat, not even a morsel of sugar, leaving her palate craving something delightful. I will give you 5. Will you accept? Rabbit Gada observed Hao Yin's hesitation and added, I and Rabbit Ya were chased by the buzzing beasts from the edge of the Rabbit tribe's territory into the Tiger tribe's domain. You must provide us with a few more. The honeycomb is truly delectable. Do you not believe me? Fearing Hao Yin had never tasted honeycomb, Rabbit Gada attempted to poke at it, but Hao Yin swiftly intervened, retrieving it to slice and eat, not wishing to sample the taste of someone else's fingers. What if I add 2 more? How does that sound? Another one, she replied. Agreed. Hao Tian responded with a cheerful agreement. 20 baskets. We have no shortage of baskets. Carefully, they placed the beehives into the remaining backpack. Today's trading was nearly complete. Whatever was left would be dealt with tomorrow at the Tiger tribe. The Tiger tribe was likely the most formidable among the nearby tribes, and one could only wonder what surprises awaited them on the return journey. Although they set off with less cargo, they still anticipated a bountiful return. The fruits were merely for convenience, saving them the effort of foraging themselves, thus saving time and energy. The fruits they had previously gathered were only enough to last a couple of days. Any excess would inevitably spoil, so they hadn't exchanged much. However, the discovery of the prickly ash and beehives was an unexpected delight. Throughout the journey, Hao Tian wore a radiant smile. Chapter 21. The Tiger Tribe Yin, let us make jerky again. This time, We shall glaze it with honey from that hive of buzzing beasts. Have you ever tasted the delicacy from the buzzing beast's nest? The memory of its sweetness, infused with floral notes, is forever intertwined with childhood lessons. Yes, I've had it. It is sweet, fragrant with the essence of flowers. Hee hee, I recall you mentioning having been stung before. Perfect. This time, we shall bring some back, seal it in a bamboo bowl, and it one tea spoil. We can savor it for a long time. Yin glanced at the jubilant and content Hao Tian but remained silent. Continuing on their way, upon returning to the cave, Yin declared, I will go hunting. All right. Yin ventured off to hunt, while Hao Tian returned to the cave, using a bone knife to extract the honey from the beehives. Filling a bamboo bowl to the brim, following their usual practice, she sealed it in a garbage bag and set off. Yin did not return until the sky was completely dark. Initially, Hao Tian thought Yin must have encountered delays due to a lack of game. But upon seeing Yin's condition, she couldn't help but exclaim, Damn! Before her stood Yin, covered in welts, looking quite distressed as he set down his backpack and retrieved 2 beehives to hand to Hao Tian. Don't worry about saving it. Finish it, and I can go fetch more. His words were accompanied by a grimace, his discomfort evident. Hao Tian accepted the 2 beehives and placed them aside, hastily opening the honey she had extracted earlier. Applying it to the welts on Yin's body, and no matter how delicious it is, it pales in comparison to your handsome face. Yin, please refrain from disturbing the beehives again. We can find a way to trade with others. Eating the same thing daily can become tiresome, and look at all these welts. It's truly not worth it for a morsel of food. It's not merely for the food, Tian. It's what you cherish. And I will find a way to bring it to you, even if it means being stung into welts. I adore you. As partners, you fulfill my deepest desire. If you are well, I am well. If you suffer, I suffered. We are one, thriving together. Your sacrifice for me brings me joy, yet it also pains me. Let us avoid this in the future. Had it not been for the honey covering Yin's entire body, making him sticky, Hao Tian would have already showered him with affection. He truly is a good man, deserving of all good things. On the following morning, the forest was filled with the melodious chirping of birds, and the early sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting visible beams upon the ground. A warm breeze brushed past her ears, lifting her hair as Yin and Hao Tian set off towards the tiger tribe. The welts on Yin's body had subsided, and before they departed, he enjoyed a delicious sweet water cake, a delightful change from the usual salty version, as honey was added instead of salt, infusing the dish with a fragrant sweetness that complemented the tender eggs, leaving him brimming with vitality. The tiger tribe was farther from their cave than the goat tribe, reflecting the larger hunting range of the tiger tribe, indicative of their strength compared to the goat tribe. Upon reaching the vicinity of the tiger tribe, they could see the lively scene from a distance. A group of small cubs frolicked, while the female members of the tribe washed meat by the river in preparation for a feast. Young males could be seen bustling about within the tribe. Naturally, as Hao Tian spotted them, they, too, noticed her. A few young males from the tiger tribe quickly approached to intercept them. Which tribe do you hail from? What business do you have with the tiger tribe? The male who inquired, upon seeing Hao Tian, softened his previously assertive tone, giving her the impression of a once mighty tiger now transformed into a Hello Kitty. We are from the snake tribe, here to conduct trade. The snake tribe. You are the female taken by the snake beast. With fierce glares directed at Yin, he exclaimed, Damn that snake beast. Where did you abduct this female from? Are you bullying a delicate female? Turning to Hao Tian, he added, Fear not. We, the tiger tribe warriors, possess great skills. We initially intended to say we would drive off that snake beast, but suddenly realized it may not be so easy. Even if I cannot defeat him, our tribe has many formidable warriors. Do not worry, we will protect you. Several other tiger tribe males echoed. What Hu Wei says is right. Do not fear, female. The snake beast before them stood coldly, making no move, yet instinct told them that this beast was formidable and that they might not be able to contend with him. Nonetheless, they could not stand by and allow a weaker female to be bullied by a snake beast. Especially since the female before them was quite beautiful. They were eager to display their bravery in hopes of winning her favor. Unfortunately, Hao Tian had already experienced the hero saving the damsel trope once, and there was no need to revisit it. Moreover, putting aside notions of heroism, in terms of appearance, Yin was leagues ahead of the bumbling males before her. In Hao Tian's eyes, Yin was the hero. Even if they saved her, they could only be considered good men. Ahem, dear warriors of the tiger tribe, you have misunderstood. I am the partner of the snake beast, and we are here solely to trade with you. Look, we have brought items for exchange. Hao Tian raised the basket in her hand to show them. The females and cubs of the tiger tribe, who had initially been observing from a distance, gradually approached, their curiosity piqued by Hao Tian and Yin. Hao Tian overheard one of the tiger tribe females remark, "That male is quite handsome. I wish to sleep with him. He already has a partner. See how beautiful that female is. What is that female holding? I don't know, but that female SB skin top and skirt look lovely. Is it made from rabbit fur? I want to try making one too." As they chattered excitedly, a robust middle-aged male strode confidently towards them, his hair braided into several small plaits adorned with feathers at the tips. A necklace made of beast teeth adorned his bare chest, signaling his high status. This person was undoubtedly the chieftain of the tiger tribe. With a broad smile revealing his white teeth, the tiger tribe chieftain boomed, "Ha! Welcome this beautiful female to our tiger tribe." His gaze shifted to Yin, and instead of speaking immediately, he exchanged glances with him before saying, "My tribe does not welcome snake beasts, but since you are the partner of this female, as long as you do not harm my people, the members of the tiger tribe will not harm you either. Please, come in." The tiger tribe chieftain appeared rugged yet was quite astute. As he exchanged glances with Yin, he could not shake the image of Yan's slit pupils from his mind. Those eyes instilled a sense of pressure, making him realize that the snake beast before him was not to be trifled with. Chapter 22. White Powder. Hao Tian and her companions followed the tribe members into the tiger tribe settlement. The living environment of the tiger tribe was not much different from that of the goat tribe or the rabbit tribe. There were more inhabitants, and the atmosphere within the tribe was lively and vibrant, exuding a sense of harmony and beauty. Hao Tian mused that the development of a tribe such as this could indeed be described as flourishing. They gathered in an open area to discuss the trade. And as Hao Tian presented her baskets, bags, and bamboo water tubes, she outlined the items she wished to exchange. The members of the tiger tribe were quite animated, a testament to the strength of their tribe. "This item is quite good, but I must say, you are a bit short on baskets. We have many fine goods as well. Hua, go fetch the white powder." Hao Tian's heart skipped a beat at the mention of white powder, almost mistaking it for contraband, only to realize her mistake a moment later. But what exactly was this white powder? This is my partner, Hu, the tiger tribe chieftain chuckled, introducing himself. "I am Hu Kai, the chieftain of our tiger tribe. Since you are here, you are a guest. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hao Tian, and this is my partner, and we are snake beasts." "Not quite. He is a snake beast. But you? I do not sense the cold aura of a snake beast from you," Hu remarked, her smile belied by a glint of curiosity in her eyes. This little female was attempting to pull a fast one on her. Thinking she could easily deceive her, there is a saying in my homeland, "Marry a chicken, follow a chicken. Marry a dog, follow a dog." My tribe is inconsequential. What matters is that I am now the partner of a snake beast. A part of the snake beast's world, and as the chieftain's wife of the tiger tribe, I pose no threat to your nobles, even as a weak female. I am merely curious. What title does your tribe chieftain's wife hold? They all call me tribe mother. You may call me that if you wish. Hu patted her chest, finding the little female's reasoning sound. Even if she hails from the eagle tribe, she wouldn't pose a threat as she wouldn't be astify. Can the eagle tribe even form unions with tribes? What a chaotic scene this is. At that moment, Hua returned, clutching a hide, and unceremoniously tossed it onto the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air, causing Hao Tian to take several steps back. "Hey, someone sure is particular about cleanliness," Hu Kai remarked with a smile, pointing at Hao Tian as they spoke to Hu. Without hesitation, Hu slapped Hu Kai on the forehead. "Do you think everyone shares your disdain for dirt?" He then turned to Hua. "Unwrap the hide and let them see our prized white powder." Hao Tian felt a flush of embarrassment. The situation evoked a rather unsettling resemblance to inspecting contraband at a crime scene. As the hide was unfurled, it revealed a finely ground white powder, aptly named white powder for its striking appearance. "May I take a closer look?" Hao Tian inquired, stepping forward, her mind racing with speculation. If her hypothesis proved correct, it would indeed be a delightful revelation, Behold, this is a remarkable find, Hoo proclaimed. We discovered it last dry season, and now it's nearly matured. By the time the next dry season arrives, it will have aged and the powder will lose its fineness, making it less palatable. This. Yin finally looked up, astonished that such a delicate powder could be edible indeed. Hoo continued. Mix it with water to form lumps. Place the lumps on a hot stone slab to cook and boil. You have a delectable dish. A sprinkle of salt enhances the flavor. Not only is it filling, but it also keeps hunger at bay. This powder is easily stored, whether in its powdered form or not, and we can preserve it until the next dry season without it spoiling. With this, our tribe need not fear starvation during the snowy months. Precisely. The members of the Hoo tribe chimed in, their faces alight with joy, wholeheartedly agreeing with Hoo. Surviving the snowy season without hunger was tantamount to achieving half of their survival. During the snowy months, tribe members either perished from starvation or froze to death, so this discovery significantly increased their chances of survival. It was no wonder the entire tribe of Hoo thrived amidst such circumstances. Is the matriarch intending to trade these white powders with us? Hao Tian pondered. A single hide of white powder hardly sufficed, considering Yan's appetite was easily 2 to 3 times that of an adult male. Calculating based on 3 meals a day, they would likely exhaust the supply in 10 days to half a month. What? Is it insufficient? Hoo's brow furrowed, her expression darkening slightly. She was already dissatisfied with the meager amount Hao Tian had brought. With this bundle, a single tribe member could collect the equivalent of what 4 or 5 would usually gather. Grinding this white powder must have required considerable effort. I propose we use the resources we possess to exchange for the location of where this white powder was mined. Of course, we won't divulge this information to outsiders. There are only 2 of us, and even if we were to excavate, we wouldn't yield much. Matriarch, Chief, what do you think? Those baskets and backpacks hold little value compared to this precious white powder. According to Hoo, isn't this white powder akin to flour? Hoo and Kai exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, Hoo remarked, it's clear you have far too little to offer. Our white fruit is an excellent sustenance to see you through the snowy season. Sharing how to mine it is a clear disadvantage for us. The Hoo tribe will not suffer losses in this exchange. Indeed, this can be considered a staple food. Theo think a mere few baskets could be exchanged for information is quite unfair. Then what does the matriarch think would be a fair trade? We shan't take undue advantage of you. 1 piece of information for another. You teach us how to produce these items, and we shall reveal to you where to find the white fruit. A fair exchange. Exchanging the location of a white fruit for the knowledge to craft their baskets, backpacks, and bamboo water tubes seemed rather lopsided, but all right, she conceded. The bamboo water tube requires no special skill, and those willing to dismantle the baskets might glean some understanding, so it can be considered a fair trade. Deal. Kai exclaimed. Come, today, you shall dine with our Hoo tribe and savor the taste of this white powder. As she spoke, arrangements were made for a bonfire and the use of stone slabs to prepare the white powder. Hao Tian, observing from the sidelines, struggled to contain her excitement. Watching the white powder mix with water to form dough-like clumps, she yearned to dive in and try her hand at it. While it couldn't be fermented for buns, it could certainly be used to make noodles or flatbreads, and she was eager to indulge. Should I share the method for making noodles with the tribe? Hao Tian deliberated for 3 minutes, deciding it would be best to wait until she had tasted it. Once their relations deepened, she would share. After all, she remembered that tribal male who had initially greeted her with the disdainful term damned snake beast. She bore a slight grudge, but she was not petty. Chapter 23. A pairing of doves. The process of making the Hoo tribe's white powder blocks was simple. Mix with water to form lumps. Then cook them on a heated stone slab, flipping them over until done, and finally sprinkle a touch of salt on top. The flavor was undeniably delightful, though if handled poorly, it could become barely palatable. Why the long face? You seem less than impressed, Hoo remarked, enjoying her meal. Noticing Hao Tian's frown as she finished a piece of the white powder block, he sensed her dissatisfaction. It's rather dry. She admitted candidly. Indeed, it was dry, but when paired with grilled meat, it enhanced the overall flavor. Sweet. You ought to try a bit more, Hoo encouraged. The other females of the Hoo tribe savored the grilled meat alongside the white powder blocks, each relishing the meal, while the males devoured their portions in haste, leaving Hao Tian with the impression that they hardly savored the taste, prioritizing satiety instead. After the meal, the female members of the Hu tribe fixed their gazes on Hao Tian, eagerly awaiting her guidance, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as if she were the fabled meat of Tang's song, irresistibly alluring. The previously well-fed tribal males stacked freshly gathered vines in the square, seemingly intent on weaving them, each one poised to craft their OW and in keeping with their agreement. Hao Tian willingly shared her knowledge, meticulously teaching them the art of weaving, correcting their mistakes, and providing hands-on instruction. This lovely female is not only beautiful but also possesses a sincere heart. It would be wonderful if she could pair with one of our Hu tribe males, Hu mused, her keen eyes surveying the crowd for suitable candidates. Hu Kai, what do you think of Hu Wei? He is strong, an excellent hunter, and treats females well. Look, that little cub is sneakily eyeing her again. What a shameful display. If he wishes to look, he should do so openly. Hu's irritation was palpable as she rose to reprimand Hu Wei, but Hu Kai quickly intervened. Did you not notice that every time Hu Wei gazes at that female, the snake beast shoots him a menacing look? For Hu Wei to steal glances under such scrutiny is quite remarkable. Have you seen how others cower? That snake beast was no ordinary creature. It was wise to avoid provoking it. Hu Kai's observations were astute. Hao Tian was indeed striking, her smiles radiating charm. The tribe's single males could hardly tear their eyes away from her. Were it not for the snake beast's watchful glare, they would likely be bolder in their pursuits. Pathetic, Hu conceded. Surveying the situation, it was clear that this female could not rely solely on the snake beast for companionship. Setting aside the challenges of surviving the snowy season, what if she bore young? Wouldn't she need other males? I'm going to have a word with her. This matter is likely to be resolved. Ignoring Hu Kai's protests, Hu approached Hao Tian, declaring, little female, Hu Wei wishes to be your male partner. As do both Hu Kai and I. Before Hao Tian could respond affirmatively, she felt a chill creep over her, turning to find Yan's icy gaze fixed upon her. His golden slit pupils glimmered with an unyielding intensity, casting a stark contrast against the roundness of the other's eyes, instilling a sense of ruthless intent. Hu involuntarily shivered, instinctively backtracking. Ha ha, I was just kidding. Initially startled, Hao Tian soon relaxed, realizing Hu was merely jesting. You frightened me, matriarch. You mustn't meddle in affairs of the heart. I only accept Yin as my male partner. Though her words were playful, she seized the opportunity to voice her thoughts on the matter. She had long sensed the scrutinizing gazes upon her, and was eager to clarify that she would not entertain any distractions to Hu paid little heed to Hao Tian's sentiments, while Yan's gaze remained unwavering. Hu, would you like another? I have some of those green fruits you adore, Hu Kai offered, standing beside Hu to shield her from Yan's intense stare. Returning to her previous spot, Hu accepted a green fruit from Hu Kai, instinctively nibbling on it as if everything remained ordinary. Meanwhile, Hu Kai and Yin exchanged glances, with Hu Kai smiling broadly, revealing his white teeth, projecting warmth, while Yan's mouth curved into a smile, though both were well aware that neither truly bore the intention of merriment. Is he not looking our way now? Hu inquired. Yes, have another, Hu Kai replied. With a crisp bite into the green fruit, Hu remarked, that gaze is truly frightening. I've never encountered a beast man with slit pupils. From now on, let us refrain from discussing finding a partner for that female. The snake beast's watch is too stringent, and it is ill-advised to engage. However, we can cultivate a good relationship with her. She seems quite clever, and our tribe members can learn much from her. Indeed. The female, too, is perplexing in her desire to be a companion to the serpent beast. Whenever the banquet is mentioned, her thoughts inevitably drift to those striking vertical pupils. The mere thought of him brings her unease. Who can fathom her motives? Perhaps it is merely an attraction to the serpent beast's beauty, vertical pupils. She has never encountered them before, yet such a distinctive feature must surely signify something extraordinary. Matriarch, as I previously mentioned, I have imparted the weaving techniques to you. What do you think? At this moment, Hao Tian approached, eager to finalize her transaction. She intended to gather vine pepper at the juncture of the tiger and rabbit clans. This spice need not be in excess. A small pouch would suffice for a long while. However, it is essential to collect enough for an entire year's supply, as it is a rare seasoning in her possession. Indeed, it would save considerable time on the return journey. In truth, these white fruits are quite easy to locate. Do you see those vines on the mountain wall? Those white fruits are their yield. Buried underground, a simple dig will yield plenty. Kai pointed at the greenery on the mountain wall, expressing her thoughts candidly. Hao Tian was astonished to discover that these treasures were so readily available. The mountain wall is abundant with them. Digging along the mountain wall feels akin to finding gold without effort. What an unexpected revelation! We should take our leave, as the journey back is indeed lengthy. Hao Tian and Yin departed, and throughout their absence, Hu remained silent, not uttering a single word. Kai, observing Hu's demeanor, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, it appears you are quite frightened. As soon as Yin left, Hu reverted to his true nature, delivering a punch to Kai's chest. Hey, knowing and yet speaking of it, how ungracious. With that, he dashed away. Kai, watching Hu's retreating figure, rubbed his chest. A playful smile gracing his face, his eyes soft with affection. It's like a tickle. He then pursued after him, addressing the cluster of males in the clan with a booming voice. You bunch of tiger cubs? Why didn't you approach when the females were present? Now you gather together. What is this, a regret meeting? Each of you has become a coward, bringing shame upon my face. Stop standing around foolishly. Go about your business. The young males of the tiger clan, chastised, wore expressions of discomfort. They did not wish to appear cowardly, yet the serpent beast's gaze always sent shivers down their spines, making it impossible to confront him directly, hence their retreat. They exchanged glances, some patrolled, while others busied themselves, leaving only the females of the tiger clan to chat and weave baskets. Chapter 24. Hemp. On the return journey, they deliberately detoured to the location mentioned by Rabbit Fong to gather vine pepper before heading back. Yin mused that the tiger clan was rather commendable, perhaps even more so than the goat clan, which left her with a decidedly unfavorable impression. The rabbit clan was decent as well, but when compared to the tiger clan, they paled in significance. People are naturally drawn to the powerful, much like in school where the high achievers command more admiration than the underperformers. If those males were not all fixated on Tian, the clan would indeed be quite commendable. With this white fruit in hand, I need not worry about provisions during the snow season. After this transaction, while the items obtained may not be abundant, the information exchanged was invaluable. Upon returning, I can begin harvesting white fruits, gather hay and branches, prepare some jerky, and seek additional food. There will always be tasks at hand. It seems unlikely that we will have time today. After dinner, we shall rest for the night and strive harder tomorrow. Yin, let us work together to improve our lives and find happiness. Hao Tian paused, her smile radiant, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Yin, filled with hope and blessing. Yin beheld her in the warm glow of the setting sun, radiating warmth and sweetness, a true picture of happiness. He too began to smile, not a sinister grin, but one filled with sunshine, gentleness and joy. Let us return, he suggested. Very well. The following day dawned bright and clear, though the morning air lacked warmth. Has the weather changed so swiftly? It was quite warm yesterday. The dry season is upon us. Yin approached from behind, feeling the sudden drop in temperature and observing the petite Hao Tian. He resolved to hunt more animals with fur, preparing ample pelts for clothing to keep her warm. He also needed to gather branches and hay, quickly dig up white fruits, and ensure a sufficient food supply. I shall go hunt. Son, you remain by the cave and dig for white fruits. For the distant areas, wait for me to return before we dig together. Okay, just be careful. Avoid large ferocious beasts. We can hunt some big fowl, rabbits, or perhaps wild boars, which are delicious but dangerous. Safety comes first. Understood. Yin took a few steps, then suddenly turned and embraced Tian before continuing on his way. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. It was the first time Yin had taken such initiative. Why embrace her in broad daylight, causing her such embarrassment? She hurried back to the cave to fetch a bone knife, preparing to descend to dig for white fruits. Meanwhile, Yin felt the impending dry season, which reminded him that the snow season was not far off. A sense of urgency weighed upon him. He needed to prepare adequately to endure the snow season alone, ensuring he had sufficient supplies for her. Hao Tian remained oblivious to Yan's thoughts, diligently digging. Indeed, the tiger clan had not deceived her. These white fruits were indeed the produce of the green plants growing in the soil. Each dig revealed a bounty, almost as if it were free. One white fruit was the size of a basketball, with clusters growing in succession, resembling potatoes or sweet potatoes, but requiring deep excavation. After considerable effort, she finally unearthed a series of white fruits beneath a green plant. each at least the size of a basketball. The pit at the mountain's base appeared quite deep. She silently admired her own persistence. However, the green plant had been severed at the base, revealing fine strands emerging from within. How Tian gazed at them for a long while, feeling an epiphany wash over her. Oh, I remember now. There was a novel that described this. This substance is hemp. The fine strands can be extracted, twisted into thread, and woven into clothing. Oh my skills have reached their peak. As she surveyed the mountainside filled with green plants, the deep pit, and the basketball-sized white fruits, she realized she would have clothing, food, and warmth. What is there to fear during the snow season? With her own hands, she would provide for herself, a testament to her labor. This snow season would not be so difficult after all. When Yin returns, I must share this good news with him. I will also need his assistance to craft a wooden hook. Yes, a wooden crochet hook is essential for making shoes. How delightful! Overjoyed, How Tian eagerly tugged at the green plant, dislodging sand and stones that cascaded down, covering her in dust. How Tian recalled that in the book, these plants were boiled in a pot and then soaked in river water to remove the fibers, leaving behind the fine strands that could be twisted into thread without becoming sticky. The entire morning was spent removing the green plants from the cave, creating a lush carpet on the ground, leaving her utterly exhausted on the stone bed in the living area. When Yin returned, he was greeted by the sight of the cave floor covered in greenery and several basketball-sized white fruits. But How Tian was nowhere to be seen. She must have tired herself out and was resting. This time, Yin had successfully hunted a cow, skinned it, and cleaned the meat. He brought the white fruits back to the cave and stepped inside. Spotting How Tian resting, that I'm back. How Tian sat up with excitement. Yin, you're back. Her voice was jubilant, and her entire demeanor radiated enthusiasm. Yin felt a warmth creeping into his ears. He hadn't anticipated that her joy at seeing him would be so profound. Yin, come here. I have something wonderful to show you. How Tian pulled Yin back down to the cave floor, pointing at the abundance of greenery with a face full of excitement. Yin, look at my new discovery, a significant find. Do you know what it is? The fine strands within these green plants can be extracted and twisted into thread, which can be woven into clothing, and we can even make shoes. Isn't it a monumental discovery? Isn't it incredibly exciting? So, her happiness was not solely because of his presence. Yin observed the sea of greenery, feeling a mix of disappointment and joy. He sensed that his response might seem dismissive and added, Tian, you are truly remarkable, discovering something new once again. You are indeed a prophet. Yin, what did you hunt today? Shall we celebrate? Let us add some vine pepper to our feast. Yin's eyes brightened. Sure. We'll have fried meatballs and scrambled eggs. I hunted a cow. Wow, a cow. That means we can make beef meatballs. What a fortuitous day. So many good things are happening. Good things? What good things? Yin inquired. Nonetheless, seeing Tian's joy made him happy as well, and they both laughed together, creating a rather silly atmosphere, oblivious to their surroundings. Today we shall feast on beef meatballs, grilled steak, and perhaps some scrambled eggs. Oh, I should gather some greens. I'll go. I can return quickly. No, I have an important task for you. What is it? How Tian selected some tender beef. Yin, please chop this beef into minced meat while I gather the vegetables. All right. Yin took out his spring knife and began chopping the meat. In the past, he would never have considered chopping meat into small pieces, deeming it a waste of resources. However, after savoring the fried meatballs, he now believed that this would also be delicious. Chapter 25, Division of Labor. Upon How Tian's return, Yin had already minced the beef, waiting for her. Is it already done? You are truly impressive. Yin. Indeed, I will go wash the greens. After Yin finished speaking, she took the greens away to wash them. How Tian noticed that Yin's ears had turned a rosy hue, truly unable to resist flattery. She had said nothing yet was already shy, which made her remarkably endearing. How Tian placed water in the stone pot, added slices of flat peaches and prickly ash, and brought it to a boil. While waiting for it to boil, she mixed salt and 2 eggs into the minced beef, stirring it in one direction. Yin ground some ginkgo powder. Once the greens were washed and ready for the meal, Yin promptly retrieved her tools to begin grinding the ginkgo powder. After grinding a ginkgo, the water was boiling, and How Tian gradually poured it into the beef mixture, stirring continuously until it became cohesive. She added the ginkgo powder and incorporated the melted lard, then formed small balls with her fist, setting them aside to boil half and fry the other half. The beef balls boiled in water were chewy and springy, while those fried in oil were fragrant. Yin particularly favored the fried beef balls, meatballs, and crispy bits. The greens, briefly blanched in water, were a vibrant green, naturally sweet, and superior in texture compared to modern greens. Requiring no additional seasoning in a bamboo bowl, she arranged the blanched greens and topped them with both boiled and fried beef balls, complemented by the steak Yin was grilling nearby. Originally intended for scrambled eggs, lunch had been prepared with dry ingredients, ultimately transforming into a delicate egg drop soup. With both meat and vegetables, along with the soup, the only thing lacking was a staple. Hao Tian glanced at the finely ground ginkgo powder in the bamboo bowl, feeling a sweet satisfaction, realizing that they were not short on staples either. Doesn't sweet like the powder made from ginkgo? The powdery bits aren't particularly palatable, far inferior to the fried meatballs, she mused. You must agree that the powdery bits lack flavor, right? However, ginkgo can be used to create other dishes, and there's one that you will undoubtedly enjoy. Yan's eyes lit up, her expression turning serious. When shall we prepare it? Hee, not today. We have a whole cow to finish. It's been advised not to hunt large game, yet he insists on doing so. Fortunately, we can make beef jerky out of it. Tomorrow morning, perhaps. Today, let us gather more ginkgo. And this afternoon I will boil those greens in the stone pot and then soak them by the river. Once the fibers are removed, we can twist them into threads. Those threads can be used for tying things or even weaving clothes. With this, a large workload awaited them. We need to organize our tasks. After a hearty breakfast, I will go cut grass and collect branches while you hunt. After lunch, we will dig up ginkgo and gather greens to cook. In the evening, we can grind the ginkgo powder together. We must harvest all the ginkgo and greens in the vicinity. It will certainly be enough for our sustenance. After some contemplation, Hao Tian recalled something. By the way, Yin, you also need to help me polish some wooden skewers and craft a crochet hook. The skewers should be about this long, as thin as possible, with smooth surfaces and pointed ends, rounded at the tips. The crochet hook should have one end shaped into a hook, with a rounded tip as well. Can you manage that? Following Hao Tian's description, Yin could roughly envision what she meant regarding the skewer and the crochet hook. Nodding in agreement, it's not difficult, that's splendid. I will start boiling the greens now, as there are still many to harvest. When we dig up the ginkgo, let us not uproot all the rhizomes. We should leave one behind to ensure it grows back next year. We cannot deplete our resources entirely, or there will be nothing left to eat next year. The tiger tribe has been digging for 2 years. They must have left some roots behind. In the afternoon, they busily continued their tasks. Hao Tian boiled the greens in one pot while preparing genuine beef jerky in another. Yin dug up ginkgo while simultaneously harvesting greens, quickly clearing the area around the cave. As evening approached, it was the moment Yin had been eagerly anticipating. Ever since living with Hao Tian, he could no longer return to the days of eating roasted meat. The transition from frugality to extravagance is easy, but the reverse is a challenge, as was vividly illustrated in his life. That evening, the two remained industrious. Hao Tian flipped the beef jerky while grinding the ginkgo powder. Yin focused on shaping the skewers and the crochet hook. Following Hao Tian's instructions, only one crochet hook was needed, but 10 skewers were required. The design was simple, yet the challenge lay in ensuring that the skewers were uniformly thin and consistent in thickness. Thinner skewers would leave smaller holes when woven into clothing, while thicker ones would create larger gaps but offer better elasticity. Ginkgo was quite hard, making it a challenge to grind into powder. They had excavated a considerable amount of ginkgo, now piled in the storage room, while both worked diligently on the platform. We can't keep working outside like this. We need to keep a torch in the storage room and bedroom. We have oil, but what about the oil-absorbent fur? I wonder how well hemp strings would absorb oil. A torch is a device that can burn for a long time on one end while allowing us to hold or insert it on the other. It can ignite other materials and serve as a source of light. It's a useful tool, easy to make and portable. If we create it well, it might even be sold as a commodity. How do they preserve fire here? The tiger, rabbit, and goat tribes all had bonfire pits, indicating that everyone possessed fire. Regarding how to start a fire, it was likely through friction or perhaps using firestones. How did those tribes with fire sources acquire them? Fire sources were generally preserved, with each tribe designating individuals to oversee the fire to ensure it was neither stolen nor extinguished. The fire sources were small bonfires, occasionally replenished with branches. As for their origin, aside from the celestial fire, it remained a mystery. Only the Eagle tribe knew of the fire sources. Anyone who sought fire from the Eagle tribe had to offer up 100 beautiful females in exchange. Yan's expression darkened. Their snake tribe could never trade for fire sources from the Eagle tribe, leaving them to seek celestial fire instead. The fire source within their tribe was derived from the celestial fire they had discovered and carefully preserved. So it is like this. The snake tribe seems to have quite a predicament, as the eagle and snake are natural enemies. I do know 2 methods of making fire, but I haven't tried them. I'm unsure of their effectiveness. I feel incapable of executing either method. Yan's excitement surged, and she grasped Hao Tian's hand, wanting to say something but ultimately reverted to normalcy, affirming, "Yes, Tian, you will surely come up with a way to create fire. It is inevitable. No, it's not that I've thought of it. I merely borrowed the wisdom of our ancestors. How could it be said that I came up with it myself? However, the methods can be attempted. One method involves taking a branch and rubbing it repeatedly against a wooden block. The faster, the better, and persistence is key. It can be quite laborious if smoke begins to rise from the friction point. It signifies that success is near. It's not as simple as sparking a flame instantly. Chapter 26. Egg pancake. The second method involves swiftly striking a spring knife against a stone to create sparks, directing them onto flammable materials, such as hair, to ignite immediately. Otherwise, the fire will extinguish before it can grow. How fast must one move to accomplish that? With a sharp sound, fine sparks scattered, and Yan's eyes lit up, gazing at Tian with admiration. Truly, you are remarkable. The fire source comes so effortlessly from your lips. Tian, your speed is commendable, but please, do not gaze at me with such admiration. Without a steel knife, a bone knife will not produce sparks. Tian, I am unworthy to be your partner. No, you are deserving. Hao Tian hurriedly interrupted Yan. Now that we are partners, do you intend to backtrack? Am I to grant you the opportunity to reconsider? Silence. Yin chuckled softly. Allow me to finish. Although I may not be worthy of your nobility, since we have already formed a partnership, I will strive to earn your worthiness. I do not regret becoming your partner. I cherish it. This is the happiest thing in my life. Why this sudden emotional declaration? This feels strange. How should I respond? Before Hao Tian could speak, Yin playfully ruffled her hair. Wait for me. I will become stronger. With that, he returned to polishing the wooden skewers, knowing that what he had just expressed was of little consequence. He had already secured his place in her heart. The following day, Hao Tian took out the ginkgo powder and mixed it with water, kneading it into a white dough ball, determined to create a dish that Yin adored. The stone pot was heating, and Hao Tian retrieved the rolling pin that Yin had processed the previous night, rolling the white dough into long strips, which she then cut into pieces. Each piece was flattened into a round shape. One was sufficient for her, but Yin would require 5, after coating the heated stone pot with oil. She placed 1 round ginkgo pancake in, cracked an egg on top, flipped it, and removed it from the pot. She then brushed a layer of honey on the inside of the pancake, added diced fruits she had exchanged for, and wrapped it up. Yin watched, swallowing hard. He had an affinity for eggs, and seeing the intricate preparation made him find it delectable. Taking the pancake Hao Tian offered, he bit into it without minding the oil, savoring the sweetness, the fruit, and the egg aroma. The ginkgo layer was chewy, and the amalgamation of flavors danced in his mouth, far surpassing the ginkgo blocks he had previously tasted in his tribe. What is this? The ginkgo blocks can be this delicious. This is called a pancake. I added an egg, hence it is termed egg pancake. We only have honey, so it must be sweet. Actually, a savory pancake would be even better. But regrettably, we lack the ingredients. What ingredients do you need, Tian? Just tell me, and I will fetch them for you. The feast was delectable, and he yearned for even more delightful dishes. Hao Tian shook her head, lamenting the absence of soy sauce, uncertain if the available ingredients could yield anything worthwhile. The necessary materials were not readily accessible and required meticulous preparation. Yin nodded with a hint of regret. There was nothing to be done. The current egg pancakes were quite delicious, and before long, Hao Tian had consumed all 5 she had made. Sated, Yin let out a satisfied burp, surprised at how filling the thin pancakes were. Rising to stretch her body, she picked up the bamboo water container, preparing for a hunt. Hao Tian, having finished her meal and tidying up, also took a bamboo tube of water and slung a basket on her back. Setting off to gather grass, as noon approached, 2 stealthy figures emerged beneath the cave. Yang Mao sniffed, detecting the scent of the female and the serpent beast. Look, Yang Mao pointed to the cave entrance, exclaiming, that's where they reside. Let us hurry and search. We might find baskets or other treasures, he urged, eager to ascend. Yang Mao quickly grasped him, warning, Yang Ti, do not proceed. Although the shaman has provided herbs to mask our scent, we cannot be certain that the serpent beast won't detect us. Our mission is to ascertain the serpent beast's dwelling. Let's leave quickly, lest the creature returns. Yang Ti frowned, frustrated at the prospect of leaving good fortune behind. But he was ultimately dragged away by Yang Mao. Not long after they departed, Hao Tian returned, her basket laden with Jerusalem artichokes and greens, preparing for lunch. Unfortunately, she had not encountered any large fowl. Eating the same fare day after day grew tiresome. Now with the addition of ginkgo powder, she longed for chicken soup noodles, but alas, no large fowl was found. Before long, Yin returned, bringing with him a deer. Sweet, let us have fried meatballs today, he declared. If only she were a chef, she could surely concoct a variety of dishes under limited conditions. Sadly, she possesses only rudimentary cooking skills. While Hao Tian prepared lunch, Yang Mao and Yang Ti hurried back, the latter grumbling about Yang Mao's failure to procure a basket for the tribe. Enough. We must adhere to the chief's instructions. Do not ruin everything. Our efforts are for the tribe. All for the tribe's benefit. Yang Mao firmly believed that stealing was not virtuous, even if it pertained to the serpent beast's possessions. Otherwise, it would be as if they were inferior to the serpent beast. Yang Ti's expression soured, recalling how Yang Hua had coveted a basket, proclaiming that if he could bring one back, she would become his mate. Were it not for Yang Mao, he might have won Yang Hua's affection. The chief tasked us with discovering the serpent beast's lair. He did not forbid us from taking its possessions. It is you who obstructs me. Good luck explaining this to the chief upon our return. In a fit of anger, Yang Ti dashed past Yang Mao, racing back. The male moved swiftly, his destination clear. Yang Mao and Yang Ti sprinted back to the tribe, arriving directly at the chief's cave. Inside, the old chief rested, his offspring out hunting and his mate absent, so he did not require care. Chief, we located the serpent beast's dwelling. They were not home. I initially intended to retrieve some baskets and containers for the tribe, but Yang Mao forbade it. The serpent beasts possess baskets and containers. Surely there are treasures within the cave that we could have secured. Yet Yang Mao impeded our efforts, showing no consideration for the tribe. Yang Ti swiftly accused Yang Mao. The chief's keen gaze scrutinized Yang Mao, who lowered his head in guilt. Though he felt no wrongdoing, the chief's penetrating gaze made him feel uneasy. Yang Ti reveled in the moment, wishing for the chief to discipline Yang Mao for thwarting his plans. Yang Mao acted correctly. Yang Ti, you ought to reflect on your actions. Thankfully, we did not enter. Had the serpent beast detected us, it would have grown wary, and that would have been detrimental. The old chief rose from his stone bed, grasping his staff as he made his way toward the shaman's cave, inquiring, did you indeed see them trading with the tiger tribe yesterday? Yes, I observed from afar as they carried numerous baskets and goods. I waited outside until they departed. When they left the tiger tribe, they were quite pleased, each bearing a basket. That indicates a fruitful transaction. I never anticipated the straightforward tiger tribe would engage in trade with the serpent beasts. This presents an excellent opportunity. The old chief, leaning on his staff, reached the entrance of the shaman's cave, instructing the two young ones to depart while he conferred with the shaman. Chapter 27. Surveillance. The old chief and the shaman deliberated until the moonlight shone brightly, emerging with a seemingly trembling figure. Yet each step was steady as he returned to his cave to rest. On that clear morning, Hao Tian withdrew the green plants she had soaked in river water. After more than a night of immersion, the fibers had mostly been removed, and now they required drying before being spun into thread. A new batch of greenery was added for soaking, and the pile of wild grass steadily increased. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion until Yin returned with a large animal and 2 rabbits. However, the frown on his brow indicated his dissatisfaction. Hunting so much is impractical. We cannot consume it all, and turning it into jerky is labor-intensive. When the dry season arrives, we should cure the meat then. It will be far quicker and less troublesome than preparing jerky now. I wish to hunt a tiger, but I rarely encounter them. Bears will suffice as well, though it seems I must venture further. The temperature during breakfast was gradually changing, though Tian had yet to notice the subtle shifts. By the time she did, The dry season would likely have already set in. I will go dig for ginkgo nuts. Hao Tian understood why Yin consistently hunted large animals. With the surplus, he could make jerky, and the pelts were abundant, all for her benefit. Not wishing to say more, she envisioned what she could prepare to reward Yin. But by the way, ginkgo powder is quite similar to flour. I could make glutinous rice balls, and with meat filling. Yin would surely enjoy them. I could also roll out dumpling skins and wonton wrappers. Though the filling might not be as refined as in modern society, she could use ginger to mask the gamey flavor, incorporating some greens and eggs for a balanced mix. When Yin beheld the day's offerings, he was intrigued by the white balls floating in the broth, their pristine and rounded appearance appealing to him. With their current pace, they would soon deplete this patch of ginkgo nuts, at which point they would need to head toward the bamboo grove for more. The green plants collected in recent days would soon dry. Allowing them to be spun into thread in the evening, they could twist it into string, and they should first prepare some torches, enabling them to be industrious in the storeroom. Yes, we should carve 2 deeper grooves into the storeroom walls to hold the torch handles. Excellent. These arrangements were quite sweet. He was responsible for hunting and labor, having captured 2 rabbits today, which would yield 2 more pelts that Tian would surely appreciate. Picking up a glutinous rice ball with chopsticks, he watched as the ginkgo powder exterior gradually yielded under gravity, revealing the meat filling within. Yin was astonished. There was meat inside this ball. Upon tasting it, he was delighted by its soft and sticky texture. The salted meat flavor mingling with the freshness of the meat, and he even detected the taste of egg. His expression radiated surprise as he devoured no less than 20 balls. Hao Tian's glutinous rice balls were far from the neatly packaged, small, round ones of modern times. They were substantial, fitting snugly in the palm of one's hand. Yin not only consumed around 20 but also drank all the broth from the bamboo bowl that had accompanied the rice balls. After tidying up, Tian began cooking the greens, while Yin prepared to dig for ginkgo nuts. The storeroom was accumulating branches, dry grass, and soon, ginkgo nuts. Grinding ginkgo nuts into powder was no easy task, and recalling the tiger tribe's furs filled with ginkgo powder, Hao Tian felt the strength of unity. With their diligent digging, they were unaware of how long it would take to grind everything into powder. Storing all that ginkgo powder in bamboo bowls was impractical. She needed to sew a pouch from animal skin. Yin hunted daily, and their supply of furs was steadily increasing. The animal skin skirts they crafted were minimal, with the surplus rolled up and left idle on the shelf. With the dry season approaching, temperature variations would soon be felt in the mornings and evenings. Once the hemp thread was ready and the torches prepared, they would begin weaving clothing. Time seemed to fly by, and there never seemed to be enough of it. Tan, be sure to prepare your clothing. I do not require garments for the snow season. Yin glanced at the dry grass and branches in the storeroom, realizing that the grass was still insufficient. While grass is more flammable than branches, it does not burn as long. Though survive the snow season, they needed more branches, yet amidst all their busyness, the accumulation of grass surpassed that of branches. Yin devised a plan to set out with a basket the following day. If he could not gather branches, he would break them off with his hands. The tiger tribe's females, learning to weave baskets from Hao Tian, now ventured out with a basket each. Their baskets were slightly larger than Hao Tian's, crafted to their own sizes. Before Hao Tian, they appeared rather robust. One tiger tribe female turned to showcase her animal skin bustier and skirt, exclaiming, "Do I not appear more attractive, fashioned after that serpent beast's female?" The other females nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "You do look significantly better. Lawn, compared to you, we pale in comparison. What is that serpent beast's female called?" Such intelligence, capable of weaving baskets and even crafting clothing more beautifully than we can. I recall her name. Tian. How Tian did I wonder how far she lives from us? It would be delightful to encounter her and engage in deeper communication, perhaps learning a great deal from her. She has a male snake beast for a companion, and I wonder, when the snowy season arrives, will she survive until spring? As soon as the topic arose, it ignited a wave of silence. Although we have not interacted much, I have taken a liking to her. Her meticulous teaching of weaving suggests she is a kind-hearted individual. Indeed, she must be a good person. Just look at her petite frame. She is even less robust than the female flower pig beast. Surely, she has faced considerable bullying within her own tribe, or else she wouldn't have chosen to associate with a snake beast. Speaking of that snake beast, don't you think he is exceedingly handsome? If all snake beasts were so appealing, I would be inclined to take a male snake beast as a companion. The females fell into contemplation, realizing this notion was rather appealing. Yet the thought of snake beasts employing force against females to compel them to bear offspring cast a shadow over their enthusiasm. Do you think that snake beast has ever harmed Tion? Certainly not. Just observe how closely he watches over her. The males in the tribe dare not approach her. Yes, there are no visible scars on her. Indeed, everyone agreed. Before the snowy season arrives, shall we bring her to our tribe? Although the cold may be unbearable, being together is far better than her being alone. Yes, perhaps they lack a source of warmth. Another wave of solitude washed over them. Finally, one suggested, "Shall we consult the matriarch and request that the males accompany us to speak with Tion?" That is a splendid idea. I concur, so do I. The female tigers plan to gather fruits today and return to discuss this matter with the matriarch, while their conversation was overheard clearly by the hidden young T. The tribe leader had summoned him to keep an eye on the tiger tribe, and he arrived just in time. That snake beast's female had actually imparted weaving techniques to the tiger females. Chapter 28. Discussion among the tiger tribe. Young T quietly departed to report back. After the tiger females finished gathering, they approached the matriarch to seek permission to visit Hao Tian, who, too, felt a stir of excitement. Staying in the tribe all day was quite dull, however. The thought of that snake beast dampened her spirits. It wasn't fear, merely that he was a male, hardly worthy of her concern. This plan is feasible. We need to discuss it with Kai and arrange the details after that. The dry season is approaching, and our primary focus must remain on gathering food. We cannot have all of you go. Let us select 2 representatives to bring gifts, lest we burden the young females with empty hands. The females were delighted and eagerly agreed, discussing among themselves who would be chosen as representatives. Ultimately, 2 already mated tiger females were selected, awaiting the return of Kai and the others to discuss and arrange for the male escorts and timing. In the goat tribe, the old leader's expression darkened upon hearing young T's report. That despicable snake beast, refusing to trade with our tribe, yet imparting weaving techniques to the tiger tribe. Truly, the snake tribe is not to be trusted. No wonder they are despised by the entire continent of beast tribes. The old leader, furious, struck his staff against the ground, creating a rhythmic thumping sound, completely oblivious to their earlier intentions of outright theft. Yang Ti also felt the old leader had a point. A mere snake beast dared to treat their goat tribe in such a manner. It was necessary to teach him a lesson, to make him understand that although goats are herbivorous, the goat tribe is certainly carnivorous. Leader, when shall we gather the males of the tribe to teach that snake beast a lesson? There is no rush. The dry season must prioritize food gathering, but we must keep a vigilant eye on the tiger and snake beasts. Once spring arrives, we shall act decisively. Alas, I hope that female can survive the snowy season. Otherwise, it will be far from perfect. Yang Ti discreetly observed the old leader's demeanor, sensing he had devised a cunning plan. He would follow orders, ready to deliver a severe lesson to that snake beast. Today, Kai set out with a group of males for a hunt and returned by evening with their catch. The group gathered around the campfire, roasting meat and eating white flour cakes. Hu discussed the idea of visiting the snake beast with Kai. With a smile, Kai teased Hu, "Are you eager to join?" "I shall not go. I am your mate, a matriarch of the tribe. How could I venture out for leisure?" "You are merely afraid of that snake beast," Kai remarked, though he didn't say it outright. Communication with females must not be straightforward. Otherwise, when would he have the chance to embrace a soft, fragrant female? If we are to go, naturally, I, as the tribe leader along with the matriarch, must accompany. We should bring gifts to show our sincerity. This is not a mere outing. It is a matter of importance. That female snake beast appears to be quite clever. Should we engage with her, we might learn something invaluable to bring back to our tribe. Although he wasn't particularly keen on forming close ties with the snake beast, since Hu wished to foster goodwill, he decided to make the effort. The dry season was approaching, and everyone would be busy gathering food and finding ways to preserve it in preparation for the snowy season, leaving little opportunity for contact with the snake beast. Hu, upon hearing Kai's words, also felt that making this visit would contribute positively to the tribe. Besides, since Kai would be accompanying, what was there to fear? Kai, you are right. As the matriarch, I should contribute more to the tribe. She missed that small female. Their brief encounter had left a lasting impression. Who just informed me that during the previous trade with the snake beast, Our deal was quite equitable. While we cannot engage extensively with the snake beast, that female is indeed vulnerable. As the snowy season approaches, our tribe's females wish to lend her a helping hand. Therefore, we have decided that in 3 days, I and Hu, accompanied by 2 females and 2 males for protection, shall visit the dwelling of the snake beast to check on her. What does everyone think? Hukai approached the campfire, addressing the tribe members. Most of the tiger tribe members were rather single-minded. Helping the snake beast was out of the question, adhering to the general principles of the continent. However, assisting the weak female was a matter of principle. After much discussion, the chosen males who would accompany were Tiger Wei and Tiger Sure. Tiger Sure, having already taken a mate, was a rather solemn fellow. His pairing had surprised many within the tribe. A male who only buried himself in hard work and communicated with mere grunts had somehow found a mate, while many charming males had remained single. It could only be said that Tiger Sure was fortunate. Hukai selected him for his stoic demeanor, hoping he would not provoke conflict with the snake beast. Tiger Wei, on the other hand, still harbored some hope for Hao Tian, bringing him along as an opportunity to confront his illusions and realize his lack of chances. Hukai understood that the snake beast would not permit any male to approach his female. Life continued as usual. The greenery along the mountainside had been gathered and soaked in the river, while some had dried and been stored. The white fruits had also been unearthed on this particular day. Hao Tian and Yin decided not to venture out due to the rain, remaining busy in the cave. After this rain, the dry season would commence, as so suddenly. Just a few days had passed since the morning temperatures dropped, and now, following a rainstorm, the dry season had arrived. How long will this rain last? The previous rain fell for several days. It should stop by tomorrow. With the dry season upon us, the snowy season is not far behind. Yin promptly retrieved tools and began grinding white fruit powder, as it is easy to store and can be used for cakes or dumplings. He intended to prepare a substantial amount. Seeing Yin so industriously at work, Hao Tian speculated he felt pressed for time. However, she did not find the snowy season daunting. Even without prior experience, she was well prepared. Do not worry, Yin. We have plenty of food now, and with so many white fruits. I eat little, and there are abundant greens. When the time comes, we will have clothing and shoes. You have hunted so much, we have plenty of furs, and so much jerky too, indeed, so much. Since that day of beef jerky, there had also been pork jerky, venison jerky, and the most plentiful, rabbit jerky. Her collection of rabbit pelts included gray, white, and gray-white patterns, filling a shelf entirely. She suspected Yin had wiped out the nearby rabbit burrows. Furthermore, as the dry season approached, I will accompany you on hunts, seeking other ingredients nearby. I'm sure I can find even more edible treasures. Yin looked up and gently ruffled Hao Tian's hair. Indeed. He believed in her words and returned to his task. Very well, since my mate is a diligent individual, I too must not remain idle. She retrieved the previously processed greens, peeled away the outer layer, and extracted the fine strands within. Each plant was roughly the thickness of a finger, yielding at least 50 fine strands, delicate yet prone to breakage. Hao Tian twisted every 4 strands into one, and then twisted every 4 of those into a singular strand. Chapter 29. Torches. As dusk approached, Hao Tian stretched and twisted her stiff neck, realizing another day was slipping away. Looking at the 4 bundles of twine before her, she smiled with satisfaction. Tonight, they would make torches and conduct a little experiment. Yin, are there any sturdy branches of bang wood at the bottom of the cave? Yes. Put on your raincoat and fetch a few segments. After we finish our dinner, we shall make torches. Dinner was relatively simple. A modified version of Songhua dumpling soup was prepared, featuring small white powdery blocks, dried meat, and vegetables. Yin particularly enjoyed it as it contained eggs. Nowadays, roasted meat was seldom consumed. Soon, Yin returned, and the two eagerly awaited the completion of the dumpling soup, each relishing their share. As they consumed the warm soup, a comforting warmth enveloped them, and one could only imagine the bliss of enjoying a bowl during the snowy season. Having finished her meal, Yin began to clean the stone pot and bamboo utensils, suddenly reflecting, "Are you thinking of your kin?" I pondered. If only the females of our clan could also savor such a steaming bowl of dumpling soup this snowy season, warming their bodies and filling their bellies. Shall we return? Carry me. Can we make it back before the snow season? Yin shook her head. I merely contemplated that until I grow stronger, we shall not return. If I cannot protect you, what face do I have to bring you back? Hao Tian did not press further. This matter depended on Yan's willingness. She resolved to focus on the present. Yan, could you split this end a bit? All right. Yan split one end of the wooden stick, while Hao Tian secured the hemp thread inside it, then began to wrap it around, creating a width of 1 finger and a thickness of half a finger, subsequently soaking it in the grease of the stone pot. One pot simmering with lard, the other with deer fat. Hao Tian was uncertain which fat was more durable, but deer fat was rarer. Considering the abundant fat of pork, after saturating the fibers with grease, she lifted them to drain, igniting both torches, instantly illuminating the dim cave. Yin, let us continue working in the storage room and see how long these torches can burn. Yin placed the 2 torches in the indentations on the stone wall of the storage room, and the interior brightened, revealing the surroundings clearly. Watching the torches, Yin felt a surge of joy and pride for Hao Tian. We should also carve 2 indentations in our bedroom. There are still a few broken branches of the wooden sticks outside. I will fashion them into torches. Right, the living room is near the cave entrance. Let us avoid the cold wind. Having observed Hao Tian's method, Yin found it simple and grasped it immediately. We'll prepare half with lard and half with deer fat, storing them separately. Once we test the durability of the torches, we can prepare the next batch, agreed. Hao Tian settled onto the ground with some dry grass, continuing to twist the hemp thread. After completing 4 torches, Yin took out her tools to carve indentations in the bedroom, one on the stone wall beside the stone table and another on the stone wall beside the stone bed. Then she returned to the storage room. Sitting down like Hao Tian to grind the white fruit in the storage room, only the sounds of their labor echoed, as time passed quietly. Hao Tian, eager to test the durability of the torches, continued twisting the thread, even as she huffed from exhaustion. Yin, however, remained spirited, waiting for the moment the torches would extinguish. When Hao Tian finished forming the second ball of hemp thread, the torch made with lard was nearly burnt out. Having reached the wooden stick, Hao Tian extinguished it with water. The other torch continued to burn, and with one extinguished, the storage room dimmed considerably. Yet Yin felt a warmth in her heart, as if illuminated by the torch's flame. It truly was a remarkable invention. As the torch made with deer fat began to show signs of burning the wooden stick, while Hao Tian struggled to form the third ball of hemp thread. Yin extinguished it before her. The storage room was enveloped in darkness, but Hao Tian spotted a pair of eyes gleaming with an extraordinary light. Yan's golden slit pupils stood out vividly in the shadows. Strikingly captivating, Yin embraced Hao Tian, proclaiming, "I am so proud of you, Tian. You are truly wonderful." Hao Tian reciprocated the embrace, thinking it was only natural, as she embodied the wisdom of 5,000 years of Chinese ancestry. Yet, she could not deny her heart swelled with pride at that moment. "Tian, it's quite late. Shall we return to the bedroom to rest?" "Yes, all right." Throughout the day, she had been tirelessly twisting the hemp thread. Completing 4 balls. 1 torch made with lard could burn for half a day, while the deer fat would last longer in the future. Let us use the lard torches. We'll save the deer fat ones. Agreed. The next day, Hao Tian awoke late, having worked until the moon was high in the sky. Yin had caused a bit of a ruckus, and now she felt achy all over. Her waist, back, legs, and neck were sore, leaving her in less than optimal condition. "Tian, here's a water-boiled egg." Yin entered with a bowl containing a single water-boiled egg, saying, "I added honey, making it sweet." Upon seeing Yin, Hao Tian's face flushed, and she accepted the bowl. Finishing the egg and soup. "Has the rain stopped outside?" "Yes, I want to be back for lunch today. I'm heading deeper to hunt. Let us see if I can catch a bear or a tiger." After a day of rain, small animals will be hiding in their burrows, and those larger animals must be quite hungry. This is an opportunity. If we can't hunt nearby, that's fine. We can grind white fruit in the cave today. The sunchoke in the vicinity hasn't aged yet. We haven't had sunchoke stir-fried with meat in a while, so let us settle for that. If we encounter a bear or a tiger, it could be dangerous. We can't always settle. I must go. There are naturally prey nearby. It's impossible for them to be all hunted out. It's just that the chances of encountering what I want are too slim. I am sorry, Tian. I lied to you. Seeing Yan's determination not to return for lunch, Hao Tian was uncertain how he planned to manage his meal. She exited the bedroom to heat the stone pot. "Yan, please gather some clean leaves. I'll make some egg pancakes for you to take for lunch. Though they won't taste great when cold, it's better than going hungry." Egg pancakes? Yan's eyes lit up. All right. She promptly turned and left. Previously, they would only eat when returning with prey or resting nearby. Cold food was not his preference. Hao Tian prepared 5 egg pancakes, wrapping each in leaves, then bundling them together with a rabbit skin, placing them in the backpack and readying a bamboo tube of water for Yin to take along. Once Yin had packed the backpack, she smiled at Hao Tian. Stay in the cave. I'll head out first. Be careful. Yin quickly ran off, disappearing from sight. Returning to the cave, Hao Tian resumed twisting the hemp thread in the living room. After making 4 torches the previous night, using 1 ball of hemp thread, she still had 6 left. If she continued diligently, 10 balls should suffice to weave a garment. The wooden sticks and crochet hooks had already been prepared, waiting for her current supply of hemp thread. Chapter 30. Guests from the Tiger Clan at noon. Hao Tian kindled a fire, intending to heat the egg pancakes made earlier for lunch. Just as the flames flickered to life, a powerful voice boomed from outside. Is the female Hao Tian residing inside? Recognizing the robust tone, Hao Tian immediately discerned it belonged to the Tiger Clan leader, Hu Kai. Rising to leave the cave, she stood on the platform to observe below. 3 imposing tigers bore Hu and 2 other female members of the Tiger Clan. Upon spotting Hao Tian, Hu waved enthusiastically, while the other 2 females smiled and nodded in greeting. Though Hu was significantly older, her playful nature made interactions enjoyable, and Hao Tian was genuinely surprised by their visit. The 6 of them ascended the platform, and Hu joyfully exclaimed, Kai said the snake beast is away. Are you here all alone? Yin has gone hunting. He won't be back for lunch today. Oh. I see. Hu's smile widened. We came to check on you. With just 1 little female here. It could be dangerous when the snake beast is away. Would you like to come live with us in the Tiger Clan? Hao Tian shook her head. No, I'm quite content here. Have you all eaten? Not yet. We came here for a good meal. Hu set down her backpack. Look, we want to eat for free. This is something we brought for you. Inside the backpack was a roll of fur, a bag of finely ground white fruit powder, and an assortment of fruits. Hao Tian initially declined the offerings, but Hu insisted it was a matter of etiquette, and after several exchanges, she reluctantly accepted. She thought of inviting them inside, but upon glancing at the cluttered living room, the storage room was equally cramped, and the bedroom could barely accommodate a few. With mealtime approaching, Hao Tian hesitated, wondering if she should cook in the bedroom. Before she could lead them into the bedroom, Hu and the other females had already settled on the platform, while Hu Kai and the others departed. Where are they going? They just arrived. Why are they leaving? They went hunting. We'll eat once they return. Although she initially thought to say it wasn't necessary, she reconsidered. Given the males' hearty appetites and the simplicity of just serving egg pancakes, it felt inadequate. Since you're here to enjoy a good meal, let us gather some ingredients to prepare something better. Hu's eyes lit up. She hadn't anticipated that there would be such good fortune. Sure, you lead the way, and we'll go together. Hao Tian guided them to the location where they discovered sunchokes, digging them up and explaining that they were edible. Hu and her companions were delighted. These were plentiful around their cave as well, and they could dig them up to enjoy later. Although they were edible, once dug up, they were difficult to preserve, requiring them to return to harvest whenever they desired. Oh, as long as it's food, anything edible is a good thing. After digging for a while and cleaning the harvest, they returned to the platform, where Hu assisted in setting the stone pot on the platform. The females were intrigued by the stone pot, wondering if this little female cooked with such a hollow stone block. This is a stone pot. I had Yin polish it specially. Hu laughed heartily. Isn't a stone slab sufficient? Why bother with polishing the dents? Such a hassle. Hao Tian observed Hu in silence while preparing the stone pot, anticipating that soon they would appreciate its merits. The group of Hu Kai returned swiftly after a brief 2-day hunt for wild boars. Hao Tian gazed at the wild boar, thinking it was fortuitous. She could add a dish of delectable crispy pork cracklings. At this moment, the advantage of having many hands became apparent. Within moments, the 2 days' worth of wild boar was expertly processed. Sweet, this stone pot can't roast meat. What do you intend to do? Hao Tian sliced several pieces of meat, placing the fatty portions into the stone pot to fry into cracklings, while handing the lean meat to Hu. Chop this meat into small pieces. I'll prepare delicious fried meatballs for you all. They were uncertain about the taste of the fried meatballs, but that concern was overshadowed by the tantalizing aroma wafting from the cracklings, stimulating all their senses. What is this? Hu Kai swallowed hard, voicing what everyone was thinking, knowing they too would be enticed. This is called uzaza. The fried pig fat solidifies when cooled. Next time you cook, you can use it again. This fried fat is simply exquisite. After frying the pig fat, sprinkle a bit of salt on it, and it becomes both fragrant and delightful. The favorite snack of the feast? The group stared intently at the stone pot, swallowing in anticipation, eager to savor the flavors immediately. Sister Hu, this meat needs to be chopped. I have other preparations to make. Oh, all right, Kai Kai. Chop the meat. Hu Kai replied, chopping the meat, his thoughts still lingering on the cracklings. As the cracklings sizzled, Hao Tian removed them, sprinkled a pinch of salt, and handed them to Hu and the others. The group eagerly grabbed them with their hands, burning their fingers but savoring the taste. The more they tasted, the more their expressions brightened. Delicious, delicious, but too hot. Phew. Hao Tian prepared several pairs of chopsticks, and by the time she returned, the cracklings had vanished. Here, these are chopsticks. Use them like this to eat without dirtying your hands. Hu eagerly accepted the chopsticks. Hey, this is quite sophisticated. Sweet sister, fry some more cracklings. This little bit won't suffice for us. Indeed, let's have more. Even the usually stoic Hu sure nodded fervently. Hao Tian chuckled at their enthusiasm. No need to rush. The best is yet to come. Chief, just wait. Hu Kai was so engrossed in eating that he completely forgot about his assigned tasks. Hurry up, we are waiting for you. Hu urged, frowning. Hu Kai smiled and nodded, saying, all right, and hurriedly resumed chopping the meat. Meanwhile, Hao Tian busied herself chopping Jerusalem artichokes, slicing meat into strips and stir-frying them in the pot. Then she added the artichoke chunks along with some salt, and the dish of stir-fried artichokes with meat strips was ready. She filled a bowl to the brim and then took the ginkgo flour, mixed it with water, kneaded it into a white dough, rolled it into strips, cut them into small pieces, and combined them with Hu Kai's minced meat, adding salt and mixing. Then she formed meatballs, frying them until an enticing aroma filled the air. Even more delightful than roasted meat. A bowl brimming with fried meatballs was readied. Stir-fried artichokes with meat strips. Fried meatballs, and I'll make some sweet dumplings. The group watched as Hao Tian shaped the ginkgo flour into thin skins, filling them with minced meat, then carefully sealing them into white dumplings. Is this a new method you've devised? Can ginkgo flour be used this way? Does it need frying? It wasn't just Hu who was astonished. The members of the Hu tribe were equally intrigued. They had only consumed ginkgo flour in block form and had never seen it prepared this way. No frying. Just boil it in water until it floats to the surface, and then it's done. Hu looked at the pot again, realizing it was truly a remarkable item. Kai, pay attention. When you return, make sure to create one just like it. Absolutely, I will ensure it is identical. Chapter 31. The highest etiquette. Everyone present took note of the stone pot's appearance and the recent cooking methods to share with their tribe. Ensuring collective learning. Hu shyly laughed. Haha, we won't take this knowledge for granted. In the future, if you need assistance, feel free to call upon us. We, the Hu tribe, will remember this kindness. We came to tell you that as the snow season approaches, you should come to our tribe. It's too dangerous for a female to stay here without anyone to care for you. Your partner won't be able to protect you during the snow season. Hao Tian felt touched. She had never contributed to the Hu tribe, and their acquaintance stemmed from mere transactions. The fact that they would come to see her and invite her to their tribe during the snow season filled her heart with warmth. However, she felt it was merely a matter of culinary techniques, not a significant contribution. I truly appreciate your kind offer, but I cannot go. It would be too much trouble for you. Besides, we have prepared for the snow season. So rest assured, you will see me again in spring. Hu was taken aback by Hao Tian's refusal. The snow season was perilous, and she was about to argue further when Hu Kai intervened. He sensed that no amount of persuasion would sway Hao Tian to spend the snow season with their tribe. He would remember today as hospitality. There would come a time when they would need the Hu tribe's assistance. As they chatted, the dumplings floated to the surface, and Hao Tian served 5 or 6 to each of them. Quick, try these. Hu's expression turned regretful, but he was quickly captivated by the food before him. The group awkwardly used chopsticks for the first time, cheeks bulging with dumplings, leaving no time for conversation. Their appetites were considerable, especially among the 3 males. After consuming half of the 2 wild boars, Hao Tian decided to chop all the remaining meat, fry meatballs, and pack them for Hu to take back. How can we accept this? Eating and taking some home as well. Despite her protest, he unhesitatingly took the food and placed it aside. She truly enjoyed eating, and with Hukai still needing to smooth the stone pot, she could not resist accepting the ready-made portion. I noticed you have a heap of dry grass in your cave. What is it for? I collected it for fuel during the snow season. Although it may seem abundant, I need it for cooking and boiling water. Dry grass is highly flammable but burns out faster than branches, making it much quicker to use. I need to gather more. Upon hearing this, Hu looked remorseful. Oh no, we wasted so much. This wild grass regenerates after each snow season. It grows back robustly. We usually prepare branches for the snow season, but there aren't enough branches to collect. We just break them off for firewood. If only they had known earlier that dry grass could be used for fuel, they would have cleared all the wild grass nearby long ago. No wonder there was none left under their cave. Hu felt he had learned something valuable. Hukai soon seized on an important piece of information. In that case, I believe we still have sufficient time. We should help cut the nearby wild grass. Usually, it's just you and the snake beast. I suspect it wouldn't be cut quickly enough. Today we can take the opportunity as a gesture of gratitude for the delicious meatballs. Hukai also felt that taking food without giving something in return was somewhat inappropriate, so this was a chance to contribute. All right, we are all energized from the meal. We can certainly help. The group enthusiastically set to work, and Hao Tian could not stop them even if she wanted to. Hu patted his round belly and lazily sat down, saying, "It's fine. Let them go. If the males don't expend their energy during the day, they will take it out on us females at night." Haha. Hao Tian was speechless. How had the conversation taken such a turn? She suspected Hu was being suggestive. "Sweet, how did you learn so much? Not only do you know about baskets, but your culinary skills have truly impressed me. After this meal, I doubt I can ever eat the tribe's food again." The other two females exchanged glances. "We feel the same." Hao Tian smiled shyly. "You've all seen the methods. They aren't difficult. You can replicate them when you return. Your partner is truly fortunate to enjoy such delicacies. The snake beast has it easy. Otherwise, they would have to rely on the males of the Hu tribe. As Hao Tian conversed with Hu and the others, evening approached, and the setting sun cast a golden veil across the horizon. The sunset is magnificent, but alas, it brings dusk. Voices emerged from below the platform as Yin returned, carrying a large tiger, while Hukai and the others were laden with the cut wild grass. They moved the harvested wild grass to the ground below the platform, while Yin had cleaned the giant tiger and joined their ranks. "We have cut the wild grass nearby. This batch was gathered from a distance, saving you the trouble of collecting it," Hu said as darkness fell. Hukai briefed Yin on the situation before exchanging glances with Hu, preparing to head back. The three transformed into giant tigers. A sight more surreal than any sci-fi film, astonishing Hao Tian. The night had indeed fallen, and plenty of wild grass remained. Thanks to the Hu tribe, Hao Tian turned to enter the storage room, lighting a torch made from deer fat, and took out 2 torches made from pig fat. The glow of the torches captured everyone's attention, leading to gasps of astonishment from Hu and the other females. "Oh my! It's fire! She has it in her hands." Hao Tian handed a torch to Hu. "This is called a torch. Each torch burns for approximately half a day. This one will last a bit longer, while these 2 will burn for a shorter time. Thank you for your help with the wild grass. It has saved Yin and me a considerable amount of time. Consider this a token of gratitude. You can use it for lighting on your way back." Hu trembled with excitement. "Good. The Hu tribe graciously accepts this. This is indeed a significant gift. Initially, the intention was to persuade her to join the tribe for the winter season. But unexpectedly, not only was she not invited, but she also received a series of benefits from them." Hu placed 2 torches into the backpack, while Hutsai and the others resumed their human forms. Each person placed their right hand over their left chest, at the location of their hearts, and bowed to Hao Tian. Although Hao Tian did not fully comprehend the exact meaning, she surmised it was an expression of gratitude. And she quickly waved her hands, saying, "It is nothing difficult to make. You need not be so formal. I am already grateful that you thought to visit me today. We will treasure the gifts you have bestowed upon us." Hu declared before mounting the back of the great tiger Hutsai and riding off, one hand holding the torch aloft, with Hutsai leading the way like a lighthouse, guiding the others, Hu Wei and Hu Shi, behind them. What kind of courtesy did they just show me? It is the highest form of gratitude among our kind. representing that you are my most sincere friend. I genuinely appreciate your assistance, and it will be etched in my heart." The few torches hardly warranted such solemnity. Indeed, the straightforward nature of the tiger tribe was endearing, and her fondness for them only grew. "Yin, you brought back a tiger. We shall surely have more than enough to eat tonight, and preparing jerky will keep us busy until midnight. No need to worry. If we have too much, we can forego it. I can hunt other animals to make jerky. What truly matters is the tiger's skin, which offers far better warmth than deer or rabbit pelts. It is regrettable we did not encounter a bear. Otherwise, we could have procured some bear skin as well." Ultimately, adhering to the principle of cherishing snacks and avoiding waste, they toiled until the late hours of the night, indicating that the following day would likely involve a late start. Chapter 32. A day's routine the next day. Indeed, they indulged in a long slumber. Yin saved some water-cooked eggs for Tian, waiting for her to awaken before preparing to go hunting. "Yin, shall we not hunt today? Let us go catch fish. I will make fish soup. We have been eating the same few dishes. It is time to change our palate." Yin frowned. "The fish in the river is quite unpalatable and has bones. I recall we only consumed fish during the most challenging times for the tribe." There was an elder who, because a fish bone lodged in his throat, returned to the embrace of the beast god. "Tian, fish is not good. Perhaps we should refrain from eating it." I never expected you to refuse. I thought after my nurturing, you would enjoy whatever I cooked. Fish soup is delicious, and we have yellow peaches to mask the odor, plus it is nutritious. Fish has bones. There was a time when our tribe faced severe hardship, and an elderly clan member choked on a fish bone, ultimately returning to the beast god. He could hunt more animals and should not risk his life for fish. Hao Tian nodded, acknowledging that fish bones could indeed pose a choking hazard for those unaccustomed to eating fish. "Fear not, we shall eat carefully if we catch one today. I will cook the fish soup, and you can taste it. If you truly dislike it, we shall never prepare it again. All right, Yin? Very well." Originally intending to fish together, Yin forbade Hao Tian from entering the river, citing danger, and took to the water himself, reasoning that catching just one fish would suffice. It must be said, the fish in this area lived in blissful ignorance of danger. Yin caught one effortlessly, a fish as long as his forearm. Hao Tian stood by the riverbank, tending to the fish gills, scraping off the scales, and cleaning the entrails. Yin observed in wonder, realizing that fish too required cleaning. He had thought that those living in water were different from those on land, which required bleeding, skinning, and gutting, whereas fish could be consumed directly. He learned that they too required careful preparation. He smeared oil in the pot, first frying the fish on both sides, then pouring in boiling water from another stone pot, ensuring it was boiling hot to achieve a snow-white broth akin to milk. He then added slices of yellow peach to eliminate the fishy odor, without any other condiments, which would lessen the effect. Thus, Hao Tian added a generous amount of yellow peach, and finally, after cooking, sprinkled salt. Yin gazed at the pristine fish soup, inhaling the enticing aroma, and realized he had been mistaken. He should have trusted Tian. The fish soup looked utterly delectable. Hao Tian, observing Yan's expression, knew he must be eager to taste the fish soup. She ladled the soup into a bowl, heated oil in another pan, cracked an egg, and added salt, continuously beating until the egg whites and yolks amalgamated. She diced the jerky into small pieces and mixed it into the egg batter before layering it in the pan, rolling it up and repeating the process to create 3 layers of an egg roll. After extracting one, she sliced it into pieces the thickness of a finger joint and placed them in a bowl. Finally, she kneaded a dough of white fruit powder, rolled it into strips, cut small pieces, flattened them with her palm, brushed honey on the flattened pieces, folded them over to encase the honey, and then rolled them flat with a rolling pin, intending to create a baked flatbread. Whether it would succeed remained a matter of luck, as she had never made flatbread before, but she felt it was worth a try in the end. The flatbread emerged. Albeit not quite like modern versions, it was filled with honey and tasted sweet, evoking a delightful sensation of a sweet flatbread. Hao Tian felt this sweet flatbread would become a staple in the future. Yin, try the sweet flatbread, egg roll, and fish soup. Yin, having watched with barely contained anticipation, finally took a sip of the fish soup, which was utterly exquisite. He bit into the sweet flatbread. The first bite missed the honey, tasting dry and bland, but upon the second bite, the sweetness emerged, complemented by the rich egg flavor and jerky pieces. The combination of meat and egg delivered an unbeatable sensation, akin to a perfect pairing of ham and eggs in a pancake. Delicious, Tian. No food has ever turned unpalatable in your hands. This is truly marvelous. How Tian covered her mouth with one hand, smiling. It was only natural, for you had never savored good food before. With my culinary skills? It is bound to be scrumptious. In the afternoon, Hao Tian began weaving garments while Yin ventured outside to gather white fruit. By evening, Yin returned with white fruit and fish, seemingly eager to experience the delightful fish soup once more. Hao Tian gazed at the fish, recalling the day's fish soup. The river bore no signs of pollution, and the fish's freshness was likely unparalleled, a flavor that required no seasoning, needing only a hint to eliminate any fishy taste. This was the beauty of unembellished flavors. After dinner, the two worked in the storage room, igniting the last torch. Yin ground the white fruit while Hao Tian wove. The white fruit powder had become a staple in every meal, truly an indispensable food source. Yin watched in awe as Hao Tian transformed the thread into circular patterns using a few wooden sticks, marveling at the craftsmanship. Is this not magic? Is this what you call weaving? What will it look like when finished? Yin, now a curious child, could hardly wait to see the final product. It will have a torso, a neckline, and sleeves. I will first weave a long-sleeved round neck piece, then another high-necked one. I will also weave pants. So when worn beneath fur garments, even the cold will not penetrate too deeply. If it gets too cold, we will add layers. If it becomes unbearable, we will simply huddle in bed. Yin could not envision the garments Hao Tian described but responded. Yes, if it gets too cold, we shall stay in the bedroom and warm the stone bed. Indeed, that is the plan. I am unafraid of the snow season. After 2 days of drying, the wild grass was ready. Yet there was clearly insufficient space in the cave for so much hay, with even the bedroom piled high, making Hao Tian feel as though she were sleeping in a storeroom. I will dig another storage room. Yin contemplated, feeling there was still ample time and no need. Digging a separate room for hay seems excessive. Let us simply stack it on the platform, Hao Tian suggested. Very well. Yin added, we should make more torches. But I am out of hemp thread. Perhaps we should spend the next couple of days making it. The white fruit powder we have ground is far too much to consume at once. And the piles we have dug up will not spoil. We can grind it again later, agreed. Following Hao Tian's guidance, Yin twisted the hemp into thread, and by the end of the day, they had created 10 bundles of hemp thread and 6 torches. More than sufficient. They had played with the torches before, extinguishing them with mud and sand, and could reuse them next time. As one torch could last several days, on this day, Hao Tian finally completed her first garment, a white, round-necked, long-sleeved hemp shirt. Though it did not feel as soft as cotton, it was still quite comfortable. Hao Tian tried it on. It fit perfectly, and how warm it would be remained to be seen when the temperature dropped. Yin could not find words to express his admiration and simply embraced Hao Tian, declaring her truly exceptional. Following this, they both felt invigorated to continue twisting hemp thread. Chapter 33. The attack the following day. The sky drizzled with light rain, and the temperature dropped again. The two, observing the rainy weather, decided to remain within the cave, grinding white fruit and twisting hemp threads. With the temperature decrease, Hao Tian donned the hemp shirt she had woven. She had not anticipated the rapid drop in temperature. After this rain, the dry season would follow, but thankfully, she had her hemp shirt so soon. Though the rainy season brings with it oppressive heat, the sudden drop in temperature is somewhat difficult to endure. It seems I must prepare my linen trousers, despite their intolerable ugliness. The rain appears light, yet it continues unabated, falling for half the day and only growing heavier. Within the cave, all is silent save for the sounds of 2 individuals laboring. Upon returning to the tribe, the members of the Tiger Clan, led by Huzi and his companions, shared the knowledge they had acquired along with the meatballs they had brought back, venerating the torch gifted by Hao Tian as a treasured relic of their clan. They entrusted it to the care of their shaman, declaring their newfound alliance with the serpent beast and its companion, Hao Tian, as steadfast friends of the Tiger Clan. The following day, a light rain began to fall. The males of the Tiger Clan busied themselves crafting stone pots, while the females eagerly awaited the completion of these vessels, hoping to enjoy the delectable meatballs, in stark contrast to the flourishing Goat Clan, who thrived amidst their endeavors. The Goat Clan, under the watchful eye of Yang Ti, devoted most of its time to clandestinely monitoring the movements between the Snake and Tiger Clans. Yesterday, I observed the leader of the Tiger Clan, accompanied by several females, visiting the Serpent beast. I noticed that the matriarch of the tiger clan carried a basket filled with items. They departed at dawn, and I remained vigilant until sunset, yet they have yet to return. They must be engaged in significant trade. The elder of the goat clan squinted his eyes, contemplating. It seems their interactions are quite ordinary. Young T seized the opportunity to make contact with the members of the tiger clan and discern what they have brought back. As the dry season kept everyone occupied, winter was not far off, and plans needed to be set in motion. Go summon a few females. I have tasks for them. Understood. Hao Tian and Yin continued their tranquil and industrious lives. One day, Hao Tian accompanied Yin as he set out for a valley to hunt. Hao Tian, carrying a basket, searched the vicinity for new ingredients to enhance their meals. Nature is bounteous, as Hao Tian meandered. She stumbled upon numerous fruits, casually picking some to take home. Fortuitously, not far from where she gathered fruits, she noticed leaves resembling those of potatoes. With her bone knife, she began to dig, soon uncovering fist-sized tubers with skins akin to potatoes. Excitedly, she sliced one open to find its interior just like a potato's, yielding 3 or 4 from a single digging. Potatoes are known to last long. Peeling and boiling them would provide a staple food. Considering the similarity of the leaves, they should all be potatoes. If I can harvest these, my yield will rival Yan's. She mused with a giggle. As she continued digging, she remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger approaching her. A 3-meter-long, 2-finger-wide, bright red venomous snake slithered closer, its vivid hue stark against the greenery. Unfortunately, Hao Tian, engrossed in her foraging, remained oblivious. The snake flicked its tongue, pinpointing the location of Hao Tian's carotid artery before striking. Just as it closed in, however, it was repelled by a shimmering blue barrier, causing it to recoil. At that moment, Hao Tian turned to see the large red snake raising its head before slithering away. That was a sizable venomous snake. Fortunately, it did not attack me. Otherwise, I would have been doomed, she thought. Meanwhile, Yin, sensing something amiss during his hunt, turned with a jolt, eyes ablaze with fury. Who dares harm Tian? He abandoned his injured prey and rushed back, determined to confront the assailant. Upon arriving at the valley, he found Hao Tian safely digging into the ground, and his heart finally settled. Even if he knew the barrier would protect her, he still worried about the possibility of her being startled. Tian, are you unharmed? Hao Tian turned to see Yin approaching and was puzzled. Have you returned from hunting already? Noticing there were no spoils beside him, she asked, What brings you back? I am fine. Have you been well? She replied, taking his hand and leading him to the patch of potatoes. This ground is filled with potatoes. We can harvest them. They have a long shelf life and can serve as our staple food. The white fruit powder we ground can be saved for later. We should prioritize the potatoes. Truly a remarkable find. Has anyone attempted to harm you? No, not at all. It was just me here. Oh, a large red snake appeared earlier. But thankfully it did not attack me. It frightened me to death. I think it may have spared me because I am your companion. It swam away shortly after. Reflecting on the encounter sent shivers down her spine. Yet thankfully, nothing transpired as she had feared. Yan's expression darkened momentarily. It seemed that the snake had intended to harm her, yet she had misinterpreted its actions. He gently ruffled her hair, his tone softening as he smiled. As long as you are safe, I still have not caught anything. I must leave now. Which direction did the snake flee? Hao Tian pointed and Yin cautioned, Do not venture that way. It may have spared you this time. But it could be different next time. Hao Tian nodded vigorously. Yin departed, retracing his steps, but midway, he altered his course toward the direction taken by the venomous snake. Using his innate ability to sense the presence of serpents, he quickly located the snake, a 3-meter-long, blood-red creature, deadly and lethal. Yin gripped his spring-loaded knife, observing the blood-red serpent, which eyed him warily, its mouth agape, baring its sharp fangs and issuing a hissing warning. It recognized the danger posed by the man before it and attempted to intimidate him. Yin, lacking patience for a venomous snake that had attacked Tian, focused intently on the serpent, exuding his own aura of menace. As he approached, he swung his knife in a graceful arc, severing the snake at its vital point before turning and leaving with decisive efficiency. Meanwhile, Hao Tian filled the remaining space in her basket with potatoes and sat down to rest, anticipating Yan's return so they could head back together. I and the tiger clan. Most of the males were out hunting, while the females picked fruits, leaving a few young cubs to play in the tribe. with some daring enough to frolic by the river. Yang Ti, observing from a distance, sought to glean information but hesitated. Fearing that his presence as a member of the goat clan would raise suspicion among the tigers, in a moment of desperation, he slashed his own arm, feigning panic as he rushed to the riverbank to capture the attention of the tiger cubs playing nearby. Chapter 34. The treasure, who are you? Asked one tiger cub, its voice soft and still carrying a hint of youthfulness. I am a member of the goat clan. Today, while hunting, I encountered a great bear that nearly caught me. I barely managed to escape. Where is this place? Yang Ti pointed to the gash on his arm, adopting an expression of sheer terror as he plopped down. The cubs exchanged glances, one of the older ones exclaiming in admiration. Wow, uncle, it's impressive that you escaped from the bear. Yang Ti beamed with pride. Indeed. But are you all tiger cubs? In unison, the cubs chimed. Yes. How could you be playing by the river? It's dangerous. Where are your elders? Why aren't they looking after you? My father is grinding stone pots for my mother, who is eagerly waiting to eat fried meatballs. The mention of the delectable fried meatballs caused the cubs to salivate. Involuntarily swallowing at the thought of such deliciousness. Fried meatballs? Stone pots? What fine goods has the serpent beast's female traded with your clan? Yang Ti's eyes darted, eager to extract information. You tigers are truly remarkable. Stone pots and fried meatballs, these are things I have never heard of. Can you tell me more about them? Eagerly, the tiger cubs began to share their knowledge. Cub 1. The stone pot has a hollow in it. Cub 2. No, it's a pit in the stone. Cub 1. My mother says it's a hollow in the stone slab. Cub 2. It's in the stone. Cub 1 and Cub 2 paused. Then simultaneously agreed, yes, it's a stone pit. Cub 3. You can cook food in the stone pit, and the food turns out delicious. Cub 4. The fried meatballs are made in the stone pot. They are fragrant and delicious, far better than roasted meat. Yang Ti listened intently, though he still did not fully grasp what a stone pot was. He understood that it could cook food, and that the fried meatballs were made within it. Who in your clan devised this? You must be fortunate to have such delicacies in the future. It wasn't our tiger clan's idea. It was a serpent beast, and her companion thought of it. Yes, the fried meatballs were a gift from her, and she even taught our matriarch the recipe. The serpent beast is wonderful. She even gifted us treasures. Treasure? What kind of treasure? Could it be something better than a basket? We haven't seen it, but I heard from my mother that it's related to fire. This serpent beast must be mad to give away fire. But wait. The rabbit clan, goat clan, and tiger clan all obtained their fire from a celestial blaze. What significance does giving fire hold now? Could it be? Yang Ti hesitated to think further. He needed to extract more information. The members of the tiger tribe were a bunch of simpletons, willing to disclose anything they were asked. With a skeptical expression, Yang Ti remarked, the tribes in our vicinity all possess fire sources. What is so extraordinary about receiving a fire source that it is treated as a treasure? Moreover, are you certain that this treasure was indeed a gift? Or was it something you obtained in exchange? Tiger Cub 1 replied, it was given to us. Tiger Cub 2 added, indeed. Tiger Cub 3 chimed in, the matriarch and the chieftain went visiting without bringing anything. And they were presented with it. Tiger Cub 4 continued, I heard that it can be carried with you, usable at any moment, very convenient. Tiger Cub 2 questioned, how do you know so much? Tiger Cub 1 and Tiger Cub 3 turned their gazes towards Tiger Cub 4, who shyly scratched his head and explained, my mother accompanied them, and she said that on their return, the matriarch held it in her hand, illuminating their way back with the light emitted from the fire source. How marvelous! What kind of treasure is this? The tiger tribe received such valuable items without offering anything in return. They must be colluding with the snake beast. He needed to report this to the chieftain immediately. Yang Ti hastily declared, I must return to my tribe. I shall take my leave. With that, he hurried away. The tiger cubs, oblivious to their imprudent disclosure, waved goodbye to Yang Ti and resumed their play by the riverbank. Meanwhile, Yang Ti was fervently racing back to the goat tribe, heading straight for the chieftain's cave. Chieftain, chieftain, I have significant news to share. The old chieftain sat on the ground. What have you discovered? Chieftain, chieftain, that snake beast and its female companion are not to be trusted. They sought to trade with us, demanding ceramic pots and salt, and in their dealings with the tiger tribe, they not only exchanged those baskets but also imparted the methods of weaving. We were already aware of this. The chieftain replied, Chieftain, This time they taught the tiger tribe how to create stone pots, which can be used for cooking food, and they even gifted them fried meatballs. Most importantly, they also presented a treasure to the tiger tribe. The old goat's eyes gleamed with interest upon hearing the word treasure. What treasure? It is said to be related to fire sources and can be carried away for use whenever desired. Chieftain, I suspect it is a method to produce fire sources, but I dare not voice it. Only the eagle tribe possesses such knowledge. I cannot believe that the snake beast also has the means to create fire. The old goat was taken aback, rising to his feet before sitting down again. Could it truly be a method to produce fire? This snake beast is indeed vile, harboring contempt for our goat tribe, choosing to associate with the more powerful tiger tribe instead. We, the goat tribe, are diligent and honest, yet they have set their sights on the foolish tiger tribe. It infuriates me. With a thud, his staff struck the ground before splintering, indicating the old chieftain's considerable anger. Yangti, witnessing this, shrank his neck. Indeed, the old chieftain was advanced in age, yet he remained the most formidable male in their tribe, without exception. What shall we do? The snake beast has made it clear that they will not trade with us. If this continues, our strength will wane in comparison to the tiger tribe. The goat tribe has been here from the beginning, while the rabbit and tiger tribes migrated later. The tiger tribe is stronger than them, thus securing their position. In the end, they pose no threat, and with the tiger tribe already settled, the addition of the non-threatening rabbit tribe matters little. Yet, Yangti could not shake the feeling that the tiger and rabbit tribes had encroached upon their homeland. Do not rush. We shall proceed according to our plan. No great endeavor can be accomplished in haste. Patience is essential. In time, all will belong to us. Must the chieftain wait until spring? We could act now. With the baskets, it would be far easier to gather supplies during the dry season. You young ones are so impulsive. Acting now would be nothing more than brute force. If we, the goat tribe, were to overpower the tiger tribe, would they still be able to thrive here? A portion of strength lies in wisdom. Now, go forth. By the way, is this information reliable? Whom did you inquire? From several young tiger cubs. They are quite simple-minded and divulged everything. However, they were not very clear, and to this day I still do not understand what a stone pot looks like, nor did they explain how to make fried meatballs. Relay this information to Yanghua and the others, instructing them to proceed as I previously suggested. Understood. I shall do so at once. Chapter 35. Discontent. Yangti conveyed the news, and Yanghua, along with several females, surrounded him. Yangti, what does this stone pot look like? Yangti hesitated. What is the matter? Did you not gather information? Why are you silent? I asked the tiger cubs, but they themselves did not comprehend it fully. Surely you must have some idea. Let us attempt to create one ourselves. I am curious to see what remarkable invention that snake beast's female has conjured. It's merely a stone pit, which can be used to cook food. The group began to envision the possibilities. A female suggested, why don't we try making one? We wouldn't want to convey unclear information, leaving others to think we are lying. The other females unanimously agreed. They found a stone, and Yangti excavated a pit within it. The stone was not large, so Yangti simply created a shallow hole. Then, they set the stone up and placed a small piece of meat inside the pit. They gathered around the stone pot, quickly attracting other members of the tribe who came to watch. Yangti had not dug deep enough, and it took considerable time for the stone pot to preheat. Fortunately, the onlookers were patient, eager to uncover the truth. Look, the meat in the stone pot is changing. Indeed, the color of the meat transformed, and the aroma wafted through the air, prompting astonishment among the crowd that the stone pot could indeed cook food. What is so remarkable about this? It's no different from cooking on a stone slab. Exactly. It's just a pit in a stone, is it not? The crowd felt deceived, and their glares turned accusatory towards Yangti. Yangti felt wronged. How was he to know that a stone pot was no different from a stone slab? It would have been better to roast the meat instead. If they had made a stone pot, they could have already feasted by now. A collective nod of agreement arose among the spectators. Yangti asserted, this stone pot is not for roasting meat. It is for frying meatballs. Do you know what a meatball is? The group exchanged confused glances, having no idea what he meant. Thus, this stone pot must possess some function that we are unaware of. The snake beast looks down upon our weakness, refusing to share this method with us and instead imparting it to the tiger tribe. It is truly infuriating. In unison, the crowd echoed, indeed. Yanghua, The chieftain instructed me to relay everything to you, and I did so in full. For the sake of our tribe, you must ensure that matters are executed properly." With that, he walked away, head held high. Look at his smug demeanor. He truly believes he has won the chieftain's favor, imagining the chieftain's position will one day be his. How could the chieftain's position ever belong to him? Yang Feng would never agree. Yang Feng does not need to lift a finger. Simply because he is the chieftain's offspring, he can comfortably secure the future position of chieftain, while Yang Ti scurries about for naught. "Yang Hua, does Yang Ti still seek to pursue you as a partner?" Yang Hua rolled her eyes. What a joke with someone like him. Even if I collected wool, I wouldn't want him. Besides, I aspire to be the matriarch. With that, she turned and departed, intending to linger near Yang Feng's cave a little longer. For some unknown reason, Yang Feng had recently grown distant with her. The crowd dispersed. On the following day, Yang Hua and a few others headed toward the area near the rabbit tribe to gather food. As they approached, they spotted female rabbits carrying baskets, some leading baskets to collect fruits, along with a kind of edible large-leafed grass. The group felt a sense of inferiority upon seeing the animal hides they carried. The females blushed with embarrassment, feeling as though they were clad in gaudy floral cotton jackets while others donned luxurious fur coats, a stark contrast that diminished their own sense of style. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. The expressions of the goat tribe females soured, and they felt uncomfortable, harboring resentment towards Hao Tian for initially refusing to trade with them, opting instead for the weaker rabbit tribe. Once superior to the rabbit tribe, their sense of pride had now vanished, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated. "Oh, isn't that rabbit tribe's Tu Fuan and Tu Ya? What are you carrying in those baskets?" Tu Fuan and her companions paused to glance at Yang Hua and her group, disliking interactions with the goat tribe. They often looked down upon them, occasionally throwing in a sarcastic remark. Tu Fuan quietly responded with a soft hum, while Tu Ya pulled Tu Fuan aside, ignoring Yang Hua and the others. Yang Hua and her companions felt slighted by the lack of attention, and their displeasure grew, leading to more biting remarks. "Why do you carry so few baskets? The females of the tiger tribe each have one, and they are far more efficient at gathering food than you with your baskets. Indeed, carrying a basket allows for more free hands to collect other items. What difference does it make if we are all lugging animal hides back?" Tu Fuan cast a furtive glance at Yang Hua's group. It's the time. The snake beast and its female companion had not brought many baskets. So how could it be that every female of the tiger tribe had one? Did the snake beast and its companion believe the tiger tribe was the dominant tribe in the vicinity, hence bringing more baskets with them? The keen-eyed Yang Hua did not miss the furtive glance that the rabbit dumpling cast her way, and then remarked, "We once thought that the female of the serpent beast had brought more woven baskets to trade. But it turns out that was not the case at all. They simply taught the tiger clan the method of weaving baskets directly. And that's not all. It is said they even gifted them fried meatballs." The rabbit dumpling's food-gathering hands gradually slowed as she became more engrossed in the tale. "When that serpent beast and its female companion came to our tribe to barter for salt and pottery, such precious items, how much could our clan offer in exchange for mere woven baskets? They must have looked down upon our tribe's strength. Otherwise, why would they oppress our goat clan? Surely, the baskets and woven goods were exchanged for something valuable. Weren't they?" The rabbit dumpling recalled the Wung beast's nest that Rabbit Tooth was so fond of. Alas. Wasn't this simply a case of bullying us due to our weakness? The tiger clan didn't bring anything to trade. They merely received baskets and woven goods, even being taught the weaving techniques. What? They exchanged nothing and yet bestowed baskets and woven goods upon the tiger clan, even imparting the method of weaving. The rabbit dumpling halted her gathering. Rabbit Tooth frowned at this, pondering that the serpent beast's female did not seem foolish enough to engage in such a losing trade. Perhaps the items exchanged were not visible to the naked eye. Regardless, she needed to collect more food. If she did not put in the effort during the dry season, they would surely face consequences in the snowy season. Chapter 36. Dispute. The clan leader had stated that they need not attract the attention of the entire rabbit clan. Just one would suffice. Thus, Yang Hua and her companions fixated on the rabbit dumpling. Moreover, they had sent fried meatballs to the tiger clan, food they had never even heard of, made in stone pots. As they spoke, the tiger clan cubs drooled, unaware of how delectable it truly was. However, the entire male population of the tiger clan was busy crafting stone pots to create fried meatballs. This cub would not lie. The Serpent Beast's female not only gifted the Tiger clan delicious fried balls, but also taught them how to make stone pots and the meatballs themselves. The Tiger clan must be savoring their scrumptious fried meatballs now. Why were the Serpent Beast and its female so generous to the Tiger clan? It was undoubtedly due to their formidable tribe. Seeking protection? Otherwise, why would they treat our Goat clan poorly while favoring the Rabbit clan? Wouldn't you agree? Yanghua glanced at the Rabbit dumpling, who happened to look back, their eyes meeting. The Rabbit dumpling quickly averted her gaze. Focusing on gathering fruits, Yanghua continued, alas, we, the overlooked and feeble tribes, can only watch. Fortunately, when they came to trade with us, we did not acquiesce. In retrospect, to casually give away items and then offer their own valuable goods in exchange is nothing short of a losing deal. Isn't it? That's just foolishness. Isn't it? Foolishness? Not at all. Clearly, the Serpent Beast and the female saw your vulnerability as an opportunity to take advantage of you. Otherwise, how could they dare to demand exorbitant prices for items they could easily part with? Indeed, that is the reasoning. Thankfully, we did not fall into this folly. With that, they departed. The Rabbit dumpling watched their retreating figures, muttering, what have they gathered? What were they even here for? Pay them no mind. The members of the Goat clan are not to be trusted. How could one believe their words? Regardless, it is what it is. Transactions were made on mutual consent. Every rainy season, the price of salt varies, yet we willingly exchanged. It is simply the law of survival on this continent, survival of the fittest. It is perfectly normal for the weak to seek protection from the strong. Besides, I've never perceived the Serpent Beast as weak. I cannot trust the words of Yanghua and her companions. Yet the Rabbit dumpling thought otherwise. When Rabbit Tooth had offered the Wungwung Beast's nest to the tribe in exchange for baskets, it was for the good of the tribe, not for herself. That was her most beloved food, and the item used for trade was utterly insignificant. Go give it away without receiving anything in return, while teaching the Tiger clan the weaving methods. What did Rabbit Tooth's sacrifice amount to? What did the dismantling of a single basket for the tribe signify? The Serpent Beast and its female were indeed bullies. They looked down upon the Rabbit clan for being weak. Yanghua and her companions were right. Furthermore, what of the stone pots and fried meatballs? Why had they not presented those to the Rabbit clan for trade? The Serpent Beast and its female were truly wicked. Rabbit Tooth paused in her work. Rabbit dumpling, what are you saying? You cannot possibly believe their words. Rabbit Tooth, trading your cherished Wungwung Beast's nest for mere baskets is hardly worth it. Didn't you hear them? The things you value in exchange are merely trivial items they can give away at will. What does your sacrifice mean? The tribe even dismantled a basket to study the weaving technique. What do your contributions and the tribe's efforts amount to? Had they exchanged the weaving technique, it would not have been so trivial. Your efforts would hold value. The other female rabbits also paused, finding merit in the Rabbit dumpling's words. If they had exchanged the weaving method back then, they could have had baskets like those of the Tiger clan, with each carrying one and still having another to spare. How much more could they have collected? How much trouble could they have saved? Rabbit Tooth, though we may not care for what the Goat clan says, Rabbit dumpling makes a valid point. The Serpent Beast and its female have indeed oppressed us. Seeing the situation, Rabbit Tooth sensed that something was amiss. Yanghua and her companions were clearly stirring up trouble. Previously, everything had been harmonious, and now, due to Yanghua's words, discord had arisen. Everyone, do not think this way. The trade was conducted with mutual consent, and the prices of salt during the rainy season vary. We willingly exchanged. And I believe it is all the same. There was no intent from the Serpent clan to oppress us. How can it be the same? Salt is such a precious commodity, while once one learns the weaving technique, they can create as many baskets as they desire. They traded worthless items as if they were valuable salt, only to turn around and gift them to others, even teaching them the method. Is this not oppression? They clearly hold us in contempt. The Rabbit dumpling grew increasingly agitated, her heart aching for Rabbit Tooth. It was all so undeserving. Rabbit dumpling, think about it. Why did Yanghua and her companions come to speak to us? How could they possibly know the dealings between the Serpent Beast, its female, and the Tiger clan? They have not verified whether their words are true. We cannot jump to conclusions. The Rabbit dumpling, exasperated, retorted, Rabbit Tooth, how can you not understand? I am standing up for your worth, yet you still defend that despicable Serpent Beast and its female. I shall no longer associate with you. With that, she ran off in tears. The other female rabbits reflected on the rabbit dumpling's words, realizing there was truth in her claims. Yanghua and her companions were clearly harboring ulterior motives. Moreover, they had not verified whether what Yanghua said was indeed true. If it were, the serpent beast had indeed bullied them. But what could be done? They would cease their interactions moving forward. After all, the entire continent did not welcome the serpent beasts. Come, let us return and speak with the rabbit dumpling. She is your closest friend. She must be feeling hurt. An elder came forth to advise Rabbit Tooth. Though she appeared straightforward and not one to ponder deeply, she was, in fact, quite astute. The rabbit dumpling was more reserved and sensitive, easily swayed by others' words. Often, it was Rabbit Tooth who took greater care of her. Rabbit Tooth nodded, understanding the rabbit dumpling's sentiments. They had grown up supporting each other and shared a deep bond. Her love for the tribe was no less than that of the rabbit dumpling. However, before clarifying the matter, she did not want to fall prey to the manipulation of Yanghua and her companions. Chapter 37. Pickling. How Tian and Yin returned to the cave with a basket brimming with potatoes. Yin set about cleaning the game, while Hao Tian prepared to stir-fry the potato cubes. A simple yet delicious dish. After peeling and washing the potatoes, she cut them into cubes. Preheating a stone pot, she added oil and tossed in the potatoes, carefully monitoring their doneness. Just before serving, she sprinkled salt. Completing the dish, if only there were scallions, the aroma would be heavenly. Nonetheless, this was satisfactory. As the two enjoyed their lunch, Hao Tian contemplated the cooling weather and decided it was time to begin pickling some items. The sturdy wooden jar was rather large, so she opted to use bamboo bowls instead. While the bamboo bowls were not very spacious, they could hold several items. Eating too much pickled food was not advisable, so she did not intend to pickle a large quantity, just some pickled meat and vegetables. The leftover meat from today will not be made into jerky. We already have too much. The weather is just about right, and we have enough salt to last until next spring. I plan to pickle some meat and vegetables. This afternoon, I will gather the remaining greens. Yin, please help me roll the plants into hemp thread balls. The more we prepare, the better. Currently, she possessed only one hemp thread garment, and she needed to weave another. She required 2 turtlenecks, 2 pairs of hemp pants, and 2 pairs of shoes. This was merely her share. Even though Yin hibernated, it was not cold during the dry season, but shoes were essential. Hemp shoes would wear out easily due to friction from walking, so 2 pairs would suffice, while Yin should prepare as many as possible. There is also the need to prepare torches, and twine is indispensable as well. Be cautious. Once the vegetables are harvested, wash them thoroughly and chop them into small pieces. Lay the cowhide on the platform. Then spread the vegetables on top to sun-dry. When they reach a state of being half dry and half wet, retaining a hint of moisture, gather them up, sprinkle with salt, and massage it in. Place them into a bamboo bowl, pressing the pickled vegetables down firmly with your hands. Before doing so, ensure the bamboo bowl is clean and free of water. First, seal it with a garbage bag, then wrap it in cowhide for an airtight seal. After 2 days, it will be ready to eat. This is a remarkably simple pickling method. A whole platform of vegetables filled 6 bamboo bowls. Next, to pickle the salted meat, Hao Tian added prickly ash and sliced slightly yellow peaches into the pot, followed by some salt, stirring until the salt took on a faint golden hue. This mixture was then smeared over the meat, ensuring all sides were coated before placing it into a bamboo bowl and sealing it tightly. Yin observed in silence, feeling that the process was remarkably straightforward. Hao Tian joyfully patted the sealed bamboo bowls, explaining that salted meat could simply be rubbed with salt, but a quick stir-fry enhances its flavor. The pickled vegetables can be consumed after 2 days, while the salted meat requires a 7-day seal followed by another week of sun exposure. Once properly sun-dried, the salted meat is less likely to spoil. And each time the pickled vegetables are taken out, they must be resealed. Otherwise, they may spoil. Yin noted all this down. Would pickling just these be insufficient? Once the pickling is complete, we can eat. And just before you enter hibernation, we can prepare another batch, which will be sufficient at tea that time. I won't need to venture out for food. I will remain active in the cave, at most fetching water from the river. Without straying far. That sounds good. Before hibernation, he should gather more eggs, as the nearby supply is dwindling, and he needs to venture further afield to collect an ample amount. There are still plenty of ginkgo nuts piled up, and with enough dried vegetables, he plans to gather more branches to ensure a sufficient supply for the snowy season. Life continues to unfold in its busy and mundane manner, and before long, 7 days had passed. How Tian retrieved the pickled meat, punctured a hole in one corner, and threaded it with twine, hanging it on a tree by the river to dry. A support frame should be constructed for drying on the platform. Otherwise, should it rain suddenly, the harvest would be in jeopardy. What does the support frame look like? This indicates that new items must be crafted once again. Each time Tian has something new to create, Yin eagerly anticipates it. Perhaps there will be new delicacies to taste, or perhaps new experiences to witness. We will use 3 pointed sticks, each about a person's height, binding one end with twine, then spreading the 3 legs apart. We will create 2 of these, placing one on either side, and at the top of the forks, we will lay a stick across, allowing us to hang the salted meat above. This setup can also accommodate other items. Isn't it quite convenient? Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed. Once Tian has washed her clothes, they can be hung here to dry instead of on the trees. Yin, you are truly clever, able to draw connections from one idea to another. I know many things as well. With your intelligence, you must be an excellent student, perhaps even a scholar. Yin is not one for flattery, and her face flushed with embarrassment. I still have much work to do. I must go chop sticks to make the support frame. For the rabbit clan, after many days, Tuya finally reconciled with Tu Guo, but they must not mention the matter of the backpack exchange. The mere mention of Tu Guo would cause an explosion. Tuya, feeling helpless, decided to let bygones be bygones. One day, while Tu Guo and Tuya were out gathering food, they spotted a group led by Yang Hua approaching from a distance. Tuya surveyed the group and felt a surge of displeasure. She wanted to pull Tu Guo away from them, but to her surprise, Tu Guo remained firmly in place, evidently intent on listening to what Yang Hua had to say. What had that serpent beast sent to the tiger clan this time? Tu Guo's eyes were ablaze with anger. After all these days, her perspective had shifted. Initially, she felt that Tuya's exchange was unfair. But as she pondered the situation, her feelings evolved into a simmering rage. She now believed that anything the serpent beast and its companions sent to the tiger clan was an injustice to her rabbit clan and to Tuya. Tu Guo's rationality was gradually being eroded by the fire of her emotions. Yang Hua and her group approached Tu Guo. What, you don't believe what we said a few days ago? Everything we said is the truth. You made the exchange for the backpacks and baskets yourself. You understand their value. Today, we brought you the fried meatballs sent by the serpent beast to the tiger clan. I couldn't bear to eat a single bite and hurried to deliver them to you. Tuya noticed the grease on Yang Hua's lips and knew she was lying. Last time, they had no evidence to counter, but now, here, they had something they traded from the tiger clan. Look, just this one. Taste it. We goat clan always speak with reason. Yang Hua handed over a meatball wrapped in a leaf. Though it had lost its warmth, it was a sight unlike any Tuya had seen before. Tuya didn't want these people to continue influencing Tu Guo. Just this small piece of meat? That serpent beast is quite stingy. If it was sent, then so be it. What's the big deal? Yang Hua and her companions exchanged smirks of derision. Once you taste it, you certainly won't say that anymore. They offered the fried meatball, urging Tu Guo to try it. Chapter 38. Seeking the clan leader, Tu Guo accepted the meatball from Yang Hua, dividing it in 2, one for herself and one for Tuya. Though the fried meatball was cold, it did not diminish its delectable flavor. Both Tu Guo and Tuya's eyes sparkled. It was simply delightful. Yang Hua's group anticipated their reaction, having experienced the same joy when they tasted it, a true delicacy. The goat hooves had been snatched from the tiger cub's hands, and with only 5 or 6 in a leaf bundle, each of them had only eaten one. They wished they could consume the entire bundle. Yang Hua thought it was considerate of the goat hooves to know to share, but the tiger cub had brought far too few, hardly enough to satisfy. When asked how it was made, the tiger cub merely cried, refusing to divulge the recipe. Such disobedience. She would have to steal from him again. Just wait and see. Isn't it a flavor you've never tasted before? Such a delicious dish. And the serpent beast's female only shared the recipe with the tiger clan, never letting us goats or you rabbits in on it. It's clear she looks down on us. Why did she come to trade with us in the first place? One of Yang Hua's companions added. Isn't it because they wish to exchange for something valuable? They bring us junk in return for good things? Calculating their gains quite well, Yang Hua continued. If they possess such a marvelous item, they should openly share it. Hiding it from us while eagerly giving it to the tiger clan is typical of the serpent beast's character. Indeed, good things should be shared. Their refusal to share with us is their fault. The Serpent Beast has a poor reputation, yet the Tiger Clan willingly associates with them, adopting their ways. Will there be any good things left for us in the future? They are just bullying our Goat Clan and Rabbit Clan. What do you say, Tugwa? Tugwa was still savoring the fried meatball, wanting to linger over the taste. She already felt that the Serpent Beast giving anything to the Tiger Clan was an affront to her Rabbit Clan. After tasting this meatball, she found Yang Hua's words quite valid. With such a delightful item, why shouldn't it be shared? Even the Eagle Clan shares fire with all the tribes. Why shouldn't they? Moreover, why should a Serpent Beast possess such fine items? If they do, why not disclose it to the public? Yang Hua and her companions exchanged glances, thinking that perhaps Tugwa had lost her mind. Yet, they were willing to let her ramble on. Exactly, Tugwa. We all support you. Tuya was taken aback. She hadn't expected Tugwa to think and speak this way. Tugwa. Tugwa noticed the disbelief etched on Tuya's face and frowned. Tuya? If the Serpent Beast truly deserved to possess good things, why would all the beastmen on this continent reject and drive away the Serpent Beasts? Their actions must be justified. Thus, the Serpent Beast, with its tainted history, does not deserve to possess good items. If they do, they must be surrendered. This is a rule set forth on this continent. No, that's not right. They drive away the Serpent Beasts merely because they steal females. How does that equate to unworthiness of good items? The Beast God has never decreed such a thing. Tugwa, your current perspective is flawed. Come with me to seek the clan leader. We can no longer allow her to associate with Yang Hua and her group. Tuya pulled Tugwa away, casting a fierce glance at Yang Hua and her companions. These individuals were truly insufferable. Tuya led Tugwa back to the clan to find the leader. Along the way, Tugwa cooperated willingly, believing she should express her thoughts to the leader, who would surely agree with her. It was Tuya who was mistaken, standing on the side of the Serpent Beast. The Rabbit Clan leader looked at the two of them. Have you quarreled again? Is it still about the Serpent Beast? Upon hearing the unfolding events, Tuya promptly conveyed the information to the clan leader. Tuj, remaining silent, listened intently as Tuya spoke with clarity, refraining from embellishment. After a moment of contemplation, the clan leader inquired, "Are the fried meatballs truly that delectable?" Both Tuj and Tuya nodded in affirmation. Tuj remarked, "It is a taste unlike any other, far surpassing roasted meat." The clan leader continued, "The Serpent Beast and his female companion exchanged easily accessible woven baskets for our clan's treasures, only to immediately bestow them upon the formidable Tiger Clan. If their intentions were sincere, why did they not bring the fried meatballs to trade from the outset? In this vicinity, we have only the Rabbit Clan, the Goat Clan, and the Tiger Clan. The Tiger Clan holds greater strength than both of ours. Yet they chose to share the fried meatballs solely with the Tiger Clan, withholding any information from us. They regard us with disdain, as if we are insignificant, merely because of the presence of one Serpent Beast." Tuya furrowed her brow, contemplating the notion that the refusal to trade fried meatballs stemmed from the Serpent Beast's own choice, and they should not impose their desires upon others. However, she understood that expressing such thoughts would only lead Tuj to believe that the Serpent Beast looked down upon them. Thus, she cast a hopeful glance at the clan leader, confident he would intervene on Tuj's behalf. After a prolonged silence, the clan leader finally spoke. "Tuj, heed my words. What you hear may be fallacious, while what you see is the truth. Everything you know comes from the Goat Clan, including the fried meatballs. You cannot substantiate that the Tiger Clan possesses the baskets or that they weave them. As for the fried meatballs, we cannot ascertain whether they were crafted by the Tiger Clan or taught by the Serpent Beast without concrete evidence." Tuj, growing anxious, interjected, "Clan leader." The leader raised a hand to quiet her. "You must investigate for yourself and verify with your own eyes. Tuya and I will await your findings." Tuj, believing the clan leader to be aligned with Tuya's perspective, felt bolstered by his words, realizing they echoed her own sentiments. In that instant, her confidence surged. "Yes, clan leader, I shall verify this myself." With that, she departed, leaving Tuya in a state of disbelief. The clan leader's support for Tuj suggested he too perceived the Serpent Beast's oppression and deemed it unfit for the Serpent Beast to possess such treasures. The clan leader regarded Tuya with an amused shake of his head, saying, "You young ones are truly full of vigor. Let Tuj investigate for herself, and even if what the Goat Clan claims is true." "So what? Can we not seek the serpent beast for the methods to weave baskets or create fried meatballs? Or should we turn to the tiger clan instead? Tuya paused, pondering the implications. Indeed, even if everything the goat clan asserted was factual, what difference would it make? Her heart suddenly felt at ease. They had grown up together, never having quarreled. It was unreasonable to allow a serpent beast to sow discord among them repeatedly. Let us return. In time, any grievances will naturally dissipate. Tuya nodded joyfully. Yes, clan leader, I shall not disturb you further. Chapter 39. New discoveries. Tuya also departed, leaving the clan leader alone in the cave, a glimmer of avarice illuminating his features. It is often said that wealth stirs the human heart, and the hearts of beasts are no different, perhaps even more so. The primal instincts of beasts make them yearn for desires all the more. The expressions and words of Tuya and Tuaj indicated the exquisite flavor of the fried meatballs. If they could master the art of preparing such delicacies, they could trade them in Salt City or Eagle City for a wealth of salt. Perhaps even clay pots, and their clan might rise to prominence through these fried meatballs. Tuaj was right to assert that the serpent beast did not deserve such treasures, despite its seemingly formidable presence. The clan leader doubted that a single individual could surpass the warriors of their clan. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be the serpent beast for failing to safeguard its treasures. It was not deserving of such possessions. Who would not desire to see their clan flourish, to be respected by the surrounding tribes? No one wishes for their clan to remain weak, unable to assert their dignity in times of trial. Everything he did was for the sake of his clan, and he would become the most illustrious leader in the history of the Rabbit clan. Goat Clan Yanghua reported the situation to the elder clan leader, who nodded in satisfaction. You have handled this matter admirably. As long as the leader of the Rabbit clan learns of this, we shall have accomplished half our goal. You may leave now. Should you succeed, you will be hailed as heroes among the Goat clan. Truly, they were the clan's most favored instigators, and they had performed well. 7 days passed, and the cured meat was finally ready. Hao Tian sliced some of the cured meat, rinsed it, and boiled it briefly to remove some salt, before cutting it into pieces in a stone pot. Water was added, and bamboo strips were placed horizontally and vertically within. A bamboo bowl was set atop, filled with the sliced cured meat, and another bamboo bowl was stacked on top. The steamed cured meat emerged fragrant, a delight to the palate, and once tasted, the flavor lingered in memory. Simultaneously, a second stone pot contained peeled potatoes, boiled in water. Today, they would enjoy cured meat alongside stir-fried pickled vegetables, both heavily salted and perfect for pairing with rice. The potatoes would be boiled briefly, then mashed or eaten as is. The pickled vegetables, prepared days prior, had been stir-fried with meat slices, incorporating prickly ash and flat yellow peaches for a savory and spicy flavor, enjoyed alongside the boiled potatoes. The two relished their meal. Throughout the afternoon, they largely remained indoors as the accumulated ginkgo nuts had yet to be ground. Hao Tian's high-necked hemp garment was nearly finished, and both donned the shoes crafted from hemp yarn. Yin, wearing shoes for the first time, found them to be a cherished novelty, only wearing them in front of Hao Tian. While out hunting and frolicking, he would carefully tuck them away. It was only after seeing Yin wear them for several days that Hao Tian checked the wear on the shoes, discovering they had hardly worn down at all, similar to her own. Realizing this, she said nothing further and quickly knitted several more pairs for Yin. Yin understood her intent, vowing to keep his shoes on, except for when going to bed or wading into the river. The next morning, the two set out again. Hao Tian continued her search for edible and recognizable food, while Yin went hunting as usual. Today, they explored a new area. Upon arrival, Hao Tian spotted a towering plant with a delicate purple exterior, reaching over 30 stories high. Its appearance resembled that of sugarcane, apart from its extraordinary height. Yin, placing Hao Tian in front of it, walked away, clearly indicating his unfamiliarity with the plant. Naturally, Hao Tian had never encountered it before either. She merely speculated that it might not be sugarcane. She attempted to break a stalk with her bare hands, but found it impossible, realizing she had overestimated her strength. Thus, she altered her approach. Grasping the stalk with both hands, she delivered a powerful kick a few feet above the base. With a resounding crack, the plant toppled over, and Hao Tian hurriedly stepped aside. At such a height, it fell rapidly under the influence of gravity, landing with a loud thud and even bouncing slightly upon impact. She examined the broken end, revealing the white flesh reminiscent of sugarcane before her. Excitement surged within her as she severed another piece from the fallen stalk, using a bone knife to carefully peel away the skin, cautious not to break the knife in the process. Fortunately, it held up until the end. With the white sugarcane in hand, Hao Tian eagerly took a bite, and the familiar sweetness flooded her mouth. Regrettably, the quantity of sugarcane in the area was quite limited. After consuming a segment, she replicated her method to harvest several more pieces from the towering plant, continuing until Yin returned from his hunt. By then, less than half of the sugarcane remained, indicating its scarcity. "Yin, come help," she called out. Yin discarded his catch and observed Hao Tian diligently working with the purple bamboo, her movements becoming increasingly efficient. He approached, easily snapping a stalk with a sharp crack, which he tossed to the ground, followed by another. After breaking all the sugarcane, he mimicked Hao Tian's technique, chopping the stalks into segments and placing some into the woven basket. Before accompanying her back to the cave, Yin made several trips to transport the sugarcane. Hao Tian handed him a peeled piece of sugarcane, saying, "Here, try this, the fruits of our labor this morning." Yin took a bite of the purple bamboo, chewing thoughtfully before his eyes lit up in surprise. "This purple bamboo is edible," he exclaimed. Though this plant was familiar to all the beasts of this continent, its slender form had deterred anyone from attempting to eat it, as it was often deemed too small to warrant attention. Moreover, it was not meat, and its hard exterior led no one to suspect the sweetness within. Seeing Yan's eyes gleam with delight, Hao Tian knew he enjoyed it. Just as he was about to swallow, she urgently warned, "Don't swallow. Spit it out." Yin, looking puzzled, obeyed her command. "You can only consume the juice. The rest must be discarded," so that was the case. They continued to chew, finishing a segment of sugarcane. Purple bamboo was commonplace. Every beast recognized it. Yet no one had anticipated its delightful flavor, sweeter than fruit. Purple bamboo? Here, it's called purple bamboo, while the hollow beads are referred to as bangbangmu. In our land, we call it sugarcane. This plant is not only delicious but can also be used to produce sugar. Sugar, Yin recalled having heard Hao Tian mention it once. Hao Tian beamed with pride. Unable to hide her smile, "It can be as precious as salt. However, I cannot guarantee that I can actually produce it." Yin was taken aback, realizing its value. He had just consumed a piece. How wasteful. Suddenly, he recalled something important. This purple bamboo is abundant in our clan's territory. Yet, despite enduring many winters, no one has ever touched it. No. Throughout the long history of this continent, no beast has ever dared to disturb the purple bamboo. Chapter 40. The attempt. Hao Tian never anticipated that Yan's tribe would guard a land rich in gold. However, she remained uncertain whether she could successfully extract sugar. She could only give it a try. Yin, brimming with confidence, gazed at Tian and declared, "I believe in you. As a prophet, you will undoubtedly succeed." There is no need for doubt. Hao Tian was perplexed by Yan's unwavering confidence in her abilities, especially since she herself held reservations. "I'll give it a shot. But first, Yin, you need to help me create something, a mortar and pestle, a tool consisting of a stone pestle and a stone bowl. It's essential for juicing, though it's not ideal. For now, it's the only thing I can think of. A juicer powered by my own strength would be far too laborious." Hao Tian sketched a rough design on the ground and gestured with her hands. Upon grasping her intent, Yin promptly set to work. Once the tool was complete, Hao Tian marveled at Yan's craftsmanship, realizing that the buyer would hardly notice the difference. "Let us first remove the skin, then cut it into small pieces and place them in the stone bowl. I will use the pestle to extract the juice, starting with just a segment to test the process." "Very well." With the cut sugarcane in the stone bowl, Hao Tian tirelessly pounded it with the pestle, and gradually, the juice began to flow. She poured it into a bamboo bowl, filling it halfway with the juice from just one segment. The stone pot had already been preheated. She added an appropriate amount of water, followed by the sugarcane juice, and commenced a vigorous stirring. "Yin, please carve some wooden utensils. A ladle and a spoon are necessary. We previously managed without them, but I have grown accustomed to the convenience, as for wooden bowls." Given that the tribe was already accustomed to using their own, she deemed it unnecessary to waste time and effort on that. Yin, following Hao Tian's drawings, crafted 2 spatulas and 6 spoons of varying sizes. The specific steps for boiling sugar were unclear to Hao Tian, yet she reasoned that evaporating the moisture to achieve crystallization should suffice. Her plan was simplistic, but its execution would reveal its effectiveness. As she continued stirring, the moisture dwindled, and the sugarcane juice thickened, transforming into syrup. This syrup, if removed at this stage and allowed to solidify, would become sugar. The syrup had shifted from its original translucent hue to a rich brown color, reminiscent of the sugar derived from sugarcane, commonly known as brown sugar, while white sugar was derived from beets. Persisting in her stirring, the moisture evaporated further until crystallization began to appear. The sun dipped low in the sky, and Hao Tian's hands grew weary. The sight of the crystals signified triumph. Yin, come quickly. Crystals have formed. Yin set aside the ginkgo nuts and joined Hao Tian, marveling at the transformation from clear juice to brown granules. Hao Tian lifted a small quantity and offered it to Yin, who savored the sweet flavor, declaring it delicious. Yet, it seems rather unworthy that such a small amount of sugar resulted from a segment of purple bamboo. 1 segment could sustain a person for a while. But this minuscule quantity of sugar would only last him a few bites, and a wonder salt is so precious. Sugar can be added to dishes and utilized in various ways. We could make candied fruits, sealing them for snacking, delicious and energy-boosting, sure to delight the little ones. When the time comes, whether we trade sugar or candied fruits, they will be well received. Gazing at the pot of brown sugar, Hao Tian mused that the process was indeed time-consuming, labor-intensive and resource-draining. Moreover, there were numerous tasks to accomplish: grinding ginkgo nuts, spinning flax thread, weaving clothing from flax, and now, producing brown sugar. The sugarcane had been harvested, and there was no comparison to growing it in the fields. She needed to act swiftly. The preparation of brown sugar and weaving flax clothing were of utmost urgency, while the ginkgo nuts could be postponed until she could grind them herself during the snowy season, which would provide some warmth. Tonight, I will weave flax clothing. Yin, you will spin the flax thread. Tomorrow, could you gather some branches? Rather than collecting branches, it would be far more efficient to chop down trees for firewood. Ive thought of something. We should make a stone axe. It will be much quicker for chopping down trees and splitting wood. How could I have forgotten that? Hao Tian sketched the design of the stone axe for Yin, who, upon observing, grasped its intended use. The following day, he used the newly forged stone axe to fell the tree from which Hao Tian had previously hung her wet clothes and began splitting wood beneath the platform. After diligently boiling the sugar for over 10 days, they finally managed to convert all the sugarcane into brown sugar. Due to the prolonged duration, fearing the sugarcane would spoil, they had worked tirelessly until midnight before resting, ultimately yielding a bamboo bowl full of brown sugar with some remaining. The bamboo bowl needed to be sealed, to be opened only when required. Looking at the pot of brown sugar, Hao Tian decided to dilute it with water, turning it into syrup. She washed the remaining fruits, pitted and sliced them, then boiled them for about 2 to 3 minutes before draining them. Next, she placed them in another stone pot to dry, reserving some and sealing the rest in a bamboo bowl for preservation. Just then, Yin returned, and she offered him a piece to taste. Yin chewed and exclaimed it was delicious. Taking another piece, I asked this candied fruit? Hao Tian nodded, producing the bamboo bowl filled with candied fruit for Yin to see. I've prepared a bowl, and it needs to be sealed. Its shelf life should be around 5 months, roughly the duration from the rainy season to halfway through the dry season. Yin took another piece, smiling brightly. This is wonderful. Fruits are among the most difficult foods to preserve. They spoil within a few days. After 10 days, they must be discarded. But these candied fruits can last so long and taste so good. I truly hope the members of our tribe can enjoy them as well. As Hao Tian and Yan's days grew increasingly joyful, Tu Gua, spurred by the chief's encouragement, boldly ventured alone into the territory of the tiger tribe, her luck seemingly favorable. However, she had yet to confirm her findings with the tiger tribe's members when she was ordered to leave by them. You are a female of which tribe? Depart from our territory. Regardless of her tribe, they dismissed her as a female of the goat tribe. Yes, it does not matter which tribe you belong to. Leave at once, or we shall not be courteous. The despicable goat tribe, even resorting to stealing food meant for the young ones. How shameless! Tu Gua wished to linger, but upon observing the unfriendly expressions of the tribe's males, armed with sharpened sticks to drive her away, she dared not defy them and could only retreat. Yet, overhearing the conversation between the two tiger tribe males, it seemed they were expelling members of the goat tribe. Recalling the fried meatballs delivered by Yang Hua, Tu Gua felt a surge of joy. Did this not imply that the fried meatballs originated from the tiger tribe? She hurried back, but not long into her run. She gradually slowed. However, this alone was insufficient to convince Tuya. She needed to gather more concrete evidence. Today, it appeared unlikely, but she firmly believed that one day she would uncover incriminating evidence. The two tiger tribe males who had driven Tugwa away exchanged glances. One of them rubbing his head in regret. Were we too harsh with that female? She was thin and frail, yet rather attractive. The other male gave him a light slap on the back. What are you thinking? I sensed malice in her. She is likely from the goat tribe, attempting to steal our tiger tribe's young ones' food. Have you forgotten how heartbroken those little ones were when they cried? I just find it difficult to be harsh with females. Come on, let us return and tell the little ones that the uncles have driven away the bad people. Indeed. Chapter 41. Verification after the goat tribe pilfered food meant for the tiger cubs. The tiger tribe heightened their vigilance in protecting the young ones and became wary of outsiders, making it increasingly difficult for Tugwa to approach them. Nonetheless, she occasionally appeared near the tiger tribe, and the tribe members began to recognize her point one day. A female from the tiger tribe engaged in conversation with Tugwa. Which tribe do you belong to? What brings you to our tiger tribe? Are you alone? It's quite dangerous. Seizing the opportunity to interact, Tugwa hurriedly approached. I am from the rabbit tribe, and wish to inquire if you would be open to trading for backpacks. I noticed you seem to have plenty. She could not be too direct. If the tiger tribe grew suspicious, it would not bode well. Trading backpacks? Have you not exchanged with the snake beast tribe? The exchanges were sparse at the time, and the snake beast tribe has not returned. Since you possess so many, I assume you know how to weave and could create some for us. Tugwa smiled shyly with it. How much more food could be gathered during the dry season? Her words resonated with the tiger tribe female, who realized that previously, multiple individuals had to make several trips to carry back so much food. Whereas now one person could suffice, it was indeed incredibly practical. Very well, how many do you rabbit tribe require? We shall weave them for you. Indeed, the snake beast had shared the weaving techniques with the tiger tribe. Tugwa clenched the animal skin skirt tightly, suppressing her inner fury while maintaining a smile. This is merely my personal idea. I need to return and discuss it with our chief. Then, as if hesitating, she inquired, I have visited here many times. Sometimes I have seen your cubs eating things I have never encountered before. I wonder if those could also be traded. The aroma was enticing, and the sight was appetizing. The tiger tribe female glanced towards a group of playing cubs, most of whom would pause to reach into their leather pouches and eat a fried meatball, torn between the desire to eat and the reluctance to finish it all at once. With a smile, the tiger tribe female replied, those can certainly be traded. Our rabbit tribe cubs would surely love them just as much as yours. It's truly enviable that your tiger tribe has invented such delightful food. Oh, not at all. It was the snake beast who provided us with this food and taught our tribe mother how to prepare it. We all learned from her. But it is indeed delicious. The female of the tiger clan remains utterly oblivious to the fact that her words have validated the notions held by Tugwa. At this moment, a fierce blaze of anger surges within Tugwa. Almost overwhelming her composure, she forces a smile and says, I shall take my leave now. This matter requires the judgment of our chieftain. The tiger female responds, very well, as a female, do be cautious on your way back. Perhaps we should have one of our males escort you. No, that won't be necessary. After so many times, I am well acquainted with the route. If she delays any further, she will be unable to withstand the tension of being in the presence of a male from the tiger clan. She must return to inform the chieftain. She needs to convey this to Tuya, to make her aware that the serpent beast has shared its methods with the tiger clan, yet withheld them from the rabbit clan. Ensuring Tuya's complete submission, as Tugwa departs, the tiger female excitedly discusses the impending trade with the rabbit clan, eagerly awaiting the chieftain's announcement. Everyone listens with joy, oblivious to the fact that this matter is nothing but a mere shadow of reality. Yang Ti, hidden in the shadows, has witnessed the entire scene unfold, yet he remains in place. The elder chieftain has instructed him to keep a watchful eye, ideally to ascertain the true nature of the treasures bestowed by the serpent beast. To be honest, he has endured several nights in the wilderness without being discovered by the tiger clan, which has not been an easy task. That evening, the tiger clan engages in lively discussions about the rabbit clan's forthcoming trade. Hukai and Huhu believe this could mark the beginning of their clan's rise, and they decide to celebrate. Gathered around the bonfire, they feast, dance, and converse merrily. At this juncture, someone broaches the topic of the treasures gifted by the Serpent Beast. Chieftain, what treasures has the Serpent Beast provided that require the supervision of our revered priest? Indeed, Chieftain, we wish to know, even if just a glimpse. The crowd erupts in excitement, and Hukai feels a surge of happiness. After all, they are all kin and have a right to be informed. Behold, the fire we have ignited comes from a rare fire seed. Preserving this seed is no simple task. Ours was obtained from a celestial fire, and considerable effort was expended to ensure its safe transfer. The treasure granted to us by the Serpent Beast is intimately connected to this fire seed. The revelation astonishes the assembled clan members. While they had some inkling of this, the chieftain's affirmation sends ripples of excitement through their hearts. Could it possibly be the method to generate fire seeds? A wave of astonishment sweeps through the crowd. Cough, cough. Hukai interrupts their speculation. It is not the method for generating fire seeds, but rather a tool that allows for the transportation of fire seeds. When we returned, we unfortunately extinguished our torch just before reaching the clan, which deprived our kin of witnessing the marvel of the flame. What could that be? Someone asks, eager for more details. Yet, the priest interjects, enough. Let us rejoice, for our clan shall grow ever stronger when we relocate to Eagle City. All shall witness the true nature of this treasure. While they are all from the same clan, he reflects that it is prudent not to divulge too much. It suffices that the clan members are aware of such a treasure. Yang Ti gazes at the bonfire festivities within the Tiger clan, yearning to return to his own clan and share a meal by the fire. He must swiftly uncover the true nature of the treasure. Enduring the biting cold winds day after day is no small feat. Upon returning to her clan, Tu Gua immediately relays the news to the chieftain. Chieftain, I have personally verified that the Tiger clan has confirmed what Yang Hua claimed. They have not deceived us. What shall we do? The chieftain nods, having suspected the truth during Tu Gua's verification. This presents a splendid opportunity. Oh, not speak of this widely, especially not in front of Tuya, to avoid further discord. But chieftain, Tuya and I are not of one mind on this matter. I have labored to confirm it. I must prove it to her. Words alone are empty. Once we obtain the method for crafting the woven baskets and the meatballs, benefiting the entire clan, Tuya will naturally acquiesce. Indeed, the chieftain supports her. The Serpent Beast does not deserve to possess such treasures, and they must be relinquished. When shall we demand from the Serpent Beast the methods for weaving baskets and creating meatballs? The chieftain waves his hand dismissively. There is no rush. The Serpent Beast has yet to enter hibernation. Once it awakens and its strength has not fully returned, we shall take action. For now, we must focus on gathering food to ensure our survival through this snow season. Yes, chieftain. The snow season is indeed terrifying. It claims lives with each passing year. Every clan must prioritize food collection during the dry season. Tu Gua has devoted considerable time to this task and must hasten to gather provisions, lest they falter during the snow season. Chapter 42. A shocking revelation. On this day, Yang Hua approaches the rabbit clan to discern their situation. Ultimately, she locates Tu Gua among the rabbit females, whom she has not seen in quite some time. To Tu Gua, it has been ages. What have you been so busy with? Tuya swiftly positions herself between them, but Tu Gua maneuvers around Tuya and says to Yang Hua, let us speak over there. She then turns to Tuya and adds, I need to talk with Yang Hua. Please do not follow. Without granting Tuya a chance to respond, she turns away. Tuya watches as Tu Gua converses with Yang Hua, her heart racing with anxiety. Why can't Tu Gua be swayed back to their side? Why must she trust Yang Hua? What do you wish to tell me? I have been to the Tiger clan to confirm your claims. They are indeed true. Yang Hua's face lights up with astonishment. You actually went to verify this? Have you informed your chieftain? I have. What did your chieftain say? Once the Serpent Beast enters hibernation and awakens, we will go to request the methods. I know you are not a good person, but I must thank you for this. If they acquire the methods for weaving baskets and crafting meatballs, she will genuinely owe Yang Hua her gratitude. What do you mean I am not a good person? If I were not, would I share this information with you? With that, she rolls her eyes and departs. Tuya has been watching from a distance and rushes over to inquire, but Tu Gua pulls her back to continue gathering food. Saying not a word more, Yang Hua returns to her clan, and upon arrival, she finds Yang Ti bursting into the chieftain's cave. She stealthily follows, eager to eavesdrop on the conversation. Inside the cave, Yang Ti's face is still etched with shock. As he cannot fathom the capabilities of the Serpent Beast, Chieftain, I heard the Tiger Clan discussing the treasure given to them by the Serpent Beast. It truly relates to fire seeds. The elder chieftain's eyes gleam with excitement. Speak. Is it the method for generating fire seeds? His voice trembles with anticipation. Yet, Yang Ti shakes his head, causing the elder chieftain to furrow his brow. How can it not be? What else could it be if it is related to fire seeds? I overheard the Tiger Clan mention that the treasure can transport fire seeds. Transport fire seeds? What manner of treasure is this? To transfer fire seeds is indeed a formidable task. One misstep and they risk extinguishing. Could it be that this treasure enables the safe movement of fire seeds? That would indeed be a remarkable asset. The Eagle Clan requires the submission of 100 females from their clan to facilitate the transfer of fire seeds. However, as he understands, this transfer is not easily accomplished. Some clans have attempted multiple times without success. Celestial fire is not something one can simply summon at will. The fact that they encounter celestial fire in this region is a stroke of fortune, a blessing from the beast gods. In truth, many clans currently lack fire seeds altogether. Go. Summon Yang Hua. I must inquire about the situation with the Rabbit Clan. Upon hearing her name called, Yang Hua promptly reveals herself in the Elder Chieftain's cave. The Elder Chieftain realizes she has been eavesdropping and feels a twinge of displeasure, but he requires her assistance and must endure. Yang Ti beams with joy. Yang Hua, there you are, Yang Hua replies. Of course I'm here. I've been right behind you. The Elder Chieftain interjects, she was eavesdropping. Could she not be? What news from the Rabbit Clan? That foolish Tu Gua has indeed gone to the Tiger Clan to seek confirmation. However, I am unperturbed, for all I spoke was the truth. She has informed their chieftain that they will request the methods from the Serpent Beast once it awakens from hibernation. Currently, it is the dry season. Had it not been for the baskets and meatballs, she would be diligently gathering food. It seems the matter lacks sufficient weight. To seek methods from the Serpent Beast is no small feat. You heard the earlier conversation. Go once more and convey this news to Tu Gua. Guide her to report to Eagle City regarding the Tiger Clan's association with the Serpent Beast. Should the Serpent Beast seek assistance or settle accounts with the Tiger Clan, the Rabbit Clan would be ill-equipped to handle it. Yang Hua nods in agreement. If this information reaches Eagle City and the Eagle Clan, it could lead to significant repercussions. The chieftain is indeed plotting something grand. The Elder Chieftain intends to orchestrate a major upheaval, aiming to expel both the Rabbit and Tiger Clans, as well as the Serpent Beast, from this territory, which rightfully belongs to the Goat Clan. Furthermore, he seeks to obtain the methods for crafting the baskets and meatballs, propelling the clan to rise in prominence. Receiving her orders, Yang Hua hastens towards the Rabbit Clan, arriving just as midday approaches. Where the Rabbit Clan is gathered for lunch, Tu Gua, it is I, Yang Hua, come out. Yang Hua calls from outside the Rabbit Clan, her stomach growling. She dares not enter freely, fearing an attack from the rabbit males. The rabbit, known as Tu Geta, was engaged in her meal when a fellow tribesman approached to inform her that Yang Hua was calling for her outside. She frowned, initially reluctant to respond, but then recalled that it was Yang Hua who had shared the valuable information regarding the Serpent Beast's dealings with the Tiger tribe. Thus, she decided to step out to meet her. Could there be matters of which she remained unaware? Tu Geta, where have you been? I've been calling for ages, Yang Hua exclaimed. I'm in the midst of my meal. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Tu Geta replied, intent on returning to her food, as she had tasks to attend to later in the afternoon. I certainly have something to discuss. Come closer, and I shall whisper this important news to you. Yang Hua insisted. Tu Geta, albeit doubtful, leaned in to listen. As Yang Hua divulged the information, Tu Geta gasped in shock, covering her mouth in disbelief. You didn't know, did you? The Tiger tribe will undoubtedly support that Serpent Beast. You should refrain from pursuing it, be cautious, or the Tiger tribe may annihilate you. Yang Hua warned. I have shared this information with you. So I must take my leave now. I haven't had my lunch yet. Tu Geta nodded, eager to return and inform the tribe leader. However, Yang Hua seized her arm. Did you not hear me say I haven't had lunch? I did hear you, but weren't you saying you wanted to go back? Tu Geta remarked, realizing Yang Hua was not only foolish but rather dim-witted. Go fetch me some roasted meat? I just shared such crucial news with you. And yet, I remain starving, Yang Hua complained. It dawned on Tu Geta, and she nodded blankly. Oh, I want the most tender and fatty pieces. Yet, Tu Geta ignored her request and hurried back to the tribe to relay the news to the leader. Meanwhile, Yang Hua waited outside the rabbit tribe, but after a considerable time, Tu Geta failed to bring her the promised roasted meat, let alone the most tender and fatty cuts. Frustrated, she spat towards the rabbit tribe and grumbled back home, her expression darkening considerably. The leader of the rabbit tribe, upon hearing the news, was equally astonished. It was indeed a momentous revelation. Chapter 43. The onset of snow season. Any matter involving the fire seed was no trifling issue. The rabbit tribe leader could hardly fathom that the serpent beast would go to such lengths to seek the protection of the tiger tribe. Thus, it was clear that merely seeking counsel from the serpent beast would be futile. The tiger tribe would undoubtedly shield it. The rabbit tribe stood no chance against the tiger tribe. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. They needed to devise an alternative strategy to attain their desires. It became apparent that they must rely on the eagle tribe to intervene. Their enmity towards the serpent tribe was profound. It was a bitter rivalry. Should the leader of Eagle City be informed of the alliance between the tiger tribe and the serpent beast, the tiger tribe would surely face repercussions. Moreover, with the serpent beast's newfound advantages, they would certainly attract attention. Thus, Tu Geta, I will choose 2 brave warriors from our tribe to accompany you to Eagle City. You are to report the alliance of the tiger tribe and the serpent beast to the eagle tribe, relaying every detail. However, you must mention the treasure that enables the movement of the fire seed. It is crucial to capture the eagle tribe's interest. If the tiger tribe possessed the means to create such a treasure, they would not remain silent. Surely, they would seek to trade it to enhance their tribal strength. Yet, they seem to hoard it, with even their own members only possessing a vague idea of its existence. This suggests that they have acquired the treasure without understanding how to produce it. And it appears that the serpent beast has not provided the method this time. Time is of the essence. We must inform the eagle tribe as swiftly as possible. You should depart tomorrow, ideally before the snow season sets in. Yes, leader. However, fate had other plans. The following day, as Tu Geta and the 2 brave warriors from the rabbit tribe prepared for their journey, snow began to fall, heralding the arrival of the snow season. Achoo! Achoo! Upon waking, Hao Tian felt the chill in the air. The temperature had dropped significantly compared to the previous day. They had covered themselves with tiger skins and donned bear pelts, yet still felt cold, with even the bedding failing to warm them adequately. Yen had already risen. Hao Tian hurriedly dressed in a high-necked woolen sweater, put on hemp trousers, and layered a tiger skin coat over it. Still feeling frigid, she added a long animal skin skirt for extra warmth. When Yen entered, the cold air rushed in with him as he lifted the deer skin curtain, causing Hao Tian to shiver involuntarily. Why is it so cold today? What shall we do now that the snow season has arrived? She pondered, never expecting such a bitter chill. Outside, the snow fell, marking the onset of the first snowfall in the snow season. Sweetheart, I must hibernate now. Yet, looking at her bundled up so tightly, he felt uneasy. The temperature difference between the bedroom and the living area was stark, and outside, it would be even colder. Would she be able to wait until he awakened? The snow season had arrived swiftly. Had the rainy season truly ended so long ago? The drought had only just begun, yet it felt as if it had only been yesterday before the snow season loomed. This year's snow season arrived earlier than the last, suggesting it would last longer. Sweetheart, you must survive until I awaken. You must live. Hao Tian offered Yen a reassuring smile. Do not worry. I will surely live until you awaken. Let us make a pact with that. She extended her pinky finger, linking it with Yan's, and they recited together, Pinky swear, 100 years hanging. No changing, or you become a puppy. Now, let us seal it. Their thumbs pressed together, completing the promise. Though he needed to hibernate, there were still tasks he felt compelled to complete before doing so. He filled 3 bamboo water barrels, chopped wood to fill every corner of their cave, and finally hunted a pig, cleaning it and placing it inside the cave before turning to leave. Hao Tian watched Yan's departing figure, feeling a mix of emotions. Having spent so much time here, he had never left her side since their first encounter, and now, being alone made her feel a tinge of panic. You can do this. Keep going. She continually reassured herself. She had prepared the Kong, a heated bed, and had plenty of animal skins piled high, bundles of hemp thread wound neatly, and hand-woven hemp garments. She had dug out white fruits, ground them into powder, and had potatoes, pickled vegetables, cured meats, an abundance of jerky and dried fruits. She was well prepared for both clothing and sustenance. Rising, she stepped out of the bedroom, and as she pulled aside the animal skin curtain, a gust of cold air struck her face, causing her to shiver once more. Yet, despite all her layers, she could endure it. Who hadn't he braved the winter in a short skirt over leggings? Trembling in the wind? At the cave entrance, the world outside had transformed into a realm of silver, blanketed in snow, a brightness that felt blinding. The platform was covered in snow, and while it was cold, she could build a snowman to celebrate the season, knowing it would remain for days to come. It's too cold. I should head back inside. The glaring white light was hard on her eyes as she entered the storage room. Taking some white fruit powder to knead into dough, she then stretched it, folding the ends together, and crossed them at the bottom, attempting to replicate the art of a noodle maker, crafting a portion of pulled noodles, though it would merely be for show. Next, she stir-fried pickled vegetables with slices of pork for her noodle topping. With the pig outside, she hardly needed to process it further. In this frigid weather, it was as good as refrigeration. She could take her time eating, as it wouldn't spoil. Once the noodles were cooked, she savored a warm sip of broth before enjoying the noodles. What a delight it was to indulge in such comfort on a cold day. After finishing her meal, she lit a torch and placed it against the stone wall by her bed. Hao Tian, with the flickering light, planned to make a vest from rabbit fur to wear over her high-necked woolen sweater. Topped with her tiger skin coat, as the weather grew increasingly frigid, she aimed to prepare more warm clothing, including larger knitted hemp shoes lined with rabbit fur for added insulation. The rabbit fur vest was quickly completed. Folded neatly on the shelf, as she popped a piece of dried fruit into her mouth, savoring its sweetness. Life was still quite pleasant for her. Yet, the other tribes did not share Hao Tian's comfort. The sudden onset of the snow season had caught all tribes off guard. They huddled in their caves, consuming their remaining supplies, clad in fur coats, idly passing the time. While the initial days of the snow season were manageable, with temperatures not at their lowest and food still relatively abundant, as time wore on, many provisions began to spoil, and hunting became futile as most animals had entered hibernation. As the season progressed, food scarcity began to loom, leading to hunger pangs, and eventually, the elders' rations were all that sustained the younger tribe members, ensuring their survival. The extended snow season felt like an ominous harbinger of death. A scythe poised over the necks of all beast tribe members. No one experienced such ease as Hao Tian did. Had Yin seen her lifestyle, he would have departed with a sense of relief. Yet, as he left, his brow remained furrowed, burdened by the persistent worry that when he awakened, she might be gone. Chapter 44. Idleness. As the days passed, Hao Tian found herself growing bored within the cave. Glancing at the shelf where the cow tendons lay, she thought that since she had little to do, she might as well make a slingshot for amusement. If she happened to hit a bird soaring through the sky, she could roast the bird for a meal. That, of course, outside, the skies were empty of birds, and no human tracks could be seen. Her hopes were overly ambitious. The cow tendons had been preserved during the dry season when Yin had suggested keeping them after he hunted a cow. With their elasticity, they made for a fine tool. Now was the perfect opportunity to craft a slingshot. She rummaged through the storage room for a Y-shaped branch, affixed the cow tendons to the prongs, secured it with knots, and attached a piece of cowhide to each end. It was a simple task, and upon testing the elasticity, she found the tendons to be quite potent. Pulling it back required considerable effort. Regrettably, the world outside is enveloped in a thick blanket of snow, the accumulation reaching nearly to the knee, rendering it unsuitable for retrieving bullets. The snowfall is truly akin to goose feathers, a sight that the southern dwelling Hao Tian has never encountered. With nothing to occupy her, she occasionally lifts a corner of the curtain to admire the wintry landscape, only to retreat as the biting cold wind from outside chills her cheeks. She sips on warm water and practices jumping rope with a tendon. It is worth noting that Hao Tian has crafted a cozy cover for her bamboo tube, meticulously sewing a fluffy rabbit fur casing to envelop it, which proves effective in retaining warmth. As for today's meal, what shall it be? Day after day, devoid of a computer or a mobile phone, and with no distractions, her time is consumed by either eating or sleeping, or perhaps knitting garments. She has already completed 2 high-neck sweaters made of hemp yarn and even knitted a pair of trousers. Additionally, she has prepared 2 pairs of shoes lined with rabbit fur. What more could she possibly need? After pondering for a while, an idea strikes her. She could knit a neck warmer using the soft, white rabbit fur, and even fashion a hat, perhaps adorned with 2 rabbit ears for an added touch. Thus, today she resolves to make glutinous rice balls filled with pork. She finely chops the filling, kneads the dough, and rolls the balls before cooking them. Glutinous rice balls for sale. Glutinous rice balls for sale. Here, the glutinous rice balls are round and sweet. Meanwhile, in the goat clan, Yang Ti, having failed to woo flowers before the onset of snow season, braves the wind to visit the elder chief's cave. "Chief, I have a proposal," he states. The elder chief raises an eyebrow, glancing at Yang Ti. "What mischief are you up to now?" "Ha ha, this time it's not mischief. I assure you it's a splendid idea." Unfazed, the elder chief knows Yang Ti is a notorious slacker, known for his lack of diligence and penchant for dreaming. The chief's position, of course, would rightfully pass to his offspring, not to anyone else. Yet, he allows Yang Ti to indulge in his fantasies, for there are times when Yang Ti can be quite resourceful. Seeing the chief's nonchalant demeanor, Yang Ti boldly continues, "Chief, the serpent beast is currently in hibernation, leaving only the female behind, posing no threat. Moreover, if the serpent beast dares to hibernate, it must have left provisions for the winter. Recall, how often have we had sufficient food during the snow season? This year, winter has arrived early and may last longer than the last. Why not seize the food left for the female serpent beast to satiate our hunger?" The elder chief smacks Yang Ti on the head with a branch. "Do our people starve due to a lack of food? Never. No matter how much food we have, it spoils over time, leading to our hunger. Do you think the food left by the serpent beast will not spoil? It will spoil, and we must seize it regardless. After all, it is merely food for the serpent's female. We might as well fill our bellies." At that moment, Yang Ti's stomach growls audibly. He sheepishly smiles at the elder chief. Realizing his intentions are all too transparent, he has set his sights on the food intended for the serpent beast's female. "If you had been diligent during the dry season, we wouldn't be facing this scarcity now. If you were like the other members of the tribe, you wouldn't be hungry at this moment. Chief, I too wish to be diligent this dry season. But, hey, didn't you tell me to go do something?" The elder chief glances at Yang Ti. "Go to the storage cave and fetch some food," stating that it was my command. "That female serpent beast will surely not survive this winter. Let it perish naturally. In the latter part of winter, we shall send a few brave warriors from the tribe to retrieve whatever is good from the serpent beast's cave. As for the people, let them be. If the serpent beast awakens and sees the female starving in winter, it's no concern of ours." "Oh, let me go, Chief," Yang Ti exclaims, recalling that previously, he had promised to become the mate of a certain young Hua. Provided he obtained a backpack. Very well, go out. In contrast, the Tiger clan enjoys a much better fortune. Last winter, they discovered the white fruit, ground it into powder, and consumed it in block form, thus avoiding starvation among their members. With ample food, the instances of freezing to death have significantly decreased, although the harshness of winter still inevitably claims some lives. This winter, their provisions are plentiful and varied. Even if the remaining food were to spoil at the last moment, they could still feast on the white fruit blocks. Kai, this winter seems to be longer than the last. Though you believe we will survive?" Tiger Kai cradles Hoo in her arms as she replies. "We have already traded for information about the white fruit. Food will not be lacking, we shall not starve. Just look at that female. She is friendlier than any other, if placed among our clan. She surely wouldn't survive. Yet, observe what she has crafted. Everything she makes is astonishing. If any other female were to coexist with the serpent beast, she would not endure, but I believe Tian will certainly make it." Despite her firm refusal to seek refuge with the Tiger clan during winter, Tiger Kai remains unwavering in her faith that Tian possesses the resilience to survive. "Indeed, Kai, I trust your judgment. You are the most formidable and clever among our Tiger clan. If you believe Tian will survive, then she surely will. Yes, Hoo, this winter is long. Let us strive harder this time. Perhaps we will conceive little cubs." Both Hoo and Tiger Kai are not young anymore, yet since their union, no cubs have been born. Who is stronger than other females in the Tiger clan, capable of going into heat twice from one winter to the next. While all the other females have borne cubs. Despite their efforts each winter, Hoo remains without offspring, and Tiger Kai, the mightiest male in the tribe, likewise has not sired any cubs. Before long, The cave resonates with the sound of tiger roars, echoing throughout the tribe's other caves. As the chief diligently works for the expansion of the tribe, they too feel compelled to contribute their modest efforts. The tiger clan thrives amidst this flourishing atmosphere. Chapter 45. Clear skies. After several days of relentless snowfall, the heavy flakes finally cease, and the sun shines brightly. Even the chilling winds have subsided, yet the air feels colder still. Those knowledgeable in physics understand that the melting of snow is the coldest stage. However, humans must engage in photosynthesis. Remaining indoors without sunlight is detrimental to one's health, particularly in a dark cave. As the snow atop the platform melts, dripping steadily, Tian, swathed in layers, steps out to bask in the sun. The warm sunlight envelopes her, and she can distinctly feel the warmth on the side facing the sun, instantly warming her entire being. In truth, the water in her tank is running low. Having conserved water for so many days, she hasn't had the luxury of a proper bath. Today, however, she can indulge in a warm bath. When the snow on the ground has melted sufficiently for her to walk, Tian takes a bamboo basin and heads to the riverbank to fetch water. Only to find the surface frozen. She turns back to retrieve the stone axe made by Yin, and with its weight, she punctures a hole in the ice with a few firm strikes. As she dips the bamboo basin to collect water, a fish leaps out and lands directly in her basin, thrashing about. Well, it seems there are still fish delivering themselves to me. I shall not be polite. Today's meal shall be fish soup, a welcome change of flavor. She fills the bamboo basin with water, fish included, and places it on the platform before switching to another basin to collect water. Gathering water is indeed laborious work. Previously, Yin would handle all of it while she simply enjoyed the benefits. Now, she must fill 3 tanks on her own, running back and forth until she is out of breath and sweating profusely. She removes her tiger skin coat, now clad only in a high-neck knitted sweater and a gray rabbit fur vest, which suits her petite frame quite well. By the time she fills all 3 bamboo tanks, she is utterly exhausted but surprisingly warm. Yet, her task is not complete. She still needs to process the fish. Initially, she planned to wash it by the river, but fatigue sets in, prompting her to wash it on the platform instead, intending to replenish the water later during her bath. For lunch, she prepares fish soup, slicing potatoes into shreds, sautéing them with some prickly ash, and kneading the white fruit powder into dough, which she cuts into pieces and places in a bamboo bowl to steam in a stone pot. The result is a fluffy and tender dish, resembling buns, and upon tasting, she finds it even softer than traditional buns. Indeed, one should not constrain their imagination with the limitations of reality. Even sugar can be crafted. And one ought to boldly experiment with everything. Her method of sugar making would be impossible in reality. Yet here, it succeeds. It is not merely luck, but rather the unique properties of the ingredients here, which, while appearing similar, are fundamentally different. Unlike regular dough, which requires yeast to rise, she has none of that here. Once Yin awakens, she plans to make dumplings for him to take along when hunting, providing sustenance when hunger strikes. The white fruit powder is truly a remarkable ingredient. Having filled her belly and cleaned up, Tian straps on her backpack and descends from the platform, dragging the stone axe behind her. Indeed, she is determined to venture out in search of more ingredients. However, she remains cautious, wary of the beasts that might tear her apart, so she decides to search within a close vicinity. Just like the sturdy forest of timber, there may well be bamboo shoots buried beneath the earth, yet she lacks the skill to unearth the hidden treasures, and the distance is simply too great. It is ill-suited for her to venture out in search of cabbage, a vegetable that sustains throughout the winter. Instead of heading towards the bamboo grove, she opts for the opposite direction, stepping into another expanse of white forest. Though her shoes remain dry, the legs of her linen trousers are dampened. The snow is still thick. Each step barely surpasses her ankles. However, traversing through such an environment has not proven particularly uncomfortable thus far. Tian scans the area, her stone axe carving a long trail through the snow, revealing bare ground yet devoid of any greenery. She decides to seek another location, feeling that straying further would take her beyond her self-imposed safety limits. Turning towards the right, just around a bend, she discovers patches of green leaves emerging from beneath the snow. With her stone axe, she clears a small section of snow and uncovers vegetables resembling radish leaves. Setting down her axe, she hastily grasps one and attempts to pull it free. But to no avail. Undeterred, she begins to excavate the soil, gradually revealing the white roots beneath. A surge of joy fills her as she contemplates the deliciousness of winter radishes, even their leaves suitable for pickling. Regrettably, time is against her, and uncertainty looms over tomorrow's weather. Disregarding all else, she decides to pull out as many as she can, dreaming of making her beloved radish pancakes. With a vigorous effort, her hands grow red from the exertion, and she manages to extract 6 sizable radishes, each as long as the depth of her backpack, yet they do not fit all together. As she prepares to leave, Tian gives the ground a few parting pats, one hand grasping her stone axe while the other clutches the radishes as she returns home. Upon arriving at her cave, she hastily consumes a simple dinner. The sun has already begun its descent. The cold wind begins to assert its presence. Tian takes her bamboo basin to the riverbank, where a fresh layer of thin ice has formed over the previous hole. She strikes the surface several times with the basin until she fills it with water, also replenishing her 2 stone pots and adding a suitable amount to her bathing tub. After some contemplation, she fills all but the basin from this morning, which had previously contained fish, and stacks the filled basins in her bedroom. To conserve the torch's fuel, she only lights one, allowing the fire in the living area to provide illumination while she places the torch in the storage room. She pours 1.5 pots of water directly into the bathing tub, leaving half a pot, which she fills with a spare bamboo bowl. The cold weather makes it necessary to add water frequently, and the water in the bamboo bowl soon cools. After enjoying a delightful bath and changing into fresh clothes, she adds dry grass to the hole she had prepared beneath the stone bed and ignites it with the torch. After several days, it is her first time using it. Today, she went out for a bit, and now she must ensure a warm night's sleep to avoid falling ill. Fortunately, she had foreseen the absence of a chimney for smoke to escape, preventing her from lighting a fire inside. As expected, the smoke begins to fill the storage room. Tian removes the curtain from the door, allowing the smoke to drift with the air currents and escape the cave. Once the grass is nearly burnt out, she returns to her room and feels the stone bed, warm against her body, providing great comfort. She then goes back to the storage room, adds 2 pieces of split firewood to keep the fire smoldering, ensuring it remains warm but not scorching. She returns to the stone bed, wraps herself in the bear skin blanket, and, warmed by the firelight at her bedside, begins to craft a pair of leather pants. Wearing linen trousers beneath and animal skin pants on the outside, she leaves 2 thin straps along the sides of the pant legs to cinch them tightly, planning to create a pair of high-top shoes completely wrapped in animal skin to protect her calves. Ensuring her linen trousers remain dry when she steps into the snow, knowing that animal skin possesses excellent waterproof qualities. Chapter 46. Tian's winter experience has been so pleasant that others from different tribes could hardly fathom it. They huddle together for warmth during the snow season, and as it progresses into the latter stages, they face hunger and cold, living in dire conditions. The sheep hooves must be among the most miserable during winter. Without diligent efforts in the dry season, hunting becomes arduous in the snow season, and the cold weather exacerbates their plight. He has not been long, and he has nearly depleted the food he had brought back. Today, however, the sun shines brightly, and he shivers as he ventures out in search of food but encounters no wild beast. He can only return to his cave in a disheveled state. He is not inherently industrious, merely lending a hand in hunting. Fortunately, he did not encounter any beasts today, or who knows whether he would have hunted them or been hunted instead. Furthermore, he lacks the self-control to ration the food provided by the old chieftain, believing he could last until the latter part of the season. Yet, he is driven by hunger, craving food, and succumbing to temptation, unwilling to endure the pangs of hunger alone. Even his desire to become chieftain stems from the notion that, as chieftain, he could dictate tribal affairs and escape labor, living off the contributions of his kin. How delightful that would be, however. Gazing at the dwindling food supply, he grows restless. The old chieftain will not provide him with more sustenance, and the temperature in the storage cave is lower than that outside, making it easier to preserve food. The supplies there are a portion of what everyone contributes, managed by the tribe, to be distributed when food runs scarce during winter. Even so, the remaining edible supplies cannot sustain the entire tribe. Though he dares not touch the food stored away, he contemplates the bounty left for the female snake beast. Surely, she has plenty of food, or how could she hibernate? After all, that female snake beast cannot possibly survive this winter. It would be a kindness to relieve her of her burdens, would it not? As he paces in his cave, Gazing at the darkening sky, he turns in for the night, planning to seize the food if tomorrow proves sunny. He intends no harm to the female. Without food, she too will perish, and when the snow falls, who would suspect him of her demise? How fortunate he is that today, if not for the lateness of the hour, he would have stormed in and taken what he desired. The next day? The sky is dim, devoid of the previous day's brightness. The north wind howls as snow begins to fall again, and by afternoon, even rain accompanies the snow. Observing the dismal weather, he spits on the ground in frustration. He had initially planned to seize food today, but with the snow and rain, he dares not venture out. The cold is one thing, but falling ill in winter is perilous, and even with a shaman present, their abilities are lacking. She has failed to save anyone who fell ill during the rainy season. As hungry as he is, he does not wish to meet his end. Moreover, once it begins to rain in winter, the cold only intensifies. What shall he do? If only he had a female to share warmth with, it would be much more bearable, and perhaps by spring, he would have newborn lambs. Alas, without a backpack. Yang Shui refuses to allow him a mate, and it all circles back to that snake beast's fault. He strikes the cold stone bed in frustration. Cursed snake beast. How Tian, too, did not anticipate the weather worsening on the second day. Feeling even colder, looking outside at the rain and snow, coupled with the muscle soreness from fetching water yesterday, she has no desire to move. She adds more firewood beneath the stone bed, draping herself with the bear skin blanket, and decides to rest. Clothes can wait until tomorrow. Without the obligation to work for money, she allows herself a day of indulgence in her warm cocoon, reluctant to stir in such frigid conditions. The rain and snow persist for 3 consecutive days before the skies finally clear. Hao Tian busily fills her water tank, for in this weather, she cannot afford to be lax. Should the good weather pass, she cannot risk venturing out into the snow again for water. This afternoon, as she rests on her bed, contemplating what to do with the animal skins she holds, she realizes they would be wasted sitting idle. Seeing that all males are hunters, she figures their supply of animal skins must be plentiful, leaving her with excess skins that cannot be exchanged for anything. Just then, she seemingly hears a voice. Perhaps that of a male, but upon closer listening, it fades away, igniting both suspicion and fear within her. She is alone here. If another male arrives without good intentions, what could she do? She is utterly defenseless. An idea strikes her. Hao Tian rolls out of bed, wraps herself in her tiger skin coat, and retrieves her slingshot and a pouch of stones from the storage room, standing at the cave's entrance. Outside, the snow continues to fall, blanketing the world in white, enveloped in eerie silence, as if time itself is frozen. Yang Shui kicks the snow in frustration. I told you not to make noise. You've been at it the whole way. When will it end? Yang Shui, fuming, glares at his companion, a pair of golden partners in mischief. He cannot believe his good friend would abandon him for solitary feasting. They have always worked together. Why now does he forsake him? It is utterly ungrateful. Had he not gone out to relieve himself this morning, he would have caught his friend sneaking off to indulge alone. They have grown up together, and now he has been cast aside. Does he not consider him a brother? Yang Shui casts a jealous glance at the female standing at the cave's entrance in her tiger skin coat. Envying her attire, even the chieftain lacks such finery. How could this female have fashioned it into clothing? That tiger skin shall be mine. With a dismissive scoff, he declared, suggestions are merely an invitation for my attention. Naturally, I shall claim the finest treasures first. Humph, if you lack integrity, it is only right that I choose first. The voice of Yang Shui rose slightly, prompting Yang Ti to hastily cover Yang Shui's mouth. Silence, you fool. We must not be discovered by that female. So what if we are discovered? We are 2 males. Why should we fear a single female? Speaking of which, why are you so afraid of her? Yang Shui regarded Yang Ti with disdain, incredulous that the companion he had grown up with had become so foolishly infatuated. Had he truly lost his wits over a mere flower? Where had his courage gone? Yang Ti could not bear the look of his dear friend. Do you think I fear a female? No, I fear the consequences of having been with her. If that serpent beast discovers that this female has been harmed, the blame will inevitably fall upon me. My intention was to stealthily take the food and depart, but if she were to engage me, I might inadvertently injure her. Yang Shui, are you going to take the fall for me? Why should he be the scapegoat? The last time they encountered the tribe, Yangti had instinctively averted his gaze from the serpent beast, which he feared immensely. After all, he could not possibly defeat such a creature. Moreover, a serpent beast that could hunt tigers and lavishly craft garments for females was certainly no benevolent entity. Even their chieftain struggled to catch a single tiger. Chapter 47. A frantic retreat. Meanwhile, the two of them continued to bicker behind a massive tree trunk, while Hao Tian stood upon a platform, her ears attuned to the faint whispers below, confirming that her senses were not deceiving her. Though their voices were soft, the surrounding silence magnified their sounds, enabling Hao Tian to catch every word. She loaded a stone into her slingshot, pulling it taut, uncertain of how many adversaries lurked nearby or where they hid. She knew she had to strike first upon spotting them. Thankfully, she had crafted the slingshot, or she would have had no means to defend herself. "Come out, I can see you," she shouted, unwilling to concede defeat and determined to launch an attack. "What? She saw us. How is this female so perceptive?" Upon hearing this, Yang Shui felt a jolt of alarm. Yangti, observing Yang Shui's foolishness, thought him truly dim-witted. If she had truly seen them, would she still be speaking so boldly? "Don't go out. That female is trying to deceive us." "Deceive us? That female is rather clever. The last time I saw her, she was far more appealing than mere flowers. Why not take her back to the tribe?" I wish. Don't even think about it. No matter how cunning she is, we are not of the same ilk. You still have time to ponder, but that female is undoubtedly drawn to your voice. She knows someone is near. You foolish sheep. What do we do now? Initially, they had planned to stealthily take what they desired. But now they had been discovered by a female. Would it not be better to knock her out first? She was merely a female, and they were two males. They had no reason to fear her. Let us charge in, grab the goods, and flee. She won't be able to catch us. After some consideration, Yangti recognized the merit in Yang Shui's straightforward approach. Despite the coarse nature of his words, the logic was sound. They could easily overpower her. Yangti, no longer cowering behind the tree, stole a glance at the female. She struck a peculiar pose that baffled him, but since there was no need for fear, he decided to proceed boldly as he stepped out from behind the trunk. Preparing to deliver a grandiloquent speech, a stone suddenly zipped through the air, striking his face. He barely registered what had happened before the projectile vanished into the snow behind him, causing him to retreat in fright. "What was that? Yang Shui, did you see?" Yangti touched the peculiar spot on his face, finding crimson stains on his fingertips. "I'm injured." The delicate cut on Yangti's cheek had drawn a bit of blood. But even such a minor wound loomed large in his mind. How could a mere female, standing so far away, have inflicted harm upon him? He had never imagined that one day he would be threatened by a female. And to make matters worse, he had no idea what had caused the injury. "Brother T, your face is hurt. Did that female do this? Goodness, she is quite formidable." Fear crept into his voice. Should we still attempt to seize the food? Or perhaps we should retreat? Retreat? And starve to death waiting here? I came to steal food. We haven't even begun. I cannot return empty-handed. Besides, I am curious about how that female managed to do this. Hao Tian remained vigilant, observing below from her platform, surprised to see the two males brazenly reveal themselves. She had anticipated their arrival, and with her slingshot already drawn, she quickly launched another stone, swiftly reloading for another shot. The two had hidden behind the tree directly opposite her platform, a decision that seemed ill-fated. How foolish of Yin, to cut down the tree where I hung my clothes while leaving this one standing. Granting ill-intentioned intruders a perfect place to conceal themselves, I wonder how many lurk there. She remained silent, fixated on the tree, ready to strike the moment one of them showed their face. Yangti, feeling disgruntled, peered out just enough to assess the situation, only to see the female had resumed her earlier pose, and then, thud. A blow to the back of his head sent him reeling in pain. "Ah!" he cried, rubbing his head as he quickly turned away, noticing a small hole in the snow at his feet. He hesitated to investigate, fearing another blow might come. "Yang Shui, you go check how that female managed to injure me." With a nod of foolish compliance, Yang Shui peeked out, only to be struck again. "What was that?" "My face." Yangti watched as Yang Shui flinched in confusion, but the object had moved too quickly for him to discern its nature. Vanishing into the snow, Yang Ti gestured for Yang Shui to dig in the snow and retrieve it, but the latter shook his head, refusing to risk further injury. Yang Di mentally chastised Yang Shui for his cowardice. He touched the wound on his cheek, contemplating. Perhaps it wasn't he such a fearsome object. Charging in bravely, he thought. There was no way he couldn't subdue a single female. Yet, as he leaned out again, a stone flew towards his eye, striking him squarely. The pain was immediate, and he crouched down, clutching his face, yet exposing half of his body to the outside. Hao Tian seized the opportunity, loading another stone. Drawing back and releasing, a stone sped towards Yang Di's head, striking him once more. Still reeling from the pain in his eye, he felt the second impact on his skull, covering both injured areas with his hands. He fled, shouting for his longtime companion. Yang Shui, retreat! Quickly, Yang Shui hurriedly followed Yang Di's lead, and as they emerged from behind the tree, another attack struck, this time hitting Yang Shui squarely on the back of his head, causing him to yelp in distress. Ah! He sprinted faster, pulling ahead of Yang Ti. The two dashed away, surpassing the range of the slingshot, as stones landed harmlessly in the snow behind them. Soon, both figures disappeared from sight. Hao Tian, heart racing, returned to her room and collapsed onto her bed. Each stone she fired from the slingshot required time to reload, but that wasn't the most perilous aspect. The true danger lay in her lack of firepower. She hesitated to strike them directly as they were clad in animal skins that lessened the impact of the stones. However, they had no hats, leaving their heads vulnerable and exposed, making headshots far more painful and threatening. Fortunately, they had retreated. Had they charged her en masse, today could have marked her end. Suddenly, Hao Tian sat upright. Her expression grave. No, I must craft some weapons and traps for defense. Those two might return, and with the snow season approaching, I cannot rely on my own strength alone. Yen is not here. I must protect myself. Muttering to herself, she lay back down, reflecting on her past. How she had once been terrified by a pack of transformed wolves. Now, she found the courage to strike back. Unbeknownst to her, she had changed significantly over time. Indeed, time flies, and life is ever-changing. She had grown stronger. Hao Tian smiled, realizing that her environment had truly shaped her character. Chapter 48. Injury. Yet, she could not determine what kind of traps to create, nor could she choose the right locations. What if Yen returned and fell into his own trap? Her first choice for a weapon would be a bow and arrow, but crafting arrows alongside a bow felt beyond her capabilities. After much contemplation, she decided it best to enhance her slingshot. The slingshot's lack of power stemmed from insufficient elasticity. While stones could inflict pain, piercing flesh like pruning shears was simply not feasible. Thus, she aimed to make the stones sting even more. Yang Ti and Yang Shui fled back to their tribe. The snow season enveloped the surroundings in silence, with no tribe members venturing out, leaving only the two of them wandering in the desolation. Yang Ti was agitated. His food supplies dwindled, and he could not afford to sit idle in the cave and await his demise. He now feared returning to the serpent beast's domain, still feeling lingering pain in his eye. Who would have thought that such a young female could be a shaman? In the Orc clan, the priests are not distinguished by gender. They preside over various ceremonies and possess some innate abilities unique to their kind. The potential for the Orc bloodline to manifest has diminished significantly, and only those who have received guidance from the beast god can utilize these innate powers. Such individuals are elevated to the status of tribal priests, revered and worshipped by their kin. Yang Ti and Yang Shui have yet to discern what object Hao Tian wielded to attack them. Each time they dared to peek, they were swiftly repelled, leaving them in ignorance. The item that struck them fell into the snow, yet they did not dare retrieve it. Otherwise, Yang Ti would certainly harbor different thoughts. Each priest is a favored being of the beast god, and not just anyone can possess such talents. Hence, not every tribe boasts a priest. They hurriedly caught a glimpse of Hao Tian's peculiar posture, mistakenly believing it to be related to the use of innate abilities. Priests are not to be trifled with, and as mere ordinary orcs, they dared not take further risks. This matter must not leak out. Yang Shui pondered whether this should be reported to the clan leader, for the female of the serpent beast turned out to be a priest. Caution is warranted. Report it? Nonsense. To be injured by a female and return empty-handed would be utterly humiliating. But being injured by a priest is not shameful, Yang Di countered. Oh, Brother Hoof, whatever you say goes. But where shall we procure food now? My supplies are dwindling. The situation among their kinfolk is similarly dire. At the mention of this, Yangti too felt troubled. Without food, they would surely perish in this wintry season. As the two passed by a corner of the tribe, they encountered a cave belonging to the goat clan. In the event of a beast attack, the cave's owner would be the first to suffer. Yang Miyimi is an orphan. Her father perished during a hunt the day she was born, and her mother fell ill during childbirth on a rainy day, ultimately succumbing to death as well. Yang Miyimi has survived solely on the tribe's charity, having been bullied by others since childhood. Were it not for her being female, she would have been abandoned long ago. Having endured relentless bullying, Yang Miyimi is timid and introverted, rarely communicating with her kin, who do not favor her, relegating her to the damp, dark, and perilous cave at the foot of the mountain. Yangti has bullied Yang Miyimi the most throughout their childhood, with Yang Shui not far behind. Observing Yangti halt and gaze at Yang Miyimi's cave, the somewhat dim-witted Yang Shui grasped the implication. They are indeed more suited to such mischief. Diligent work to gather food is not their forte. Sharing a knowing glance, Yangti and Yang Shui entered Yang Miyimi's cave with ill intentions. As they stormed in to seize food, the cave echoed with sounds of resistance. But soon, the noise ceased. Hao Yin was inside the cave experimenting with the enhanced projectile strength of her slingshot. She had tried intertwining 2 or 3 pieces of cow sinew into a braid, but found that 2 strands suited her best. The 3-strand braid was beyond her ability to fully draw back the slingshot. Even though the projectiles shot with 3 strands were stronger, her physical limitations led her to choose the 2-strand slingshot, and she gathered numerous sharp-edged stones for her endeavors. Days passed, snow continued to fall relentlessly, and temperatures plummeted further. Apart from her daily routines, Hao Yin now made a point to injure the tree across the platform each day. Initially, she had never struck the same spot twice, but now the tree teetered precariously. Felling this tree was the result of much contemplation. After several days of deliberation, she sought to devise a trap, only to dismiss each idea she conjured. Digging a pit and sharpening wooden stakes to place within it posed numerous challenges, including the lack of tools for digging and the inability to craft the stakes. Alternatively, she considered a method akin to those in stories, where a block of wood would fly toward an intruder, but she lacked a suitable support point for the hemp line, and the cave offered no space for her machinations. Ultimately, Hao Yin's aspirations proved to be beautiful fantasies, yet reality was starkly unyielding. She could not simply wish for what she desired like the heroines in tales. What was once a relatively peaceful winter life had been tainted by the presence of Yangti and Yang Shui. Shrouded in a veil of danger, she wondered if, in due time, her slingshot would be sufficient to ensure her safety until Yin returned. The winter had already progressed for over half its duration. In such frigid weather, the stone bed remained perpetually warm, and as long as she refrained from exertion, Hao Yin would inevitably remain upon it. After deliberation, Tiger and Tiger Vegetable decided to dispatch 2 males to the Serpent Beast's cave to check on Hao Yin. Though it was arduous for her to endure the winter, it was indeed a trying season, and they sought to ascertain whether she required assistance from their tribe. The males of the Tiger clan transformed into formidable tigers, traversing the snow-laden forest toward the Serpent Beast's cave, only to encounter Yangdi and his group along the way. Tiger Wei halted to revert to his human form, calling out to Yangti's party. Yangti cursed his luck for encountering Tiger Wei, a distinguished young male among the Tiger clan. The weather is fair today. We thought to try our luck. This winter has been prolonged, and our food stores have long been insufficient. It's unfortunate that we have yet to catch anything and have merely endured the cold, Yangti explained. Tiger Wei understood Yangti's predicament and nodded in agreement. Your situation is no easier. However, regarding the matter of white fruits, the clan leader had explicitly instructed against disclosing it to outsiders. If other tribes learned of it, they would rush to harvest the white fruits, jeopardizing their own food supply. The Tiger clan had relied on these fruits to prevent famine for 2 winters. Since their paths diverged, Tiger Wei did not linger, prioritizing his journey. In such frigid temperatures, even he, as a male, could hardly endure. Chapter 49. The concern of the Tiger clan. Yangti and his companions stood rooted, watching as Tiger Wei made his way toward the Serpent Beast's cave, their expressions darkening. How unfortunate that this windfall had fallen to the Tiger clan. Shall we proceed or not? Let us return to the tribe. With a scowl, Yangti turned on his heel. Their intent had been to assess the situation, believing the female would have perished from hunger or frostbite in the cave. Instead, they encountered an unforeseen obstacle that snatched away their advantage. They could hardly follow and share in the spoils. Moreover, the Tiger clan would surely protect that female. Upon seeing their group attempting to take her supplies, conflict would be inevitable. Who would not wish to reclaim the treasures for their own tribe? Their numbers paled in comparison to Tiger Wei's, and they would not stand a chance unless reinforcements were available. Tiger Wei arrived at the platform, regardless of whether Hao Yin was alive or not, and let out a roar that sent snow cascading from the trees. Hao Yin, who had been stitching bare ears onto a hat on her stone bed, was startled by the roar, causing her to drop her work. She hurriedly grabbed her modified slingshot and a pouch of stones, preparing to flee, only to see Tiger Wei, a robust young man, shivering in the snow below. "Come inside," Hao Yin called, waving at him. Tiger Wei wasted no time and promptly entered the cave. Where the faint scent of smoke lingered, not unpleasant, he assumed Hao Yin was warming herself by a fire. He set down his burden, filled with firewood, as the winter wears on. "The clan leader and matriarch sent me to check on your well-being and to bring you some firewood. Additionally, the matriarch has invited you and the Serpent Beast to visit our Tiger clan once the snow season concludes." Hao Yin handed Tiger Wei a bamboo tube, which he noticed was wrapped in rabbit fur. He thought it quite extravagant of her to use such materials for a container, yet it was aesthetically pleasing. Should his own female wish to do the same, he would not object, taking a sip. The warm water from the bamboo tube brought him relief from the bitter cold. "This water is still warm," he exclaimed, marveling at the coincidence of Hao Yin having just prepared it. "I made a cover from rabbit fur to help keep it warm for a little while," she explained cheerfully. Having spent several months alone, she felt almost moldy from isolation, and she was pleasantly surprised that someone from the Tiger clan had come to visit her, bringing a basket of firewood. After days of continuous use, her own firewood had dwindled, and she was uncertain how long the winter would last. The remaining supply might not suffice for the remainder of the season, and without firewood, enduring the cold would be exceedingly difficult. Hao Yin began to organize the firewood in a corner and then gestured for Tiger Wei to sit. "Please, make yourself comfortable. I won't be rude about the firewood. We shall have a meal together shortly. As for the meal," Tiger Wei's mouth watered at the thought. He had tasted Hao Yin's cooking before. However, he ultimately declined, realizing that a female like her, managing to survive alone through the winter, likely relied on white fruit powder. It would be inconsiderate for him to partake in her food at such a time. He rose to leave, feeling that after traveling such a distance in this weather to deliver firewood, he could not leave without at least offering her a meal. As a nation renowned for its etiquette, China cannot afford to forget its regal might. Remaining just for a meal will not consume much of my provisions. Perhaps a taste of my pickled vegetables, which pair delightfully with the soft, white steamed buns. What are pickled vegetables, and what is a white steamed bun? He could not help but swallow hard, his mouth watering at the thought. His stomach echoed in agreement with a soft growl. Embarrassed, Hui scratched his head, feeling mortified to be in such a compromising position before the female he held dear. Stealing a glance at Hao Tian, who was preparing the meal, he contemplated leaving, not wanting to take advantage of her kindness. Yet, a gentle but firm voice from behind him warned, "If you slip away while I'm busy, when Yin returns, I'll tell him you came to bully me during the snow season, and come spring, I shall lodge a complaint with your matriarch." That was unacceptable. He was no match for the Serpent Beast. Before the snow season had arrived, that creature had seized the opportunity to teach him a harsh lesson. He quickly turned around, his face etched with urgency. He could not let Yin know about this. But seeing Hao Tian's cheerful demeanor, it was clear she had no intention of following through with her threat. He calmed himself, settling down with a foolish grin. Hao Tian's personality was truly delightful. It was easy to be around her, which explained the Serpent Beast's evident anxiety. Hao Tian steamed 2 stone pots of buns and stir-fried the pickled vegetables. Hui gazed at the pristine white buns, hesitant to partake, feeling that his hands would leave unsightly black paw prints on their cleanliness. Hao Tian picked up a bun, switching it from her left hand to her right due to the heat, and handed it to Hui. "Hurry, take it. It's too hot." Hui quickly accepted it, his rough hands grasping the bun, yet he did not take a bite. Hao Tian fetched chopsticks, offering them to him. "Don't just stare. Eat. The weather will turn cold soon, and the buns will harden. Here, enjoy them with the pickled vegetables. They are especially good together." By this time, Hao Tian had little fresh meat left. All the jerky had been consumed, leaving only some salted meat. After someone had stealthily approached last time, she had stored away all her food in the pantry or bedroom, ensuring no outsider could glimpse the meat she had left. The pickled vegetables had only been lightly stir-fried. Hua marveled at the pickled vegetables, surprised that Tion had something edible. It was common knowledge that grass, much like fruit, spoiled quickly, and males generally despised eating it. However, during the snow season, any food was a blessing. He picked up a pair of chopsticks, and upon tasting it, his eyes lit up. This grass was unlike anything he had tasted before, bursting with flavor. After a few chews, he bit into the soft, tender bun and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, a whole pot of buns had vanished into his stomach, and he took a few sips of water from a bamboo tube. Burp, he sighed contentedly, never having experienced such a gratifying meal during the snow season. Tion had eaten only 2 buns, and with the remaining ones, she gathered some nearly dried rabbit fur and leftover pickled vegetables to place into Hui's pack. Hui quickly interjected, "Tion, you shouldn't. Keep some for yourself for dinner." But Tion paid him no heed. The Tiger Clan had sent her a basket of firewood. While it seemed insignificant, she understood that the Tiger Clan likely had little firewood to spare. So their gesture was one of deep goodwill. After a moment's thought, she turned to her storage shelf in her room and grabbed a bamboo bowl filled with dried fruit, handing it to Hui. "This is dried fruit. I don't have much left, but take it back for the cubs in your tribe to enjoy. Eat the buns on your journey to replenish your energy and warmth." Hui felt a blush creep into his cheeks. Each visit seemed like he was both eating and taking, making it feel less like he was helping Tion and more like he was robbing her. "I won't keep you any longer. The Tiger Clan isn't far from here, so you should head back quickly. The later it gets, the colder it will become." Hua nodded. Tion's words were wise as he packed up to leave the cave. Meanwhile, Yang Ti and others returned to the Goat Clan to report to the Elder Clan leader, recounting the events involving Hui of the Tiger Clan. The Elder leader felt the loss acutely, lamenting how the Tiger Clan had benefited from the situation. The snowy days were growing shorter, with more sunny days on the horizon. It wouldn't be long before the snow season passed, and the Rabbit Clan would soon make their move. "Yang Ti, once spring arrives, the Tiger Clan won't require your watchful eye. Turn your attention to the Rabbit Clan. If you see any members leaving their tribe, follow them and attribute your misdeeds to the Serpent Beast." At this point, the elder leader became exasperated, swallowing his frustration. Yang Ti, who idled away, showed no signs of gathering food. The last supplies given had not been conserved, and he had even pilfered food from the sheep. Just days prior, they had discovered a sheep had perished from hunger in the cave. Despite its unlikable nature, that sheep was still a female, capable of increasing the tribe's population. How could Yang Ti have committed such an act? Now, he awaited the Rabbit Clan to expose the alliance between the Tiger Clan and the Serpent Beast to the Eagle Clan, which would allow him to frame the Serpent Beast, notorious for its foul reputation. As long as he spun the tale right, no one would doubt him. Yang Ti, unrepentant, chuckled, "Clan leader, I can keep an eye on the Rabbit Clan, but I've run out of food. I can't guarantee I can assist you until spring." He had already invested so much time and had no time left for hunting. The clan leader could not disregard his survival. The elder goat glared, "Besides you, who in the tribe has any reserves? The males are braving the harsh cold, enduring hunger, and have only managed to catch a rabbit to honor me. Now you're bringing trouble upon yourself? Humph. I have little food to spare. I can only give you 1 rabbit leg." Nothing more. Upon hearing about the meat, Yang Ti's face lit up with joy. Just as he reached for the rabbit leg, the elder leader's bony hand grasped his wrist firmly. "This is the last rabbit leg. If you cannot last until spring, it will cost you your life." With that, he shoved the stunned Yang Ti back a few steps. Yang Ti was taken aback, startled by the elder leader's strength despite his age. "I understand." It seemed he could no longer take advantage of their goodwill. With only 1 rabbit leg, how could he survive until spring? The elder leader would not concern himself with Yang Ti's fate. He had already sacrificed enough by giving him a rabbit leg. The others who had accompanied him looked on with envy, wishing for meat as well, but they knew they could not match Yang Ti's cunning. Just as the beast tribes of this continent had predicted, the snowfall gradually decreased, and sunny days became more frequent until the grass began to sprout anew and the trees unfurled their green leaves. Everyone understood that the long and arduous snow season had come to a close, heralding the arrival of spring, when life would flourish once more. The survivors rejoiced but also mourned. They celebrated the return of spring while grieving the loss of their kin. Hao Tian waited on the platform for Yan's return, genuinely grateful for the firewood sent by her tribe. Though it was not much, it had supported her through the coldest days of the last snow season. She had no idea when Yin would return but stood each day on the platform, gazing into the distance, knowing her hero would eventually come back. As spring arrived, Yin, who had been hiding and hibernating, awakened and wasted no time returning to the cave. Upon arriving at the familiar place, he looked up to see Hao Tian gazing at him from the platform, and his heart finally eased. Hao Tian noticed Yin and sprinted down the platform, leaping into his embrace. Her pillar of strength, her hero, had returned. I missed you. She had a multitude of things to share with Yin, but ultimately she adopted his succinct manner of speaking. Recounting the task she had engaged in most frequently each day, Yin reciprocated her embrace. I missed you too. Are you well? Hao Tian nodded in his arms. Yes, the firewood was scarce, but thankfully the Tiger Clan sent a basket over. So I didn't fall ill from the cold. The Tiger Clan, you say? Very well, we shall remember their kindness. Hao Tian released Yin from her embrace, leading him back to the platform. You must be hungry after waking up. I steamed some buns, and while the pickled vegetables are gone, I have some salted meat left. I prepared it all for today, so we can start fresh afterward. Sounds good. He had just awakened, and his strength had yet to fully return. Once he regained his vigor, he would go hunting. He reached out to stroke Hao Tian's hair. Being the companion of a serpent beast must be tough on you. Hao Tian grinned widely. You know how hard it is for me. Henceforth, you must listen to me. If I say east, you must not wander west, and you are forbidden from glancing at any pretty females that pass by. Yin chuckled indulgently. Shouldn't it be the robust males passing by that you should be concerned about? Yes. Now, let us eat. The 2 stone pots filled with steamed buns quickly disappeared into Yan's stomach, while Hao Tian had only eaten 2.as for the rabbit clan. Both Tugua and Tuya survived the lengthy snow season, but their tribe had lost a portion of the elderly to hunger and cold, leaving the clan notably quieter than before the snow season. They dug pits to bury their kin's remains and piled stones atop the mounds, standing together in the spring breeze to honor them, each visibly emaciated. This was the first ritual every tribe performed after the end of the snow season. Once the mournful ceremony concluded, the diligent beastmen resumed their industrious lives, with the females venturing out to forage for edible grass, beginning to revive the vigor of spring. Tugua, come here. The clan leader called out to Tugua, who was among the females gathering outside. The rabbit, known as Tuguda, consented to accompany the tribe leader. Tuya glanced over but said nothing. This winter season, they had reverted to their previous ways, sharing food, huddling together for warmth, enduring hunger, and eagerly awaiting the arrival of spring. She believed that everything had melted away with the snow of winter, but she had forgotten that while the snow had vanished, the chill of the season still permeated their bones, leaving an indelible mark in their hearts. It was akin to hatred. Once it took root, it would silently grow into a towering tree, embedding itself deep within, and as long as this resentment lingered, its roots would persist. Early spring's chill had yet to dissipate. The melting ice and snow brought not only tender, lush grass, but also the ravenous beasts that had endured an entire winter season, all awaiting the opportunity to feast. The crisis had not entirely abated. A plan, brewing throughout the winter, began to unfold with the arrival of spring, akin to the tender buds sprouting from branches, bringing forth bloody fruits that would affect all those who had once rejoiced during the winter. Chapter 51. Departure. Upon returning to the cave, Tuguda had a fair idea of what the leader wished to discuss. She felt a surge of excitement. If her shortcomings could be strengthened, perhaps the tribe members who had departed during the winter would return, leading to an increase in laughter and joy within their community. Inside the cave, the leader urged, "Please, take a seat. I believe you have an inkling of what I wish to address. We were meant to depart the following day, but the onset of winter delayed our plans. Now that our tribe has successfully hunted, take some of the spoils with you in your packs, and we shall set off." Tuguda nodded eagerly. "Yes, leader, I will ensure everything is executed as you instructed. However, we have informed the Eagle tribe. How shall we obtain the crafting methods?" The leader smiled at Tuguda. Who would have thought Tuguda was such a clever female? Although the Eagle tribe is sworn enemies of the Serpent tribe, their disdain for the serpent beasts is eclipsed by their aversion to tribes that ally with them. Moreover, We have stated that the tiger tribe possesses these crafting methods. It is far simpler for them to deal with a serpent beast than a whole tribe. What they desire is for all tribes to distance themselves from the serpent beasts, and they will inevitably target the tiger tribe before addressing the serpent. If you can rally the eagle tribe against the tiger tribe, our rabbit warriors shall confront the serpent beast and force it to reveal the methods. Without the tiger tribe's protection, a solitary serpent beast would be no match for the eagle tribe, let alone us. Gouda marveled at the leader's plan. Without the tiger tribe, what was there to fear in capturing the serpent beast? Leader, I shall first seek food, and once I have secured provisions, I will set out with them. Very well, go, the leader replied. Yang Ti had managed to endure the winter, albeit in a state that left him little more than skin and bones. A rather alarming sight. Fortunately, with sufficient nourishment, he would soon regain his strength. He refrained from joining the male hunting party, knowing that with his limited prowess, he would be more the hunted than the hunter. And he couldn't afford to return empty-handed. Risking his very life around noon, he savored the grass brought back by the females when suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed. A group of tribe members, bloodied and carrying another member soaked in blood, rushed in. The last among them placed their catch, a wild boar, upon the square, its body pierced by several wooden stakes, its tusks stained with crimson. Shaman, come quickly, save Yang Jiao. He's on the brink of death. One cried out, while several others bore injuries. Yang Jiao lay there, a gaping wound on his abdomen, blood pouring forth, having lost too much and already slipped into unconsciousness. The shaman examined him and shook his head. There is no hope with that. He turned away. A female stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance. Is he truly dead? How ridiculous. I suppose I must seek another male with that. She turned and walked away. Yang Ti observed this and felt a surge of relief at his own cleverness. It was evident that hunting was no simple task. One could easily lose their life. Yet, with the prospect of meat now available, he found himself starving to the point of emaciation. No amount of grass could satiate his hunger. Yang Jiao soon succumbed to his injuries, and the tribe buried him while eagerly swallowing their saliva in anticipation of the meat they would soon consume. Having feasted, Yang Ti dutifully made his way to the rabbit tribe's territory. Waiting to observe their movements, as the sun set, the rabbit tribe returned, and a similar scene unfolded before Yang Ti's eyes. They had hunted several wild dogs, losing one male and injuring 3 others, one of whom would be permanently disabled and unable to hunt again. The rabbit tribe leader distributed one of the wild dogs to Gouda and her companions, solemnly instructing them, "We shall depart at dawn tomorrow. You 2 must ensure Gouda's safety. If 3 go, then all 3 must return together." They all nodded in agreement. Yes, we will ensure everything is executed properly and return together. After a night of rest, they each returned to their own caves. Tuya awaited Gouda's return to rest together, but upon seeing Gouda arrive with an entire wild dog, she was taken aback. Today, several wild dogs had not sufficed for the tribe members, yet Gouda had managed to bring back a whole one. Tuya couldn't shake the feeling that Gouda was withholding something from her. "Where did you acquire this wild dog?" Gouda, wishing to avoid conflict, fabricated a story. "A male who wishes to be my mate secretly gifted it to me." Tuya gasped in surprise, then joyfully exclaimed, "Who is he? How remarkable that he could hide such a beast and bring it back. Did you agree to be with him by accepting this wild dog?" Tuya genuinely felt happy for Gouda. Having a male companion meant having someone to rely on, and they would frequently enjoy meat, no longer having to wait for their tribe's resources to be plentiful to receive even small portions. Gouda, not wanting to delve deeper into the matter, merely replied, "I am tired. You will understand when we become mates. I shall sleep now." "Very well, we shall sleep together. I too am weary." Before dawn had fully arrived, Gouda, with the wild dog strapped to her back, met up with 2 male tribe members, and they set out. She glanced back at Tuya, resolute in her determination to succeed. "Tuya, once our tribe grows stronger, we shall feast on meat at every meal, and you will understand that all I have done is for the best." Yang Ti had been stealthily watching, but after searching for a considerable time, he could not find the female Gouda. He waited until nightfall, at which point all the rabbit tribe members had returned. However, he noticed that Gouda and the 2 males were missing. Despite his disheveled appearance, he possessed an exceptional memory, recalling every detail of the tribe's members. The absence of these 3 individuals struck him as significant. He realized that the rabbit tribe had already departed. Hey, they are quite swift. I need to return and gather some food for the journey, he thought, silently slipping away from the vicinity of the rabbit tribe. Tuya also noticed Guda's absence. Initially, she panicked and searched for her, but to no avail. Suddenly, she recalled the wild dog from the previous night and rushed toward the tribe leader's cave, realizing how absurd her thoughts might be. Yet she could not shake the notion. The ensuing events confirmed her suspicions. The leader provided her with a direct response. Guda harbored lingering grievances against the serpent beast and had left the tribe to seek the eagle tribe's assistance in exposing the tiger tribe's close ties with the serpent. If the eagle tribe were to learn of this, the tiger tribe would be in grave peril. Did Guda truly comprehend the implications of her actions? I must stop her. Leader, please send 2 males with me to prevent Guda from proceeding. It's too late. They departed early this morning, the leader replied, casting a meaningful glance at Tuya. Tuya, Guda loves our tribe even more than you do. She is striving for our tribe's rise. And you? As a fellow offspring of this tribe's blessings, why is there such a disparity? Chapter 52. Celebrating spring. Tuya, in a daze, exited the cave, the leader's words echoing in her ears. As a fellow offspring of this tribe's blessings. Why is there such a disparity? She loved her tribe, but was it truly right to seize and plunder? Or was she indeed mistaken? If they obtained the crafting methods from the serpent to the tiger tribe, their tribe would rise, making life less arduous. The number of tribe members lost during winter would decrease, and she ought to support Guda as she grappled with the dilemma of whether to uphold her sense of justice or to contribute to her tribe's ascent. Even if the methods were questionable, with these conflicting thoughts, she drifted into slumber, and for the first time in her usually healthy life, she fell ill. Hao Tian and Yin Zheng busied themselves with the spring provisions. Hao Tian remarked, "The return of the spring banquet is a joyous occasion in my homeland. We celebrate the new year during this period. Here, we shall choose a day in the coming days to celebrate the awakening of the banquet, wishing for a prosperous new year filled with success and fulfillment." Yin agreed reluctantly, recognizing that Hao Tian had indeed survived a winter and deserved to celebrate. Next winter, we must prepare even more thoroughly. When the tiger tribe holds their spring bonfire gathering, we can send them a head of prey as a gift, Hao Tian initially intended to say, but reconsidered, knowing that the recipients were the tiger tribe beasts. Perhaps sending the head of the prey as a token for the spring bonfire gathering would be more appropriate. Due to the banquet hunting of wild beasts, Hao Yin instinctively regarded hunting as a simple endeavor. Yet, Yin was a solitary hunter. The only time she had witnessed him hunt was during their initial acquaintance, when he had not even transformed. Other tribes' males typically banded together for hunting, which undoubtedly made the task easier. Of course, Yin was exceptionally skilled, but Hao Yin pondered the reason for his potential starvation. She believed that food storage was crucial. Without refrigerators, amassing sufficient provisions for the harsh winter season posed a significant challenge. The frigid conditions of winter rendered hunting particularly arduous. Yin nodded, contemplating that with the numerous members of the tiger tribe, capturing a tiger would sufficiently demonstrate his and Tian's sincerity. However, he intended to leave the tiger skin behind for Tian. The tiger tribe was also preparing to celebrate the upcoming spring bonfire festival, marking another season worthy of festivity. They had not lost any tribe members to starvation, despite facing a shortage of firewood, and had even gifted a basketful to their companions, the partners of the serpent beast. Ultimately, several females decided to gather around the fire with their males. This year, no one had perished from the cold, likely due to the warming effect of their close-knit gathering. Compared to the previous spring, this season was indeed the most deserving of their celebrations. All were actively preparing for the spring festival. Meanwhile, 2 males from the rabbit tribe escorted a rabbit-shaped creature toward Eagle City, finally arriving on the morning of the 3rd day. The rabbit tribe, the goat tribe, and the tiger tribe were merely 2 to 3 days' journey from Eagle City. Their most perilous encounter occurred when they were chased by a wild boar, but fortunately, they managed to escape, and they were spared from encountering more ferocious beasts. Had they faced such adversities, reaching Eagle City to meet the Eagle tribe's chieftain would have been an impossible task, and they might have perished on the way. The rabbit-shaped creature had never ventured beyond the territory of the rabbit tribe, and its first visit to Eagle City filled it with wonder at the bustling atmosphere. Along the way, various beastmen from different tribes populated the area. While they still resided in caves, a clearing lay before the mountain range where their caves were located. Beastmen were laying down hides on the ground, conducting trade, primarily exchanging furs, wild meat, and beautiful feathers. The rabbit-shaped creature, listening to the bustling exchanges around the hides, was astounded to learn that a single feather could be traded for 2 tiger skins, an exorbitant price. Tigers were not easy to hunt. Even a team of male rabbits would have no choice but to flee upon encountering one, harboring no thoughts of confrontation. Once the rabbit tribe rises to prominence, they could settle in Eagle City, trading baskets for tiger skins and fried meatballs for feathers. She was determined to meet the Eagle tribe members and fulfill the chieftain's mandate. They found the guards of Eagle City and reported news concerning the Serpent Beast. Upon hearing of the Serpent Beast, the Eagle tribe's guards swiftly transformed, sprouting a pair of wings and soaring aloft to inform the chieftain of this matter. Before long, the 3 from the rabbit tribe were brought to a flat area atop the mountain, the territory of the Eagle tribe within Eagle City. Without the Eagle tribe's permission, no beastman from another tribe could set foot there. Otherwise, they would face death. The chieftain of the Eagle tribe was a robust male in his prime, possessing sharp eyes and a tuft of white fur atop his head, exuding an aura of authority and a fierce demeanor. "I sit you, who claims to have news about the Serpent Beast?" The rabbit-shaped creature trembled in fear as it gazed at the Eagle tribe's chieftain but stammered to relay the situation. "There is a Serpent Beast near our tribe. He knows how to weave baskets and make fried meatballs. Our scouts discovered that he has a method for transporting fire." The Eagle tribe members present were taken aback. Their tribe relied on the transportation of fire to trade with other beast tribes, exchanging it for numerous females to proliferate their population. The tribe had experienced rapid expansion. Possessing the bloodline power allowed them to relocate 10 females and 100 males from their tribe to other mountains, claiming territory and establishing cities. Given a century, the eastern and southern continents would belong to the Eagle tribe, and they would then advance westward and northward. However, a century ago, their tribe had faced a significant challenge. The process of transporting fire was arduous. Tribes were often separated by days of travel, with the situation of the rabbit, goat, and tiger tribes being an exception. Fire could be extinguished by wind, rain, or wild beasts, leading to numerous failures. Over time, the number of tribes seeking to trade for fire dwindled significantly. But what had they just heard? The Serpent Beast had created a tool for transporting fire. If they could obtain the method for crafting this tool, the Eagle tribe could once again assert dominance over more mountains with greater efficiency. You say the tool for transporting fire is known to the Serpent tribe? How does the Rabbit tribe know this? Are you closely associated with the Serpent Beast? The last question struck the rabbit-shaped creature and its companions like thunder, causing them to kneel in terror, their heads tremblingly pressed to the ground, too frightened to utter a sound. The rabbit-shaped creature struggled to regain its composure. "We, our tribe, do not have a close relationship with that Serpent Beast. The Tiger tribe is the one that has been in contact with him. We have only traded with the Serpent Beast once, and that was, it was just the basket on my back." It spoke while lowering the basket and offering it to the Eagle tribe for inspection. One of the Eagle tribe members took the basket from the rabbit-shaped creature, examining it with wide-eyed astonishment. "This is a fine item. I see that it is quite convenient for a female to carry it. It would be easier to gather fruits or transport goods than to carry hides." Another Eagle tribe member chimed in after a brief glance. "It holds more than what one could gather in a hide. A person can carry this while still holding something else. It is indeed a remarkable item." The chieftain of the Eagle tribe also cast a glance and concurred. "Indeed, it is a fine item. We shall accept this basket." He exchanged glances with the 2 members, who smiled knowingly before dismissively glancing at the 3 trembling figures on the ground and placing the basket aside. "You claim that the Tiger tribe is closely associated with that Serpent Beast? In what manner?" The rabbit-shaped creature recounted how the Serpent Beast had shared the methods for crafting baskets and meatballs with the Tiger tribe, and had even gifted them the tool for transporting fire, suggesting that the Tiger tribe had been seeking protection from the Serpent Beast. The chieftain's brows furrowed. He found the claims to be nonsensical. The Serpent Beast must be eliminated, and the Tiger tribe cannot be spared if they are allied with the Serpent Beast. Moreover, since the items have come into our possession, they are rightfully ours. The Serpent Beast seeks refuge with the Tiger tribe, and the Tiger tribe befriends the Serpent Beast for the sake of the crafting methods. Should the Eagle tribe annihilate them? We, the Eagle tribe, are agents of justice, always standing on the side of righteousness. How can we strike against them without provocation? Humph. You assert that the Tiger tribe protects them. Is the Serpent Beast not a solitary beast? How could it possibly gather a group? Even if a tribe were to gather, there would be no justification for an attack. This is indeed vexing. The fine items lie before us, yet we lack a reason to take flight. A disdainful huff sent a wave of fear through the rabbit-shaped creature and its companions. No, that is not it. It was others, from another tribe. No, it was not. There were only two, one female and a female. The serpent beast has abducted females from other tribes. The chieftain of the eagle tribe clapped his hands in excitement. What an opportunity! This is precisely what we need. The rabbit-shaped creature recalled that the female had shown no signs of coercion. Resembling the serpent beast's companion, it was frightened enough that its memories began to blur. Nevertheless, it dared not contradict the words of the eagle tribe's chieftain. That serpent beast is utterly detestable, daring to seize females from other tribes. Such atrocious behavior! The warriors of the eagle tribe erupted in outrage. The serpent beast is wreaking havoc upon neighboring tribes. Although it is not within our Eagle City territory, what of the weaker beast tribes that seek our aid? We are agents of justice. How can we stand idly by? The chieftain of the eagle tribe rose, declaring, "Gather 5 squads of guards, equipped with ample sharp spears. Inform our Eagle City citizens, and then we shall depart to eradicate the tiger tribe that aids the serpent beast." Oh, how mighty the chieftain is! The chieftain counted the numbers. 10 men per squad, totaling 50 armed with sharpened wooden poles, each carrying around 10. With the 3 rabbit-shaped creatures in tow, they descended to the center of the trading area. The beastmen present understood that something significant was about to unfold. The chieftain of the eagle tribe remained silent until a crowd gathered, at which point he began his address. Among the crowd was Yangti, who had hurriedly arrived, outpacing the trio of the rabbit tribe. "Eagle City citizens, we have just received a plea for help from the neighboring rabbit tribe. A serpent beast has been terrorizing their vicinity, abducting their females in a most heinous manner. It is utterly outrageous to seize such precious females. What is even more infuriating is that in seeking refuge, the serpent beast has allied with the powerful tiger tribe adjacent to the rabbit tribe. The rabbit tribe, being weak, dares not raise a hue and cry nor reclaim their females, and so they have traveled a great distance to seek our assistance. We, the eagle tribe, accept this plea, and not only will we eliminate the serpent beast, but we shall also send a warning to the tiger tribe. Should they fail to heed our admonitions, we shall have no choice but to take action, teaching them that no matter how strong they may be, they must conduct themselves with integrity." Amidst the crowd, applause erupted, with one individual leading the cheer, followed by a chorus of clapping from many others. The 2 female members of the rabbit tribe, 2 Gedden and 2 Zu, were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how they had suddenly lost their female companion, someone they did not even recognize. The eagle tribe leader, however, was unfazed by these matters. Within Eagle City, his word was law, and dissent was intolerable. Yang Ti, observing the situation, promptly stepped forward. "Eagle tribe leader, I too seek your assistance. I hail from the goat tribe, located near the rabbit tribe's territory, and we too have suffered from the serpent beast's incursions. This winter, food is scarce, and that serpent beast, in its madness, has stolen food from one of our females to ensure the survival of the female it has abducted. Our female, having lost her parents at a young age, grew up in desolation, only to perish from hunger due to the theft of her sustenance. This serpent beast is truly a scourge." Yang Ti lamented, pouring out his grievances to the assembly. From the crowd, a female voice questioned, "But the serpent beast hibernates during winter. How could it have stolen your female's food?" Yang Ti was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had overlooked this detail. With a cunning glint in his eye, he replied, "You see, the tiger tribe maintains a close relationship with that nefarious serpent beast. The tiger tribe facilitated this act. Not long after the winter began, our females succumbed to starvation. The tiger tribe is powerful, and we, the goat tribe, are too intimidated to protest. Our own food supplies are limited. We offered assistance, yet all provisions ended up in the tiger tribe's hands. They conspire with the serpent beast to oppress us. Eagle tribe leader, we implore your aid in our time of need." The assembly listened intently, their hearts aligning with Yang Ti's account. The serpent beast's reputation on the continent was already dismal, and now 2 tribes had openly condemned its misdeeds. There was no room for doubt. However, the revelation that the tiger tribe had nurtured such a rogue was unexpected. The eagle tribe leader regarded Yang Ti with sharp, admiring eyes. This male from the goat tribe was far more astute than the three from the rabbit tribe, articulating his points with precision. Yet, the leader suspected that Yang Ti's words might be laced with deception. The truth of his claims was uncertain. Nevertheless, at this moment, his words served to fan the flames of outrage further. He turned to Tu Geddon and inquired, "This individual claims to be from the goat tribe. Near your territory, do you recognize him, or have you seen him before?" Tu Geddon had indeed never encountered Yang Ti, but the goat tribe was indeed in close proximity. The two male members of the rabbit tribe, however, were clearly acquainted with Yang Ti, as he was notorious in the region. One of them stated, "He is a member of the goat tribe nearby. His name is Yang Ti." With the confirmation from the rabbit males, the eagle tribe members grew even more convinced of Yang Ti's assertions. It was apparent that Tu Geddon did not recognize him. A female would not venture far from her tribe, and males from neighboring tribes would naturally become acquainted during hunting expeditions. In fact, tribes with strong ties often hunted together. This all substantiated the serpent beast's atrocious behavior. Chapter 54. The rabbit tribe's assault. Although Tu Geddon harbored a fear of the eagle tribe leader, excitement surged within her as their group set out. As they walked, she began to envision her tribe flourishing, her kin living in abundance, and herself trading for tiger pelts to acquire the feathers she cherished. Unbeknownst to her, in the days she had been away, her tribe had undergone a monumental transformation. The rabbit tribe leader calculated the time it would take for Tu Geddon to return. Their home was not far from Eagle City, and she estimated they would arrive within 3 days, with their return journey being considerably quicker. The Eagle tribe's members could fly and reach their tribe in a single day. Thus, the rabbit tribe leader dispatched a contingent of 10 males, nearly half of their tribe's strength. This band of males set out for the serpent beast's lair the day after Tu Geddon's departure, intending to exact revenge for the rabbit tribe before the tiger tribe discovered the serpent beast's predicament. Should the eagle tribe arrive in time, they could vanquish the tiger tribe. Meanwhile, a male from the goat tribe, hiding in the underbrush and covertly observing the rabbit tribe's actions, discerned that today's rabbit male seemed unusually distinct from the past. He stealthily followed the group, suspecting they did not appear to be on a hunting expedition. Soon, he realized they were headed towards the serpent beast's dwelling, overhearing their conversation about capturing the serpent beast and compelling it to divulge the methods for crafting baskets and other items. Should it refuse, they threatened dire consequences. Convinced of the group's intentions, he swiftly returned to his own tribe to report to the elder. Upon hearing the news, the elder's triangular eyes gleamed with excitement. The time for action had come. Soon, these outsiders would leave the goat tribe's territory. He commanded the returning hunting party to finish their meals and prepare to set forth to eradicate the rabbit tribe. Indeed, the goat tribe males were filled with fervor. An obese man would welcome another tribe intruding upon their domain and claiming the spoils of their territory. Before long, the goat tribe's members returned, bringing with them the day's catch. As the elder presided over the evening bonfire banquet, fellow goat tribe members, ever since the tiger tribe encroached upon our lands, and we lacked the strength to drive them away. The feeble rabbit tribe has also divided our territory. Today marks the beginning of our reclamation. We shall regain our mountains. Warriors of the goat tribe, join me tonight as we trample the rabbit tribe. Cheers erupted from the goat tribe members, who had long awaited this moment. Bloodletting. One member of the tribe slashed the neck of a hunted beast with a bone knife, and the elder was the first to step forward, drinking the blood of the offering, followed by the second and third tribe members. The scene switched to the group of male rabbits arriving at the serpent beast's lair by midday. They had originally intended to hide in the grass or behind tree trunks to observe, only to discover that the serpent's habitat was devoid of any cover, with grass only reaching their ankles and not a single tree in sight. Far too clean compared to their own territory. Exposed, they chanced upon Hao Tian, who had just emerged from the cave after a feast, leading to a standoff. Hao Tian's first instinct was to retrieve her slingshot. This group of 10 towering males, armed with sharpened clubs, posed a significant threat. Unlike the tiger tribe members from their previous visit, these individuals were armed. Their expressions betrayed an awkwardness at being discovered, reminiscent of the time during winter when someone had stealthily approached. Faced with this perilous gathering, Hao Tian was gripped by fear. Yin was still out hunting and had yet to return, though he should be back shortly. Steeling herself, she resolved to buy time. "Who are you? Which tribe do you belong to?" The rabbit males exchanged glances, and ultimately, their leader, Tu Meng, stepped forward. We are from the rabbit tribe, having inadvertently pursued our prey here. Are you the serpent beast's mate? You visited our tribe for trade last time? Upon hearing they were from the rabbit tribe, Hao Tian felt somewhat reassured. Their previous trade had been mutually beneficial, but she remained vigilant. You are friends of the rabbit tribe. This is my home with the serpent beast. Since you have stumbled upon it, I must ask you to leave. After a brief silence, Tu Meng spoke. We have been chasing our prey and are somewhat thirsty. Could we trouble you for some water? Hao Tian glanced towards the nearby river. Beastmen typically drank straight from it. Tu Meng also eyed the river and smiled. Since trading for the bamboo tube with you, we have refrained from drinking river water. But during the chase, we lost the tube. Might we borrow one to quench our thirst? This was not an unreasonable request. Hao Tian hesitated but ultimately agreed, turning to fetch a bamboo tube filled with water. Discreetly concealing her bone knife within her clothing as she did so, she descended from the platform, approaching Tu Meng cautiously. As she walked, silence hung between them, with Tu Meng wearing a smile. Yet, the closer she got, the more tension bubbled within her, an instinctual awareness of imminent danger heightening her senses. When she was merely a meter away from Tu Meng, she halted, ready to toss the bamboo tube to him before retreating to the platform. The atmosphere was charged with unease. It was not only Hao Tian who felt this disquiet. Tu Meng and his companions exchanged furtive glances, and without hesitation, they surged forward, encircling Hao Tian. Being surrounded triggered unsettling memories for Hao Tian, causing her to drop the bamboo tube in fright. In a swift motion, she drew her bone knife, brandishing it at Tu Meng. As her anxiety mounted, a thin blue membrane began to manifest around her, responding to her stress, although it had yet to fully materialize. Meanwhile, Yin, who was joyfully returning with his prey, sensed a shift in the atmosphere and quickened his pace to return. He hoped no harm would come to her, for if it did, he would ensure they paid dearly. Having previously endured the experience of being encircled, Hao Tian, even in her human form, felt unafraid. A mere group of rabbits could not compare to a wolf with a mane. With her bone knife aimed at Tu Meng, her eyes suddenly lit up with surprise and joy. She exclaimed loudly, "Yin!" The male rabbits all turned their heads to gaze at the rabbit rogue, including the orc who was directly facing the rabbit rogue and surrounding Hao Tian. He instinctively looked into the distance. When the group of male rabbits saw that there were no serpents in sight, they all understood they had been deceived. Meanwhile, Hao Tian had seized the opportunity to escape the encirclement while their attention was diverted. A bunch of Na'vi fools. Next time I shout UFO at the sky, do you believe you will look up again? Chapter 55. The powerful feeling duped and humiliated by Hao Tian's escape from their grasp, they were infuriated, having been outwitted by a frail female. A serpent female at that. They pursued her in a fit of rage. Hao Tian, with her slender limbs, was quickly on the verge of being caught. With a determined heart, she decided it was time to test the miraculous moment and shouted at the sky. "Look, UFO!" The 10 male rabbits responded in unison. Huh? They were momentarily stunned. Their curiosity piqued at the prospect of witnessing what a UFO was, and they all looked up in unison, only to find nothing. They had been fooled again. It was a double blow. The expressions of the rabbit tribe members were remarkably unanimous, filled with a deadly intent. When Hao Tian turned to glance back, she was so frightened that she forgot to swallow her saliva. Yet her eyes sparkled with determination. Instinctively, she crouched down with her hands covering her head and shouted, "Yin, save me!" The male rabbits were not swayed by Hao Tian's desperate pleas. "Do you think we will believe you again? Even if you claim that the beast god has arrived, we will not look back." The rabbit rogue raised his fist, preparing to strike Hao Tian, and indeed, he swung it down, only to be met by a layer of blue membrane that blocked his punch with an astonishing force. The rabbit rogue was left utterly shocked. Although he was a weak rabbit orc, he could kill a rabbit with a single blow, yet this membrane, which appeared fragile, did not yield at all. It felt as if his fist was gently placed upon it rather than struck down with force. How could this be? What on earth is this membrane? Not only did the rabbit orcs ponder this, but even Hao Tian, who had not felt any pain, looked up and saw the membrane, resembling the pale blue of the sky. "Are you finished?" A cold voice, laced with fury, whispered in the rabbit rogue's ear. He turned to find Yin, his face exuding an icy demeanor, with golden slit pupils brimming with murderous intent. "Run!" The rabbit rogue's first thought was to flee. Yet his body was paralyzed with fear, unable to move, his eyes the only part of him that could still shift. His fellow tribe members were in the same predicament, frozen in terror. Yin turned back, his expression softening. Tian, you wait in the cave for me. Do not come out or even peek through the window until I return. Understood? Although Hao Tian was still bewildered by the blue membrane, she obediently nodded and hurried back to the cave, sitting quietly on a stone chair in her bedroom. She took a sip of water from a bamboo tube to calm her nerves. Pondering the nature of that blue membrane, as Yin turned to look at Hao Tian, the 10 male rabbits suddenly felt their bodies regain movement. A horrifying realization dawned upon them. Bloodline abilities. This serpent beast possessed a bloodline ability that they, the 10 male rabbits, could never match. None of them had any such capabilities. 9 of the male rabbits scattered in fear, while only the rabbit rogue remained frozen in place. As Yan's hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, rendering him unable to escape, Yan, with an expression of frost, led the rabbit rogue away from the platform, moving to a more secluded area. He could not allow his timid female to witness such a bloody scene. Are you rabbits seeking death? Yin glared at the group of 10, who were unarmed and had surrounded his female. It was evident they were there with malicious intent. Yin was unconcerned about the rabbit tribe's motives. He only needed to know that they had frightened Tian and nearly harmed her. Did they not realize she had once been pursued by a pack of Maine wolves in a similar fashion? The mere thought of these rabbit orcs forcing Hao Tian to relive her past nightmares ignited a fiery rage within him. None of the 10 rabbits present would escape today. With a swift motion, Yin lifted the rabbit rogue and seized his legs, pulling them apart with such force that the rogue only felt a fleeting moment of pain before being torn asunder, unable to utter a sound. Among the group, the rabbit rogue's friend, Rabbit Gao, had run off. Fearing the rogue would sneak back, he stood frozen in shock, witnessing the gruesome scene unfold, and was so terrified that he lost control of his bladder. His legs trembled as he watched Yin approach, his lips quivering in silence. With a swift snap, Yin broke his neck. Next, then, extending his forked serpent tongue into the air, Yin locked onto a direction and leaped, heading towards a male rabbit he had spotted when he first discovered the purple bamboo. The male rabbit, terrified, retreated while pleading, "Please spare me. We merely came seeking methods to craft baskets and meatballs. We mean you no harm." Although the original plan was to capture the serpent beast for interrogation, the rabbit rogue's punch had been thwarted by the blue membrane. If it weren't for the barrier I set, based solely on that punch earlier, I wouldn't want to say what would happen next, Yin stated, uninterested in further conversation with the male rabbit. You've chosen a fine place to die, but you cannot perish here. Tian values this patch of purple bamboo. I will take you elsewhere to meet your end. With that, Yin dragged the male rabbit to a deserted patch of grass, swiftly ending his life. The rabbit males were so terrified that they did not dare retaliate. One by one, the 10 male rabbit orcs met their demise in the wilderness, destined to be devoured by roaming beasts, their bodies erased from existence. At this moment, Yin was drenched in blood, filled with a murderous aura. He sought out a river to cleanse himself before returning, for Tian cherished cleanliness, and thus, he too valued being clean. Upon returning to the cave, Yin was enveloped in mist, devoid of any scent of blood. Hao Tian hastily fetched a clean animal skin skirt for him and a piece of rabbit fur to dry his wet hair. Why are you soaked? I fell into the river during the scuffle, Yin replied casually. Hao Tian suspected Yin was lying. She could not fathom how he dealt with the rabbit orcs, but she assumed the outcome would not be one she wished to know. She chose to remain oblivious to the details. What was that blue membrane? Yin allowed Hao Tian to tend to his hair, holding one of her hands gently. It is a barrier established by my tribe to protect our females. It is akin to the blue flower I promised to bring you. It will safeguard you as long as I live. So it was that flower? Hao Tian embraced Yin from behind, whispering softly in his ear. At that moment, Yin inquired, what is a UFO? Hao Tian was taken aback. Had Yin arrived just in time? You didn't look up too, did you? A faint blush crept upon Yan's ears. He had merely been curious and glanced briefly. Hao Tian, realizing this, buried her head in laughter, her mirth infectious. Yin too found himself chuckling along with her. Chapter 56. The Rabbit Tribe's Sacrifice. As the moon reached its zenith, many members of the rabbit tribe remained awake. Earlier that morning, a group of males had ventured to capture the serpent beast, Yet now, in the dead of night, they had yet to return. Among them were fathers eagerly awaiting their cubs, who, despite their exhaustion, refused to sleep, instead waiting for their fathers to come home, though sadly, they would never return. Gradually, the sound of footsteps drew nearer, and the keen ears of the beast folk detected the disordered steps of multiple individuals. A young rabbit cub joyfully exclaimed, "Father, it's father returning!" The cub's cheerful call shattered the anticipation of many rabbit orcs who had been waiting. They craned their necks to peer into the darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight casting a faint glow upon the earth, revealing only indistinct silhouettes. As the figures drew closer, it became evident that they were not the individuals they had been waiting for. Rather, they appeared to be from the goat tribe, with the lead figure resembling the elder of the goat tribe. A male rabbit, puzzled, noted that it was unusual for the goat tribe to arrive at such an hour, especially with such a large group. But wait, all of them were males. What were they intending to do? He quickly summoned a young cub to inform the tribe leader while standing tall to block the cub's path. The elder grasped his cane tightly, wondering if his old eyes were deceiving him, unable to see the cub delivering the message. He remained steadfast, determined to convey to the rabbit tribe why they were to meet their demise. Moments later, the rabbit tribe leader and the shaman arrived, along with the males who had previously been asleep in the tribe, now gathered. Yet, the already weaker rabbit tribe was further diminished by the absence of 10 males, making them even more vulnerable in combat. As the leaders of both tribes faced each other, the elder appeared relaxed, while the rabbit tribe leader was filled with unease, questioning whether their remaining fighters could withstand an attack from the goat tribe. A frail hand patted the rabbit tribe leader's shoulder. It belonged to the tribe's shaman, who was also his female partner. She offered him a reassuring glance, calming his anxious heart. Why has the elder come so late with so many tribesfolk to our territory? Is there some urgent matter at hand? The old patriarch chuckled, the wrinkles on his face forming a multitude of creases. There is a matter at hand. What could it possibly be? We, the goat clan, request that your rabbit clan vacate this mountain range and return our ancestral lands. Upon hearing this, a wave of commotion surged through the rabbit clan, incredulous that they would be forced to abandon their homeland. On what grounds? The rabbit clan leader raised a hand to quell the uproar. Very well, but we require some time. Relocation is no trivial matter, huh? They are merely waiting to seize the serpent beasts and uncover their methods of creation. Such futile aspirations. Everything within the territory of the goat clan rightfully belongs to us. How dare others covet it? There is no need to wait any longer. Look at the state of affairs. Your dispatched males to capture the serpent beasts have yet to return. Surely the outcome is abundantly clear? They shall not return. The old goat continued, indeed, migration is a significant undertaking. Yet we hope that by dawn tomorrow, you will have returned our lands. What? This is utterly unreasonable. Indeed, how many winters has our rabbit clan endured in this place? You expect us to uproot ourselves at your whim? The patriarch's words incited public outrage among the rabbit clan, and their leader did not intervene any further. They were not to be trifled with. Nor were they mere soft fruit to be squeezed at will. Observing the situation, the old patriarch decided to dispense with further pleasantries. There was no point in wasting time with idle chatter. If you refuse to leave, then let it be so. Stay here. With a commanding motion, he lowered his staff. Attack! The goat clan warriors brandished their bludgeons, aiming the sharpened ends at the rabbit clan. The rabbit clan leader, taken aback by the patriarch's sudden declaration of violence, realized that he had come prepared for bloodshed. Yet, the rabbit clan was not without means of defense. Protect the young and the females. Instantly, the males of the goat and rabbit clans clashed in a chaotic melee. They were merely beastmen without bloodline abilities, relying solely on brute strength. However, the goat clan's warriors, armed and outnumbering their foes, quickly gained the upper hand, as the rabbit clan, having lost 10 males, struggled to safeguard their females and young, leaving them at a severe disadvantage. The rabbit clan leader, witnessing this turn of events, felt a surge of anger. It was evident the old patriarch had come prepared. Their dispatched males sent to capture the serpent beasts had likely been monitored. Had there been a traitor amongst them? Wait a moment, the intelligence regarding the rabbit clan's movements originated from the goat clan. Could it be you? The rabbit clan leader could hardly articulate his thoughts, his finger trembling as it pointed accusingly at the old patriarch. The rabbit clan shaman placed a steadying hand on the leader's chest. I am still here. and I shall protect our clan." The aged voice soothed the rabbit clan leader's heart. He, being 10 winters younger than the shaman, had pursued her for her wisdom and strength, and through the years, he had grown to genuinely cherish her words. The old patriarch narrowed his eyes at the shaman, recognizing the significance of every shaman and eager to see what she could conjure. The shaman did not disappoint. She murmured incantations, her lips moving but the words unclear. Yet, in an instant, a transformation occurred. The weeds sprouting haphazardly around them surged forth, their once soft leaves transforming into razor-sharp blades. In a heartbeat, 10 males of the goat clan were pierced through the chest by the vicious foliage. Their breaths extinguished in an instant. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. The rabbit males shielded their females, retreating with the young, leaving behind a scene of carnage littered with the sharp weeds and fallen goat clan warriors. The weeds formed a formidable barrier between the goat warriors and the rabbit clan, marking a clear division. The goat warriors hesitated to approach the deadly flora. The shaman's innate abilities were beyond their reckoning. "Take our females and young and flee." The shaman's aged voice resonated. She could protect them, but the territory they had claimed could not remain theirs, for her strength waned with age. Attempt to escape? Not a single one shall get away. The females and young will be taken as slaves, while the males shall be slaughtered. The continent has its codes. No matter the enmity, young lives must not be extinguished. To do so would invoke the wrath of all beast clans, leading to their abandonment by the beast god. The old patriarch's declaration rallied the goat warriors, emboldened by his reputation as the mightiest male among them. Even in his advanced age, anyone can boast. The rabbit clan shaman scoffed, eager to witness what strength the similarly aged patriarch could summon. Chapter 57. The leader, with a sweeping motion of her arm. The shaman commanded the rampant weeds to lunge at the old patriarch. His muscles swelled, visibly augmenting his stature, and he transformed into a formidable goat. Stepping back, he charged, his horns aimed at the oncoming foliage. A metallic clash resounded as he was thrust back a few paces, yet the weeds failed to pierce his skull. His horns proved too resilient for their blades. The rabbit clan shaman furrowed her brow. Perplexed, the leaves were extraordinarily sharp, and they should have only repelled him, unless he possessed a bloodline ability. Realizing this, her expression shifted. Bloodline abilities and innate gifts were not inherently superior to one another. It depended on the capabilities of the individuals involved. If both parties were adept at offense, then the outcome would rely on their respective skill in wielding and augmenting their powers. The shaman recited an incantation. Raising her voice, "Rise!" The weeds, once rooted, uprooted themselves, resembling valiant soldiers, brandishing their blades as they charged toward the goat clan. "If I cannot vanquish you directly, then I shall take vengeance upon your kin for the lives lost." The weed warriors, armed with lethal leaves, were capable of slashing, stabbing, and constricting. Though their roots lacked sharpness, they could suffocate any foe ensnared within their grasp, leading to an increase in goat clan casualties. The old patriarch glared. This was not the scenario he had anticipated. Even if losses were expected, not to this extent. Though he could not single-handedly counter the onslaught of the plant warriors, the weak would inevitably struggle before the strong. The old patriarch raised his head and let out a resounding bleat. Ba, ba, ba. His beastly form grew larger, each hoof capable of crushing an ordinary beastman. The goat clan warriors, their eyes ablaze, felt a call to arms. Transforming into their beastly forms, though not as grand as the old patriarch's, their eyes glinted with ferocity. The rabbit clan shaman stood aghast. The old patriarch had truly underestimated the goat clan's potential. At that moment, she discerned the nature of his prowess, a bloodline ability of leadership. His strength augmented with the presence of his fellow beastmen, and under his call, the goat males were consumed by rage. Transforming into their beast forms, enhanced by the patriarch's influence. Recalling the scene of the old patriarch's horns resisting the plant warriors, the rabbit clan shaman surmised it must be a formidable strength. And crucially, when the number of responding kin reached a certain threshold, it would generate an overwhelming aura, an aura imbued with fierce ferocity, causing greater damage to their adversaries. Indeed, as the old patriarch's hooves struck the ground, a metallic gleam shone beneath them, and with a single stomp, he obliterated a plant warrior. The remaining goat males followed suit, their hooves glimmering with the same metallic sheen. though they could not crush the plant warriors as effortlessly as their leader. The leaves posed little threat to them. The tide of battle began to shift. As they trampled the leaves, the combat effectiveness of the plant warriors diminished. Before long, the momentum had irreversibly turned. The rabbit clan shaman's murky eyes welled with tears. Her fate had arrived, and it was time to return to the embrace of the beast god. How regrettable it was. Had her innate abilities advanced further, the plant warriors could have evolved into formidable plant generals. My clan! This would not have been the outcome. With a thunderous stomp, the old patriarch's massive hoof descended, crushing the rabbit clan shaman beneath it, and with her demise, the plant warriors lost their strength. Turning to ash, the rabbit clan leader's eyes brimmed with tears. He could not escape death today, yet to perish alongside his female partner was a form of happiness. How many pairs of mates on this continent had never found solace in death together? He considered himself fortunate. Alas, it was his own greed that had led to this dire situation. Our dispatched male shall not return, revealing the might of the serpent beasts. You of the goat clan, seeking the methods from the serpent beasts, may find your desires unfulfilled. The rabbit clan leader's eyes glinted with venom. He loathed his own foolishness and the old patriarch's cunning. The only solace he found was that today, the goat clan could not eradicate them entirely. Even if the males of their clan fell, and the females and young were taken, the rabbit clan's last embers would lie with the two males and the rabbit cubs heading to the eagle clan. Any beast man understands that a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. He would await the day of reckoning in the embrace of the beast god. Whether or not it came to fruition would be the concern of the goat clan. The serpent beasts were formidable foes, yet there remained the eagle clan that you rabbit clan had summoned. Upon concluding his remarks, the patriarch of the rabbit clan faced an inevitable fate. His insatiable greed was accompanied by a conspicuous lack of wisdom and strength, leading him to this unchanging end. Not a single male rabbit was spared, and all females along with their offspring were captured. None could escape. Indeed, the males of the goat clan set forth to apprehend the scattered rabbit clan members. Leaving only the elderly patriarch amidst the carnage, he sat, maintaining his beastly form, yet age had rendered him feeble. After a brief respite following the battle, he found himself fatigued. His contributions to the tribe could only extend so far. The future belonged to the youth, and he could only strive to pave the way for them. Though the rabbit patriarch was greedy, he genuinely aspired to strengthen his clan. After all, the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, applied to all on this continent. To seek fairness, one must grow stronger, both individually and collectively. Once this ordeal concluded, it would be time to pass the burden to the younger generation. His offspring was exceptionally capable and could undoubtedly shoulder this responsibility. By dawn, the rabbit clan had vanished from the mountains, with the females and their young confined within a concealed cave excavated by the goat clan. They were to be sold, traded among various tribes, and it remained uncertain whether they would ever reunite. Typically, females would not be sold alongside their offspring unless the young were female. The females would be sold to other clans to bear progeny, while the male young would either be sold into labor or raised to serve as bait. They either wept while cradling their young or gazed into the future with despondency, even as they endured the anguish of losing their families and the impending separation from their children. The subsequent dawn arrived as scheduled, devoid of a bright sun, under a gray sky, reflecting the bleakness of their futures. Chapter 58, Truth and Deceit at the Break of Day. The elderly patriarch took action once more. Accompanied by two males, he journeyed to the tiger clan, arriving just before noon. Observing the thriving scene of the tiger clan, the patriarch was filled with longing. Given time, perhaps the goat clan could flourish to such heights or even beyond. Alas, age had caught up with him. Were he granted a few hundred more years, he would dare to contend with the eagle clan. Cough, cough. Patriarch. The two males cautiously regarded the elder, aware he was the backbone of their tribe. Nothing could happen to him. The patriarch waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing, I am merely old and weary. After yesterday's skirmish, I require rest before continuing, and my youth, I would have been as vigorous as a young buck. Upon learning of the goat clan patriarch's arrival, Hukai, accompanied by 3 male tigers, came forth to greet him, demonstrating that while one might lose the battle, they need not lose face, especially since he was no match for the old man. Why has the patriarch come to our clan? Hukai inquired, smiling, though his eyes flickered with intrigue. He thought to himself, in early spring, which tribe wasn't busy hunting, amassing furs and prey, preparing to trade for salt in the rain season? The price of salt was no trifling matter. For tribes like theirs, substantial preparations were necessary. Yet this time, they could even trade with baskets. Surely, the old fellow wasn't here merely to scrounge a meal? Hukai looked skyward, realizing it was noon, perfect timing for a meal, and felt a twinge of regret at the thought of accommodating 3 males with hearty appetites. His demeanor betrayed him, causing the mouths of the 2 goat males to twitch. While the patriarch feigned ignorance, as he had indeed come seeking a meal, "I have heard that you possess a delectable dish known as fried meatballs. At my age, I wish to partake in such a culinary delight." He expressed point. One of the tiger males immediately retorted, "Your goat clan has a dish called sheep hooves that snatched fried meatballs from our young ones. How could you possibly have never tasted it?" Hukai quickly interjected, "What manner of speech is this? Truly, we could have engaged in casual conversation at the clan's entrance, sharing grievances, yet now you have summoned everyone with your loud voice. Ah, the youth today have such foul tempers. Since you have come, you are a guest. What perfect timing for a meal. Let us dine together." The patriarch smiled. "Then we shall not stand on ceremony." The patriarch and the 2 male goats finally savored the fried meatballs described by Yang Ti and Yang Hua. They were indeed delicious. The elder feasted with grease coating his lips, while Hukai nearly suffered a heart attack from the sheer quantity consumed. How could one still eat so heartily in old age? After the meal, the patriarch began to converse leisurely with Hukai. Midway through their dialogue, his expression turned grave. "In truth, I have come to deliver a warning." Hukai, comfortably seated, remained, having enjoyed his fill, clearly sensing that there was more to discuss. "What is this secret you speak of?" "Ah, Hukai, do not take this lightly. Calamity is about to befall your tiger clan, and do not say that old mountain goat did not warn you." "Surely not. What do you mean? How could my tiger clan be facing disaster?" "This stems from the fried meatballs," the patriarch continued, observing Hukai's indifference. "Do not dismiss my words. Prior to the last winter, did not members of the rabbit clan come to inquire about the meatball recipe? Nay, how could he, the patriarch, not know of such a matter?" Hukai was skeptical, yet at that moment, one of the beast men beside him spoke up. "Patriarch, it is true." Hukai was taken aback. "When did this happen? How could I be unaware?" "It seems it was during the last dry season. My female partner even conversed with a female rabbit regarding trading baskets and fried meatballs. But after that, they never returned, leaving her quite embarrassed and angry for quite some time." Another male chimed in, "Indeed, I recall my female partner mentioned hearing that the rabbit clan sought to trade with us. Yet she too was left in the dark. I thought she was merely being fanciful, as I had not seen her for quite some time." Hukai felt embarrassed. It turned out he, the patriarch, was the least informed. "Ah, well, probing around for information is not a bad thing. Our tribes are so closely knit that we will eventually learn of such matters." Hukai did not perceive this as a significant issue. "Humph, your casual attitude, Hukai, is quite troubling. The information the rabbit clan has gathered could lead to disaster for your tiger clan, and the serpent beast has long been a contentious figure among the tribes of this continent. Should the eagle clan catch wind of this, they will surely come seeking retribution." Upon hearing this, Hukai immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. They were no match for the eagle clan. Yet the serpent beast was their ally, and they would not betray their bond. "Thank you, elder patriarch, for this warning. I shall pay a visit to the rabbit clan this afternoon, as long as they do not disclose this matter. All will be well. As for the goat clan, having arrived here, I am sure they have their own motives. Alas, it is too late. The rabbit clan dispatched individuals to Eagle City days ago. The eagle clan is already en route." "When did this happen? You must not deceive me." Hukai's expression shifted from relaxed to grave, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the necessary course of action. Days prior, the rabbit clan, driven by greed for the fried meatball recipe, dispatched 10 male rabbits to the dwelling of the serpent beast, intending to capture it and force it to divulge the recipe. Unfortunately, they underestimated the serpent beast's prowess and were annihilated instead. Impossible. Not only did Hukai doubt this, but even the males beside him found it hard to believe. Setting aside the question of whether the serpent beast truly possessed such ferocity, the notion that it could obliterate an entire rabbit clan seemed absurd. How could a single serpent beast wield such power? Believe it or not, the words come from the rabbit clan females who managed to escape to our tribe. Moreover, I have learned that the rabbit clan sought to incite the eagle clan to annihilate your tiger clan, fabricating an outrageous lie. What lie? The old goat glanced at Hukai. Ah, they told the eagle clan that your tiger clan has been closely associated with the serpent beast and has obtained a treasure concerning the fire seed. Such a crucial item. Do you think the eagle clan will not come demanding it from you? I fear that when the time comes, it will not merely be a matter of relinquishing a treasure. What is the relationship between the eagle clan and the serpent beast? The entire continent's beastmen are aware. Tell me, how do you think the eagle clan will deal with your tiger clan? As the goat patriarch's words ceased, a profound silence enveloped the room. How would the eagle clan deal with them? Regardless of the outcome, this matter could not end well. Hukai spoke in a low voice. Is what you say truly the case? The old patriarch remained silent, allowing Hukai to scrutinize him. This situation is dire. It is not enough for you to simply state your claims. You must present evidence. The patriarch signaled to a male goat on his left, who understood and retrieved a ceremonial object belonging to the rabbit clan from beneath his fur skirt. Hukai was now compelled to believe. The ceremonial artifacts of each tribe were engraved with their respective totems, employed during rituals to communicate with the beast deities. Unless an entire clan faced annihilation, such artifacts were meant to be fiercely protected by every member of the tribe. Hukai immediately inquired, how soon until the eagle clan arrives? Tomorrow. Such haste. With only an afternoon and a night remaining, Hukai's heart raced with anxiety. He recalled his childhood, witnessing the eagle clan soaring through the skies, casting down sharpened wooden spears, leading to the obliteration of the Yellow Dog clan merely because one of their members spoke a word of fairness in favor of the serpent beast. Why must he cultivate a friendship with the serpent beast? Deep down, he resonated with the sentiments expressed by that member of the Yellow Dog clan. Moreover, their tribe indeed reaped numerous benefits from the serpent beast. Hukai made friends with the serpent beast purely based on personal preference, regardless of whether it was appropriate or not. He no longer wished to act against his conscience, just as he had initially failed to support that member of the Yellow Dog tribe whom he genuinely agreed with. In Chapter 59, titled Deception, Hukai resolved that it was he who had chosen to befriend the serpent beast, and thus he must take responsibility. He decided to inform the entire tribe of their migration. While he would remain behind to cover their retreat, I apologize, esteemed elder, he said. My tribe has pressing matters to address, so you must excuse us for now. Hukai felt grateful for the elder's timely message, which afforded him the opportunity to make prior arrangements, and thus he respectfully bowed to the elder. What does Chief Hukai intend to do? I shall not depart in haste. Perhaps our goat tribe can still lend some assistance. He had yet to achieve his objective and would not leave so easily. Chief, we have maintained a reasonable discourse with the eagle tribe. Though we have befriended the serpent beast, we have not committed any wrongdoing. The eagle tribe will not harm us. Indeed, Chief. The members of the tiger tribe, having never witnessed the eagle tribe's tyranny, were blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. He shook his head, recalling how, in his youth, he had seen a member of the Yellow Dog tribe who merely spoke a word of fairness for the serpent beast, only to be annihilated by the eagle tribe. Therefore, you must gather your families and leave immediately. If it proves impossible, then split up. Perhaps a portion of the tribe could be saved. The two males exchanged glances. What about you, Chief? The serpent beast was my choice to befriend. And I shall stay behind to cover our retreat. Yes, Chief. I have not led our tribe towards a brighter future. I am deeply remorseful to all of you. Hukai placed a hand on the shoulder of one male. Appearing despondent, he felt a profound sense of guilt. It was his decision that had brought calamity upon the tribe. This cannot solely be attributed to the chief's decision. Embracing the serpent beast as a friend was a consensus among our entire tribe. The serpent beast has aided us immensely, and our friendship is genuine. Indeed, Chief, if you wish, you can inquire with the tribe's members. The tiger tribe has always acted with integrity. Our willingness to befriend him reflects our sincerity. Hukai looked up, his eyes filled with gratitude. Truly, he was proud of his tribe's ethos. Very well, we, the tiger tribe, are forthright individuals. Should the eagle tribe come, we shall not cower. However, we must first ensure the safety of our females and young. Where can they go? At that moment, the elder of the goat tribe interjected. Why not let the females and young of the tiger tribe take refuge with us? Hukai regarded the elder of the goat tribe. Going to the goat tribe seemed a wise choice. However, what was the ulterior motive behind their offer? Of course, my goat tribe does not offer assistance without expectation. If this situation resolves favorably, and the tiger tribe endures, the females may return. Conversely, should misfortune befall the tiger tribe, the females must remain with us, marrying our males and contributing to the lineage of the goat tribe. The young will remain with their mothers, and we pledge to protect them until they mature. The males of the tiger tribe found this suggestion agreeable. If they were to perish, the females and young would be sold off. It was better for them to stay with the goat tribe, where they would receive care, and the young would grow up alongside their mothers, ultimately able to protect themselves while still united as the tiger tribe. Chief, the elder's suggestion is sound. Tomorrow, we shall engage the eagle tribe in fierce battle. After careful consideration, Hukai concurred. This was indeed the most suitable arrangement for their safety. Let us go, gather the tribe. Hukai and the others proceeded to assemble their kin, while the elder of the goat tribe remained behind, patiently awaiting the transfer of the females and young into their care. This was the purpose of his visit today, and he was but a step away from achieving his goal in high spirits. He began to reminisce about the fried meatballs he had enjoyed at noon, knowing that soon, his tribe too would possess the knowledge to create them. As dusk descended, the females and young of the tiger tribe had packed their belongings, each carrying a basket filled with their gathered items, their expressions somber as they gathered in the square. They bore no resentment towards the alliance with the serpent beast. Rather, they felt it was imperative to encourage their young to strengthen their bodies, grow robust, and contribute to the tribe by bearing offspring. At the forefront, Hukai observed the reluctance on Hu's face. He turned to address them. Hu Wei, Hu Dong, and Hu Shi, I entrust the protection of our females and young to you. Hu Wei had been designated as the next leader of the tiger tribe, while Hu Dong and Hu Shi were both exemplary males of the tribe. Entrusting them with the safety of the females was one aspect. Hukai also feared an unfavorable outcome and wished to safeguard them. Hukai, Hu Dong, and Hu Shi all expressed their intent to remain alongside Hukai within the tribe, prepared to face the eagle tribe should battle arise, eager to assist their chief. The task I assign you is of utmost importance. It encompasses everything our tribe holds dear. Hu Wei, lead the way. Yes, chief. Elder, I leave them in your care. I hope you will honor your promise. The beast god shall oversee our tiger tribe's interests. To think he would invoke the beast god as a threat. Alas, at my age, breaking an oath merely leads to death, something I do not fear. Ah, indeed. Chief Hukai, rest assured, I shall look after them. The males and females of the tiger tribe bid farewell beneath the setting sun. A poignant scene unfolded, marked by their parting. Along the way, a female from the tiger tribe discreetly inquired of Hu, matriarch, you have interacted frequently with the serpent beast. Do you believe it will annihilate the rabbit tribe? Hu shook her head, casting a furtive glance at the elder and the males of the goat tribe. Though she harbored fear of the serpent beast, she did not believe it would eradicate the rabbit tribe. Like Hukai, she reasoned that a single serpent beast could hardly bring down an entire tribe. Furthermore, with Hao Tian by its side, whether Hao Tian would intervene was uncertain. However, for the serpent beast, the annihilation of the rabbit tribe held little significance compared to safeguarding its female partner. Having left behind one snowy season, if the rabbit tribe truly dispatched males to the serpent beast's dwelling, the serpent beast would not stray too far or for long. Yet, the question remained. The sacrificial offerings of the rabbit tribe were in the possession of the goat tribe. She pondered a rather unlikely hypothesis. Could it be that the goat tribe had annihilated the rabbit tribe? After coexisting for so many snowy seasons, if they intended to destroy them, they would have done so long ago. Why now? She herself found it hard to believe her own speculation. Nonetheless, she cautioned, be careful. I do not trust the goat tribe, and no sooner had her words left her lips than the procession came to an abrupt halt. They were positioned at a distance from both the goat tribe and the rabbit tribe. Yet they paused at this moment. The elder turned to the tiger tribe members. I hope that upon reaching our goat tribe, you will behave. His smile belied a sense of menace, prompting Hu to roar. Run! In Chapter 60, titled The Death of Hu Wei, at the sound of Hu's command, the remaining members of the tiger tribe, though unsure of the reason, instinctively scattered in flight. Hu Wei, Hu Dong, and the tiger males immediately stepped forward to intercept the elder and his companions. The elder chuckled maliciously, his gaze darting to the sides, where 10 males emerged from the thickets. Since we have arrived, it is best that you do not leave. Bring back what belongs to our goat tribe." "Yes, chief." The males of the goat tribe were also laughing, having just extinguished the rabbit tribe, and now capturing the tiger tribe. Soon, they would feast on fried meatballs, relishing the glory of their conquest in Salt City. "Ha ha ha!" Now, seize the tiger tribe's females and young. Furious, Hu Wei transformed into his beast form and lunged at the most arrogant of the males. The latter, caught off guard, was left with his belly torn open by Hu Wei's claws. His intestines spilling forth as he cradled his wound, ultimately collapsing to the ground. The elder let out a cold snort, transforming into his beast form, summoning his kin. Today, the elder was not as imposing as he had been during the encounter with the rabbit tribe. And with fewer goat tribe members at his side, his enhancements were limited. Hu Wei glared furiously at the emerging goat males, their eyes reddening in beast form. He did not recognize the nature of their bloodline abilities. But he understood that the elder possessed such powers. "Oh, you think you are the only one with bloodline abilities?" Hu Wei howled, his voice echoing through the forest, startling the birds into flight. Unfortunately, having left the tiger tribe's territory, his roar was deafening yet could not reach his kin. Hu Wei's form grew massive, twice the size of his original beast form, exuding the aura of a king among beasts as he stood amidst the thicket. He lifted his left foreleg and stomped the ground, creating a fissure that surged towards the elder. Sharp spikes protruded from the crack, each a meter long and as thick as a human arm. Anyone standing upon them would be pierced through. The elder, taken aback, realized Hu Kai had dispatched a bloodline ability user to protect the females and young. Was it out of distrust or a desperate wish to safeguard them? To evade the fissure, the elder distanced himself from Hu Wei. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Wei stomped in various directions, obstructing the goat tribe's pursuit of the females and young. Hu Dong, Hu Shi, transform and take the females and young away. Take as many as you can. He then turned to confront the elder. They were all bloodline ability users, and he craved a battle. Hu Dong and Hu Shi answered the call, transforming and racing away with the females and young. Hu Dong already carried 2 females on his back and could still accommodate another, while the beast-formed young followed closely, and he spotted Hu, matriarch, quickly get on. Hu took a glance at the chaotic scene, where numerous females and their young were scattering in every direction. "You go and carry the other females, preferably those with cubs. I can hide alone with that." He dashed away. The turmoil intensified, and several females had already been captured. Following the matriarch's instructions, Hudong sought out a female with cubs and hurriedly fled. Meanwhile, Hu Wei's ferocious assault was relentless, often leaping to the elder's side whenever the old chieftain dodged into the crevices, and seizing the opportunity to swipe his claws, leaving several white stripes across the elder's body. Hu Wei was young and vigorous, while the elder began to struggle. The strength of the Goat Clan's members seemed to wane, and several of them charged at Hu Wei, brandishing their horns. However, Hu Wei noticed them, and a fissure thwarted their advance, resulting in one being impaled and dying on the spot. The elder had not anticipated that Hu Wei would prove so troublesome. He needed to deal with him first. He called back his summons and directed the Goat Clan's warriors, "Throw your sharpened sticks." The goat warriors returned to their human forms, retrieved the hidden sharpened sticks, and hurled them at Hu Wei, who now, in beast form, was a large target. Hu Wei dodged frantically, his massive body maneuvering through the trees, momentarily finding himself without the means to retaliate. The elder seized the moment to charge at Hu Wei's next landing point. Colliding directly with a tree trunk, with no solid footing, Hu Wei was forced to the ground, and several sharpened sticks flew towards him. He attempted to evade, but one struck true, embedding itself in his retreating flesh. Unable to run, he endured the pain and leaped towards the goat warriors, striking down 2 males who were thrown against a tree, killing them instantly, while another was crushed beneath his paws, with a resounding thud. The elder saw his chance and thrust his horns into Hu Wei's body, followed by a powerful kick that sent Hu Wei sprawling. Blood gushed forth as he struggled to rise, shaking his head to clear his blurred vision. Was it his youth that led to this predicament? If it were the elder, he would surely have been untroubled by such a small number of foes, unlike his own humiliating defeat at the hands of the aged chieftain and his warriors. How laughable it was that he had once been eager for battle, only to be bested by the Goat Clan's elder and a handful of males. The injury from the wooden stick merely impeded his movement. while the elder's horns had pierced his insides. Realizing he could not survive, he leaped despite the pain, creating a fissure twice the width of himself to obstruct the remaining goat clan members' path to capture Hudong and Huxi. At last, Hu Wei lay gasping on the ground, his breath shallow, barely clinging to life. Several male goat warriors approached, brandishing their sharpened sticks, and the elder, with a heavy hoof, crushed Hu Wei's spine, sending him to the embrace of the beast god. With Hu Wei's demise, the fleeing females and cubs of the tiger clan were swiftly captured by the goat clan, leaving a few behind to guard while the rest pursued Hudong and Huxi. Hudong and Huxi, burdened with females and cubs on their backs, had to be cautious not to let the females fall and ensure the cubs kept pace. They ran, albeit not swiftly, toward the direction of the tiger clan. Once back at their territory, the elder would have to face the chieftain's wrath, undoubtedly facing dire consequences. Unfortunately, they were soon overtaken by the pursuing goat clan. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Hudong and Huxi realized that Hu Wei's fate was dire. Otherwise, he would have managed to thwart those treacherous villains. With the elder present, they were no match for him, and ultimately, they fell in battle, but not without taking down one male from the goat clan in their desperate struggle. The fleeing females and cubs of the tiger clan were gathered together, and the elder goat, dragging his weary body, noticed the absence of the tiger clan's matriarch, Hu. He immediately set out to find her. She must be located. The precious moving fire seed bestowed upon the tiger clan by the serpent beast was likely known only to Hutsai and Hu. Her absence was unacceptable. The remaining goat clan members soon realized the matriarch was missing and scattered to search for her. Leaving two behind with the elder to keep watch, they scoured the vicinity but found no sign of Hu. As night fell, the elder could only sigh in resignation, escorting the captured tiger clan members back to the goat clan. Chapter 61. The Eagle clan's assault. Once the goat clan members departed, Hu finally emerged from the rabbit clan's territory. The rabbit clan had indeed been annihilated. Bloodstains marred the ground, and the air was thick with the scent of death. The goat clan had merely glanced at the rabbit clan's dwelling without thoroughly investigating, allowing Hu to escape unnoticed. With tears in her eyes, she returned to the scene, gazing at Hu Wei's lifeless body, then at the disordered footprints that included those of the tiger clan's females and cubs. Should she return to her tribe to seek Hutsai or search for Haotian? She raised her hand to caress her flat abdomen. Longing for the child she had yearned for over the years, now seemingly arriving at this most inopportune moment. Ultimately, she chose to head towards the serpent beast's dwelling. The rabbit clan's destruction was surely the work of the goat clan. If their claims were true, the eagle clan would come to the tiger clan seeking retribution tomorrow. She could not return. If their words were false, she would return after tomorrow to seek justice from Hutsai for the losses of Hu Wei, Hudong, Huxi, and the fallen members of the rabbit clan. At dawn, Hutsai and the other males of the tiger clan had feasted well, awaiting the arrival of the eagle clan. Yet, Hutsai's eyelids had been twitching since the previous night, and a sense of unease gnawed at him. He worried for Hu and her companions, but reassured himself that with Hu Wei's protection, perhaps his concerns were unfounded. It might well be related to the eagle clan's impending visit. He approached the shaman. Old one, please divine the events of today. The shaman, who had been resting with eyes closed, opened them at the request, nodded, and produced a tortoise shell, placing several beast teeth within. Although the teeth were initially whole, each was secretly split in two. The shaman closed his eyes, muttering incantations, before casting the teeth onto the ground. Some landed intact, while others shattered. Observing the shapes, orientations, and sequences in which the teeth fell, the shaman's eyelids twitched. Before he could speak, a series of cracking sounds echoed as the teeth shattered, rendering them useless, save for one that remained whole. The shaman's eyes gleamed as he followed the direction of the intact tooth. It pointed towards the serpent beast. The rest had fractured, signaling unprecedented calamity, but it also offered a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing the initial part of the shaman's revelation, Hutsai's heart sank. When he heard of the faint hope, he pressed urgently. Where lies this sliver of hope? The shaman furrowed his brow and shook his head. The omen indicates it lies in the direction of the serpent beast. There was only one serpent beast. How could it possibly be their tiger clan's beacon of hope? In the direction of the serpent beast, Hutsai questioned, is it not towards the goat clan? He had entrusted the future of his tribe to them. Huin! Hutsai exclaimed. A swift male from the tiger clan approached, Chieftain. The Tiger clan was composed of robust males, making this slender figure a rarity. Yet he was the fastest and most enduring runner in the clan. Even Hootsai would struggle to match his speed. Shaman, please pass the beast tooth to Huin. The shaman took a beautifully crafted beast tooth from the altar, intricately etched with strange markings. Huin, take this tooth to the serpent beast and request his aid in retrieving our females from the goat clan. I entrust our tiger clan to him. Depart with this sacred artifact before the eagle clan arrives, and ensure they do not discover your presence. Huin stood momentarily stunned, glancing between Hootsai and the shaman before securing the tooth and sprinting away. Vanishing in an instant, barely a moment passed before the sound of flapping wings filled the air. Hootsai looked up to see figures descending from the sky like divine beings, casting their gazes upon the ground. His expression turned grave, uncertain of how the Eagle clan would treat the Tiger clan. The Eagle clan leader waved his hand, prompting the males behind him to draw their sharpened sticks and immediately hurl them towards the Tiger clan. Hootsai's pupils dilated, his fists clenched. He hadn't anticipated the Eagle clan's increasing ruthlessness, attacking without so much as a word. What did the Eagle clan mean by suddenly turning against the Tiger clan? Ha ha, look at this throng of fleeing Tiger clan beasts below. Don't they resemble rats scurrying across the street? The Eagle clan leader ignored Hootsai's inquiry, instead mocking the Tiger clan alongside his kin. Their laughter echoing as they compared the fleeing figures to frightened rodents. A rabbit, perched on one Eagle clan member's back, was deeply shaken by the scene before him. This was power, the might of a great clan. Hootsai watched as the males of the Tiger clan suffered injuries from the Eagle clan's onslaught, and his anger ignited. Transforming into beast form, he let out a fierce roar that reverberated through the mountains. The Eagle clan, soaring high in the sky, suddenly felt dizzy, plummeting like dumplings dropped into boiling water, sustaining considerable injuries from their fall. With the Eagle clan's sharpened sticks no longer raining down, the males of the Tiger clan seized nearby sticks, retaliating against the remaining Eagle warriors. Those without targets hurled their sticks forcefully towards the Eagle clan. Strike without reciprocation is a breach of etiquette. The Eagle clan leader's expression turned frigid as he noted that fewer than 10 males remained airborne. You Tiger clan truly share the same vile character as the Serpent beast. The Eagle clan, come as guests, merely to greet you, yet you respond with violence. The chieftain of the Eagle clan cast a menacing gaze towards the members of the Rabbit clan and the Goat clan, declaring, let the friends of the Rabbit and Goat clans bear witness for my Eagle clan. Our expedition today is solely to rid our kind of these despicable beings that tarnish the purity of our noble souls. The members of the Rabbit clan and Goat clan, feeling the weight of the chieftain's threatening stare, nodded in compliance, as if to say, should you disagree with my proclamation, you shall be treated as the Tiger clan on the ground. Furious, the Tiger clan erupted in a torrent of curses. To hell with your noble souls. You arrive with violence, yet dare to call yourselves guests. How audacious to invoke the name of the beast god. Bah! You are the ones of ill character. You are so unfriendly. It seems you do not welcome my Eagle clan. Very well, let me be frank. My Eagle clan has been entrusted by the Rabbit and Goat clans to eradicate your Tiger clan, who aids the serpentine beasts in ravaging the neighborhood. Warriors of the Eagle clan, seize your weapons and annihilate them. The Tiger clan, already enraged, realized that not only the Rabbit clan but also the Goat clan had provoked them. The thought of believing the old chieftain's words, while their females and offspring remained within the Goat clan, seemed foolish. Thus, the oracle signs revealing a glimmer of hope lay not with the Goat clan. His tigers, his unborn cubs, his kin, roaring in anger, the tiger charged forward, pouncing upon an Eagle clan male and striking him down with a powerful paw that sent the eagle's head flying. What began as a mere skirmish now escalated into a fierce battle. Chapter 62. The moment of triumph or defeat, the Eagle clan chieftain let out a long cry, rallying his males into formation, resembling rays emanating from him at a 35-degree angle, armed with sharpened wooden sticks. They dove from the skies, encountering the Tiger clan warriors, whose strikes birthed a shower of blood, claiming several tiger males in a single onslaught. The tiger, realizing the urgency, leapt into action but could not catch up with the retreating eagles. Tiger River, assist me! Tiger River transformed, leaping across the ground as if it had come to life, sending tremors throughout. Before long, the ground undulated like waves, and utilizing this force, Tiger propelled himself into the air. his tail suddenly elongating, striking down two eagle males with a swift swipe. The eagles plummeted rapidly, and as Tiger's tail lashed out, it aimed for their wings. Though they were merely struck, their bones shattered, rendering them unable to fly. Meanwhile, the Tiger Clan priest had begun to channel his innate powers, but it required time, and for now, he merely sensed a chill in the AI art. As Tiger landed, he timed his leap perfectly with the next wave of ground undulation. Propelling himself skyward again, throw your sticks, believing he had the upper hand. The eagle males hurled their wooden sticks at Tiger, who, mid-air, found himself caught between exhaustion and the onset of new energy. With a swift flick of his tail, he ensnared a slow-moving eagle male, who barely had time to register his predicament before being flung away. Using this momentum, Tiger evaded the incoming sticks and faced the airborne eagles with a fierce roar. Dizziness overcame him, causing even the eagle chieftain to sway, with only the pair of twins behind him managing to maintain their balance. Some eagles, quick to react, soared into the air, while others were not as fortunate, either falling prey to tiger males or engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat, unsure of their strength against the tigers. As the skies opened, a light rain began to fall, gradually intensifying. The eagle warriors believed it to be merely inclement weather, while the Tiger Clan understood that soon, those soaring above would be brought down. Tiger descended from the heights, colliding with Tiger River, redirecting his fall, landing unscathed against a tree trunk. The eagle chieftain, seeing his clan falter against a mere Tiger Clan, was beside himself with rage. They were the eagles, a formidable clan of this land. You have entertained me, now witness the storm. The chieftain flapped his wings vigorously, summoning a series of tornadoes that swirled towards Tiger. Tiger, unable to confront them head-on, dodged and weaved, successfully evading the last tornado, only to be met with two wind blades hurtling towards him. He could not escape in time. One slashed across his chest, and the other struck his left front leg, sending him flying. Blood gushed from the wounded tiger. The eagle twins laughed menacingly. Is it only your Tiger Clan who can collaborate in harnessing bloodline abilities? Did you think that only our chieftain possessed such powers? Indeed, the Tiger Warriors are fools. Concerned, the Tiger Warriors approached. Chieftain, Tiger, regaining his human form, shook his head. I am fine. We've delayed long enough. It should suffice. Indeed, the raindrops that had been falling transformed into icy shards, descending upon the Eagle Warriors, quickly congealing in an instant. The wings of the Eagle Warriors became immobilized, leaving them to cautiously manage their descent. Tiger and his companions watched, thinking this was the end. Yet, a more formidable force awaited. What is happening? My wings are frozen. Mine too. I cannot fly. The Eagle Chieftain found his wings stiffened, grounded. His sharp gaze swept the area, only to discover the priest concealed in a corner, channeling his powers. He had underestimated. It is the Tiger Clan priest. Kill him! At that moment, Tiger River appeared beside the priest, joyfully bouncing as if in a dance, standing firm. This was no longer a matter for the birds to decide. The eagles, accustomed to flying, struggled to maintain their balance on the trembling ground. Eagle Wind unleashed a wind blade towards the priest, who, despite his age, displayed remarkable agility, flipping onto Tiger River's back, as if seated upon a throne. The icy shards accumulated, some forming into solid masses, striking the eagles with painful force. As their bodies became increasingly rigid, it appeared victory was within the Tiger Clan's grasp, until an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A sharpened wooden stick pierced the Tiger Clan priest's chest, held by a pair of delicate white hands. Rabbit, wide-eyed with terror, gazed at the priest's lifeless form before her. It was her first kill. Without the Tiger Clan, the Rabbit Clan would never rise again. No one had noticed Rabbit's decisive action. In their minds, females were delicate beings to be protected. Little did they know that today, the fate of victory lay in her hands. Roaring in fury, Tiger River charged at Rabbit, sending her flying, along with two rabbit males who had come to her aid. The force of the blow was devastating. Rabbit succumbed to unconsciousness, while one male perished instantly, and the other landed at the feet of a tiger male. Without hesitation, the tiger crushed the rabbit's neck, leaving the Rabbit Clan with no males, save for their young. Tiger River mournfully gazed at the priest. Father! Roaring in anguish, Tiger River, consumed by rage, charged into the fray, unleashing his bloodline abilities chaotically, quickly finding himself cornered by Eagle Wind and Eagle Air, who struck with wind blades, severing Tiger River's head. Tiger's cries went unheard. He was blinded by grief, blaming the eagles and rabbits for his father's death. He sought vengeance for his father. Without the priest's icy shards, the eagle warriors soared once more, lacking Tiger River's support. Tiger, injured, leaned against a tree, still resisting. The ground beneath the Tiger warriors was littered with the fallen, and Tiger neared his limit. At that moment, the old chieftain re-emerged. Chapter 63. The annihilation of the Tiger clan. Accompanying the old chieftain were the two males from before, dragging a female who, with her head bowed, was initially unrecognizable. Tiger, I have your tiger in my grasp. Do you wish for her to live? The old chieftain's voice diverted Tiger's attention. He turned to see the two males from the goat clan holding a struggling female, adorned in a similar beast skin ensemble as that worn by Hao Tian. It truly was Tiger. Just then, Tiger was pierced by two wind blades, sharp eagle claws grasping his limbs and tearing him apart. In an instant, blood rained down, accompanied by the anguished cries of the remaining Tiger clan members. Chieftain, Tiger was dismembered, and the remaining warriors no longer fought with fierce conviction. Yet even in their despair, they refused to flee, choosing to fall in battle like their chieftain. After resolving matters with the Tiger clan, the leader of the Eagle clan commanded his men to capture the female tigers and their cubs, seeking to uncover the method for crafting backpacks from their population, with the primary objective being the technique for transporting fire. The dispatched hunters scoured the vicinity but found not a single female or cub, returning with reports of their failure. How could there be no one? In such a vast Tiger clan, it was implausible that not a single female or cub could be found. The Eagle clan's beast men hung their heads, unsure of what to say. They simply did not know where the individuals had hidden themselves. The elder chief stepped forward and remarked, "The Tiger clan must have caught wind of our intentions and preemptively concealed their females and cubs. Our clan has received word that some of our kin observed the Eagle clan passing by, heading roughly towards the Tiger clan. We must persist. The Tiger clan cannot remain unvanquished. Are you from the Goat clan? Then that male must be one of your kin," the elder chief noted, glancing at the goat hooves hiding in the corner. "Indeed," he replied. "Remarkable events have transpired lately. The Rabbit clan dispatched males to capture the serpent beasts, but they were unsuccessful, and instead, the serpent beasts revealed this to the Tiger clan. The Tiger clan, in their foolishness and impulsiveness, allied with the serpent beasts and annihilated the Rabbit clan. Annihilated the Rabbit clan out of impulsiveness." Upon awakening, the Rabbit clan's member heard this phrase and exclaimed, "No, I refuse to believe it." With the Tiger clan's demise, her own tribe was poised to grow stronger. How could they possibly face extinction? She could not accept it. Perhaps the news arrived too abruptly, or perhaps it was too cruel. She fainted from the overwhelming shock. The sorrowful cries of the Rabbit clan drew the attention of the Eagle clan leader and the elder chief. "What a pitiful child," said the elder chief. "Perhaps we should allow her to live among my Goat clan." However, the Eagle clan leader countered, "Since she has sought refuge in the territory of the Eagle clan, even though the Tiger clan has been destroyed, she has not received any justice. Let her remain with us. We, the Eagle clan, will take care of her. This female from the Rabbit clan is quite attractive. It would not do to let her go to the Goat clan." The elder chief glanced at the Eagle clan leader, chuckling as he nodded in agreement. "Your Goat clan resides nearby. Do you have any idea where the Tiger clan's females and cubs might be hiding?" "Alas, my Goat clan truly does not know. We, along with the Rabbit clan, have long feared the Tiger clan and seldom approach them," the elder chief responded. The Eagle clan leader cast a scrutinizing glance at the elder chief, but said nothing further. Since the Tiger clan's females had not been located, he was determined not to return empty-handed, even if he could only capture a female from the serpent beasts. He inquired about the location of the serpent beast's dwelling, and the elder chief directed him accordingly before he and his kin took their leave. As the Eagle clan leader observed the retreating figures of the Goat clan, he summoned a male from his clan. "Follow the Goat clan discreetly and watch for any unusual behavior." "Understood, leader. Once we have regrouped and rested from our endeavors against the Tiger clan, Eagle Wind, take a team of males to capture the serpent beasts alive. Do not kill them." "Yes, leader." "Hoo-hoo, a mere female pregnant with cubs?" tread cautiously on her journey until she finally reached the dwelling of the serpent beasts. It was still some time before noon, and Hao Tian planned to wash the large feathered chicken by the river. Having finally caught one, she yearned for chicken noodle soup. Upon stepping off the platform, she spotted Hu looking distressed. Rushing over, she embraced her tightly and began to weep uncontrollably. Hao Tian set down the large feathered chicken and gently patted Hu's back, leading her back to the platform until Hu's emotions settled. Hu, why are you here alone? Where is Hu Kai? Has something happened? It is far too dangerous for you to come here alone. Hu sobbed. The elder chief of the goat clan said the rabbit clan reported our alliance with the serpent beasts to the eagle clan, which led them here, as a child. I witnessed the eagle clan's ruthlessness. They take no heed of reason, and anyone who speaks for the serpent beasts faces annihilation. I was worried for us, and coincidentally, the elder chief suggested relocating our females and cubs to the goat clan. Hu Kai ultimately agreed, but before we reached the goat clan, the elder chief intended to capture us all. Then she recalled something. Oh right, the rabbit clan has been exterminated. The elder chief claimed it was the serpent beasts who did it. I refused to believe it. When I fled, I hid among the rabbit clan, and now there are no survivors. The rabbit clan has been exterminated. The individuals who had come before were indeed from the rabbit clan. But since that day, Yin had not left her for long, bringing back prey, and there was no possibility of exterminating them. It wasn't Yin. Males from the rabbit clan came to capture me, but afterward, Yin returned swiftly even after hunting. Time was insufficient, indeed. It must surely be the goat clan's doing. They even produced the rabbit clan's sacrificial items. Hu grasped Hao Tian's hand. I know Yin is strong, but could you help save the females and cubs of our tribe? And Hu Kai, if the goat clan's words hold truth, will Hu Kai be able to withstand the eagle clan? Hao Tian was momentarily stunned. Such significant events had unfolded. How about this? When Yin returns, we shall consult him on how to proceed. It seems nearly impossible for one person to rescue individuals from an entire tribe, especially with the eagle clan involved. Thus, I cannot give a definitive answer. Hu nodded, understanding that the situation was complex. Hao Tian's inability to outright refuse her was already a testament to their friendship. Her main intention in seeking her out was not merely to call for aid but primarily to give birth to Hu Kai's cubs, ensuring the continuation of the Tiger clan's legacy. Thank you, Tian. I was too emotional earlier. I just needed someone to talk to. To receive a response. I am unaware of the current state of the Tiger clan or the fate of our kin captured by the goat clan. But I truly have a request for you. She could no longer afford to concern herself with anything else. Her focus was solely on herself and the anticipated cubs she would bear with Hu Kai. With a hand resting on her belly, tears brimming in her eyes, she declared, I am with cubs, and I must give birth to them. If something happens to Hu Kai and the others, my cubs will grow and seek vengeance. Chapter 64. Packing up Hu, you sit and rest. I will wash the large feathered chicken. Today, we will have chicken noodle soup. Hu nodded. Having been tense all night, she indeed needed a moment to relax. On the stone bed in the living room, she lay down on a bed of hay and soon fell asleep. Uncertain of how long she slumbered, a delightful aroma eventually roused her. Swallowing, she overheard Hao Tian conversing with Yin. That is the situation, Yin. Do you think we can rescue anyone from the goat clan? The last time we visited, the elder chief of the goat clan appeared aged, yet the young beast men in his clan obeyed his commands. Their strength must be considerable. If I were to act alone, I might manage to infiltrate and exit, but bringing others complicates matters, especially the females and cubs of an entire tribe. Yin recognized Hao Tian's fondness for the Tiger clan. However, it is worth attempting. Any lives we can save are worth it. Really? Isn't that too dangerous? Yin smiled reassuringly, stroking Hao Tian's head. It is not dangerous. In truth, he was more inclined to assist the Tiger clan in confronting the Eagle clan, their long-standing adversaries, than to merely rescue individuals. Thank you. If the elder chief of the goat clan is merely speaking nonsense, and the Eagle clan has not truly attacked my Tiger clan, Hu Kai will undoubtedly bring the others back. I am placing an unreasonable burden on you by asking you to rescue individuals from an entire tribe. The serpent beasts are not as incompetent as the outside world claims, at least. Yin has not committed any wrongs in my experience. If the goat clan is fabricating tales, then how do they dare to capture the females of the Tiger clan? Yin countered. Indeed. How could I not have considered that? I still hope the words of the Goat Clan are untrue. If the Eagle Clan has destroyed my Tiger Clan, would they come here? Indeed. How Tian felt Huhu's inquiry held significant merit. If the Eagle Clan annihilated the Tiger Clan due to their alliance with the Serpent Beasts, what reason would they have not to come for them next? Yin, if the Eagle Clan arrives, what shall we do? If they could wipe out an entire tribe, how could we three, only you fighting, possibly stand a chance? We would simply be a burden to you. Yin furrowed his brow. He did not fear the Eagle Clan, but if they captured Tian or harmed her, he could not bear to contemplate the consequences. After we finish eating, we shall head to Freedom City. We will wait until we are settled there before attempting a rescue. How Tian glanced at Huhu, who nodded in agreement. I concur. Even if we manage to fend off one wave of the Eagle Clan, more will inevitably come. Once we are satiated, we will set out. But Huhu, can you endure the long journey? We, the Tiger Clan, are not as delicate as the flower pigs. Do not worry. Why mention flower pigs? How Tian shot a glance at Yin, who indeed exhibited a fleeting expression of disdain. Noticing her gaze, he raised his hand to pat her head. Eat well, tidy up, and then we shall depart. All right. She was growing weary of having her head patted, her hair becoming disheveled. The three dined on the large feathered chicken noodle soup, this time enhanced with a hint of peach to mask the gamey flavor, making the broth even more delectable than before. Coupled with the handmade noodles, the dish was delightfully chewy. With each slurp, the noodles soaked in the broth, while Hao Tian and Huhu savored the meal. Leaving the chicken for Yin to consume entirely, Huhu patted her belly. Whenever I eat your cooking, I am always filled to the brim. If I had room, I would eat more. Is this noodle made with ginkgo powder as well? It is truly astonishing how ginkgo powder can be utilized in so many ways. She genuinely adores this dish. How Qinshin secretly rejoiced. After all, she had honed her skills for nearly an entire snowy season to achieve her current level of proficiency. Initially, the noodles could only be described as wide with great generosity. Hee, rest assured, from now on, I shall take charge of your meals. The more ingredients I have, the greater the variety I can create. While I cannot guarantee that everything will be exquisitely delicious, I can assure you it will be palatable, sweet. Gather our belongings. It would be prudent for us to depart at the earliest opportunity. Hao Tian understood that they could not take the stone pot with them. After rinsing it with water, it would have to remain behind. The water buckets were also not transportable. However, the abundance of animal skins must be carried away, particularly the bear and tiger skins, along with her tiger skin coat, linen garments, and the linen thread. She decided to take the torches, ginkgo powder, and the remaining half bowl of sugar and the last bit of salt. Additionally, she would carry the last 2 pieces of flat yellow peaches and the vine pepper. After pondering for a moment, she deemed it wise to bring along the half bowl of honey and the complete set of polishing tools for Yin. The stone axe and stone mortar were too cumbersome to take, so she resolved to carry only some bamboo bowls, chopsticks, and spoons. The sheer volume of animal skins would fill her backpack entirely, and there were numerous other items to bring. Thus, she decided to bundle all the animal skins together in one large package. The linen garments and her clothing were stuffed into her backpack, while the linen thread, ginkgo powder, sugar, and salt were packed into another basket for Yin to carry. The bamboo utensils and some food ingredients were placed in a separate basket that she would shoulder herself. Entrusting her backpack to Huhu, the larger bundle was also handed over to Yin. Yin, we are prepared. You all stay inside and do not come out. Is it the Eagle Clan that has arrived? Someone is coming. A lean tiger emerged, transforming into a human form. Before he could step closer, the sound of flapping wings echoed from above. Eagle Wind, accompanied by a small squad of beastmen, hovered in the air. These Eagle Tribe beastmen bore visible injuries, evidently sustained during a fierce battle. I had thought all the male members of the Tiger Clan had been dealt with. Who would have imagined that one of them would slip away? Huya's expression darkened. The implication of those words was clear. They were indicating that he was the last remaining male of the Tiger Clan, tribe leader, priest, all members of the Tiger Clan. Even Huhu, hiding in the cave, heard this and turned pale, wishing she had been spared this news. A glimmer of hope in her heart. Yet, she was no timid creature. She clenched her fists and strode to the cave entrance. Glaring fiercely at Eagle Wind in the sky, she would remember the faces of the Eagle Clan, awaiting the day when her offspring would grow to exact revenge. Seeing Huya was filled with excitement. Never expecting the matriarch to be present, he rushed to the platform and presented a meticulously crafted beast tooth to Hu. The tribe leader instructed me to bring this offering. Since the matriarch is here, it is for you. Today, he swore he would protect the matriarch at all costs. Hao Tian recalled the slingshot she had crafted from 3 strands of beef tendon during the snowy season. She could not draw it back herself, but the male members of the tiger clan surely could. She turned and retrieved 2 slingshots, one for herself and one for Huya. What is this? Huya asked. Bewildered. While we have yet to engage in battle, you should gather as many stones as possible from below the platform. The more, the better, go quickly. Huya was confused and glanced at Hu, who also appeared perplexed. But she trusted Hao Tian and nodded at Huya, urging him to hurry. Huya leaped down from the platform, scooping up stones from the ground, and returned to the platform. Yin and the Eagle clan locked eyes, each party conveying a singular message. We will destroy you. Chapter 65. The battle of eagles and snakes. The atmosphere stiffened for but a moment, and just as Huya returned with a handful of stones to the platform, Hao Tian witnessed a black figure shoot skyward, seizing an eagle tribe beastman in its grasp. As it landed, she discerned that it was a colossal black serpent. Its scales were a deep, unreflective black, lacking any sheen even in the sunlight, with faint golden lines shimmering subtly within the matte black, imparting an air of inexplicable mystery and nobility. Yin coiled on the ground, raising his serpent head high, hurling the eagle tribe beastman into the air, who landed with a resounding thud, utterly silent and motionless. Yin expelled the wings from his mouth, refraining from further attacks, instead fixing his cold vertical pupils on Eagle Wind and his entourage, his eyes reflecting disdain. Insignificant, Eagle Wind and his companions felt a jolt of fear. The serpent's speed was astonishing. The most unnerving aspect was the piercing gaze of its vertical pupils, which left them feeling trapped with nowhere to hide. An intangible pressure loomed over them, unshakable and oppressive. Eagle Wind dared not hold back with the flapping of his wings. 2 wind blades surged toward Yin in a cross formation, while he lunged forward with a sharpened wooden spear. Yin let out a roar, dispersing the wind blades. Eagle Wind, taken aback, realized his own attack had been shattered. In a desperate attempt, he flapped his wings to regain control, but Yin opened his jaws wide, inhaling fiercely, drawing in the dust and debris from the ground. Despite his desire to escape, the overwhelming force compelled him toward the serpent's maw. The serpent's venom pierced Eagle Wind's body, and within a breath, he met his demise, discarded like a rag doll. The remaining Eagle tribe members, witnessing the serpent so effortlessly dispatching one with bloodline abilities, scattered in fear, some even foolishly attempting to seize the female at the cave's entrance as a bargaining chip for their lives. Yin didn't even spare a glance. His powerful tail swept through the air with a whoosh, instantly crushing an Eagle tribe male into a pulp. The others, witnessing this, fled in terror, frantically flapping their wings to escape. Yin wished to pursue, but upon glancing at Hao Tian, he halted. The Eagle clan was not like the Rabbit clan. He could not ensure that, while hunting down the fleeing foes, no Eagle tribe beastmen would turn back to harm her. Moreover, the stunned expression on Hao Tian's face filled him with concern. Hao Tian had never known that her world was such a perilous place. She had always believed that they merely transformed and were stronger than ordinary folk, but she had not anticipated such ferocity in combat. Just moments ago, she had witnessed the Eagle tribe beastman unleash wind blades. Was that something an ordinary person could do? They were like monsters. Only her Yin seemed normal. Without a trace of any magical prowess. Sweet, what is the matter? Are you all right? Hao Tian looked up at Yin, who remained as handsome as ever, his black hair like ink, smooth as silk, reminiscent of his scales, dark and powerful. Both captivated her attention. Yin, let us depart quickly. Those Eagle tribe beastmen have fled but will surely return with more to pursue us. You possess no magical abilities. How can you contend with them? Magical abilities? What is that? The 3 present were momentarily perplexed. Yin instinctively reached out to stroke Hao Tian's head. Do not fear. As long as you are not in their grasp, even if a few more with bloodline abilities arrive, I guarantee they shall not return. Killing Eagle tribe members was his forte. Bloodline abilities? Is that what you call those who wield magic? Hu and Huya exchanged glances with Yin, instinctively keeping their distance. The brief encounter had hardly constituted a battle. It was an outright slaughter. This serpent beast was incredibly formidable, so much so that it could potentially save her kin. Yet, the flicker of hope that ignited within Hu was swiftly extinguished. While Yen's strength allowed him to traverse freely among the goat clan, her tribe consisted solely of defenseless females and younglings. Should any of them fall into enemy hands, it would complicate Yen's rescue efforts. Thus, the act of saving lives and taking them was not a matter to be equated. Yen embraced Hao Tian. "Were you frightened?" His hand gently caressed her hair. Soothingly, "I am very powerful. Do not be afraid." Hu and Huya stood quietly nearby, hesitant to speak. They had all witnessed Yen's prowess. Such strength commanded their respect. Once Hao Tian's emotions stabilized, the group set forth toward the free city. Knowing that relying solely on Yen and Huya would pose challenges for the female members of the Tiger Clan, the fleeing Eagle Tribe beastmen returned to their clan, reporting to their leader about Eagle Wind's demise. The Eagle Tribe leader furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of this formidable serpent, realizing that Eagle Wind had fallen with such ease. Shall we pursue? The loss of Eagle Wind, a bloodline ability wielder, weighed heavily on them. They had incurred significant losses during this encounter, and the remaining Eagle Tribe members were injured. Unless we obtain the method to create something akin to a mobile fire seed, we must pursue. You, take this female from the Rabbit Clan back to Eagle City. The rest of you, follow me. On the road, Hao Tian began to comprehend some of the mysteries of this world. It seemed the beastmen possessed incredible abilities, bloodline abilities and innate talents. Surely, Yen was not just an ordinary creature. She had not seen him unleash wind blades, but he was undeniably strong, with Huya now accompanying them. The larger bundle and the basket filled with ginkgo powder were entrusted to him. Hao Tian carried her own backpack, while Yen took one basket, and Hu, being pregnant, followed behind, finding the journey quite arduous. After much hesitation, Huya finally asked, "What is this?" Holding the slingshot, he examined it from every angle, puzzled by its purpose. Yen and Hu also looked on, equally unfamiliar with it, as it was their first encounter. It seems it is my turn to showcase something. Cough, cough. This contraption is known as a slingshot, a cherished toy from my childhood. By placing a small stone upon the leather, I would grip the leather and draw it back, aiming carefully before releasing. With a sharp snap, a bird flying low was struck down by Hao Tian. What remarkable fortune! Hao Tian dashed over to retrieve the fallen bird. Hu and Huya gazed in astonishment at the slingshot in their hands. How could such an object bring down a bird from the sky? It was far mightier than a mere sharpened stick. Yen followed Hao Tian to collect the bird, having grown accustomed to such wonders. Today, we shall feast on roasted bird. However, one bird is scarcely enough. We must procure more, Yen remarked with a smile. His gaze wandered to the sky behind them, awaiting the arrival of the Eagle Clan for another confrontation. Chapter 66. Domain Huya gripped the slingshot tightly, determined to master its use. If it could fell birds in the sky, surely it could bring down the flying eagles. The Eagle Clan leader, accompanied by the Eagle Beastmen, soared towards the dwelling of the Serpent Beasts, only to find it deserted. This is bad. Pursue. The cunning Serpent Beasts must have fled towards Freedom City. They cannot be allowed entry. The Eagle Beastmen hastened their chase towards Freedom City, and upon arrival, they beheld Hao Tian and her companions, seemingly unperturbed as they roasted birds. How could they have captured the birds? Yen quickly devoured the roasted bird in hand. It was a prize from Sweet, after all. Such a delectable morsel must not go to waste. After a lengthy wait, they finally arrived. The Eagle Clan leader, possessing a measure of beastly valor, chose to approach Freedom City not out of fear of the eagles. Whether slaying one or countless eagles made little difference to him. However, if he could not provide his mate with a stable living environment, he would not be a suitable partner. The Eagle Clan leader's keen eyes spotted 4 figures below, a female and male of the Tiger Clan, and a male whose scent revealed to him the bothersome Serpent Beast. The remaining female, was she the one taken by the Serpent Beasts? With her delicate beauty, petite frame, and fair skin, she belonged to the Flower Pig Clan. How despicable of the Serpent Beast to dare abduct a female from the Flower Pig Clan. You foolish bird, I am the proud descendant of dragons, and you dare to liken me to a pig? Hao Tian seethed with fury. To call her a pig was nothing short of an insult. How could she be mistaken for a member of the Flower Pig Clan? That single remark struck a nerve with both of them. He was the true pig. Yin, teach him a lesson. Hao Yin brandished her slingshot, loading a stone and aiming her first shot at the Eagle clan leader. The leader deftly sidestepped, thinking to himself, this female is quite fierce. What manner of weapon was that? Yin instructed Huya, protect the female. In an instant, he transformed into a massive black serpent, charging towards the Eagle clan leader. The leader immediately warned, ascend. The serpent beast, lacking wings, could not fly. Even if it leaped, how high could it truly go? Once they ascended, casting down sharpened sticks would merely force them to hide or perish, much like the first Eagle beastman who fell to Yin. Believing they were safe at height, Yin swam up the nearby tree trunk, spiraling upwards, then launched himself with great force. The Eagle beastmen barely had time to shield themselves with their wings before Yan's serpentine tail swept through them, sending many crashing to the ground. Those struck by the tail were mostly killed, while the survivors bore grave injuries. Even if they managed to take flight, it would be for but a brief moment. Scatter. Throw the sharpened sticks, ascend, but keep your distance from the tree trunks. The Eagle clan leader commanded, unleashing gusts of wind that felled trees around them. Following their leader's orders, the Eagle beastmen dispersed, hurling sharpened sticks from all directions. Yin dodged continuously, yet with threats approaching from all sides. Avoiding one would often lead to being struck by another. This highlighted the disparity between numbers and individual combat. Now exposed under the open sky, they were not shielded as they had been within the confines of the cave. There, only one entrance permitted attack. Even with the slingshot in hand, Yin hesitated. Should the Eagle beastmen descend upon her, she would become a burden, dragging him down. Hao Yin's heart tightened with anxiety. Yin, how can I assist you? How can I help without being a hindrance? Facing the onslaught of sharpened sticks, she resolved not to evade any longer. The golden patterns on her body glimmered beneath the black scales, though invisible to her mortal eyes. The Eagle beastmen's sharp gazes discerned her radiance. What is that? They wondered. Soon, the sharpened sticks were thrust towards Yin, only to be deflected, leaving him unscathed. Hao Yin's heart finally settled. It turned out Yin was extraordinarily powerful. The trees in the battle-scarred forest had been felled by the eagle's wind blades, creating an open space, leaving the serpent beasts with no means of escape. Brother, today I shall avenge you. Yin cast a glance around, mockery flashing in his golden slit-like pupils. Eagle beastmen, is your confidence truly founded in the skies? With a swift motion, a wave emanated from Yan's center, radiating outward. Hao Yin perceived a flicker, as if Yan's serpentine form had momentarily expanded to twice its size. The invisible wave swept across the land, uprooting grass and trees, all bending towards one direction, becoming still. The Eagle beastmen were caught in the tremor, plummeting en masse. Confusion spread among the Eagle beastmen. Why could they not ascend? Only the Eagle clan leader was internally shaken. When did the serpent beast possess such formidable power? Though this domain was only newly formed and limited in scope, it was sufficient to envelop them all. The Eagle beastmen remained puzzled, some casting anxious glances at their leader. Leader, why can we not fly? The leader observed their incredulous expressions, some even betraying fear. Faced with such a formidable serpent beast, they had lost their edge. The inability to fly was a dire predicament for the eagles. Run, scatter. Those who survive must return with news. We must send domain-level warriors to eradicate this serpent beast. Before the Eagle clan leader could finish, Yan's serpent tail pierced his chest. He turned to see the tail embedded in his torso, regretting his decision to come here. In his mere 20 winters of life, despite his formidable strength, he had never found a mate due to his appearance. The remaining Eagle beastmen did not hesitate. They fled with all their might, desperate to report back to their clan. This serpent beast must be eliminated. Yin swiftly maneuvered, a single sweep of his tail capable of decimating a group. Though the Eagle beastmen scattered in all directions, their lack of flight rendered them no match for Yin. Moments later, Yin stood amidst the fallen bodies, diving into the river to cleanse himself before returning to Hao Yin's side, hoisting his basket while taking her hand to lead her onward. Hu and Huya dared not speak, hastily following behind. Chapter 1. Arrival. After walking a distance, Hao Yin halted and grasped Yan's arm. What troubles you? Yin remained silent, lost in thought. Concerned, Hao Yin pressed, are you injured? Is there a wound that is difficult to discuss? Should we find a secluded cave to tend to it? Leaning close to Yan's ear, she whispered, if it is a private area, let us not delay. Behind that large tree, I can bandage you up, Hoo-hoo won't peek. Yan's face flushed crimson. What private area? He was strong and his opponent weak. He would not be injured, moreover. He intended to have many little ones with Sweet. How could he possibly sustain an injury there? Sweet, I cannot guarantee I will not fight other serpent beasts, but I assure you, I am not a bloodthirsty serpent. Oh, so that is the concern. Hao Yan realized, thinking he was troubled by such matters. Eagles and serpents were natural enemies. It was a matter of survival. Either he or they must perish. Even if they were not eagle beastmen, any beastman pursuing them would be an enemy, and enemies must be eliminated. In stories, it is always said to eradicate the roots of evil. That mercy towards foes is cruelty to oneself. How could she spare the eagle leader who intended to report back to his clan to hunt Yin? Yet, she had not anticipated that Yin would be troubled by this. Perhaps he valued her opinion. He was so formidable, and she admired him greatly. How could she think otherwise? Hao Yan cupped Yan's handsome face in her hands, earnestly declaring, Yin, you were absolutely magnificent just now. With you protecting me, I feel an immense sense of security. You will always be my hero. Yan's pupils dilated at her words, realizing she regarded him as her hero. His ears flushed with warmth as he grasped her small hands in return. I shall be your hero alone. Hoo-hoo watched from the side. Though he did not grasp the meaning of such sentiments, he felt a pang of envy. If only Hu-tsai were here, he too would stand resolutely in the face of danger. Protecting her, he too would be her hero. Ahem, should we not be on our way? He interjected. You know how detrimental this exposure to the elements can be for a pregnant woman. Hao Tian regained her composure. Her face flushed with embarrassment, mortified that Hoo-hoo had caught her gaze. Let us depart swiftly, she urged as Hao Tian and her companions moved away. The sun hung low in the west, amongst the scattered corpses of the eagle tribe. One orc suddenly twitched, gradually awakening. He nervously surveyed his surroundings, confirming that the snake beast was no longer present. Hastily, he struggled to his feet and took to the air, incredibly fortunate to have survived. He aimed to return to his tribe, but after flying a short distance, he fell again, becoming ensnared in the branches of a large tree, and lost consciousness once more. In the goat tribe, the elder chieftain lay in a cave. Utterly drained from days of relentless exertion, lingering at the precipice of death upon his stone bed. The cave was crowded with members of the goat tribe, awaiting the elder's final instructions. The eagle tribe may not truly believe our words. For the next few days, refrain from entering that cave. You need only to ensure my proper burial. After I am laid to rest, approach the female members of the tiger tribe to extract the methods for crafting the snake beast. If they refuse, educate those little brats right before their eyes. Someone will inevitably break and speak out. He gestured towards Yang Feng, declaring, from now on, the tribe shall be led by Yang Feng. Having conveyed his final arrangements, the elder passed away. However, the atmosphere among the tribe members in the cave shifted ominously. The elder's declaration to hand over leadership to Yang Feng was met with dissent, particularly from Yang Ti. With the tiger and rabbit tribes annihilated, and likely the eagle tribe having eradicated the snake beast, the territory had returned to the goat tribe. Yang Ti, having exerted the most effort in this endeavor, felt that Yang Feng, who merely frolicked with the females in the tribe, sought to reap the rewards without contribution. How naive! You are mistaken. The snake beast has ravaged our goat tribe. That is a sorrowful past that should not be mentioned again. However, Yang Feng, I am currently the strongest male in the tribe. You, a mere slacker, cannot aspire to lead unless you can best me in combat. Yang Ti pondered fighting Yang Feng. He knew he could not win, but his mind raced with cunning. Who does not acknowledge your strength? But what use is mere physical prowess for a tribe leader? Was the tiger tribe leader not strong? Yet they were destroyed. I believe that leadership should be granted to those who contribute most. Although I may not have contributed much in daily matters, who can claim greater contribution in reclaiming territory than I? If it were not for my negotiations with the rabbit tribe, they would not have been so compliant. Yang Hua interjected, Yang Hua, do not interfere. Once I become chieftain, you shall be the matriarch. Do not complicate matters at this juncture. Yang Ti, do not presume upon me. Even if I become matriarch, I am still Yang Feng's partner. What concern is it of yours? Yang Hua dismissed him disdainfully. After much debate, they settled on this. Whoever could extract the various crafting methods for the snake beast from the tiger tribe would become the new chieftain of the goat tribe. Awaiting the tiger tribe females and their offspring would be a relentless torment shrouded in darkness. Days later, Hao Tian and her party finally arrived at Freedom City. It was her first time encountering such a bustling urban environment on this continent. Previously, her travels had been confined to forests or the dwellings of various tribes. She was curious about what a place referred to as a city might be like. As she surveyed the scene, teeming with people and vibrant activity, she noted males armed with sharpened wooden staffs patrolling the streets. Upon entering Freedom City, aside from the areas featuring bonfires, they saw orcs laying animal skins on the ground. Adorned with various goods, as they walked, Hao Tian and Yin attracted considerable attention, not only due to Yan's striking good looks and the speculation that Hao Tian was a female flower pig beast, but primarily because of the basket slung across Yin and Hu Ya's backs, alongside Hao Tian's own backpack. As they passed a stall, the vendor seized Hu Ya's arm, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "I have a beautiful pheasant feather here. Would you trade it for what you carry?" Hu Ya halted, captivated by the feather's beauty, which shimmered green in the sunlight. Females often adorn themselves with such exquisite feathers. Uncertain whether Yin would agree to the trade, Yin glanced at Hao Tian, noting her lack of interest in the feather. "We shall meet with the city lord," he declared, directly turning down the vendor. All orcs wishing to reside within the city had to obtain the city lord's consent and subsequently offer tributes regularly in exchange for lodging. Chapter 2. Taking residence, the group located a patrolling male of Freedom City, part of the guard unit known as the Warrior Squad. Members of this squad were granted the title of warriors, unlike other tribes where those in hunting teams were called warriors. Here, only those who triumphed in the bi-weekly contest could join, supported by the city lord with daily rations of a cow's worth of food. Should one be unfortunate enough to be defeated in the contests, they would lose their title. Freedom City also boasted hunting teams, protective squads, and personal guards. The hunting teams ventured out for game, the protective squads safeguarded the city, and the personal guards were dedicated to the city lord. All three types of teams consisted solely of orcs from the lord's own tribe. With a total of 100 individuals across 10 squads, only the guard unit, maintaining order within the city, comprised orcs from other tribes, totaling 3 squads. The city housed approximately 1,000 foreign orcs, all vying fiercely for one of 30 coveted slots. The warrior of the guard led Hao Tian and her party to the protective squad, which then guided them to the city lord. Despite the orc civilization being less advanced, the hierarchy within Freedom City was starkly apparent. Chieftain, for orcs wished to take residence in Freedom City. The city lord, a rugged middle-aged man, clutched a roasted pig leg, tearing off a chunk of meat to chew. His demeanor was boisterous, yet he lacked the brutishness often associated with such a figure. He was neither swollen with excess flesh nor smacked his lips loudly. After savoring his meal, he turned to regard Hao Tian's group. "Are you the young one saved by Granny Snake?" Yin placed his right hand over his chest and inclined his head slightly. "Indeed, we are grateful to the city lord for your willingness to shelter us." "And who are the others?" "A female and male of the tiger tribe, and another female without beast markings or totemic beliefs. This is my partner, and this is a friend from the tiger tribe." The city lord scrutinized Hao Tian, his gaze not overtly hostile, yet unsettling. He turned toward Yin. "Did you capture her?" "Not at all. It was I who took a liking to Yin." This continent harbored a palpable disdain for snake beasts. All perceived them through a maleficent lens. In a community of orcs, should anything untoward occur involving a snake beast, it was automatically assumed, without question or investigation, that the snake beast was to blame, a clear manifestation of prejudice. The city lord paused, then offered an apology. "My apologies. I was mistaken. Young snake beast, you are quite fortunate. Very well, to reside here, you must provide a daily tribute of 2 adult wild boars worth of meat or equivalent value. Starting tomorrow, you may choose your own location to establish a cave." "Is Granny Snake around?" "She is not." Yin nodded, leading Hao Tian away. The city lord observed Yan's retreating figure, lost in thought, eventually setting aside the pig leg and secluding himself in a cave, never to emerge again. Freedom City was nestled amidst 3 mountains, the walls adorned with verdant foliage bearing white fruits. Hidden within were numerous dark cave entrances, each accompanied by platforms connected by haphazard staircases leading to successive cave openings. The entire populace of Freedom City resided within these stone walls. As Hao Tian and her companions sought residence in Freedom City, they quickly realized, upon meeting the city lord, that many females stationed on the platforms glared at them with displeasure. Clearly unhappy with their arrival, some even went so far as to exclaim, "We do not welcome snake beasts here. Filthy snake beasts, do not tarnish our territory. You are the filthy one, with your yellowed teeth. Does your partner not find your breath offensive?" Hao Tian retorted without hesitation, realizing that the longer she remained there, the further she strayed from her genteel demeanor. "You speak falsely. You are the one with foul breath." Hao Tian waved her hand before her face and turned to Yin and Huya. "Do you smell that? The stench is wafting down from above. Let us leave and avoid living near such odorous individuals. You do not wish for us to be neighbors? I find you utterly unworthy of being my neighbor." The sight of Yin amusingly interacting with Hao Tian brought a smile to her face as they made their way toward the Serpent Beast's territory. In Free City, numerous serpent beasts resided, primarily nestled against the northern cliffside, where sunlight barely penetrated and the north wind howled. He was reluctant to have Tian reside there. However, the orcs in Free City were not to be trifled with. He often had to venture out for hunting, leaving Tian alone. Even if he sought refuge on the eastern cliffside, there was a chance she could be bullied by the surrounding orcs in his absence. It seemed wiser to stay near the serpent beasts, who, despite their lack of daily interaction, would be less likely to cause her harm. "Yin, why aren't those females afraid of you?" Hao Tian recalled the scene of the female goat clan fleeing in terror upon hearing about the serpent beasts. The city lord had decreed that killing, robbing, or abusing others within Free City was forbidden. Offenders faced expulsion or, in severe cases, death. No one dared defy the city lord's will. "Oh, that's how it is?" Yin mused, acknowledging the city lord's civility. "Should we choose this cliffside?" The eastern and western cliff faces were heavily populated, but this northern one had fewer inhabitants. The residents here were all serpent beasts. And by settling on this cliff, they would avoid the complexities of their previous dwelling, where, despite the city lord's rules, bullying was still prevalent. Though the living conditions were not ideal, the tranquility was a welcome reprieve. "All right, fewer people and more space. Let us design it well this time, ensuring we have ample storage rooms, and the excavation will yield more space. Will Huhu live with us? Of course. I plan to mooch off your meals daily. Then let us choose a spot at the same height as our previous cave, and find a place suitable for a platform to dig our cave. You all select the location. I'll consider how to arrange the rooms inside." "Okay." Curious, Huhu asked, "What needs to be arranged? Can't we just dig 2 caves?" Hao Tian looked at Huhu and realized they must not forget the room for the cubs. At least one should be reserved for them. If worst came to worst, she could set up tents on the flat ground. One for each of them would suffice. "Huhu, aren't you curious how I spent the snow season alone?" "Huh? Right. Yin is a serpent beast and can't cuddle like Hukai for warmth. How did a female like Tian survive the snow season? You'll find out once our cave is complete. For now, I'll keep it a mystery." She had to carefully consider how to accommodate everyone, ensuring convenience and reasonableness. Before Yin finalized the location, she needed to present a plan to avoid wasting time. Or they would end up sleeping outdoors again. Chapter 3. New Dwelling. After much contemplation, Hao Tian decided to construct 2 bedrooms on either side of the living room, with each bedroom adjacent to a storage room. The stone beds would be placed against the walls of the storage rooms, allowing them to heat the beds during the snow season. This time, all 4 stone rooms would be carved into the cliff, each with a window. Just like their previous living space, the windows would be sealed, but the smoke from the storage room could vent directly outside, sparing the living room from smoke damage. A passageway would be needed between the living room and bedrooms, with 2 additional storage rooms on the sides of the bedrooms. The area of these 2 storage rooms would equal that of a bedroom and its adjacent storage room. From now on, the storage room next to the bedroom would no longer be called a storage room to avoid confusion. It would be referred to as the heating room. Besides providing warmth to the stone beds during the snow season, the rest of the space would be filled with firewood, primarily branches, as hay was inferior to wood. In between the 2 storage rooms, a staircase would be carved at the back of the living room, leading to the second floor. The layout would mirror the first floor, featuring 2 bedrooms and 2 heating rooms, along with 2 storage rooms. The area beneath the staircase would be hollowed out to accommodate a bathing barrel, with a drainage ditch conveniently leading to the platform. This arrangement would allow her and Yin to share one bedroom, Huhu another, and the remaining room would be reserved for Huhu's future cubs. The 4 heating rooms could be stocked with firewood, and the storage rooms on both floors could be filled to the brim with firewood as well. By then, she and who would have one room, and who you would have another, ensuring they would never run short of firewood. The other 2 storage rooms would be designated for food and tools, such as animal skins. The space would be ample. In the living room, they could craft a large stone table surrounded by several stone stools, with a stone pot set up at the cave entrance and in the corner for use during the snow season and rainy days. A storage rack could be constructed to hold utensils. With more people, the 3 bamboo water jars would undoubtedly be insufficient. The living room space was nearly maxed out, so they could only fit 1 water jar there. They would need to add a few more, placing 2 on each side of the passageway, which should suffice. The bedrooms could also feature small stone tables with 2 stone stools, alongside a storage rack for clothing and personal items, ensuring that even with a spacious bedroom, belongings wouldn't create a chaotic atmosphere. As Yin approached, he saw how Tian crouched on the ground sketching something. Hu, looking perplexed, stared intently, her brow furrowing in confusion. Tian, we found a good location. How Tian stood up, having nearly finished her arrangements. We'll carve the cave into 2 levels, creating 4 bedrooms and 4 heating rooms, akin to the stone rooms adjacent to our previous bedrooms. IVE made some adjustments. The 2 bedrooms and heating rooms will be carved close to the cliff, placed on either side of the cave entrance. A passageway is still necessary, and we'll excavate storage rooms of equal size next to the bedrooms. The 2 storage rooms will be positioned behind the living room, and we'll carve a stone staircase leading to the 2nd floor. The uppermost step will extend like a platform to the left and right, making the 2nd floor storage rooms slightly wider than those on the 1st to avoid steepness. The layout on the 2nd floor will mirror that of the 1st. We'll also create a small compartment beneath the staircase for the bathing barrel, surrounding it with animal skins, and this time, we'll use animal skins to create a door curtain at the cave entrance to block the wind. Having experienced the previous cave, Yin understood how Tian's intentions and nodded in agreement. You're expecting cubs. Once our cave is completed, you'll occupy the 1st floor while Yin and I will stay on the 2nd. You will have to climb up and down every day. And the last bedroom will be reserved for your future cubs, all right? Who was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the mention of bedrooms and storage rooms. However, she understood that she and Tian would be on 1 floor, with a cave reserved for her yet-to-be-born cubs. Gratitude swelled within who had sought refuge with how Tian and Yin and was being so well cared for. All right, Tian, I'll follow your arrangements. Rest assured, you'll be satisfied. Once you move in, you'll see. Turning to Yin, she added, this is a significant project. We must excavate the living room today, or we'll find ourselves sleeping outdoors again. With Hu Ya's help, we can work hard before nightfall. While we may not complete the entire living room, we should at least manage to move in. The platform also needed to be finished, and while time was tight, they still had the opportunity to get it done. Hu Ya and Yin diligently worked on the platform while Hu and Hao Tian remained below, guarding their belongings. The serpent beasts residing along the northern cliff made no appearance, and as Yin and Hu Ya dug the platform, no serpent beasts emerged to greet their new neighbors, although orcs from other tribes in Free City occasionally glanced their way. As evening approached, male orcs returned from hunting, laden with their spoils. Some headed to the guard station to report their catches. Hao Tian observed the amount they submitted and estimated that a single male could yield a substantial quantity of wild boar meat, indicating that the contributions were relatively consistent among the orcs in Free City. If every male submitted 1 wild boar daily, considering their own food needs, how many animals would be hunted each day in Free City? The males here were impressive. Tian, look at them. These males can generally catch prey in ordinary tribes. A hunting party might be lucky to return with 2 wild boars. Oh, I always thought hunting was easy for males since they can transform. I didn't realize it was so challenging. They really are remarkable to manage consistent contributions to their newcomers. Each male is expected to submit 1 wild boar's worth of meat daily, but that's just for you. The long-term residents only need to submit that amount every 10 days. A lean male orc with vibrant green hair, triangular eyes, and thin lips approached Hao Tian. Glancing at their backpacks with a mischievous grin, don't worry. I'm not a bad person, I live nearby. The orc, with a villainous demeanor and green grass atop his head, pointed at Yin and then at the cave entrance on the platform above. Are you also a serpent beast? Hao Tian asked, seeing her first serpent beast aside from Yin. But this one did not appear to be trustworthy. Hu shared the sentiment, pulling Hao Tian behind her. Eyeing the serpent beast warily, The serpent beast scratched his head, and despite his expression of exasperation, his villainous appearance left a lingering sense of unease. I'm called Chao Shang, a green water serpent beast. Chapter 4. New residents and old inhabitants. How Tian pondered that within Free City, according to the rules, this seemingly nefarious green water serpent posed no threat to her. After all, what harm could come from exchanging a few words? She expressed her confusion to him, inquiring, "What did your previous words mean? Are you suggesting that the city lord holds us in disdain and is deliberately targeting us?" Chao Shang quickly waved his hands. No, that is not what I meant. What I intended to convey is that this applies to all new residents. For us old residents, we only need to contribute the equivalent of one male wild boar every 10 days. Once you attain the status of old residents, you will naturally be exempt from daily contributions. Such regulations exist? She asked, astonished. Indeed, it seems that residing within the city entails a myriad of rules. The Tiger clan had contemplated moving to Eagle City, but each city has its own regulations that all citizens must adhere to. After deliberation, the Tiger clan decided to seek a place to settle outside, leading a life of freedom. However, living in the city does offer certain protections. For instance, during beast tides, there are guard squads present. Additionally, the fundamental condition for establishing any city is the presence of a flame. Most beast clans prioritize Eagle City for 3 reasons. Firstly, the strength of the Eagle clan, which has dominion over the southeastern part of the continent. Secondly, the Eagle clan possesses its own flame. And lastly, Eagle City does not house serpent beasts, whereas Free City is the only place on the continent that allows serpent beasts to reside. So, how long will we need to contribute as new residents before we can become old residents? Why is such a regulation in place? If we are to provide 2 wild boars worth of meat every 10 days, that would be an enormous burden. Additionally, we must retain our own resources, and recently we need to excavate a cave, which requires labor as well. It is also permissible to contribute items of equivalent value. This is naturally to ensure the quality of the city's residents. During a beast tide, relying solely on the city's guards would be insufficient. The stronger the males among the residents, the better they can protect the city and its female offspring. Do you understand this principle? I wonder if you will truly become my neighbors. How long will that take? That depends on what you negotiate with the city lord. Haven't you discussed this with him? Surely not. Do you have to continue making such contributions? The city lord is quite friendly towards serpent beasts. Have they offended him in some way? Hao Tian exchanged glances with Hu. Realizing that this matter had indeed not been addressed, though it was apparent from Yan's conversation with the city lord that they were familiar with each other. Being newcomers from Free City, they were unaware of this stipulation. Tian, doesn't Yan know the city lord? Hao Tian furrowed her brow, pondering if perhaps Yan was also oblivious. We should ask Yan shortly. Dinner is about to be served, and we only have white fruit powder left. Perhaps we could trade the powder for some food at the meat stall. Having just arrived, they were ill-prepared for meals, accommodation, or necessities. That works. At worst, we can endure 1 night of hunger, which is not a grave matter. If we have something to eat, that is best. If not, we shall go hungry. Just as most beastmen died at that moment, 2 members of the guard squad approached, their imposing figures towering over Hu Kai. Are you the new serpent beasts that arrived today? Hao Tian nodded, somewhat baffled. The city lord has instructed us to deliver this wild boar to you. After you clean it, please join us by the bonfire for roasting. They unceremoniously dropped a wild boar onto the ground and turned to leave. Hao Tian and Hu stared at the boar, initially preoccupied with the dinner dilemma, only to be surprised by the city lord's generous gift, a whole wild boar. Ample for the 4 of them. From this day forth, we shall be good neighbors, Hu exclaimed with a chuckle. Come, let me help you take the boar to the river for cleaning. The city lord had indeed provided a wild boar. It seemed they would be able to settle in comfortably. What's the matter, Tian? Yan and Huya approached from a distance, glancing at the wild boar before eyeing the green male. Yin, are you aware that the meat contributions differ between new and old residents? Hao Tian pointed to the wild boar. It was sent by the city lord for our dinner. Yin nodded yes. Huya, take it to the river for cleaning. We shall roast the meat by the bonfire later. Huya nodded and hoisted the wild boar away for cleaning, thrilled at the prospect of a hearty meal after a labor-intensive day of cave excavation. The daily contribution of 2 wild boars was manageable. The living room was still somewhat cramped. After dinner, you and Hu can explore the city while we finish our work, but do not leave Free City. We only need to meet the contribution requirement for 30 days as new residents. The city lord is aware of my capabilities, and 30 days is the minimum standard. So Yin had already discussed this with the city lord. 30 days is acceptable, thankfully not as lengthy as an entire snow season or longer. Yin turned to Chao Shang, from the Bai Shui snake clan. Chao Shang, caught off guard, had not anticipated being singled out. What clan? I am merely a solitary Bai Shui snake, he chuckled, glancing at Yin. We are of the same clan. And I will look after you in our daily interactions. Dinner was shared around the bonfire. It was Hao Tian's first experience dining by the fire. She had anticipated a lively gathering but was instead met with the spectacle of others enjoying a boisterous meal. Even those gathered around the bonfire were split between serpent beasts and other beast clans. The atmosphere was vibrant with laughter and conversation. While the serpent beasts remained silent, only the sounds of chewing could be heard. Hao Tian could only ponder as she ate. Her companion Yin was rather aloof, and their distant relatives were similarly reserved. After dinner, Hu Hu and Hao Tian took a stroll, having left their belongings on the platform. Hu Hu's spirits were notably low in the past. They would gather around the bonfire, sharing laughter and merriment, sometimes dancing joyously. Now it was just the two of them, and Hu Ye. I wonder how our female clan members and cubs are faring among the goat clan? Hu Hu lamented. I understand your feelings, but it appears Yin is quite familiar with the city lord. Perhaps we could seek his assistance. Yes, if the city lord of Free City could lend a hand. Our female clan members would surely be rescued from the goat clan. The goat clan is utterly despicable. They must have foreseen this situation, or else why would they have targeted our tiger clan? Could it be that the goat clan has been scheming for a long time? What do you mean? I am suggesting that the goat clan orchestrated this so that the eagle clan would annihilate the tiger clan. Did the goat clan not eliminate the rabbit clan? If that were the case, with the rabbit clan, tiger clan, and Yin all gone, only the goat clan would remain. Indeed, it seems only the goat clan would be left. Both Hu Hu and Hao Tian perked up, feeling they had uncovered the root of the issue. Chapter 5. The plan that evening, the four of them squeezed into the partially excavated living room. Making do for the night, Hao Tian recounted the goat clan's capture of the tiger clan to Yin, who did not immediately agree but rather said, while I am acquainted with the city lord, our relationship is not deep. We should consult the snake elder, as she has a closer bond with the clan leader. However, the snake elder is currently absent, so we must wait. Directly approaching the city lord is only advisable if we can assist him in a matter. Otherwise, he is unlikely to intervene. What matter? The city lord possesses a beast egg, gifted by his female, which has yet to hatch. It is rumored to be a stillborn egg, but others claim the city lord has been nurturing it with his own beast essence. Keeping it in a state of near death, if we can revive that egg, the city lord would agree to anything. Everyone in Free City was aware of this situation, setting aside whether the egg was stillborn or merely in a state of decline. So many years had passed, and the beastman's essence would not last indefinitely. Eventually, the egg would transition from a state of near death to complete demise. At that point, the city lord might very well descend into madness. Hu Hu and Hu Ye fell silent. For now, they could only wait for the snake elder to return and seek the city lord's assistance. Hao Tian looked at Yin, who shook his head, understanding her desire to exchange her knowledge for the city lord's support. Yet Yin was acutely aware that while her ideas were intriguing, they were inconsequential to a city lord who appeared stable outwardly but was, in truth, teetering on the brink of madness. The following day, Yin set out to hunt, leaving Hu Ye to excavate the cave alone, while Hao Tian searched for vines suitable for weaving baskets near Free City. Intending to trade them for meat at the Beastman's stall, by midday, Yin returned with 2 wild boars, swiftly submitting them before bustling off again. The Beastmen of Free City had sharp eyes. Any male capable of hunting 2 wild boars in a single morning was not to be underestimated. Before long, Yin returned with 2 rabbits, skillfully skinning and preparing them by the river, then roasting the meat over the bonfire. 2 rabbits were certainly insufficient for the 4 of them, but rabbits were easy to conceal. Meanwhile, Hao Tian and Hu Hu had woven several baskets throughout the morning, with Hu Hu demonstrating greater proficiency than Hao Tian. They exchanged the completed baskets for some meat, thus solving their lunch dilemma. This cannot continue. We have yet to secure a proper living space, and we are struggling to gather food. Do not forget. We also need to prepare for the rainy season and hunt for pelts to trade for salt in Salt City. Hu Hu expressed her concerns, apprehensive about going without salt for an extended period, as it could lead to illness. Do you know how long it takes for a purple bamboo to grow? How much salt can be obtained from pelts? The prey during that season spoils quickly, rendering it the least valuable. Instead, we might as well make dried fruits, which are delicious and have a long shelf life. Who and who you looked puzzled. What does that have to do with our current situation? Is it possible to exchange purple bamboo for salt? In my childhood, I witnessed how quickly a single stalk of purple bamboo could grow, seemingly in just one rainy season. Is it only during the rainy season that it matures? We are attempting to make the exchange during the rainy season, which may be too late. With the ideal plan thwarted, Hao Tian must now contemplate alternative methods. It is not the rainy season, but rather the dry season. I have observed that during the dry season, the purple bamboo grows to astonishing heights, whereas it falls short during the rainy season. So, what purpose does the purple bamboo truly serve? Hu is baffled. Hao Tian leaned closer to Hu and whispered, while Hu's expression grew increasingly animated, eventually exclaiming, I know where we can find purple bamboo, completely forgetting that they were currently in Freedom City and not in the Tiger Clan. Regrettably, there would surely be no time to prepare sugar and candied fruits. Sweet, let us make more of these during this dry season. Last time, the little ones took them all, and I only got to taste one. I have never had such delicious fruit before, soft and sweet. Although it lacks moisture, it has a long shelf life. We can enjoy it whenever we like. That sounds good. Yin also enjoys it. But what should we prepare for the rainy season? Perhaps we could sell torches instead. They are convenient to carry and must be valuable to the beastmen. Then let us sell torches. We should be able to exchange them for a significant amount of salt. Hu was startled. How can we do that? Such a precious item in exchange for salt. Salt is also a valuable commodity. It does not seem like a waste. Torches, Yin suddenly furrowed her brow and asked Hu. I remember that Sweet had given you torches. Does the Goat Clan know about your possession of them? Hu and Huya were left dumbfounded. They likely did not know. However, the Goat Clan was aware of the fried meatballs, as the Goat Clan's hooves had snatched them from the cubs of their tribe. Yin pondered for a moment. Perhaps the Eagle Clan did not come solely because of your good relations with me. On one hand, it is due to your Tiger Clan's friendship with me, and on the other hand, it is possible that the Tiger Clan's ability to make fried meatballs and possess torches has leaked out. The Goat Clan may leverage this, exploiting the greed of the Rabbit Clan to lure the Eagle Clan to deal with the Tiger Clan, while the Goat Clan annihilates the Rabbit Clan, and the Tiger Clan is subsequently destroyed by the Eagle Clan. As for me, how can I possibly contend with a powerful clan like the Eagle Clan? I would undoubtedly be exterminated by them. In this way, the Rabbit Clan, Tiger Clan, and even he would vanish from the vicinity of the Goat Clan. Quite the cunning scheme. It is a pity that the Eagle Clan could not eliminate him. He retreated from Freedom City for the safety of Sweet. Is a fried meatball truly worth a tribe's contention? It is merely a dish. After all, of course it is worth it. Sweet, do you not know how delectable fried meatballs are to us? Though they are small, their flavor is incomparable to the tough and chewy roasted meat. If we trade them, we will surely acquire good things in return. Yes, then we shall exchange fried meatballs for salt. The prey hunted during the rainy season spoils quickly and holds little value. If we use fried meatballs for trading, we will certainly gain more than by exchanging hunted prey. However, fried meatballs do not last long. Jerky can be stored longer, but not indefinitely. Pickled vegetables can last even longer, yet the key issue is the lack of sufficient salt. What a dilemma it is, with every option seeming unfeasible. When did life become so arduous? Hao Tian felt a surge of irritation. Yin gently stroked Hao Tian's head. Did we not agree to sell torches? We shall proceed with that plan. All the malice and danger brought about by the torches, he would shield from her. Good things are meant to be revealed to the world, and he possesses the strength to protect both the items and the people. Hao Tian's vexation was soothed by Yin, who nodded in agreement to sell torches in exchange for salt, and to create more sugar crystals and candied fruits during the dry season, ensuring that the next rainy season would not leave them empty-handed. After enjoying a meal, Yin and Huya began digging a cave. By the end of the morning, they had excavated the living room, and in the afternoon, they would start on the left bedroom. They first needed to dig out the corridor, and with Yan's assistance, their progress noticeably accelerated. By dinner time, half of the bedroom was complete, with the remaining half connected to the stone bed. They could begin digging the adjacent cooking room the following day, including creating a fire pit beneath the stone bed. Chapter 6. Surrounded dinner consisted of meat obtained by Hao Tian and Hu in exchange for the baskets they had woven. Roasted over the fire, Since Hao Tian had exchanged baskets for food that morning, more beast clans were willing to trade food for their baskets, with the females using baskets becoming their best advocates. Huya, let us find 2 stone slabs to polish for the stone pot. Tonight we shall prepare it in the living room, and tomorrow we can cook in our own cave. He expressed his fatigue with roasted meat. Yearning for the delicacies that Hao Tian could create in the stone pot, rather than merely roasting meat over the campfire, Huya agreed. Wishing to enjoy Hao Tian's cooking, having grown weary of the roasted meat shared with the other beastmen. In the past, he could accept it, but after having tasted Hao Tian's cooking, he felt he could not return to that. The next morning, Yin, Huya, and Hu enjoyed Hao Tian's egg pancakes, made with eggs acquired during their meat exchange the previous day. For Yin, meat could be sacrificed, but eggs were indispensable. He took 2 portions of egg pancakes wrapped in leaves to eat on the way. Hao Tian went out to collect vines again, though she could not gather much at once. By making several trips, she gradually accumulated enough. Hu remained in the cave to weave baskets, as Hao Tian did not want a pregnant woman venturing out to collect vines. The mountain paths were far from smooth, and should she stumble, the consequences would be dire, especially for the unborn child of the Tiger clan. However, the initial stages of their new home required labor, so Hu began his work inside the cave. Yet today, Hao Tian encountered a dilemma. The area where she had gathered vines yesterday was now crowded with a group of females, nearly 17 or 18 of them. Upon seeing Hao Tian approach, they swarmed around her, clearly looking for trouble. You, a mere female, do not shy away from a snake beast, reeking of its scent. The speaker, a female with short brown hair, clad in a deer hide top and skirt, was someone Hao Tian recognized. She was the very one who had arrogantly declared that her clan would not allow her to reside near the snake beast named Yin. What do they intend to do? Surrounding her with a group of their comrades, Hao Tian glanced at the path back. This place was not within Freedom City, yet it was not far from it. If she could break through the encirclement and return before being captured, would it be possible? What to do? The odds were against her, and she felt a twinge of fear. You are blocking my path. One must not appear timid in the face of intimidation. Hao Tian adopted Yan's stern expression, puffing out her chest, hoping to overwhelm them with her presence. However, the other party wasted no time pushing her, yet she managed to stand her ground. Words are one thing, but why resort to violence? How uncouth! What uncouthness! Here is your chance. Either join our Antelope clan or divulge the method for weaving baskets. The short-haired female commanded, and the others echoed her demands. Join the Antelope clan, or reveal the basket-weaving technique. Indeed, the chorus of voices was quite imposing. What if I choose neither? Given today's incident with the Antelope clan, I shall refuse to trade any good items with them in the future. After all, am I at odds with them? They seem to be either the Goat clan or the Antelope clan. If you choose neither, do not blame us for resorting to violence. Sisters, attack. As the Antelope clan females lunged towards her, Hao Tian swiftly countered. After all, a good strategy is not to fear ineffectiveness. Look, the city lord is here. Sure enough, the Antelope clan females turned their heads to look around, but no one was present. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Tian charged forward, pushing the short-haired female from the Antelope clan to the ground, breaking through the encirclement. She sprinted toward Freedom City while shouting, "Hey, I remember you. If you have the guts, wait here for me. I will return with my weapon, and we shall battle 300 rounds." Hao Tian's legs moved swiftly, disappearing in a flash. What a joke! If I had brought my slingshot today, I would have fought right there with you. After all, I am a female snake beast. Ferocious indeed. The short-haired female from the Antelope clan was enraged, leading the charge in pursuit. A hissing sound, reminiscent of a snake's rattle, caused them to halt in their tracks. Glancing around in confusion, a green grass snake emerged from the nearby thicket, perfectly positioned to block their path as they pursued Hao Tian. Lihua, what do you intend to do with the females of your Antelope clan? Do you not realize how difficult it is for us snake beasts to reproduce? Are you also seeking to hinder the reproduction of your Antelope clan? The triangular eyes of the grass snake gleamed with ferocity, casting a menacing aura. The females of the Antelope clan trembled in fear before such a creature. This was not Freedom City, where the city lord's rules protected them. Their audacity to surround Hao Tian was akin to the grass snake daring to commit unspeakable acts against them, or to simply drive them away from Freedom City without any protection. Even if the matter were to reach the city lord, there would be no resolution, as he would be far more concerned with his own offspring. What? You are not leaving? Are you waiting to bear my offspring? This remark struck a chord, overwhelming the minds of the Antelope clan females, who hurriedly avoided the grass snake and fled back to Freedom City, not daring to look back. How Tion ran back to Freedom City. Panting as she entered the cave, retrieved her slingshot, and gathered stones, preparing to return. Sweeter, what are you carrying the slingshot for? I encountered some trouble on the way. I'm bringing my gear to handle them. Let them understand why flowers are red. What do you mean by trouble? Hoo-Hoo was puzzled but still cautioned her, be careful. If you cannot win, run away. If you cannot escape, shout for help. Rest assured, I am indeed the fierce female of the serpent beast. Under no circumstances can I allow him to lose face at his banquet. Gao Tian made her way halfway. She suddenly witnessed Ling Hua and a dozen female members of the Antelope clan rushing back. As if pursued by the specters of the Japanese invaders, when their gazes met, they exchanged disdainful glances. Ling Hua, you just wait, Gao Tian. Come and fight if you dare. Humph. Neither side offered a pleasant demeanor. Ling Hua and her companions retreated to their cave, while Gao Tian continued her venture to gather vines for weaving baskets. The vines for crafting the baskets need not be of a single type, as long as they meet the requirements. Alas, the mountains were still lush and green, not yet ripe for collection. Otherwise, if one could soak them in water for a few days, then dry and spin them into hemp threads, it would be splendid to prepare several hemp garments and shoes for Yin, Hoo-Hoo, and Hoo-Ya. The remainder could be fashioned into torches. Then, one might journey to Salt City for trade, return to excavate ginkgo nuts and grind them into powder, boil sugar crystals during the dry season, and make candied fruits, while in the snowy season, one would prepare pickled vegetables and meats, and this winter, even pickled fish. Suddenly, a sharp blow struck her forehead. Something resembling a corn kernel, both in size and shape, fell upon her head and then dropped to the ground. Chapter 7. The staple food this place leads to the source of the previously mentioned vines, where a grove of trees, standing 2 men high, flourished.